The unthinkable happened. The great tower fell. Warriors and gods died in these battles. Billions and billions of lives were lost. Only a few gods and one warrior survived, and Krung shouts, saying he still has the strength to fight. Hercules says it's impossible to defeat the outer gods. Charlie Bravo arrives alone from his last battle. The only human among the gods, looking very downcast, says there's no way to defeat the outer gods, and he shocks everyone by saying that the other gods who went out with him all died. He's the only one left. At that moment, the god Kronos appears, saying that there is still hope. He says he will burn his essence to get one last chance, and by using the lives of Kronos, Odin, and Mimir, Charlie activates the tower's final hope, and with that, he goes back in time, because now we have one last chance. After returning, Charles looks at himself and realizes that something is different. He feels his whole body is light, very light, and also notices that all his magic attributes are gone. He thought that Kronos' magic would make him go back in time, with all his power. However, Kronos rewound time, and Charles keeps thinking that there's no other way. He's going to have to start all over again. And so, the hero knows that first. He needs to figure out where he is in time and space to know when he's returned to. And at that moment, he gets smacked in the face so hard that he almost gets fat from it. The hero wasn't expecting that, but even so, he doesn't fall, he stays on his feet. And the jerk in front of him says, "So, how was that? Did you like it?" And Charlie, looking at that blonde guy in front of him, keeps wondering, who is this guy again? I don't even remember him. Taking a closer look, Charlie notices that the guy is wearing a university jacket, and only then does he remember that he was also at the university when it all started. And the blonde guy tells him to pay attention, since he's distracted, while there's someone right in front of him, and tries to hit the protagonist again. However, his luck had run out, because the protagonist wasn't going to let himself get hit that easily and dodged with ease. Blondie is left confused about how he dodged so quickly, and Charlie starts talking to him, asking if it was morning or night. Blondie doesn't understand why he's asking that. Charlie clenches his fist and says, "Hey, what day is it today? If you answer quickly, I won't hit you, since your punch didn't even hurt, it was so weak." Blondie asks if he's crazy, if he hit his head, because in the middle of a fight, he's starting to talk nonsense. And so, the blonde guy goes in to throw another punch at him, but he gets hit with a really strong counterattack. And Charlie, our hero, gets into a fighting stance. However, Charlie's thoughts are somewhere else. He realizes that his phone is in his pocket and says, "Of course, it's about to start. Today is the day. I have 9 hours until the tutorial begins." It's December 31st, 2019, 8 o'clock at night, in the Hongdae neighborhood. This was an extremely crowded neighborhood, and Blondie, whose real name is Kim Yuwon, but we'll call him Blondie or Kid, is pretty upset. Because he just got beaten up, there are tons of people around, and he can't find his friends. But suddenly, his friends spot him. "Hey, you idiot, come here, sit with us. Why did you take so long?" And then he remembers why he was late. He went to the university just to beat up his favorite punching bag. But, for the first time, the guy fought back. And Charles was acting really weird, because not only did he hit him back, he also said that now he remembered him and that he was just a bully with nothing better to do. Even though the university was closed, and everyone was on break, he went there just to beat him up. Blondie with the little quiff, still lying on the ground, remembers that Charlie said he deserves to get what's coming to him, but he doesn't have to do anything, since they don't have much time left. And Blondie with the little quiff starts thinking that Charlie has gone crazy, because he began speaking a language he couldn't understand and said a bunch of things, but he didn't get any of it. And Blondie with the little quiff promises to get revenge. He says he's going to beat Charlie so badly that he won't even be able to crawl. And so, Blondie with the little quiff starts telling a bunch of lies. He says that he beat up Charlie a lot and that he's definitely in the hospital now. And one of his friends, who also loves bullying, tells him to take it easy, because Charles might end up committing suicide if it keeps going like this. And Blondie with the little quiff says he doesn't care at all, not even a bit, and says that if that loser kills himself, no one will even miss him, and they keep going through the night, drinking and toasting until everyone is drunk. Suddenly, someone looks at the clock and it's 10 minutes to midnight, and then looks around, and realizes there are a lot of people there too. And in the distance is Topatinho's group, celebrating the long holiday and the fact that 2020 is almost here. And they agree to have a third round. And Blondie with the little quiff tells them to do it now, since he's starting to sober up, and looking at his phone, he realizes it's almost midnight. And suddenly, one of his friends notices someone coming and says, "Hey, look over there, isn't that Charles, the guy you said you beat up until he was all messed up?" And Charles heads into the middle of the crowd with a big suitcase, and one of Blondie with the little quiff's friends says that Charles looks completely fine for someone who just got beaten up, and he asks the others where he's going with such a big suitcase. That's when the mask of lies starts to fall off, because soon enough, everyone is going to find out that Blondie with the little quiff didn't beat up anyone. In fact, he was the one who got beaten up. He gets really pissed off thinking about it, so he decides to do something about it. Taking off his mask, he goes after Charles, because now he's thinking that this time he's really going to beat him up, and he calls his friends to go with him so the four of them can gang up on him. But Charlie doesn't care at all, he just walks right past them and keeps going. Blondie with the little quiff calls out Charlie by name and tells him to wait, and at that moment Charlie looks back to see what he wants. Charlie looks Blondie straight in the face and says, "So, what do you want? What are you doing here, you loser?" And the whole crowd around them can see that a fight is about to break out right there. But Charlie doesn't care at all and starts taking off his wristwatch, telling the 4 guys in front of him that it's almost midnight, so they should make the most of these last 3 minutes, because after that, all hell is going to break loose. And with that, he throws his watch on the ground. Meanwhile, the Blondie with the little quiff comes up to him, looking for a fight, calling him a son of a gun and telling him to stop talking crap, because up until now, he's just been saying a bunch of nonsense. But Charlie doesn't even pay attention and opens his suitcase. When he opened the suitcase, the blonde guy was so shocked it was like his soul left his body, because he never imagined there would be something like that inside the suitcase. The blonde guy's friend said that Charles had gone crazy, because Charles had a backpack and a bunch of knives, a machete, and an axe inside that suitcase. The friends of the Blondie with the little quiff all got scared and told him to apologize to Charlie right away. All of the Blondie with the little quiff's friends apologized on his behalf and admitted they were wrong to beat up Charlie. So, they asked Charles to just let it go. Meanwhile, Charles is holding the axe in his hand. After he stands up with his axe, everyone tells him not to do it, saying it was just a silly prank and that Blondie with the little quiff is really sorry. And Charles is just standing there listening to everything they're saying, but the only thing on his mind is that this place is really crowded and there are a lot of people here. So, he gets ready for what's coming and kicks the suitcase with all the weapons toward that group. He stops, and starts counting the seconds, because he knows it's about to start now. And on the clock, there's 1 second left before it begins, and that second feels like an eternity that just won't pass. But at exactly midnight on January 1st, 2020, everyone starts to feel a really strong pressure in their heads and a piercing ringing in their ears, and the whole city is covered in pink lightning and markings. Charlie, with a little grin on his face, tells the blonde guy that his 3 minutes are up, so get ready for hell. And the blonde guy still doesn't understand why he's talking like that, and then a system message appears, Sector 20,131, total population, 12,014 people. The system announces that the tutorial will begin now, and the first tutorial is about survival. They have to survive a horde of zombies. This first tutorial will last 30 minutes. So, after 30 minutes, all the zombies will disappear, and thousands of zombies suddenly spawned out of nowhere right in the middle of everyone. The people around are horrified and start wondering if those are real zombies. Charles looks around and sees that there really are a lot of zombies in that place. And he knows that there are only so many zombies there because of the tutorial's difficulty setting, which means the higher the population in that area, the higher the difficulty. So, the difficulty there will be huge, since the tutorial's balancing made zombies spawn in proportion to the number of people present. The protagonist, without even looking, opens his status window, since he's done this before. And he also knows that people can't move around freely, because the city has been divided into several sectors and no one can go into someone else's sector. After that, he takes an old knife out of his inventory, and he knows that soon, that whole place will turn into a sea of blood. The system announces that all players can view their attributes by saying, Attribute Windows. Charles keeps thinking that the system is giving everyone something, but it's hard to even call these things weapons. And some poor guy gets a hammer to fight against zombies. That's not going to end well, but Charles is as prepared as Batman, and throws away the useless knife the system gave him. He also knows that the theme of the first tutorial is survival, so back then he was just happy to make it out alive. But now, just surviving isn't enough. So, he takes a vial out of his backpack, and opens it skillfully to use it. After that, he pours the contents of the vial onto a very sharp knife he had brought, and looking at his razor-sharp knife, now coated with what he just poured on it, he figures he's finally ready to start the massacre. So, he rushes at lightning speed toward a zombie, and the zombie doesn't even have time to blink, before the knife slices cleanly, decapitating the zombie in a single blow. Right then, the system notifies him that he was the first to kill a zombie in that area, and rewards him with 100 points. By killing the zombie, he earns a lot of experience points and immediately levels up. And as he levels up, he feels amazing, realizing that his body is getting lighter and lighter, and the protagonist doesn't stop his rampage. He starts slicing through all the zombies in front of him, and his level just keeps going up. He doesn't waste a single swing. All of them are highly deadly. Heads are flying everywhere. People from a distance, watching Charles massacre all the zombies, start to wonder if the zombies are actually weak. So, they gather their courage, because it suddenly seems possible. And just like that, they set out to massacre all the zombies too. The extra, super excited, jumps right into the zombies and swings his axe with all his might at the first zombie in front of him. But all his strength was useless, because the zombie's skin is so thick that it easily tanks the blow from the axe. The extra starts wondering why his axe couldn't get through that zombie, since it seemed like it would be easy. Meanwhile, the protagonist right next to him was smashing all of them with no problem at all. The protagonist heard a loud scream and turned to see what was going on. There was Mr. Zombie. Let me zoom in so you can see. Mr. Zombie was giving that guy a big bite on the neck, and a jet of ketchup was shooting up. I guess he's on a diet now. Watching all that, the protagonist starts to realize that ordinary strength isn't enough to cut through those zombies, since their skin is so thick. Charles explains that zombies are slow and weak, but they're really tough, and in all of this, he hadn't really noticed that before. A single zombie is weak, but a group of them is extremely dangerous. And the protagonist knows that some people will manage to survive and eventually climb the tower, but it's not going to be easy. And at that moment, Charles tries to decapitate more than one zombie, but this time it was ineffective. So, he gets pretty upset and gives the zombie a little affectionate kick, sending it flying off into the distance. Charles realizes that the effect has already worn off, so he opens his backpack again, because he knows zombies aren't easy to kill, but they do have a weak spot. He grabs another vial just like the previous one, tosses it into the air, and slices it in half with his knife, imbuing it once again with that material. And he remembers the first time he did the tutorial, when he met someone who had no talent at all, someone who was weak. However, that person was very lucky, because the zombies were weak against the things he used to do before entering the tower. This man says that he used to work in a salt factory, so he had salt with him, and to his surprise, the zombies were weak against salt. So all you have to do is season the knife with salt or throw salt on the zombies and they'll die instantly. But, hey, do you think these zombies have high blood pressure? Write in the comments if you think the zombies have high blood pressure, and that's why they're weak against salt. After that, Charles achieves an impossible feat. He defeated 100 zombies in less than 10 minutes during the tutorial, and so the protagonist gets 3 undistributed attribute points, meaning 3 extra attribute points for him to allocate wherever he wants. And the system gives us a little help by explaining the same thing. The protagonist stands in the middle of that carnage, very surprised, because he didn't know it was possible to get undistributed points already in the tutorial, and he's unsure whether to use those points or not. But he knows what's coming next, so he decides to save them, since he doesn't need those points just to kill zombies. There are only 10 minutes left until the first stage of the tutorial ends. So the protagonist needs to find a decent area where most of the zombies are. He looks to the other side and hears several zombie growls. Hundreds of zombies are gathered in one spot, so he heads over there. And in that spot, Tupatinaram is bravely fighting against a single zombie. And the zombie, who doesn't feel any pain at all, even with the blade buried in its face, keeps going after Tupatinaram. He starts questioning himself because he's having a really hard time killing those zombies. But when he saw Charles was killing those zombies so easily with a single blow, and here he is struggling just to kill one. Tupatinaram thinks that Charles's secret is in his weapon and says that if he had Charles's weapon, he definitely would have killed dozens of zombies. The zombie that was fighting Tupatinaram starts to deform and lets out an even higher pitched scream. And Tupatinaram gives the zombie a hard kick, sending it flying far away. Lauren's friends join him and realize that something is wrong, more wrong than usual, because they are surrounded by zombies. All of them seem to have the same haircut, and Quika's hair notices that even though they're killing the zombies, their numbers just keep increasing. Tupatinaram asks his friends if they know where Charlie went, and he knows they can survive if they stay close to Charles, since he's killing all the zombies with ease. Tupatinaram, looking back, sees that the zombie horde is closing in tighter and tighter, and he keeps thinking about where Charles is. He was so lost in thought that he got distracted, and the zombies were already right on top of him. He barely had time to react and managed to hit the zombie at the very last second. However, the zombie has reinforced skin, and finally, the weapon Tupatinaram was using completely breaks apart. Now he knows things are about to go bad. He starts thinking this is the end for him. As all the zombies close in on him, he shields himself, not wanting to die. But then, something happens to the zombie. The zombie starts to melt. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and sees that all the zombies around him are melting too. And one of his friends says that something is falling from the sky onto them, and that's why they're melting. They look up and realize there's a very fine, white dust falling on all the zombies. Tupatinaram reaches out his hand and gathers some of that white substance in his palm. He does what anyone would do, puts it in his mouth to taste it, and realizes it's salty. And he starts wondering if it's salt, because it sure seems like salt. And we see the protagonist, up on top of the buildings, jumping from one to another, throwing salt on all the zombies below. And now, the protagonist's level starts to rise frenetically, because all the zombies below are dying instantly, being melted by the salt. And he thinks it was totally worth bringing all that salt, since his level is going up so fast. After pouring out the last bit of salt, he lands abruptly on another building. And at that exact moment, the first tutorial ends, and the number of survivors is 4,007. Before, there were 12,014 people in that place. Now, only 4,007 remain. A lot of people died, and the system starts distributing points according to the number of enemies killed, and the protagonist receives an incredible 1,427 points, and on top of that, he gets additional attribute points, 1 in strength, 2 in vitality, and 1 more unassigned point. And because he was the MVP of that area, he gets another 500 points, and the rewards don't stop there. The system announces that he accomplished something impossible and gives him another 1,000 points. And the protagonist is stunned, because so many status panels popped up in front of him and he never imagined it was possible to earn that many points. He keeps thinking about how he got over 3,000 points this time, and he remembers that the first time he did the tutorial, in the very first stage, he only managed to get 10 points. So now, he's earned more than 300 times what he got the first time. Charlie is really happy because for the first tutorial, 3,000 points is a lot. The system doesn't care about anyone and immediately announces that the second tutorial will begin shortly, not giving anyone a chance to rest. The protagonist tries to remember what the next tutorial will be, when suddenly, a voice speaks in everyone's head. "Hello everyone, how's it going?" And the protagonist is really surprised to hear that voice in his head. All the players are also surprised, because someone is speaking inside their heads and the person is congratulating them for surviving. However, he is very surprised, because in that area, a lot of people survived and he feels really embarrassed, since it seems like he did a terrible job, and the players start asking who is talking to them and some ask each other if they're hearing it too. The voice says that it has an announcement for all of them and explains that it was supposed to make this announcement only after the second tutorial. Charlie realizes that it's a minion who's speaking, and the minion says that someone among them leveled up very quickly and earned a lot of points, so he has to make the announcement now. He's going to teach people how they can use their points. The bystanders start to panic because they were already wanting to go home. However, the minion informs them that there will be other tutorials. After that, the voice says that there are two main ways to spend points. The first is at the store with the most varied items possible, and the other way is by exchanging points between players. And he explains that for players to exchange points with each other, they just need to shake hands. That way, the points are transferred from one person to another, and Charlie keeps thinking about it and knows this very well because you can become a god just with points. He also knows that the store plays a very important role in that world he's in, because from now on, it will be a battle for points and levels, so everything will get much harder. After that, the cheeky minion asks if people enjoyed the break he gave them. So, let's continue with the second tutorial. A yellow circle appears. In the middle of that area, the system informs us that a safe zone is being created in the center of each sector. After that, the system asks people to enter the safe zone and also announces that every 3 hours, each surviving person will receive 100 points. The system changes color and announces that the second tutorial will begin now. And the safe zone looked really beautiful, with 2 circles, one inside the other, and many people who were outside the safe zone walked over there, since it was easy to spot their enemies. It was shining brightly. Kabika Dakwika puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and says, "Hey man, let's go. Yeah, let's head to the safe zone." And Topatinhol Waro goes into a total panic. He keeps asking himself, what the hell is this? What's going on? Kabika Dakwika misses his friend Gansho. He asks Topatinho if he saw him, and Topatinho says, "I don't know, man, I think he died." So now the Fantastic Four is the marvelous trio. Topatinhol Waro looks around and Kabika Dakwika asks, "What are you looking at?" He says, "Nothing, man, just taking a look." And the third friend says he can't see Charlie. Did he die? Kabika Dakwika says that Charles was fighting with a caged beast. It seems like that was his calling. But Topatinhol Warinho, who was looking around, just found Charlie. He runs toward him. He tells everyone to get out of the way and runs over to Charlie. Kabika Dakwika, seeing that, says, "Hey man, where are you going?" "The safe zone is this way." Topatinhol Waro doesn't care. He wants to talk to his former punching bag. When he catches up, he grabs Charlie's shoulder and says, "Hey man, you're going the wrong way. Go back over there. The safe zone is that way. Did you forget?" He invites Charlie to go to the safe zone together, since he's his senior, and will definitely protect him. He knows if he stays close to Charlie, he'll have a better chance of surviving. Looking at Topatinho, Charlie says, "Hey, I know what I'm doing, okay? I have somewhere else to go. Leave me alone. I wasn't born stuck to you, and I don't even like you." At that moment, he brushes Topatinho Waro's hand off his shoulder. Charlie gives Topatinho some advice and says, "Hey, if you want to survive, don't depend on other people for that. Rely on your own strength. Now, be a good boy and run back to the safe zone as fast as you can." Only now does Charlie look at him and say, "You better know your place, you useless idiot." Topatinhol Waro is so shocked he almost faints. "What? You son of a..." Meanwhile, Charles walks away quickly to wherever he needs to go. Topatinhol Waro is left fuming with anger, cursing Charlie in his head. After that, Topatinhol Waro obediently enters the safe zone. However, their third friend isn't so lucky and runs straight into the force field of the safe zone, shouting from a distance, "Hey, it's blocked. Hey, Topatinhol Waro, it's blocked. I can't get in." Topatinhol Waro looks back and sees that the safe zone now displays its capacity at the top, and he notices it's at full capacity, 2038 out of 2038. No one else can enter, only if someone leaves. And he notices that the safe zone's capacity is half the number of survivors. But the author isn't very good at division, because the number of survivors was 4007, and 4007 divided by 2 isn't 2038. At that moment, a dwarf who was trying to enter the safe zone is dragged underground by some creature that came out of it. And Topatinho just stares at that and says, "What is that over there?" A bunch of giant worms came out of the ground and started eating everyone. It was a worm festival. Somewhere else, a little farther away, there was a sword being driven forcefully into a giant worm. We see that it's Charlie. He's slicing up his first worm. He starts listening around and all he hears are cries for help and people screaming, asking what those things are. Charlie realizes it's already started. The second wave has already begun, and the system congratulates him because he was the first person in that sector to kill a worm. So, he earns 300 points and 2 more points distributed randomly. And little by little, he starts to activate the hack, since his strength and dexterity are increased by 1 more point. And Charlie, at this narrator's request, starts to teach how you can detect the worms. He says that first you need to close your eyes and then focus all your other senses to feel the worm. That sounded a bit ambiguous, didn't it? He shows that if you do this, you can sense the vibrations in the ground and the sounds it makes, making it easy to locate them. Charlie focuses and starts to feel a slight vibration in the ground. He knows something is coming from below. When that vibration gets stronger, he knows the worm is arriving, so he makes a big leap into the air and then comes down with all his strength on the worm's head, crushing it completely. Then comes the usual. He draws his sword, slices one way, slices the other, and the worm is split in 2. And just like that, we have the second worm successfully killed. And once again, the system notifies Charlie that he has leveled up, so he gains strength, dexterity, and percep. He's pretty thrilled, because he leveled up by killing just 2 of them, so the farming is going to be great. The worms stopped appearing, so Charlie keeps going deeper into the subway, thinking that if things keep going like this, he's going to rack up a lot of attribute points. Suddenly, he reaches the first level of the subway. He knows that the worms live underground, and down there they create lots of tunnels and build their nest somewhere. So, he's going to look for that nest. Charles explains that since the subway is underground, it's the perfect place to hunt worms. Looking ahead, dozens of male worms wait their turn. Then, the system notifies the protagonist of a secret dungeon. If that's the case, let's give the protagonist another 100 points for free. Charlie didn't have to walk far to find the worm nest. What an ugly place. It's all male worms, not a single female. Charlie gets really excited, starts spinning his weapon, and says, now that I found their nest, hunting them is going to be a piece of cake. Let's wipe out this nest. Striking a super stylish pose, he sets a goal, reach level 20. That's his first goal. The male worm starts screaming, but it's a scream of pain, because the protagonist didn't just stand there. He charged in and slashed them all with his machete. It's a festival of green juice. Wherever he goes, green juice is spraying everywhere. Charlie slices through all the worms in the troop with great skill. When suddenly, a spherical object comes out from inside the worm. It really catches the protagonist's attention, and seeing that, he realizes it looks familiar. He starts thinking he's really lucky, because he didn't know it was possible to get that sphere in the second tutorial. So now he has an even bigger reason to go all out. Picking it up and checking it, he realizes it's even more interesting than he thought. So, the worms became even more appealing. Time to kill and gut them. Charles, holding that sphere in his hand, looks at all the worms and says, hey, sorry, but now I'm really motivated to gut you all. Meanwhile, up above, the male worms are eating everything. The people in the safe zone are watching that and finding it really whore. And so, the first 3 hours went by and everyone earned 100 points. And pop-up windows started appearing everywhere. And people start wondering if 100 points is a lot, since they know that these points are the currency in this tutorial. But the system is sneaky, and it says, hey, you guys in the red zone, it's going to be deactivated, okay? And so, the safe zone, which is divided by colors, starts to shrink, going from 2,038 people to 1,500. And the system explains that if the maximum capacity is exceeded, people will be randomly expelled from the safe zone. Several people start getting spit out of the safe zone. And people were being thrown out any which way. And so the worms had their feast. What's written here is, he came out of the butt. So, the worm took advantage, and ate him. Everyone who was spit out tries to get back into the safe zone. A bully who was thrown out shoves an extra far away from him, and says, hey, get out of my way, every man for himself, I want to get back inside the safe zone. And everyone desperately tries to get back into the safe zone. Blondie with a little quiff, who's bravely inside the safe zone, tells everyone to be quiet and shut up. And for some reason, everyone goes silent and looks at Blondie with the little quiff. And he says that from now on, they'll have to decide who they need to kill in order to survive. Blondie starts thinking that if he doesn't do anything, he might end up being thrown out at random. He says that someone has to be killed in order to survive. Then, he looks at the defenseless old man and says, it's him, this is the old man I'm going to kill. And grabbing the old man by the collar, he says he wants to finish him off right now. And the other people get scared of Blondie, asking if he's gone crazy. He, the big coward he is, thinks it's easy to kill the old man since he's weak. The axe swings like crazy. The protag, just kidding, I got you. The protagonist kills another male worm, cutting a huge mouth that goes to the worm's belly button. Charles realizes that he's getting more and more agile, and with every worm he kills, he becomes much stronger than before. So, slicing and killing 2 worms at the same time has become child's play for him. A little while later, the system notifies him that he's leveled up again. There it is, several dead worms on the ground and a few of those round stones he's been looking for. The system notifies him that he's increased his dexterity, vitality, and perception. 1 more point in each of them. And finally, Charles Mortal reaches level 20. He unlocks a new attribute, arcane power. He thinks he's finally made it, because in about 3 hours, he managed to kill so many worms that he's exhausted, but he reached level 20. And so, with every level he gains, he feels his body getting even lighter. Charles now has 5 unassigned attribute points, and he actually thinks that's not bad at all. He has to wait so long to assign those unallocated points, because he's going to put them all into arcane power. After choosing and distributing the points, the unassigned points go straight into arcane power, and the protagonist feels an exponential increase in power throughout his body, since he knows that 5 more points in arcane power is a huge deal. And he says that this arcane power is the main attribute and the foundation of all the powers he will gain in the future. So, this is the most important attribute he has. And now, the protagonist has 18 points in arcane power. Charles explains that everyone he met who claimed to be blessed by the tower started with at most 12 points in arcane power, and he's starting with 18 points. After accomplishing his first objective, Charles moves on to his next goal, and while walking down the subway corridor, he senses a strange presence. Looking around, he realizes that something is watching him, and says, "Hey, why are you spying on me? I know you're there." And the being that was watching him remained still, hesitant. A few seconds later, the being that was watching him says, "How did you know I was here?" Charles says he knows he's kind of flashy. Then, he tells the being that's watching him from inside the hole to come out, saying it must be really boring to keep watching him from far away, inside that hole. And the being says that's true, so I'll come out. The being comes out of the hole and says, "Anyway, thanks. It was really boring having to watch you from that hole. You made my job, which is really boring, a little more fun. I loved watching you kill those creatures." The being, who is a small clown covered in blood, introduces himself as a minion of the administrator. And the minion is very surprised, because he's already reached level 20. That's surprising. Charles Mortal says, "Man, I just got a little lucky." And the pygmy clown is shocked and says, "Lucky? That was not luck at all. I saw what you did. You're scary." After that, the pygmy clown asks why the player called him here. And Charles says, "I want the shop. I want to see the shop." And the minion asks if he wants to buy any items, and Charles says no. He says he wants to buy some skills, and the pygmy clown is really intrigued by that player. Without further delay, the minion opens the shop for him and says he's the first person to buy skills in the second tutorial. Charles starts looking through the shop and sees that there are so many things that it's going to take him a long time to find what he's looking for, since this shop doesn't have a search window. However, after some time, he finds what he was looking for. But Charles is someone who likes to bargain, and looking at the pygmy, he says, "Hey, are these all the skills you have? Isn't there anything better than this?" And the pygmy says that's all he can buy during the tutorial. Then the pygmy starts using some dialogue tricks and asks if he's looking for something specific. But Charles, being clever, doesn't fall for it and says, "No, not really, I'm just browsing." Charles knows that if he asked any kind of question, it would only draw attention to himself. He looks at the monkey eyes and says, "Hey, I'm gonna buy this, okay? I want this one." The pygmy is surprised and says, "Oh, monkey eyes? That's not even a good skill. Are you really going to buy that?" Charles doesn't even want to talk. He just hits the buy button and gets the monkey eyes. He says he bought those eyes just because he thought the name was really cool, and the clown totally fell for Charles's nonsense. And the protagonist still has a lot of points left, since he has more than 1,500 points remaining. He buys a basic arcane sword for another 1,500 points, leaving the poor protagonist with only 27 points left. The pygmy, seeing that he chose the arcane sword, says that he made an excellent choice, since that sword is really good for beginners. Charles heads toward the back of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the clown says, "Alright, I'm out, okay? I hope you make the most of your time. I'm leaving, no need to miss me. I have high hopes for you. See you next time, bye." And Charles realizes that when the pygmy said he has high expectations, it's a sign that he's going to keep a close watch on him. So he knows he's become a special administrative target. But Charles isn't afraid, because he knows he hasn't broken any rules. So, they can watch him all they want, since they can't punish him. He hasn't done anything wrong. The only thing that bothers Charles is having gone back in time. He keeps wondering if the administrators would be able to find out. Charles explains that the clock mechanism for going back in time was an item created by the god Kronos, Mimir, and Odin, and that Kronos, the main person behind this item, had his existence erased as a penalty. So, Charles knows that not even the administrator should be able to find out about his return. The system gives us the data about the monkey eyes. It has the effect of enhancing vision and strengthening all 5 senses. And its rank is F, but it can be upgraded. Charles thinks to himself, even if they find out that he's the one who returned, his goal won't change. He will grow stronger to destroy the outer gods. By receiving these eyes, Charles finally achieves one of his goals, which is to get the eyes of that guy. But he knows that for these eyes to be useful, he'll have to level them up quickly, so he's going to get something big in that place. Not to mention that place, what a big deal. Not far from there, several worms had gathered at the edges, drinking and chatting with food stuck in their teeth. And the worms, very rude, she drops the rest of her food in the mud, just because she sensed Poto getting closer. Charles knows he only has 29 minutes, so he's going to have to give it his all. He grabs the sword he just bought and imbues it with his arcane power, because he needs to level up his proficiency with it. Finally, Charles found what he was looking for. He searched all over the subway, and deep inside, he found his prey, and we are introduced to the boss of the second tutorial, the Mother Worm. Mother Worm stands at a distance, watching Charles, and to provoke her, he stomps hard on another worm, making it writhe in pain. The mother, seeing her little son suffer, becomes very upset. She gets so pissed off that she charges at him with such speed, crushing all the worms in her path, and Charles, to avoid getting hit, quickly dodges backward. Looking at that monstrosity in front of him, he knows she's just big, but not smart at all, so he'll just have to do the basics to kill her. The worm charges at Charles again and makes a huge leap, but he easily dodges her attack. Charles is in the air, above the worm, and he intends to finish this fight with a single blow. So, spinning like a gazelle in the air, Charles lands a powerful sword strike on the female worm and realizes that she is much tougher than he expected, so he'll have to hit her a lot more times. So, he moves along the entire body of the mother worm, landing several blows on her, and the worm starts to feel all those powerful hits, goes into a panic, and kicks off the detox festival, with green juice squirting everywhere. And Charlie is just taunting that worm and asks what she's going to do now. It's almost like the worm actually understands what he's saying. Proto ends up in an almost impossible position, and he knows the worm is about to turn on him with everything she's got to try to kill him. And the worm does exactly what he predicted, charging at him with full force. Proto dodges with ease and tears a huge hole in that worm, and the mother worm screams in pain. But Charlie knows it's still not over, that she still has even more strength left. And just like that, bingo, Proto slices the worm again, opening up several deep wounds all over it. With so much detox juice pouring out of the worm, Charles knows her end is near. So, he jumps as high as he can into the air, putting himself in a very vulnerable position. And the worm, not having any sense at all, falls right into the trap. She opens her huge mouth, trying to swallow him whole. And Charlie is very grateful that she did exactly what he expected. So, he focuses all his power, and using his new eyes, prepares an incredibly powerful attack. He pierces the worm's head with a mighty blow. The scene shifts to the surface, where a background clone is begging to be spared, saying that taking him out of the safe zone is the same as killing him. And Blondie couldn't care less, tells him to shut up, and gives him a little kick in the mouth. Blondie says that everyone agreed to choose him, so he's going to be thrown out. Some people say that's a lie, that he made that decision on his own. No one agreed with him. Blondie kicks dozens of cowards out of the safe zone. None of them have the courage to face him, and he threatens them. He says, "If they come back here, I'll kill them myself." And so, realizing that Blondie kicked these people out from the middle of the safe zone, but not from the whole thing. And after 30 seconds, when the safe zone shrinks, these people will be left outside. And it starts counting down aggressively, from 17, 13, 6, while it's counting just like I do. The male worms are all happy, because the snack is ready. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Huh, it stopped at 3? I don't get it at all. Blondie looks to one side, looks to the other, and sees that the counter stopped at 3. Something's wrong. It should have already hit 0, but it stopped at 3? And everyone, noticing that, also looks at the counter and sees that something happened, because it stopped working. And the system announces that they passed the second tutorial. The safe zone will no longer shrink, and Blondie keeps wondering why. What happened? And the other people, who thought they would be outside the safe zone, all feel relieved because they're safe. And with the end of the tutorial, everyone earns 600 points, with still 15 hours left until the end of the second tutorial. The scene shifts to the floor below, and the administrator's lackey is very surprised because Charmy managed to kill that thing. The lackey thought that was impossible. Charmy, being very modest, said that it was really difficult. The lackey asked Charmy if he would like him to heal him, and Charmy, being clever, says that he can heal him, as long as it doesn't count as a reward, because a little injury like this will heal quickly with his increased vitality. The pygmy clown starts clapping and congratulating Charmy, because an ordinary human managed to do something unbelievable, defeat the boss of the second tutorial. This is a huge surprise to him, and Charmy tells the clown that he's really noisy. Charmy realizes that about 30 minutes have passed since he killed the mother worm. And he knows that the lackeys are very surprised, because he's sure they never expected the mother worm to die in the second tutorial, and that mother worm is the boss responsible for that tutorial. If she dies, the tutorial ends. Charmy is certain that there's no reward planned for that, since no one would expect that worm to die. In other words, the lackeys don't know how to reward him. So, Charmy takes advantage of the chaos he caused and asks for his reward. And the pygmy clown asks how he knows he's going to get a reward. The clown says it seems like Charmy understands that world very well, and Charmy says he does, because after what he did, it would be strange if he didn't know, so he knows there's a reward. And the pygmy continues his questioning. He says that most people don't know about this. Charmy doesn't want to talk and says, "My reward, where is it?" And the clown sees that Charmy is being insistent and says, "Alright, I get it, I'll give you your reward." The pygmy clown says he can choose between 3 rewards. The first reward is to skip from the second tutorial straight to the 5th, not participating in the 3rd or the 4th. If Charmy chooses this, he'll also receive the rewards from the 3rd and 4th tutorials, along with their information. Charmy realizes that the clown is being sneaky with him, because he thinks the clown believes the 3rd and 4th tutorials are useless for him. After that, the clown says the second reward is points. If he wants, all of this can be converted into points, and the pygmy clown asks which reward he's going to choose, and Charmy, looking at that tiny being, says, "Hey, so what's the 3rd option?" The bloodstained pygmy clown said the 3rd option is to be connected directly with Olympus. And the pygmy informs him that Charmy probably doesn't know this, but that tutorial is just the starting point for the world that's coming. He explains that in the tower they're about to face, there are major organizations, as well as countless beings with divine powers. And this third option, connecting him directly with Olympus, is where the greatest beings of that world reside. The clown explains to Charmy that Olympus is one of the major organizations that rule over that tower, and being sponsored by Olympus is a great honor. And Charmy starts thinking that he never saw this coming, because he knows Olympus is very powerful, but he never expected Olympus to get involved even in the tutorial. Charmy knows that if he borrows power from Olympus, he'll definitely be able to climb the tower with ease. So, he chooses the second option. Period. And the pygmy clown is left confused and says, "Huh, what? He said it was points, and I want points. I want the second option." And right away, Proto gets 10,000 points for having killed the mother worm, and the bloody pygmy is really persistent. He says to Charmy, "Hey, since you haven't used your points yet, you can still change your decision. You can still talk to Olympus." He tries to convince Charmy no matter what, and he says that Charmy has to make a wise decision, that he can't make such a hasty choice. And the pygmy says that Charmy chose the second option because he doesn't know what Olympus is. And Charmy, who is tired of all that nagging, says, "Lackey, if you're here as an infiltrator, do your job properly. I bet you didn't discuss this third option with the other lackeys, and most likely, I doubt the administrator approved this decision." And the bloody pygmy clown starts to tremble and says, "Huh, you know about the administrator?" Charlie asks if the other lackeys got similar deals to his, and he wonders if all the other lackeys have been bought by Olympus, or if maybe some of them are with the Celestial Kingdom, or with Deva, or maybe with Lei Majdam. The lackey gets desperate and asks, "Why you? Who the heck are you?" Charlie doesn't even care. He opens the system panel and Charlie says, "Anyway, thanks a lot, okay? Thanks to your big mouth. I found out there's one more thing I need to do here." And the lackey, seeing that Charlie accessed the system, asks what he's doing, and the system offers the opportunity to meet with the administrator if the person spends 1,000 points. So Charlie pays 1,000 points to try to talk to the administrator, and he tells the lackey that he'll find out soon enough what he's going to do. A few seconds later, the ground starts shaking and the lackey realizes that something is coming. And yes, the administrator approved Charlie's request and decides to show up for the meeting. Charlie knows that the tutorial is a place that needs to be kept separate from the tower, and yet Olympus is still trying to exert its influence even in the tutorial. So he can't ignore this, because if Olympus interferes in the tutorial, they'll also interfere with Charlie's future plans. And at that very moment, a dimensional portal starts to open in front of Charlie, and from the portal, a huge foot and a giant hand of a warrior begin to emerge, and the person says, "A meeting request in the tutorial for a measly 1,000 points?" And the administrator, looking at Charlie, asks, "So, was it you who called me?" And the protagonist introduces himself, saying that he's Charles, a participant in the tutorial, and the big guy says, "Ah, I see, got it. So it was you who killed over 1,000 zombies in the first tutorial, right? I've heard a lot about you, Charlie." We can see that the administrator, besides being powerful, is also a very large warrior. The system informs us that this is the tutorial administrator, and that he's also one of the administrators of the lower floors of the tower. The administrator asks Charlie how he found out about his existence, and how he figured out how to request a meeting. And Charlie said, "Well, by the tutorial law, of course. All information about the tutorial must be obtained through the player's own ability, and cannot be given by the administrator, or the tower." And looking closely at the administrator, Charlie said that this was a law the administrator himself established. In other words, all information must be obtained by the person themselves, and the administrator ponders what Charlie said. After a brief moment of reflection, he says, "Certainly, that's correct." And Charlie, showing he's a real tattletale, says, "Look, instead of that, I think there's some tower interference going on here." And the administrator replies, "Here? What do you mean? Look, that pygmy clown back there. Look, he's starting to freak out." Charlie rats out the clown and says that Olympus made contact with him through the clowns. He really was a snitch. He really was a snitch. And Charlie said that the clown back there offered Olympus sponsorship as a reward. He tries to explain himself and says, Oh, it's not like that, administrator. That's not it." He started to get all tangled up, and the administrator looks at him with fire in his eyes and doesn't even think twice. He lands an incredibly powerful blow on the lackey, and the lackey turns into a puddle of ketchup. The administrator starts cursing out those bastards from Olympus, because not only do they spread their influence throughout the rest of the tower, but how dare they try to spread their influence here in the tutorial? And we see what's left of the pygmy clown with a huge gash from the administrator's hand. He shakes his hand, flicking off all that ketchup. The administrator thanks the protagonist, and says that thanks to him, he can now rip out all the humanoid parts from the entire tutorial. Charlie doesn't even want to hear about that and says, "And what about the second law of the tutorial that says, during the tutorial, all of the participants' achievements must be rewarded with prizes of equal merit?" And the administrator is confused about why he's saying that. Charlie explains that he used a lot of points to summon the administrator, and thanks to the administrator, Charlie was able to hunt down a corrupt minion. Looking at the administrator, he says, "So, what do you think about?" The administrator says that when his subordinates checked his information, they didn't notice that the protagonist had any irregularities or anything that deserved his attention, but that actually seems to be the most interesting thing about him. Nothing about him stands out. And the administrator, looking at Charlie, agrees to give Charlie a reward, since Charlie didn't kill the minion directly, but rather indirectly. And a minion is similar to a rank, and the administrator concludes that a player in the second tutorial managed to kill a rank. Huh, an ordinary participant killed a rank? And Charles, looking him straight in the eye, says he'll take that as a compliment. The big administrator sits on the ground laughing because he finds the whole thing hilarious. He tells Charlie that he achieved an impressive feat and asks Charlie what he thinks would be a worthy reward. Sitting on the ground, the administrator starts searching and says, okay, let's see. He's searching, looking up Charlie, the availability of, suggest. He sees that Charlie has already earned a lot of points, and still deep in thought, he comes to a conclusion and says, alright, I know what to do. You deserve at least this much. He extends his huge hand toward Charles. Charlie realizes that he's trying to trade something with him, since that's the basic method for exchanging points. And Charlie is very dissatisfied, because he thinks he's just going to get a few points for killing a minion. Suddenly, he realizes he was wrong, because the administrator gave him a skill, Mana Master, and this skill is seriously overpowered. It increases recovery rate, resistance, sensitivity, and slightly boosts a person's mana. And also, with this new skill, Charlie gains 5 more points of arcane power. Now the guy is getting pretty rare. Now it means surprise, because this reward is way more than he expected. The administrator, seeing the surprised look on Charlie's face, starts to smile and says he figured the participant would be pleased with him. The administrator stands up, waits for Charlie, and says he needs to talk to his other lackeys. He tells Charlie they'll meet again after the 3rd tutorial and says goodbye to him. So now it's just Charlie, the puddle of ketchup, and the dead female worm back there. He looks at his mom and says, Mana Master has arrived. Charlie is ecstatic, because he thought it was impossible for a skill of that rank to show up in the tutorial, and it's revealed to us that Mana Master is an S+ rank skill. It's a seriously overpowered skill, an administrator's ability that controls mana. And even worse, it has proficiency. It can grow. Charles realizes that the proficiency is still low, but when it increases, his mana control will be insane, and he knows that arcane power controlled by mana will be the most important thing in that tower. So, Charlie starts to create a ball of mana in his hand and comes up with a new mana explosion technique. But the ball starts to lose its shape because he doesn't have 40 points of arcane power yet. He's only using 26 points. So it turns out like this. Look, he starts to realize things are about to go wrong because the ball is starting to get out of control. It's about to blow up, just like a detonator. It's just like a detonator. Beep, beep, beep. Charlie, who's no fool, throws that thing far away, and the mana explosion sweeps through, tearing up concrete ceilings in its path. Lucky for him, he didn't keep holding that ticking time bomb in his hand, and Charlie is really surprised because even though the mana explosion was incomplete, it worked amazingly well. Charlie's happiness is obvious because he knows it's stable since he doesn't have 40 points yet, so when he does get those 40 points, it'll be really easy to make a mana explosion. He thinks he should thank Olympus, because it was through Olympus that he managed to get that thing to expose itself. Yeah, he was a snitch. Sorry, I started singing without warning you, right? Charlie knows this is far from enough, because he needs a lot more power to face the outsiders. He knows he can't be satisfied with just regaining and copying the powers he had, before he went back in time. We know he managed to get 2 things he didn't have before, the monkey eyes and Mana Master. Charlie looks at his watch and sees that he still has 13 hours left to farm, and he doesn't plan on wasting a single second, so he wants more, much more. However, the male worms make things a lot easier, because they go straight for him. Charles, running toward the worms, thinks that he needs more destructive power, because facing the externals is no easy task. Everyone who faced them died, the only survivor was him, so he needs a lot more power, and that's why he starts going all out on the worms. Time passes, and there are only 11 seconds left to finish the 2nd tutorial. The people who were inside the safe zone thought they might be rescued by the government, while others were more realistic, and believed there would be a 3rd and even a 4th tutorial. But one thing was common, the feeling of hopelessness. 3 background characters are inside the safe zone, begging to stay there, until time runs out, asking someone to hold one of them tightly and tell him to stop whining. And we see that the blondie with the little quiff is the one in charge there. He's ordering people to form the next squad and go out in search of supplies. And then the cowardly blondie with the little quiff says that if they don't go out, he'll throw them out himself. Blondie with the little quiff tries to motivate the people who are about to go outside. He says that thanks to them staying inside, the others will survive, so they're contributing to the survival of those who are still there. And he tells everyone that this place has now become a world where only the strongest rule, the strongest always govern, and that he is the strongest one there. And with that, Blondie with the little quiff gives his final order, go now, or you'll see what happens. But then, a background character says, wait a minute, what is that over there? There's someone over there, look, walking alone toward us, outside the safe zone, where there are a lot of worms, and a lot of people say he must be crazy to walk outside the safe zone like that. And the background character tells him to be careful and to watch his step. And the protagonist, whose instincts are razor sharp, starts to sense a vibration coming from the Wormmocked. Mrs. Wormmocked comes out all happy, ready to snatch up another victim, but the protagonist is so prota that he doesn't even look at her, he just keeps walking. Mrs. Wormmocked comes at full speed, trying to swallow the protagonist, but he easily jumps high into the air and lands with all his strength, channeling mana into his feet, crushing the worm in a single blow. And we witness a waste of detox juice. Don't worry, my subscriber, I'll get you a cup of that juice. Everyone in the safe zone was left speechless when they saw the protagonist's power, since he killed that creature with just his feet. And the artist, who is the god of this story, decided to give us 5 more minutes. So now, instead of 11 seconds left, there are 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining to finish the second tutorial. CHBR walks past Blondie and the others and says, "Just ignore me, okay? Pretend I'm not here. You can keep having your little argument." And he walks by with that protagonist look. And we see that Charlie is totally overpowered, because his stats are way higher than everyone else's. Charles thinks to himself that he just took a quick break to grab the reward. But then, the cowardly Blondie shouts Charlie's name. And Charles, when he sees that worthless and irrelevant guy, realizes that he's acting like the leader. And Blondie comes over like a little puppy wagging his tail at Charles, pretending they're good friends, and asks where Charles has been, saying he's been looking for him for a long time. Blondie starts putting on a show in front of everyone, saying he started searching for him as soon as he disappeared, but Charles knows exactly what he's up to. Everyone inside the safe zone starts to think that the protagonist and the cowardly blonde guy are good friends. At that moment, a lot of people arrive at the safe zone, carrying plenty of food in their hands. They are quickly approached by several people with knives, who force them to hand over everything they collected. Blondie tries to play it cool and calls Charlie inside, so he won't see what's going on. And the protagonist asks the blonde guy if he forced everyone to get supplies for him. The blonde guy is shocked, because Charlie realized what he was doing, and the blonde guy says he only did it for the survival of the group. So it was really good for all of them there. And Charles asks if he made them risk their lives again, just to get food. The blonde guy doesn't even answer, and Charles says, "Hey, there's something fishy about this, okay? This story is very poorly told." The blonde guy starts to get angry and says, "Hey, Charlie, listen up. In this world now, if you want to survive, you have to be a coward. So, I'm going to be that coward." And he asks Charlie if he thinks laws and morals still matter. In that place, saying that to survive there, you have to be wild, selfish, and cruel. That's the natural order of things. And the blonde guy starts laughing at Charlie and says, "Hey, Char, so you mean you didn't know that?" Just as Charlie is about to answer the blonde guy, the timer for the second tutorial hits 0 and everyone in the safe zone gets punished. 500 points are taken from all of them, and all the items in their inventories are deducted as well. And if anyone dies, the item in their inventory will be deleted, and everyone starts to panic as all the food and everything they've gathered gets deducted and just disappears out of nowhere. Charlie tells the blonde guy with a quiff that if that's how he wants to live, like a savage, then so be it. He's not going to interfere. "Now, I'm not going to join you, and I'm not going to tell you what you should do. You make your own decisions, but there's one thing you can't do. Never, under any circumstances, cross the line. No matter what happens, you can't cross the line." And the blonde guy with the quiff starts thinking, what line? He has no idea what line the protagonist is talking about. What an amazing start to the tutorial. There were 5 seconds of rest, and now they're getting ready to start the third tutorial, and everyone is shocked, not believing that the third tutorial is about to begin already. And they're ordered to kill 50 monsters in the sector and collect 50 essences. And then a bunch of centipedes appear, huge centipedes, and they have 72 hours to gather 50 essences. And we see that it wasn't just centipedes that spawned. Spiders, zombies, angry boars also appeared. And worst of all, the system announces that the entire sector will be destroyed once the time is up, and that in 72 hours, the gate will activate. At that moment, a green portal appears. That portal is close to the safe zone, but there are countless creatures near it. Everyone feels discouraged, because once again monsters have appeared right in front of them, and they have no idea when this will stop. And I left this one for you to read, because an extra said, "But the safe zone is safe, right?" And I left the answer there for you to read. And some say, "So that's how it is, huh? It's like a game, killing monsters and collecting essence." So, that blonde little jerk already has a big idea. Of course, he's not going to collect 50 essences by himself. He looks at the crowd and says, "You heard, didn't you? So you know what to do. Go out there and collect essence for me." And we see 1, 2, several essences dropping. And we see that they're the protagonist's essences. The protagonist has a total of 132 essences. And he gets rid of his old bag because it became too small for so much essence. The protagonist equips an even bigger bag, which can hold a lot more essences. And looking at the monsters, he knows it's time to farm. Time to farm. Over there, the old rat is there too. Charlie has a goal. He plans to get 1,000 essences. So that's it. Farm, farm, farm. Farm until you die. Charlie, looking at all those monsters in front of him, starts gathering magic in his hand, since his mana has also increased. And we've seen this before. He's casting Mana Explosion, with dozens of monsters in front of him. We're told that his mana mastery proficiency has increased by 0.5%. He knows he was really lucky in the second tutorial, since he managed to gather 132 mana essences, but for his goal, he wants more. And a mana explosion in his hand starts to grow, becoming the Shapen as always. When the growth of the mana explosion reaches 100%, Charles knows it's ready to be fired. And so, against a very strong opponent, he creates a new skill, Mana Explosion. Since he still doesn't have 40 points, he has trouble fully controlling that mana. And of course, he's not going to hold on to that hot potato in his hand. He throws that explosion at all the monsters, and the mana tears through and kills everything in its path. Charles is really surprised, because even he wasn't expecting that to work. He feels a lot of pain in his hand, because it's not easy to control that mana explosion. And another thing, he had to use all his mana in the process, but he knows something that will be very useful. If he increases his attributes and his mana master proficiency, that mana explosion is going to be really useful. Charles is exhausted, because that explosion completely drained his mana, but there was one good thing. It also killed all the monsters that were in front of him. Charles starts collecting the mana essences on the ground and mentions that using the mana explosion is a way to measure how much control over mana he has. The rats that weren't in front of the mana explosion are trembling with fear, because death passed right in front of them and they couldn't do anything about it. Even the protagonist notices this, because it's not just the rats that are scared. All the surviving creatures were extremely afraid of the protagonist, so the protagonist heads to the base, pulls out his knife, and gets ready to slice. Charles, not wanting to waste his time, imbues arcane power into his. And time goes by, a lot of time passes, and now it's already the last day of the tutorial. Here it says second, but it's actually the last. And we see 3 extras walking alone in the subway station. They're really scared, because that place is super weird. And one of the extras, named Julio, tells another extra that when they started the 3rd tutorial, there were 1,400 people, but now only 400 are left, and that's why they have to hide. And the other extra, Kan Song-chan, whom we call Sebastio, just agrees, because they need to hide, and as they go deeper into Honda Station, they wonder if that place has always been this big. And we're introduced to the 3rd member. Her name is Lim Juhyun, but we'll call her Julia. And Julia gets the group's attention and says, "Hey guys, do you see that over there?" And she shows them that, way in the back, there's a convenience store, and they get really happy, because thank God, they'll be able to fill up their inventory with food. And Juno, who has already changed the color of his shirt, goes ahead, because he's really hungry and really wants to eat ramen. Sebastio, who's really happy, says he won't be able to eat ramen, because there won't be any water to heat it up. And he's all smiles and distracted, saying he'll eat it raw anyway, he just wants to eat ramen, and fill his belly. And Mrs. Spider is really happy, because her snack has just arrived and she's going to eat it raw too. And Mrs. Spider doesn't even wait and suddenly bites Juno's head. The extras, Sebastio and Julia, are stunned when they see that scene, because their friend who was so hungry and wanted to eat ended up becoming food himself. And that's not all, several animals started coming toward them. Sebastio knows things are about to go south, because there are a lot of them all in one place, so he pulls out his sledgehammer. Julia, really scared, keeps wondering if they can win against so many creatures at once. She keeps thinking about how hard she tried to survive and even leveled up, but she's so scared that she can't even move. And the little mouse doesn't care. He's already coming in for dinner. Julia, driven by survival instinct, blocks that mouse and throws it far away, but its cousin is waiting for an opening and charges at Julia from the other side. That other mouse's cousin is smarter and manages to bite Julia's arm. Sebastio sees that he's in trouble, but he can't do anything because there's a really strong zombie right in front of him. The zombie, after being hit, doesn't give up since it doesn't feel pain, and charges at Sebastio again. Sebastio slipped up, and the zombie decides to have a snack, biting his arm with those unbrushed teeth. Julia, with great effort, manages to break free from that mouse, but Sebastio is really struggling since there's a male zombie sucking on his arm. Julia gets distracted watching her friend because she knows that if things keep going like this, both of them are going to die there, and she really wanted to survive. And the cousin of the mouse sees an opening and goes after Julia, and at this point she's completely hopeless, knowing she won't survive this. Suddenly, Julia is covered in a ton of great Fanta, and the cousin of the mouse dies instantly. Julia, drenched in great Fanta, has no idea what just happened. She only knows that something hit the mouse and it died instantly. Whoever knows best how to wrap things up turns around, trying to see who threw that great Fanta at the mouse. And from way in the back, in a really dark spot, we hear a voice. "Hey, you guys are so loud. I was sleeping, you know? You woke me up. Now that I'm awake, I'm really pissed off." And we see that it's the protagonist, who's wearing the monkey eyes. "I didn't tell you, okay? But these monkey eyes are seriously overpowered." And the subscriber Charlie de Silva Azevedo, who is our main character, the protagonist, is holding another can of great Fanta, with a lot of anger in his eyes. Julia, seeing the protagonist, realizes that levels and attributes really do exist, because what the protagonist just did is insane. And she looks at the protagonist and sees that he's getting ready to throw another can. And she realizes just how absurd Charlie is, because he killed the monster with just a single can. And the protagonist throws the second can of great Fanta at the zombie's head, decapitating it with a can. And great Fanta flew everywhere. If anyone's thirsty, there's still time to run and grab a little bit of great Fanta before it hits the ground. The protagonist isn't up for playing around. He draws his weapon and starts channeling. The pressure he exerts even warps the ground beneath him, and the protagonist moves forward at such high speed that you can actually see his afterimage as an animal, while he's already close to the other one. But the protagonist shows he's a badass and stops using his weapon, deciding instead to use his holy little kick, landing a holy little kick on the spider's head and instantly decapitating it. Then he turns the second spider into a beanie smoothie, tearing a hole in it. As the first spider hits the ground, the second one is already dead too, and Julia and Sebastio are frozen, stunned by what just happened. Only then does the protagonist stop to catch his breath, since he did all of that in a single breath. And now that all the monsters are dead, the protagonist looks at the pair in front of him. Sebastio thanks him, saying thank you very much, and Julia thanks him, saying that he saved them. Suddenly, Sebastio, who had been bitten by the monster, starts to feel the effects of being bitten by a zombie and begins to experience very intense pain. He kneels on the ground and Julia tries to help him, while the protagonist puts his hand into his inventory to take something out. He pulls out some kind of miraculous ointment and tosses it toward them, handing it to Julia. He tells her to rub it on Sebastio's wound because it will be very effective. Then, the protagonist asks what his vitality is, and Sebastio replies that it's about 17. The protagonist, joking with him, says that at least he won't die, although he might not be able to move his arm. He makes this zombie-like face. Julia tells Sebastio to rub it on quickly to see if he can be saved, and not turn into a zombie. The protagonist, who just woke up, thinks to himself that he must have slept for about 6 hours. The fatigue was gone, but he wanted to sleep a little longer, because he was still very tired. And he remembers that since he started the tutorial, 4 days ago, he still hasn't slept. So, that 6-hour nap was very welcome. The protagonist remembers that he had to buy something called Senless, which makes his smell disappear, so the creatures don't attack him. And that's why, and only because of that, he was able to sleep without being disturbed. So, since he's awake, time to farm again, right? And looking at the pair who had disturbed his nap, he simply turns his back and walks away, leaving them standing there. And Julia, seeing him walk away, asks if he's going to hunt around that area. She warns that there are more monsters down here than up there. And she tells Proto that if he's unlucky, he might even run into an underground snake. And Proto says, "No, I don't plan on staying around here. There are hardly any creatures here. This is just my restaurant and my resting place. I sleep here." And she wonders, "What do you mean resting? You managed to sleep, surrounded by so many creatures?" And Charlie, with a look of superiority, says that his hunting ground is somewhere else, and he starts going even deeper into the subway, to the second level, which is even more deserted. The second level is the entrance to the dungeon. That's where Proto hunts. And Charlie asks the pair why they came down here, since they know it's dangerous. And Julia tells Charlie that he probably doesn't know what's going on upstairs, because everything outside has changed. They formed several groups, and some groups started killing each other, and it's total chaos up there. She finishes by saying that it's practically hell up there, because everyone is trying to take essence from one another. And Charlie, heading toward the back of the dungeon, concludes that they were attacked and that's why they fled to that place. And Julia said yes, that's what happened. And Sebastian said that the place they're in is so dangerous that the others didn't care to follow them. And Charlie, picking up the pace even more, asked them, "But didn't you guys almost die too?" And Julia said it was worth it, because in the end, they survived. And she said that it was all thanks to them. She hadn't even finished speaking when she heard several horrifying sounds coming from the depths of the dungeon, and Sebastian, shivering with fear. "What are those sounds?" Charlie looks back and says, "Thanks to me? What do you mean?" "There's no guarantee I won't kill you and take your essences, you know?" Only now did they stop to think about it, because, after he saved their lives, they had lost all their fear of him, compared to the people up there. And the monsters down here, the protagonist is definitely much more dangerous than all of them. And Sebastio, still trembling, told the protagonist that he had probably already collected all the essences he needed, so he thought the protagonist wouldn't have any reason to kill him. And Charlie keeps insisting, sword in hand. He says, "What if I say I'm going to collect more essence?" Sebastio says, "It doesn't matter. I still don't think you're going to kill us." Charlie says that even if he doesn't kill the two of them himself, they're definitely going to end up dead, and he says he doesn't even need to explain why. Julinha even lets out a scared slap, but she thinks all of this is really strange. If he's going to kill them, then why is he explaining everything that could happen? There's something weird here that I'm not getting. And soon she picks up on what he means. She says to the protagonist, "So what do you want from us?" And Charlie starts to smile, because now they've understood. Charlie says he promises it won't be a bad deal. "As long as you do a good job, I'll even share some essence with you." And the two of them, who were scared to death, are left completely stunned, because they weren't expecting that. So, let's go hunt some monsters. Ms. Poisonous Snake shows up on the scene very angry, starving, and wanting to eat someone, and the snake wants to eat Sebastian. And Sebastio runs for his life as fast as he can. And he keeps thinking that Charlie said this proposal wouldn't be so bad. But he feels terrible, because he's almost dying. He remembers Charlie asking if his legs were okay. And he said yes, but didn't know why. But now he understands, and Charlie says he just needs to run. So run, and Sebastio is there, running and screaming, "Help!" Here comes the snake. Chara ran so fast it looked like he had teleported right in front of the snake. And he plunges his knife with all his strength into the snake's mouth, leaving it with a huge grin at the moment of death. After that, he falls on top of the snake and immediately launches himself forward to continue the attack on the land lizard that's coming right behind. Chara, with great skill and mastery, lands a single blow on the lizard and kills it instantly, cutting off its head. Sebastio is exhausted and falls to his knees. He looks back to see what's happening and sees that the hunting speed of the Protan. It's unbelievable. All the creatures that were behind him were torn apart with incredible speed. Charlie wonders if he hunted at that speed, how many essences he has now. We see several essences fall to the ground, and Sebastio has never seen so many essences drop at once. And he thinks that, given the level of the nodes, the drop rate is much higher. He keeps thinking that Charlie managed to get 50 essences in just 2 hours. And he realizes that Charlie isn't just strong. He's completely different from any other player up there. Charlie comes closer, storing the essences he picked up inside his mouth. The Proto is tired, but he's still pushing himself. He's covered in blood, but the blood on his body isn't his. He teaches the animals. Charlie asks Sebastio how many essences he has in his hand. Sebastio gets really scared since the proto approached him with a sword in his hand. Sebastio says that, in total, he has 6 essences, and Charlie tells him he can keep one since he did a good job. Sebastio hands over 5 essences to Charlie, and he keeps thinking that the speed at which they attract the monster is slower than Charlie's hunting speed. And he wonders what Charlie is going to do with so much essence, since he has more than 50. Then, Sebastio tells the proto that Julia is running a little late. Charlie says they just have to wait, and soon enough she'll be back. Then you switch topics a bit and ask what level the proton is. He also told Charlie that, with the speed he hunts, he thought Charlie would be leveling up much faster than him. And Charlie just says that now he's slowing down a little. He's not leveling up that fast anymore. Charlie says he'll have to wait for the next tutorial to really be able to level up. Sebastio was left dumbfounded, thinking so much about how high Charlie's level must be, since the various monsters in that area are barely giving him any XP. None. After that, Charlie talks to Sebastio. He says levels are personal information. He tells Sebastio not to ask about other people's levels, and if someone asks about his, he shouldn't answer. Charlie says this applies to attributes. He shouldn't answer about them. Sebastio is curious and wants to speak. Didn't you ask my vitality? Charlie says that's true. I shouldn't have asked. I should have just let your arm rot and fall off. Sebastio quickly backs down and says he'll remember that, and won't go around asking others about their levels. Charlie gives Sebastio a tip. He says that while he's cheating on monsters, he's supposed to hunt some monsters for himself. And he tells Sebastio to focus on leveling up and also on collecting essence. Suddenly, they hear Julia yelling, "Hey Charlie, I'm here and there are snakes, lizards, mothers-in-law, brothers-in-law. All of them are chasing after her." There are only 2. Sebastio almost has a fit because he knows that when Julia arrives, it's his turn to leave. And we can see that he completely trusts Proto, since he doesn't even worry about Julia. At that moment, Charlie looks back and sees that all the fierce monsters are there. And this underground scene is really great, because we see Charlie charging at full speed toward the creatures. And Julia, giving it everything she's got to save herself. Sebastio also decided to go on the offensive and landed a powerful blow on the mother-in-law's spawn, killing it instantly and leveling up. Julia asks if Sebastio leveled up. He says yes, and asks about hers. She says she leveled up too. A little while later, all the monsters are dead and Sebastio picks up the last essence from the ground. Charlie asks if everything is okay with him now. He says yes. He's finished collecting everything and all is fine. Sebastio asks if he can keep the essence on the ground. Charlie says he can, since he killed that monster, and then gives Julia 1 more essence. He says that with this, both Sebastio and Julia have 50 essences each, and Julia says yes. Julia is very grateful, because she says they only had 20 essences before, and now, thanks to Proto's box speed, they managed to gather the rest really quickly. And once again, she thanks Proto for helping her. He also thanks them, because thanks to the 2 of them, their hunting efficiency went up by 50%. And he starts thinking that he collected way more essence than he had planned before. After that, Charlie checks the time and sees that it's almost time for the gate to open. So, he calls the pair to head outside, because he wants to be out there when the gate opens. And they're really happy, because they're finally going back up and getting out of that sea of monsters. And Julia asks if things outside will be as chaotic as before. Charlie is pretty down to earth and says he bets it's gotten worse, since, after all, there's not much time left before the 3rd tutorial ends. So, it must be an all-out war out there. And Sebastio says he's worried about all the people outside, because there are a lot of good people in a sea full of bad ones. The scene shifts to the portal outside, which used to be green but has now turned reddish. And it also shows on the portal, 0 out of 50, meaning there's a total of 50 essences required for the portal to teleport someone out. And many people there are anxious to enter the portal and move forward. An extra checks his essences and sees that he has 45, so he's 5 short of the 50 needed. He notices that everyone is hiding their essences, as well as hiding their own weapons and having strange conversations. The bald extra says that the drop rate for essences is really low, so it's more effective to kill people who have essences than to kill monsters, since monsters are much stronger than people and sometimes they don't drop anything. And he tells his partner that they need to kill more humans and collect more relics. His colleague says everyone there is thinking the same thing, since each person keeps to themselves, waiting for the other's next move. The guy with the mean face and everyone else don't seem like they're going to act soon. And one of his friends, who also seems pretty evil, said that all of this is about to change. As soon as the gate opens, the bidder is probably thinking the same way. Kill whoever has the relic, steal everything. Make sure 50 people escape right there, so there's no risk of anyone stealing his loot. The bald guy, looking back, talks to his friend. He tells him to go after the blonde guy with a little quip. Doesn't it seem like he's watching us? And he says, for sure he is. Look, he's coming our way, something's up. Let's see what he's going to say. And the bald guy realizes that the blonde quiff is coming toward him. So, trouble is coming my way. And the blonde guy shows up all polite and says, long time no see. How are you 2 doing? How have these days been for you? And the bald guy's friend giving the blonde guy the cold shoulder? They're not friends who would sit around talking about that kind of thing. We don't need to share such warm relationships. And the blonde guy starts laughing. He says the guy is proud, even knowing what's about to happen. The blonde guy intimidates the bald guy's friend, saying he knows what's going on there, right? Over there, right? The gate is going to open and the bloodbath will begin. And the side character keeps thinking that the blonde guy is a bastard, because he's really clever and already got ahead of things. So, it's going to be really tough to get out of there, killing others and roaring through the portal. The side character asks the little blonde guy how many essences he needs, and Lauren says he has a lot of people with him. So, he has a lot of mouths to feed. Look, right in the face of the bald guy's friend, who says, I need 700. The guy freezes, because he thought the guy was going to say it right. But 700? He, clenching his fist, gets really angry, because his whole group only has 300 essences, and this bastard blonde guy is asking for 700. He knows that request is ridiculous. So, a confrontation is going to be inevitable. But the blonde guy starts acting nice and says, look, I'll lower it for you. So give me 400 and you can go in peace, and we'll manage to get the rest ourselves. And he's looking right at that son of a gun blonde guy, imagining that this is going to be hell. Because if he refuses, it's basically a declaration of war. And the bald guy's friend knows that his group has 20 people, while the blonde guy's group has 50 men. The bald guy's friend keeps wondering where he's going to get 400 essences. Suddenly, he just says screw it, and decides he'd rather fight. But right at that moment, someone breaks the whole dramatic mood. Excuse me, I'm coming through. Excuse me, get out of the way. I'm coming through. Excuse me, sorry, excuse me, I'm coming through. Excuse me. It's Julia and Sebastian. The two of them ask to pass and walk right through the middle of everyone, and the blonde guy looks back and sees what's going on. Sebastio, when he sees the blonde guy, immediately recognizes that big FTP. But right behind Sebastio, there's a tough guy coming. Charlie de Silva Azevedo, the tough guy. He walks past everyone and throws the box on the ground. Everyone is really curious, trying to figure out what's inside the box. The blonde guy, still pretending to be Charlie's friend, asks him where he's been all this time. And Charlie doesn't even look up and says he had some things to take care of, that's all. And the blonde guy asks if he managed to gather all the essences. It says so. Obviously, at that moment, Charlie pulls out his dimensional fanny pack and starts pouring out a ton of magical essences. And everyone is left with their jaws dropped, seeing so many essences in one place. They think it's insane. Hundreds of essences. Someone in the crowd asks how many essences he has. Another says there must be at least 1,000 more in there. Lauren thinks what a bastard he is. How did he manage to gather so many essences? And Lauren starts to feel brave, since he has a lot of men with him there. So, he knows that easily, he'll be able to kill the protagonist and take all his essences. He knows that, in total, he has 50 men with him. And Lauren keeps thinking that no matter how strong Charlie is, he won't be able to handle all of them at once. And the protagonist, who still hasn't lifted his head, says, hey Lauren, the floor. All of you, look closely at the floor. And Lauren doesn't get it, the floor. He looks down and sees there's a mark on the ground and realizes the protagonist drew a line on the floor. So, that must be what he's talking about. Charlie tells them that they all need essence, right? And he also says that he doesn't need any essence, since he already has enough for himself. And the extras, all of them start asking for essence. And then he says, of course I'll help, but it won't be for free. I'm going to sell it to you for 100 points per essence. Whoever wants to buy an essence, first you have to ask for permission to enter the circus. Only then can you go in. And all the extras there start saying it's too expensive. 100 points is way too much. One extra says that the shop doesn't sell essence, so they can only buy it from the protagonist. And the blonde guy, pulling out his knife, says, oh really? Is that so? He points his knife at the protagonist and says, you're a selfish bastard. You could save hundreds of people if you just gave them the essence. And now? You want to sell them? This must be a joke. The cocky blonde guy points his knife at Charlie and says, if we don't have any money, what are you going to do? And the tough guy keeps staring at the blonde kid, and the blonde kid asks what Charlie is going to do. Charlie says the blonde kid's question is really weird, because he doesn't plan on forcing anyone to buy from him. And Charlie says that anyone who wants to buy his licenses has to pay up front. And he gives them a tip that they didn't know either. He says it doesn't matter how they get a point. Whether it's by selling their items or selling their attributes, to him, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the person pays with a point. And the extras, who didn't know about this, start saying, huh? What do you mean? Can I sell my item? You can't sell attributes, can you? I didn't even know that. The blonde kid is full of hatred in his heart and ready to do something bad. And now he starts bad-mouthing Charlie, saying he's a bastard. He definitely got all of that by killing and robbing other players. And now, is he going to measure all of that by money? And Lauren asks Charlie if he thinks people are going to accept that. And Charlie looks him in the face and says, and what if I did steal? What are you going to do? Julia, who's really smart and standing behind Charlie, starts yelling at the blonde kid. How can he accuse someone of stealing it? He stole from his whole group and killed everyone. She yells even louder, saying that Lauren killed all her friends. She asks him if he has any idea how far she had to go to escape from him and his henchmen. And Sebastio says it's nothing like what he's saying, because they've been with Charlie the whole time and he hasn't stolen anything from anyone. Sebastio says it looks like the blonde kid is just puffing up his chest and blaming others, because the real thief here is him, and he has absolutely no shame.
He says nobody there even knows Charlie or what he's really like.
And Lauren, feeling full of himself, gets even angrier and starts cursing him out. He starts talking a bunch of crap. He threatens the three of them and says, so what? What are you guys? Can three do it? You two back there, do you really think you're safe hiding behind Charlie? And all the guys draw their weapons and get ready for a fight. Lauren, furious, orders, all of them to go after Charlie and the other two and kill them immediately. The henchmen, filled with rage, charge at Charlie at full speed. Suddenly, Charlie decapitates two guys with a single strike, just because they crossed the line without asking for permission. He looks at the rest and says, "Hey, you crossed the line." "Huh! The line, you crossed the line. You can't cross the line without asking for permission." The two who were in front fall to the ground, and the rest are stunned, because they didn't even see how he did it. It was that fast. Now, the blonde guy starts thinking about the line the protagonist had mentioned. He remembers that the protagonist said, "No matter what happens, you must not cross the line." And Charlie calmly starts speaking to everyone. "Look, my offer still stands, as long as you can pay. I will sell essences to all of you, and every buyer will only be allowed into the circus after asking for permission. This is the last time I'm saying this." And Charlie, without even lifting his head, says, "Whether you buy or not, the choice is yours. I'm not going to force anyone, but if I cross this line again with any other intentions, I won't forgive anyone." And then, the tough guy lifts his head, looks them straight in the eye, and says, "I'll kill every one of you if you cross this line with any other intention." And just like that, the protective one, his sword at the ready, Lauren, who still has 48 men, gets really angry at what Charlie said and says, "Let's just kill him already. Send him to hell, kill that bastard." And all 48, encouraged by the blonde guy's words, charge at him, while the blonde guy just stands there. Back there, one tried to kick the protagonist ducked and dodged. Another one tries to hit the protagonist from behind, but he's way faster. He decapitates the first one and slices the second one in half. Charlie moves so fast that he manages to take out 5 guys at the same time from more than 10 meters away. Everyone who crossed the line is basically killed instantly, and the blonde guy, who's a total coward, starts to tremble, because what he's seeing is impossible. There's no way a person. And Blondie is still at level 1, because he got way stronger. This whole time he stayed in safe zone not hunting others, and he starts to realize that he forgot what world where only the strongest survive, and the protagonist is stronger than him. So, with all the courage he has, he gets ready to run away. Because he knows he still hasn't crossed the line. He keeps thinking that Charlie is an honorable guy. Charlie said that only the people who cross the line are the ones who will die. So he's going to make it. He's going to survive and stay safe. He's going to go around. He's not going to cross. And Charlie says, "Hey, Lauren, you damn bastard. You thought you'd be safe if you stayed back there. Just standing there? If you hear that line with a different intention, with the intention to kill, of course I'm coming after you." And Charlie, with a big smile on his face, says, "I've memorized all your faces, all 48 of you, including you, Blondie. I'm going to kill everyone." And the blonde guy freezes in fear. Because if Charlie memorized all their faces, it means something is going to. He didn't even finish talking, and then all hell broke loose. Blondie, that jerk, that son of a gun, got decapitated successfully. And just like that, everyone who passed the circus, and everyone who didn't, everyone who belonged to Blondie's gang, got massacred. There it is, a bloodbath, the floor covered in color. And the Proton, in the middle of all that blood, heads towards his essence box and says, "What a mess, huh? What a bunch of people. Boring. Let me move somewhere else." He grabs his box and calmly walks into the middle of the crowd. Everyone gets scared and moves away from him. The other group, who had just come along, but they're all a bunch of jerks too, don't even have the guts to do anything. They just stand there in shock, terrified, because a single person managed to massacre 51 people without getting hit and without any trouble. The bald guy's friend recognizes the overwhelming strength of a single individual who managed to crush an entire group. And he clenches his fist, because he thought he had adapted to that world, but he was definitely wrong. The protagonist, the brave one, was the only one who actually managed to adapt. He opens his fist and gives in, because he knows there's no way to fight the protagonist with brute force. He says, "Oh, I want to buy the essence. Can I come closer?" And everyone in his group sees that their leader doesn't want to fight that monster, because defeat is certain. And the bald guy asks what he's going to do, since he doesn't have enough points to buy the essence. And the bald guy's friend says that earlier he had asked the lackey. And the lackey says he would buy that weapon for 500 points. And the bald guy says, "But even so, we can still try something." And the bald guy's friend says, all the essence he has in his hand, he got by hunting. Do you really think we have any chance against him? Just imagine, he has 1,000 essence. To get all of that, he must have killed at least about 2,000 monsters. And the bald guy says, "How do you know that?" And the bald guy's friend tells him that for sure, to get that strong, he must have slaughtered thousands of monsters. And besides that, look behind him, the bodies are all there, full of essence. And he didn't take any, so he didn't steal from anyone. So, in this way, he proved that all the essence he got wasn't from stealing, but from hunting. And what's more, he saw that this is a fair deal. And Charlie, looking back, lets the bald guy's friend come closer. And he says, "Here, give me 5 essences, I'll give you 500 points. How many do you want?" "I want 7. I don't want 5 anymore. I want 7. Now I remembered. It's actually 7 left. The bald guy's friend realizes that the laws and rules of this world are made by strong people, strong like Charlie. So the protagonist, he gets another 700 points. And when everyone saw that the protagonist sold the essences without doing anything, they got the courage to buy essences from him too. The bald guy's friend, after buying the essences, heads toward the portal and disappears into it. And then, several people come running toward the protagonist. Some want to buy 10, others want to buy 7, everyone wants to buy the essence. And the administrator's lackey, who's a real swindler, starts ripping everyone off, because he buys everything for dirt cheap prices. He's having a field day, buys one for 300, another for 200, and complains that's not fair. He paid 1,000 points for that weapon, so how can he buy it for 200? And the clown says it is fair, because that weapon is damaged, and those who have nothing left to sell start selling their attributes. And the clown, such a swindler. That SOB deserves this kind of love. He buys each attribute point for 100 points, and that's how the protagonist starts racking up more and more points. And he watches the clown tricking everyone and realizes that all those deals he's making are terrible, because everyone there is being deceived. There were people who sold a lot of their attributes, and the protagonist thinks it would have been better for those people to just die there, of those rebuses, and she misses them a lot. Protagonist RIP inflammatory. 167,400 points. And he's really happy because he managed to get so much. Charlie had thought that if he could get 100,000 points, it would be a huge win, but getting 167 is unbelievable. Now, he's sure that he'll definitely be able to buy that thing. And Julia looks at the plot and says, "Hey, Charlie, are we going?" And Charlie, looking back, says, "Wait, you guys haven't left yet?" She says they wanted to go with him. And Charlie, looking at him, says he has no intention of forming a party. Sebastio tells Charlie he can use them as pawns, like before, and he's already pretty happy about it. With that, Charlie takes a deep breath and starts thinking about what to say. To himself, he laughs and says, "Unfortunately, that's how it is, right? You guys want to come with me, right? It's not going to work, okay? But I have a tip for you. Don't expect anything from anyone. If you do that, you won't last long like this. Besides, there's no way to move forward."
Sebastio says, "Huh, aren't you going forward?" Then, showing them something, they're both shocked. He says, "No, there's no way. For this, right here. Look, there's no essence left for me. There's no way to cross. Goodbye to you all."
So, did you guys ask for part 2? We're back for part 2. Charlie, throwing his little bag on the ground, starts getting ready for what's coming next. Sebastio is frozen in disbelief, unable to believe what Chara did. He keeps thinking that Charlie is an idiot, because now, how is he going to get to the next tutorial? Sebastio says he should have saved at least 50 for himself, and Charlie says, "Well, I'm not going, okay? You guys can go on ahead." And Julia gets even more traumatized by the guy with the blank face, no nose. Proto, walking to another area, gives them a warning. "So, get out of here now. This place is about to turn into hell." And Julia, very distressed, starts running toward Charlie. But Sebastio holds her back because he realizes the protagonist is determined. Sebastio, gently touching Julia's arm, says, "Julia, let's go. There's nothing else they can do for Proto." Meanwhile, Charlie walks away calmly. He starts thinking that the next tutorial will be about defense, since the first one was survival, the second was competition, the third was about shells, and the fourth tutorial will be about defense. Suddenly, a random guy shows up and out of nowhere says, "Hey, did you really sell all the essences?" And Charlie, seeing this extra, says, "Yeah, I sold them. Why?" And the guy gets desperate, shaking all over, lamenting, because that was his only hope. And we see that there are 3 other extras who couldn't gather enough essences to move on to the next tutorial. Charlie, seeing the whole scene, thinks it's best to just walk away. He keeps walking, because he knows that soon that whole place will turn into a battlefield over essences. If I zoom in on the image, there are about 12 people, and if each of them has at least 5, a massacre is guaranteed. Meanwhile, our Sarai keeps helping himself, and he starts to think that there's only about an hour left before hell breaks loose. So, he calls up the shop, and suddenly, a presence filled with mana appears in that place, and Charlie realizes that someone really powerful is approaching. He had thought that a lackey would come to open the shop, since he had requested the shop, but something very different happened, because at that moment, coming out of the portal, the tutorial administrator appeared. And that giant, looking at Charlie, asked, "So, you called me, why?" Charlie says he didn't mean to call him, he just wanted to call a lackey. And the administrator says that he's choosing new lackeys because he's short-staffed, since not long ago, they had to lay off some people. And Charlie asks if he did some purges. And the administrator informed him that 1 out of every 3 of his lackeys had connections, so they've all been really lazy lately, and that's why he came personally to open the shop. And he accuses the protagonist and says, "Thanks to you, a lot of lackeys had to waste their time here." This year, we see several lackeys buying items and skills in exchange for points. And the administrator says that because of this, the progress of the other sectors has slowed down. And Charlie, looking at the big guy, says, "Huh? And why is that my fault?" And the administrator, really annoyed, says, "Of course it's your fault. Because of you, more than 100 people used the shop at the same time and got resources just to buy things from you." And Charlie asks the administrator if a large amount of business isn't a good thing for a merchant. After that, Charlie asks if he really needs all those people to manage the shop. And he also asks if that's the only reason he came in person, just to complain to him. And the administrator says, "Only? It's not just a shop." He tells Charlie that the protagonist doesn't understand what's going on, right? Charlie, in his thoughts, knows that he's a special administrative target. He knows that if the administrator can't understand something, he usually just lets it go. But it seems that's not the case this time. So something is going on. The administrator, who still seems to be complaining, tells Charlie that he finished the 3rd tutorial, with over 160,000 points. And his level is also quite high. However, the power Charlie has is more than enough to stay at the top of the tutorial's ecosystem, all by himself. And Charlie says, that's exactly what I want, to be at the top. Charlie tells the administrator that he's following that path of becoming the strongest, so that nothing will be a problem for him. And that path, the path of being the strongest, is the one he will follow. So, he talks to the administrator again. I want to use the shop. And the administrator laughs and says, man, you sure are stubborn, Nashar. The big guy says he's been an administrator for a long time. But this is the first time he's met someone like Charlie. Since he realized he can't change Charlie's mind, he raises his hand and opens the shop. And when the shop opens, only old Baldy appears in front of him. He asks Charlie what he needs. And Charlie selects his personal inventory and says, first, let's start with this. He spends 10,000 points to buy the personal inventory, and just like that, he acquires a medium-level personal inventory, and the system. It tells him that the keyword to open the inventory is just to say inventory. Then, Charlie buys a magic sword, a steel air sword. This sword is supposed to have a chilling, terrible aura. Must be really good, huh? 50,000 points? That's really awesome, and after making that purchase, Charlie equips his sword in the inventory, saying, open inventory. That sword came out of his inventory. And the administrator, after seeing what Charlie bought, says, wow, you picked a pretty advanced item to use, huh? But honestly, I'm not surprised. Charlie doesn't even remember what he just said and already makes another purchase. Even more expensive, he buys the pyromancy cloak. And after that, he buys the magic illumination shield. And just like that, another 20,000 points are gone. And the administrator, seeing Charlie equipping those items, realizes it's just as he thought. Because it's surprising that the former editorial system was disrupted like that. After all, the items he chose are only used on the upper floors of the tower. And we see Proto, looking really stylish with his cloak and shield. And finally, Charlie says, oh right, I almost forgot, there's also this. And he buys 4 ice crystals. In other words, he buys 4. 4. Pay attention. He bought 4 and spent a total of 21 points. Each crystal cost 5,000 points. Chara says, hey, administrator, I decided to buy one more thing. I also want this sword here. A really sharp sword. Good and cheap, costing only 2,000 points. And so, the really sharp sword goes into his own inventory. The administrator is surprised. He says, huh, this last item you bought, the really sharp sword, is a simple sword, but it's reliable. But among everything you bought, it doesn't seem like much. Because all the other things are magical, they're absurdly powerful compared to it. Chara says, oh yeah, I bought it because I liked it. It looked cute. And just like that, Charlie went from having 67,000 points to only 5,400 points left. The administrator starts to smile and says, yeah, with these items, no one will be able to challenge you now, because the tutorial participants don't have what it takes to break through that cloak. And he looks straight at Charlie and says, but that only applies to the participants, okay? And Charlie looks completely shocked. The portal opens, and the administrator steps into it and leaves, saying that he's really looking forward to the future because he wants to see how Charlie will use those items. And so, the protagonist was left alone in the middle of that huge, almost empty city. Suddenly, Charlie starts to feel vibrations and knows that it's beginning. And looking up, he sees that the remaining time has just hit 0. And now, hell is about to begin. The system informs us that the 3rd tutorial is over. And with that, the image of the timer is destroyed. And immediately, the system turns to Charlie, just like it did in the tutorial. So, he needs to get ready, because the annihilation of the sector is about to start now. And we see lots of lightning and all sorts of strange phenomena happening all over the city. And the portal that was in that spot starts to close. And we're shown a very spicy scene. I was actually going to blur it out, but I decided to let you enjoy it because the male worm is mating with the spider. The world is ending, and all the worm and the spider want is to enjoy each other. After seeing this steamy scene, Charlie looks up at the sky and talks to himself, even though it's been a while since he last saw that red sky, and he knows that the weather there is about to change drastically. So, he hopes that buying that cloak was worth it, because hell is about to break loose in that place any minute now. Charlie is very grateful, because that cloak will protect his body from the heat, and he knows that cloak will be good and fire-resistant, even after he enters the tower. And the temperature starts to rise. Charlie doesn't feel anything, but he can only hear people screaming, it's hot, help, someone help me. And the temperature keeps rising, 30 degrees, 40 degrees Celsius, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 70 degrees. People in agony, saying they don't want to die. And Charlie, hearing all that, is sure that there are 3 people left in that place, who are managing to withstand the temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. He looks and sees the last 3 extras, running by, trying to escape the heat wave. But he's perfectly cool, as if he were enjoying a morning breeze. And one of the extras, almost melting alive, asks why he isn't feeling the heat, asks if he is Nono. And Charlie gets a little closer to them to see what's going on. When suddenly, the ground starts to crack open, right where those 3 are standing. And from there, a huge burst of fire shoots out, instantly raising the temperature of the whole area to 200 degrees Celsius. That extra, who had a high resistance, starts screaming for help because his body is being burned, and he begs for it to stop, please. They start to writhe in agony, and their bodies begin to fall apart. Charlie can't do anything, because if he didn't have those items, he would definitely be feeling the intense heat too. And suddenly, Annihilation, the boss, the 170th giant being, is about to appear. And all of that turns into a sea of fire, reaching nearly 400 degrees in the sky. And we see the hand of a subscriber who died and went to hell, and became a hellish skeleton, with only one life. And the system tells us that these skeletons, which are actually trash class demons, and there are thousands of subscribers who didn't accept Jesus and went to hell. Charlie realizes there are a lot of them. There are way more than he expected. But he knows that these trash class monsters aren't a real problem. And seeing all that fire, he starts talking to the fire. And there, we meet again, huh? And the blaze of fire starts moving in front of Charlie. And he keeps thinking that there's a reason why that creature, and yes, there's a low-class demon called Seruta. And he starts to smile. And the system informs us that the low-class demon Seruta has appeared at that location. And Charlie, looking so small down there, shouts even louder, "Hey!" Finally, we meet again. And he looks at Seruta and starts to smile, because he wants his revenge. Charlie, looking at that demon, keeps thinking that it was as big as a mountain during Ragnarok. But here in the tutorial, he's only the size of a house. And Charlie thinks to himself that this is what they call balancing. And the demon emerges from within its flames. And we notice that its entire body is wrapped in fire. And the demon says, another world disappears and goes between the torsos. And so, Seruta, the 170th death being, gets ready to fight Proto. And Seruta tells Proto that a world doomed to burn and disappear should never have been born in the first place. But Charlie doesn't let him finish and says, "Hey Seruta, is there even a slight pause? Why treat my uncle that way? You're just a son." Number 176. Cut out the drama. Let's just get this fight started already. And only now does the demon actually pay attention to Charlie and notice that he has the same eyes as that guy, and says, "You know you have the same eyes," he says to Charlie.
He keeps wondering if he managed to be born alive there.
After that, the demon uses some magic on the ground, and makes a huge pillar grow with a throne on top. And he sits on that throne. Meanwhile, his skeleton minions move in on Proto. And he stays up there, just watching. Charlie doesn't even care. He goes straight for the first one, not hesitating, and gets ready to slice him up. While Charlie charges at the skeleton, Baldy asks if he knows her cousin. He's really fast. The skeleton doesn't even have time to defend itself, and its head gets sliced in half. But that skeleton was just bait, and her cousin's name is Creeper, this guy right here, so... The moment the skeleton dies, there's a massive explosion, and the demon stands back smiling and watching because Proto is too naive. He didn't even bother to ask what the skeleton's cousin's name was. He explains that any Minecraft player would have known what was about to happen, just by knowing the skeleton's cousin's name. Moments later, all those flames start to die down, leaving only smoke in the area. And out of the smoke, Proto himself appears, on fire. But the cloak of Pyrulancia protected him from the heat of the skeleton's explosion. And the demon? He looks at that and says, "So if you keep making up these scenarios, you just set this up to make things up." And we can see that this cloak is really overpowered, because now it just gained extra fire resistance. And Charlie looks up and says, "Of course, right, it's a store-bought item. So when you have money and there are super overpowered items for sale, of course I'm going to buy them. Everyone I can. And another thing, I didn't prepare all of this just to face you." And Charlie, seeing the demon sitting on his throne in the distance, shouts at him, "I prepared all of this to defeat you. You're going to die." And Seruta starts to smile and says, "Defeat me? Such reckless words, and so arrogant. You can at least say you were the first to reach me, since no human has ever seen my face." But Charlie is sick of all that nonsense, and tells the demon to get his butt out of that chair and come face him. And the demon says, "First, you have to face the skulls." Charlie gets even angrier because the demon refused to fight him, so he activates his hack eyes and jumps right into the middle of all the skulls to take them all on at once. And at incredible speed, Charlie starts slicing in every direction, and the system quickly notifies him that he's leveled up. But he doesn't stop cutting down the skulls, all at lightning speed, and the system notifies him again that he's leveled up. Charlie realizes that this is way too easy. However, because he was moving so fast, there wasn't any time for the skulls to explode. He looks back and sees a sea of fire coming his way, and it looked like a chain reaction, because everything in that area was completely destroyed by the force of the explosions. And the protagonist, seeing that things were about to go south, puts up the magic nullification shield, and the shield manages to hold back all those endless explosions. However, the shield starts to crack. Charlie doesn't care and charges at the unregistered skulls again, and with every slash he takes an explosion from a throne of How to Conquer the World right in the face. Damn, I'm losing it. It's throne, not explosive skull. That place is reaching almost 600 degrees, and Charles, completely engulfed in flames, levels up again after killing a few more skulls. Mortal Charlie gets +1 in several attributes, and he can feel his body getting stronger. Charlie starts to feel the effects of that place, since it's already been 2 hours that he's been fighting the explosive skulls. Even though the same pyromancy cloak is holding up against all that heat, he's starting to feel his body heating up. Charlie realizes his strategy isn't working very well, because every time he kills a skull, it explodes right in his face. The explosion doesn't do much damage, but he can't dodge it, and every time he kills an unregistered one, he gets an explosion right in his face. So he stops and starts thinking of a new strategy, considering using a mana explosion to kill all the creatures from a distance. However, the demonic skulls just keep coming, so that strategy wouldn't be very effective for long, since it would leave him without any mana. He looks at his shield and sees that it's already reaching its limit, and pretty soon it's going to break. But Charlie knows that was already expected, since he killed more than 1,000 skulls and took over 1,000 explosions on that shield. So he thinks it's time to do that thing. He goes over and starts using the ultimate skill, the 5th grade skill, Absolute Annoyance. He looks at the demon sitting on the throne and says, "Hey, little searcher. Hey, little searcher. Hey, aren't you coming down here? Come down and play. Come on, come here. There are only weaklings down here. Show us you're the only strong one. Come on, come here." And the demon, gripping his sword even tighter, says, "Those items you're using really are extraordinary. I'm honestly curious how you managed to get such items here in the tutorial." And Charlie's eyes go wide, because something is coming, and suddenly there's a massive explosion right in front of him, sending a shockwave that sweeps everything far away. And yes, the demon fell for a 5th grader's taunt. Charlie tells the demon he should be ashamed, since they're all ganging up on someone, even though it's just a tutorial. And the demon says, "This is just a simple expansion for those who are not." And he points his giant flaming sword at Porta and says, "But you are Dig. You have what it takes to climb this vast tower and become a rank." And the demon gets curious and asks Charlie, "So, did you sacrifice yourself by giving your essences to a companion?" "Because you have enough power to take as many essences as you want." And Charlie starts scratching his ear and says, "Hey, didn't I already tell you? I'm only here to hunt you." And the low-ranked demon, Seruta, starts laughing at Charlie and says, "Are you being serious? Do you really intend to defeat me? Then it's only fair that I face you." And the boss, raising his flaming sword, prepares a powerful strike with his blade. And Charlie doesn't even move and gets ready to take that incredibly powerful blow, because he keeps thinking that he has plenty of flaming chi inside him. And the giant lands the attack right on target, but Charlie blocks it with his shield, and after taking that first hit, he's sure he'll be able to defeat that boss. However, the protagonist's shield had already taken thousands of explosions and can't withstand that incredibly powerful attack, showing clear signs that it's about to break. And after taking that immense pressure, the protagonist's shield shatters completely, leaving Charlie exposed to the boss's colossal flaming sword. He remembers the Monkey King talking to him, and Kong asks Charlie if he wants to know how he got those eyes. While Charlie is thinking about this, the boss, using the power of the sword, unleashes an even stronger flaming attack, surpassing 3,000 degrees Celsius. And the memory from the past continues, with Xiong saying that there is a special method to obtain those eyes. And he explains that, actually, even though he was strong, he failed the 3rd tutorial. He says that he could have beaten those little creatures, but there were some circumstances that made him fail. And the monkey doesn't want to say what happened. He must have fallen asleep. I bet he slept through the entire tutorial. And Charlie asks Xiong what happened that made him fail. He says, "I'm not going to tell you the important thing that happened afterward." The monkey asks Charlie if he knows what kind of annihilation would come to those who failed the 3rd tutorial. Charlie says he doesn't. He says he just passed and doesn't know what happened. And Xiong tells him to listen carefully, because the next steps are very important for him to get the best skill he has. Charlie asks, "Are you talking about your eyes?" And Xiong says, "Of course, right? That's my best skill." Meanwhile, in the present, the giant demon is very intrigued and, looking at the ground all torn up, he wonders why Charlie didn't dodge, since it seemed like he let himself get hit on purpose. And he keeps thinking and questioning why that happened. But suddenly he starts looking at that pile of rubble, and the rubble begins to move, and a wave of heat starts coming out from it. He thought he had killed the protagonist, but the protagonist comes out of the rubble and starts to stand up again in front of Seruta. The protagonist, apparently a bit singed, starts to release a wave of heat from his mouth and tells Seruta that he thought he was going to die because of all that scorching heat. And Chart is very surprised, because that competitive bastard Yukon fought with him hundreds of times. And in the midst of all those countless fights, he only managed to defeat him a few times. Certainly, he thinks there were a few reasons that made Yukon so strong, and one of them is Rei Jingu, the celestial staff he carries, because it can expand infinitely. And the protagonist remembers that Yukon has the Nimbus cloud. This Nimbus is the first cloud, and it can shoot lightning and reach the ends of space at an incredible speed. And Chart keeps remembering and explaining to us that one of Yukong's strengths is his infinite arcane power, which he gained by eating all the pears of immortality in the celestial pear garden. And these pears are a treasure of the celestial realm, and they gave Yukong infinite arcane power. However, the main reason why it was so hard to face Yukong is that Yukong's eyes start to shine, and the system announces that he has fulfilled the secret condition for the monkey's eyes. So, these eyes will evolve, and thus the monkey eyes evolved into gray eyes. This eye is basically a cheat code, okay? This eye is a cheat because it can distinguish good from evil, and it can tell the difference between truth and lies. Plus, his proficiency can increase, making him even stronger. And these eyes have an extra effect since he has fire resistance and also enhanced sensory amplification. And the most overpowered thing of all is the battle prediction that the eyes provide. In other words, it's a cheat that tells you where the enemy is going to attack, so you get a hint that the protagonist got the gray eyes. Child breathes a sigh of relief because he managed to survive, and even with those clothes, he felt so much heat. It was as if he were being burned alive. And he keeps thinking about what Wukong said to him, because Wukong had withstood all of that without any equipment, and Child said that Wukong's body definitely defies logic. Seruta, looking at Child, notices that something is different and says, Your eyes? What happened to your eyes? Child doesn't even answer. He opens his inventory and starts taking out the ice crystal and Arto's steel sword. And he thinks he never thought the day would come when he would respect that monkey idiot, because withstanding the heat of that demon without any equipment is something that deserves respect. And Child thanks the demon Seruta for those eyes. And now, taking a combat stance and striking a protagonist's pose, he tells Seruta that all their preparations are ready. So now it's time to hunt, and the demon starts mocking him, saying, "How ridiculous! What do you think you can do with that body, in such a pitiful state as you're in?" And Child says that this state is nothing and consumes 2 ice crystals at once. With that, the protagonist's body temperature starts to drop significantly, and Seruta just stares at him dumbfounded. He was burning up before, but now he's able to neutralize the burn status effects he was experiencing. And so the protagonist gains yet another power, as the ice attribute is now added to his arcane power. The protagonist, who until now had been standing still taking the giant's attack, realizes that the heat surrounding him vanished quickly after he consumed the ice crystals. With Child planting his feet on the ground, he gets ready to strike, because in reality, his body is freezing and he can't just stand there. He charges at the boss, who is still engulfed in flames. The giant starts swinging his sword at the protagonist. He keeps thinking that Seruta definitely understands very well, because what is covering Child's entire body is the absolute opposite of the fire that covers the demon's body. Saruta's giant sword comes crashing down on Child. However, he manages to defend himself and hold his ground, and in that moment, there's a huge explosion caused by the clash of 2 opposing elements, and the pyromancy cloak withstands Saruta's annihilation flames. And so, the pyromancy hack cloak increases its resistance to fire. But the hack doesn't stop there. The monkey eyes, which are now gray eyes, also resist Saruta's annihilation flames. Did I say Sutra? Kama Sutra? No, Sutra. And the hack's eyes also absorb the annihilation flames. And so, the protagonist's body temperature drops quickly, and he manages to resist the burn status, because that giant sword that had burned him so badly before he thought he was going to die, isn't having much of an effect anymore, since he now has 2 hacks that absorb the heat. And Seruta realizes that this fight isn't normal, because Child is resisting him and pushing him back with the element opposite to his own, and Child, who is very strong, knocks the giant's sword far away, causing his ice aura to cover the entire area. Child doesn't stop there. He takes advantage of the opening he just created, jumps up onto the giant, and lands a precise slash to the giant demon's ribs. And now, for the first time, the giant demon actually starts to feel pain, but he gets even more furious and says, "How dare a mere mortal inflict damage on me? I will tear you apart." But Charles, fully focused on the battle, doesn't even blink, because now that he knows he can cut the flame demon, he's sure he can kill it. And the demon, who isn't stupid, starts to get desperate. Since he can't win in close combat, he switches to magic and begins casting a very powerful fire spell. Charlie, seeing this, says, "Oh no. This is going to be bad. I have to dodge that no matter what. I can't let myself get hit." And from the very start of the battle, Child never turned off his hack eyes, and now those eyes start showing the exact path the fireballs the demon is throwing will take. And every fireball from that demon already comes with its own little theme song enchantment. A fireball that wipes everyone out. Boom, bang, goodbye. And he throws the fireball. And Seruta, when casting that fireball spell, thinks he finally killed the protagonist, since it caused an explosion of flame and heat that would wipe out any living being. A couple of seconds later, we see the steel sword kunai emitting its freezing aura, and the protagonist starts to smile, because he didn't think it was possible to survive that. But honestly, those items he's using are totally overpowered, and Child, his body covered in flames, consumes 2 more ice crystals and then, incredibly, pulling one out from who knows where, he consumes yet another ice crystal. The protagonist, with his mind racing, knows his body won't be able to withstand that freezing aura for much longer. Meanwhile, Mr. Giant Demon gets ready to strike the protagonist with his sword again. Mortal Child, or the badass, knows he has to end this as quickly as possible. So this time, instead of blocking Saruta's attack, he just dodges it to set up a counterattack. Now Child is going all out, since he doesn't plan to save any mana. He switches swords, pulls his arcane sword from his inventory, and infuses it with immense arcane power. He cuts off one of the giant's legs in a single strike, and Seruta, who had never been wounded before, had one of his limbs severed, and the demon falls to his knees on the ground, writhing in agony, because for the first time he truly felt pain. He glares at the protagonist with pure hatred and says, You will." The protagonist, who had started attacking, doesn't stop for even a second, and the giant realizes that the protagonist cast a spell in his direction. We're told that it's a mana explosion. The giant, with his leg cut off and unable to move, takes a mana explosion right to the face. And this scene is extremely humiliating for him, because he's got his leg cut off and just took a spell right to the face. The spell leaves his whole face bluish, because the damage was really big. But Child doesn't care at all. And with his battle foresight active, he doesn't waste a single second and leaps straight at the boss, aiming for the boss's back. The boss who, just about 2 seconds ago, had his leg cut off, and a second ago took a mana explosion to the face. There's not even time to breathe, because the protagonist is already casting a back attack. Child puts his hand on top of the fire elemental demon, and the demon, in a lot of agony, realizes that Child is on his back. So he knows that Child has been way too insolent, since he's just a kid who hasn't even climbed the tower yet. So the demon decides to do something. That's Seruta. Seruta, the giant fire elemental demon, raises his body temperature even higher, reaching an incredible 6,000 degrees Celsius. The flames are so intense that the protagonist starts to feel it. However, his ice attribute starts to resist the flames, and the pyromancy cloak also withstands the annihilation flames. And Child says he used everything he had against his fire. However, the gap keeps growing and the demon raises the heat even more to 8,000 degrees Celsius. When the temperature above the boss reaches 10,000 degrees Celsius, Child starts to feel an intense heat and his skin begins to melt. And that's when he starts to fail at resisting Seruta's annihilation flames.
And so, the protagonist starts to burn. He gets the burn status.
Level 1, which quickly jumps to level 3. And now, after being badly burned by the boss, the protagonist's fire resistance increases by 1 more, because only now did the fire manage to hit him with full force. And Charlie, who is now wielding Akko Steel's sword, imbues it with arcane power to land another blow on the demon. And in that scorching heat of 15,000 degrees Celsius, equivalent to the sun, he shouts that he is the one who will win. The giant demon begs Charlie to wait, because he knows things are about to go bad. But Charlie doesn't even let him finish speaking and strikes the boss's neck with the freezing power of Akko's steel sword. The boss falls face first to the ground, and Charlie keeps his sword lodged in the boss's neck, causing the power of fire and the power of ice to create a massive explosion of thermal variation. After that incredibly powerful blow, Akko's sword can't withstand such extreme temperature changes and starts to fall apart. On the other hand, the boss couldn't handle it either. Too much ice power entered his body. The system then informs us that Charlie, the badass, has defeated the tutorial's annihilation. The protagonist, still shaking, starts to smile because he finally managed to kill that demon, and his Akko steel sword begins to break apart and disappear from his hand. And then the system notifies, "You leveled up." And Charles shouts with great satisfaction that he really managed to defeat Seruta, the 166th son of Sutra, the giant elemental fire demon. Charlie looks up at the gods and the other divine beings who were with him at the end of the tower battle, and he thinks to himself that what just happened was insane, but it's only the beginning of a long journey. And then the system notifies, "You leveled up, and you leveled up again." Now, since I can't curse here on YouTube, and I don't like to curse anyway, I'll let you read what Charlie said for yourselves. He said it's going to be one hell of a journey, you know the rest. So let's keep going on this journey, subscribers. And if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe. Another thing, in the first video of the series, I didn't ask for likes, and out of all the videos, that was the one that got the fewest likes. So please leave your like, because it takes a whole lot of work to make this. After all that talking, the system announces that Cheney has achieved an inconceivable accomplishment. So, because he accomplished something impossible, the calculation of the reward he will receive will be postponed. Charles, after that battle, took a short nap because he was exhausted and still couldn't believe he had won. He gets ready for the next step. He sits down and lets out a small sigh. He keeps thinking, if the first step was that hard, how hard will the second step be? But there's one thing he's sure of, he's going to become much stronger than before. And looking at his arms, he notices that the burns on them still aren't healed. So, he figures he couldn't have been out for very long. Charles also notices that there's ice on his body, and that he's really not in the best shape. He recalls moments from the battle, because he really thought he was going to die. He went through unbelievable things just to get the gray eyes. So, it's time to stop complaining, because the tutorial isn't over yet, and he knows there's a long road ahead. And so, Charles walks over to the fallen corpse, looks closely at the demon, and notices that it's really ugly without the flames. But he knows this corpse isn't a normal demon. Charles starts to open up the corpse, since he knows there are always items inside. And even better, since this is Seruta's corpse, there must be a really good item nearby. A short while later, he spots something shiny, and he knows that's it. So he found it. We're shown a very beautiful red gem. The system tells us that this is the giant's heart. That heart is classified as an elixir and holds the power of a giant, containing an immense amount of mana. Holding that item in his hand, he gets really excited to consume it. But if he does it right now, he'll definitely die, since his body isn't strong enough yet. Charles knows that after consuming that item, his body will undergo a huge transformation. But for that to happen, he needs to greatly increase his vitality. Only then will he be able to consume it. Suddenly, someone interrupts Charlie's thoughts and says, "Hey, I'm here, you know that. Are you done with everything you had to do, or am I going to have to keep waiting here?" And Charlie puts that item away in his inventory and says, "Huh, you came again? I thought they'd send a lackey." And the administrator, still pretty pissed off, says, "Ugh, I don't know why it always has to be you doing these things." And Charles, jumping down from the demon's corpse, says that he still has a long road ahead of him. The administrator starts to smile and says, "Yeah, the balance of the tutorial has been completely destroyed. The other administrators have been bothering me because of you. I'll tell you, you really get on my nerves. You soloed zombies in the first tutorial, killed Mrs. Worm in the second tutorial, and now you've messed up the balance of the third one. Worries and more worries. That's all you ever bring me." And the administrator tells Charlie that he will be taken to the final area, as the fourth tutorial has already started a while ago and is nearing its end. And Charlie says, "Seriously? The last one? Why? How much time is left before the fourth tutorial ends?" And the administrator says, "There are 4 hours left. 4 hours is more than enough. Take me there." I'm going to crush everything. And the administrator says, oh, of course it is, right? Of course it is. Well, give me your hand. And as he shakes the protagonist's hand, the administrator says he had a discussion with the other administrators about what kind of reward to give him for what he accomplished. It took a lot of arguing, but here it is. And Charlie receives 10,000 points. And now, he gets a very, very good skill. Heaven-slaying star. And right away, he gets 3 more points in every attribute. It's as if he leveled up 3 times. And Charlie stands there thinking, huh, Heaven-slaying star? I've never heard of that skill. He thought he knew all the skills, but this is the first time he's ever heard of it. This skill is an A+ rank skill, and he knows that this kind of skill isn't something you can just find in the tutorial. The judge is informed that this skill can grow. All he has to do is kill enemies. The stronger it is, the greater this change. And as this skill grows, it increases his attributes. So, this is one of the most overpowered skills he has. Because if the all can reach level 99, with this skill, he can get attributes way above that. And then, Charlie starts to read the skill. It's what I already read to you, which is an A+ rank skill that can level up. And it's still not complete. And it's a skill that mainly affects Proto's attributes. The administrator, looking at Proto, asks if he wants anything else, since he's already received his reward. And the protagonist asks for a lower grade scarlet medicinal pill. And the administrator, who is really pissed off, says, oh really? I guess this is just pocket change for you, huh? And so, the protagonist receives a pill that can completely heal him. And the protagonist keeps thinking about 30. I think he's at level 30. However, he knows that the 5th tutorial is a race against time. So, he knows he'll barely get any rest. But he remembers his friends and the promises he made. All humanity depends on him. Charlie opens his eyes and realizes the world around him is starting to warp. So it's already started. Everything there will disappear. And so, the energy leaving that place starts to pull the protagonist into teleports. And the power that kept that whole place together is withdrawn. And Charles is teleported out of there. Time passes, and the final tutorial, the 5th tutorial, is beginning. Charles finally arrives at that place, the last tutorial. And we see that he's not as worn out as we thought, since the pill did its job and fully restored him. All the other players are already there, and Charles arrives looking imposing, wearing his pyromancy cloak. A random player starts to smell the ocean and asks another if he knows where this place therein is. And the 5th tutorial brought together people from various worlds, and now they're all gathered for the 5th tutorial. And so, the tower begins the final tutorial, and it has a name. The final tutorial is called United World, and some people start wondering if this is really the last tutorial, if it's actually over. And the know-it-all says, of course not, man. This is just a tutorial, remember? This is a tutorial. The real important stuff comes after this. So shut up. The system informs us that Baraganda Island is slowly sinking into the sea. And the system says that the only way to escape from that sinking island is to kill the boss at the top of the island. And apparently this boss is a raid boss, so you'll need a team. So each person will get a score based on their contribution to defeating the boss. It should be a pretty easy raid, since the time they were given is only 30 days. Wow, a raid that lasts days instead of hours, and the timer is about to start. 720 hours until the end of the raid. All the players are shocked because they weren't expecting a month-long raid. The protagonist thinks that everyone is surprised because the other tutorials lasted from 1 hour up to 4 days, but this 30-day tutorial promises to be really good. On the other hand, it means the boss is extremely tough since it will take them a month to defeat it. So the protagonist is sure of one thing, the boss must be incredibly powerful. As he looks around, he notices that some of the background characters have already realized this raid is going to be really tough, and the strange background character comes up with a brilliant idea. Since he knows it's going to be very difficult, he suggests, since everyone is already gathered there, how about they form a team? Many people start to agree, and so they begin to form a team. And the background character who came up with the idea asks everyone to introduce themselves. But the hooded guy who was there is the one who refuses. He's not going to introduce himself. Looking at everyone, he says, hey, who said we're companions? Because a companion is someone you can trust to watch your back, and that person will protect you from any enemy. So I'll get to know you all on my own, no introductions. And the hooded guy says, hey, it's clear that some of you aren't worthy. And a lot of people are shocked. And the protagonist, hearing that, already knows exactly who he's talking about. He starts thinking that guy is there too. But the extra doesn't care at all. He didn't like the hooded guy's arrogance and goes right at him. The hooded guy, with golden eyes and golden hair, starts emitting electric sparks from his body, and the first thing he does is unleash an area attack, hitting and neutralizing everyone around him. The people who tried to attack him are thrown far away by the power of the lightning and fall right into the storage area, because the attack was really strong. The hooded guy, cursing, takes off his hood and says they're nothing but insolent worms. And now we're introduced to who this character is. He is Hargan, who proclaimed himself the heir of Olympus and is a descendant of Zeus. The people who weren't affected start calling him crazy, and some others wonder if what he used was some kind of ability. The protagonist thinks that this person is really powerful for the 5th tutorial, so that must be why he caught the tower's attention. Charles is certain that this is the power of a pureblood, and we're told that those called purebloods are people who are born and raised in the tower and then decide to climb it. These people experience the mysteries of the tower from birth. So, these people are on a much higher level than the other participants. And so Charles concludes that this game isn't fair, since the purebloods have more power and more advantages. Charles remembers that in the past, this warrior, Hargan, was the one who contributed the most to the 5th tutorial. And Charles, since he has other goals, plans not to get involved with Hargan, because he hates loud people. However, someone notices that the protagonist is back there doing nothing and says, "Hey you, Hargan, go over to Charlie and ask, what are you?" And Charles, who's a tough protagonist, said, "Hey, are you talking to me?" Charles keeps wondering when he even got close to him, and he didn't even sense his presence. Before he knew it, he was already cursing at him, and Hargan, staring him right in the face, says, "Of course, I'm talking to you." And pointing his finger at the protagonist, he asks, "Isn't that the pyromancy cloak?" He tells Charles that this isn't an item he should be able to get in the tutorial, since it takes a lot of points to buy it. He asks Charlie how he got that cloak, and Charles, looking him straight in the eye, says, "I bought it with points, of course, right?" And Hargan is so shocked he almost chokes. "What? 1 point?" He keeps wondering how he managed to buy that, since that cloak is really expensive. Then he asks what the protagonist's level is, and Charles tells him that it's rude to ask about other people's levels. That's when Hargan realizes he was being too blunt and admits that Charles isn't wrong to say that. And he says he only asked because it's already a common practice in the tutorial for people to ask each other's levels. But he knows it's wrong and tells the protagonist he won't ask him that kind of question anymore. Then, with a smile on his face, Hargan asks if the protagonist would like to form a team with him. But the protagonist, who's very confident, says no, that he's fine, he'll just go solo. Hargan, who had never been rejected before, is left looking dumbfounded, and seeing the protagonist walking away, he says, "Hey, wait up, you probably don't know who I am." And Charlie says he doesn't care who he is, he's totally fine with it. He said it and left, and the humiliated son of Zeus is full of rage and calls him a son of a gun. And as soon as he starts channeling energy into his body, it's clear he's getting ready to attack. He rushes at the protagonist at lightning speed and tells him to stop right now, because he's not done talking yet. A little further ahead, some monsters sit in front of Hargan, and he easily manages to defeat them all. And the monster is sliced in half, spraying a festival of ketchup everywhere. Hargan is unstoppable and kills several of those monsters in just a few seconds, but he can't even get close to the protagonist, wondering how that bastard is so fast. He went after him as soon as he left and still couldn't catch up. And what Hargan finds most incredible is that the protagonist didn't seem to be using any speed boosting abilities. That's just his natural speed. And Hargan keeps trying to imagine how high the protagonist's stats must be and how he's never even heard of this guy before. He wonders if he's a pureblood, since he's so strong and also has such quick feet. He keeps wondering if the protagonist is D'Alfredo, or maybe he's a martial realm specialist, but to be that fast, maybe he's even a descendant of Urk. This makes Hargan really pleased, because he thought that tutorial was always going to be boring. But now that he's met the protagonist, things are starting to get interesting. The scene shifts far ahead, way ahead, and the protagonist is up on a tree branch, looking around and sensing everything around him. He realizes he's already lost sight of Hargan, since there's no one in that area, and Charles is really impressed by Hargan, because even though his specialty isn't speed but brute strength, he's still very fast. Charles jumps down from that big tree, since there's nothing nearby and nothing that could get in his way. And he keeps thinking about the administrator's words when he said that the balance of the tutorial was completely ruined. Now he knows why. It wasn't just because of him. It was also because this so-called tree is really powerful compared to the others. And the protagonist looks ahead, because he's arrived at the hideout he wanted, and leaving all that behind, he says it has nothing to do with him, so he's just going to focus on spilling a lot of ketchup on the ground. Then a system message pops up saying he defeated a null and the completion rate of the Star Slayer of the Sky is increased by 0.001%. Almost nothing. And Charles keeps mercilessly killing null after null. But after slicing through dozens of them, he realizes that for each one he kills, it only goes up by 0.001%, and after killing 10, he notices it only increased by 0.1%. This is going to take forever. Charles himself says he's killed dozens of them, and the completion rate barely reached 0.01. And he knows that if he wants to level up this skill, he'll have to kill monsters way stronger than these. The ground is covered in ketchup and gnolls resting for eternity. Charles takes scentless potions out of his inventory, and starts spreading them through the air. Because his goal there isn't to hunt. His body has recovered more than enough from the fight he had against Surit, and the icy aura that was around him has completely faded away. Now, he's finally ready for this. Opening his inventory, he takes it out, because this is the perfect time to use it. The system tells us that this is the heart of the giants, and Charles remembers what Hercules told him. He told him to pay very close attention to what he was about to explain. He said that the giant's heart has to be consumed. He insisted that the protagonist had to do this before the tutorial ended, so Charles takes a bite and eats a piece, right? He was supposed to eat the whole thing, but some of it is leaking out of his mouth. Okay, he ate it all, and immediately he feels a change in his heart, and his veins start to change drastically, and the system informs him that he has gained the life force of the giants and the demons. After that, the giant's blood and the demon's blood begin to seep into the protagonist's body, and Charles starts to feel excruciating pain. And so, a battle begins inside Charles between the human, giant, and demon blood. Not to mention that the stone is extremely hot, and Charles starts to get cooked from the inside. And even worse, since the fire is inside his body, the pyromancy cloak can't block it. Charlie's luck is that he has gray eyes, and his eyes start to resist the giant's flames. Charles notices that his bones and muscles are shaking uncontrollably, and it feels like his blood is flowing backward from all the pain he's feeling. After some time, the gray eyes fail to resist the giant's flames. Charles knows there's no other way. There's no way for the pain he's feeling to lessen. So all he can do is simply endure it. The mental strength needed to withstand this has to be enormous. Charles knows that this moment is unique, so he needs to absorb as much as he can, and he starts to remember Hercules. Hercules explains that the blood of giants isn't something a person would normally cover themselves with or eat. If someone eats that stone during the tutorial, they're basically committing suicide. And that's exactly what Charles did. He remembers Hercules talking to him. No matter what happens, you need to get the gray eyes. Without them, you won't be able to withstand the heart of the giants, and you'll die. And Hercules tells him, if you can't get the gray eyes, you might as well give up on the heart. Charles knows he'll only have one shot, so he's going to make the most of it, since he's already gotten the gray eyes and now just needs to absorb the entire heart of the giant. And so, another hack begins. While Charles is suffering through agonizing pain, he starts to gain strength and vitality. He keeps wondering how much time has passed, because it feels like he's been suffering there for an eternity. Later on, the number of points he gains starts to decrease. Charlie is waiting for something, because he says that what he's expecting should show up any moment now, and the system tells us that the gray eyes and the giant's flames are clashing, and Charles is able to control the giant's flames through the gray eyes. The system tells us that after fulfilling the conditions of the secret piece, Charles gained another ability, Colossal Fire. And even though he's in a lot of pain, he hesitates and looks thoughtful, because this isn't what he was expecting, and he grits his teeth from the pain he's feeling and wonders, what is this Colossal Fire? He's never heard of it before? The ability he was waiting for was something else, but it didn't show up. And Charles starts rolling on the ground from so much pain, looking like he's about to go crazy, because he's been in pain for a long time. And it was a pain he couldn't bear. Time goes by, night falls, and let's see how the protagonist is doing. The timer, which started at 720 hours, is now at 707 hours. 13 hours have already passed since the start of that tutorial, and Charlie has been there, basically 12 hours just feeling pain. Looking at the timer, he still has the strength to realize that almost half a day has passed and he's still in that agony. And almost dying, he keeps wondering if he was wrong. Because to be fair, the skill he's trying to get, he would only achieve if he hunted 10,000 giants and covered himself in their blood. But what he's trying to do is a shortcut. The protagonist knows there's no easy way to do that, so he's going to keep holding on. He clenches his fist and wonders if he should be satisfied with this, since he's already gained a lot there in that place. Almost out of strength and on the verge of death, Charlie starts to lose consciousness, when suddenly a message from the system appears saying that he has completed the conditions for the secret piece. And Charlie, nearly fainting, gets anxious hoping it's that skill. The system informs him that he managed to absorb the life energy of the giants and demons, and that way he successfully and perfectly absorbed the giant's heart in the tutorial. And the protagonist, barely able to move, says, I did it. And you know what happens next, right? His vision starts to go dark, everything begins to blur. The system message saying he acquired gigantification is really blurry, because Charles is almost passing out, but that's how he finally gets the ability he wanted, gigantification. And so, time goes by. About 12 hours later, Charlie wakes up, because he had been unconscious all that time from the pain, and while consuming the stone, he actually passed out twice. But Charlie is just like me, he knows he has to break a record. So, he gets up and gets ready to break the record for finishing the tutorial. He remembers that the one who set the record in the 5th tutorial was Odin, and we can see a very imposing image of Odin. Charlie doesn't want to lose to him, so he starts taking action. But first, he opens it up to check the rankings. And Argon is in first place, Joyce is in second, and the protagonist, who is supposed to be the main character, isn't even ranked. He's barely defeated anything. Almost all the time at the beginning of the 5th tutorial, the protagonist was just trying to consume that stone. And that's how the protagonist is. He really thinks things through. Argon is in first place because he has an overwhelming lead and is a very strong player. After that, the protagonist notices that Eladar and Paladins are in 5th and 3rd place. And of course, I'm going to change the name of this beautiful elf, right? I'm not going to call this elf Eladar, no way. Eladar sounds like a man's name. She'll be called Helidora or Dora. The other one can be called Avaludo. Palantir can keep his name, but that beautiful woman, no, she's going to be called Elidora. We're told that these two dark elves are rankers from the Pantheon world, and in the world they come from, magic and swordsmanship are highly developed. And Charlie says something I didn't know, these two have participated in more than one tutorial in different worlds. Now, in second place, it's Joyce, Joyce, the babe, pure blood. And the protagonist has never heard of her. Then the protagonist looks at 4th place, Lee Sung-jong. He's never heard of this guy, but judging by his name, they seem to be from the same world. It sounds like a Korean name. And Charlie keeps noticing that these names he doesn't recognize are up there at the top, so it's likely they're people who died and couldn't enter the tower. And Charlie wants to stop thinking about it because he's a man of action. So, he decides to open his status window to check how he's doing, to see if he's in good or bad shape. He's there, incredibly strong. Proto, even before facing Sor Ultra, was at level 30. And now, just a short time later, he's at level 57. So, Seruta must have given him a massive amount of XP. And his attributes, strength, vitality, and arcane power, have pretty much doubled. In other words, Proto is now more than twice as strong as he was before. He realizes that his strength and vitality increased a lot after he consumed the giant's heart. After that, Proto looks at his new skill, Colossal Fire, a skill he's never heard of before. This skill he got isn't a very high rank, but it's not low either. It's a really good skill for that tutorial. Gorge is thinking that this skill can be useful, but what he really needs is an area of effect attack skill. And now, things are about to get wild. He looks out at the horizon and gets ready to start farming. So, Charlie first stops to use his old hack, and then he activates the Grey Eyes skill. And here, we can see just how overpowered this skill is. Proto looks ahead and only sees the tree in front of him, but the skill starts to get even more overpowered. It shows what's beyond his field of vision, letting him see much farther ahead, almost like an elf sight. And his skill zooms in even more, because Proto is miles away and can still clearly spot dozens of orcs. A little while later, Proto gets closer to where they are, and the orcs are saying, "Human, human, easy prey. Let's smash him up." And Charlie, looking at that trio of orcs, thinks they're perfect to test out his colossal fire. Then, mana infused with fire starts to flow from his finger. A short time later, a gigantic fire starts to engulf the entire village, because the colossal fire skill is way more powerful than Proto had imagined. Proto basically set the whole village on fire at once, and the poor orcs are all running away in fear, since they know that fire is the humans' doing. Charles, eyes wild, draws his sword and gets ready to use it. Proto and his sharp sword come crashing down like a missile in the middle of all the orcs. He lands already slicing through the first one, who didn't even have time to defend himself. And now we can see Proto's ranking. He's in position 15,104 with only 67 points. And he keeps thinking that there are 6 days left, because if it takes any longer than that, he won't be able to break the record. And he has a goal, to finish the tutorial faster than Jean. Shortly after, Proto jumped from 15,000 place to 2nd place, and he keeps climbing. And Argon, seeing that, notices that Jian, who is Charles, is already in 2nd place. Argon doesn't know everything about Proto, but it's definitely that guy, because no one else climbed the ranks that fast. And he cracks a little smile, finding the whole thing very interesting. A competition to see who will be first is exactly what he needed. Argon thought Charles was just quick, since he had never really stood out before, but now, looking at the rankings, Argon realizes that Proto is also really strong. John, who was behind Argon, turned around, smiled, and said, "Hey, why are you having so much fun? Why are you smiling?" Argon says it's because he saw the name of the guy he wants to recruit, no matter what it takes. And Li Su-jong, whom we call John, asks if the person he wants to recruit is that Charles guy. Then, Argon asks John if he knows him, and John says no, but judging by his name, they're both from the same country. "But that's not why I thought you wanted to recruit him. I thought you wanted to recruit him because his name is climbing up the ranks fast. Everyone who's strong is joining our group. That's why I thought you wanted to recruit him." And John teases Argon, saying, "Hey, if this keeps up, this Charlie guy is going to end up passing you, huh?" And Argon says that he stopped leveling up for a while because he was really focused on bringing everyone together, and that made it so he didn't move up. Argon says that there's only one spot left on his team, and that spot belongs to Proto. With his team assembled, Argon sets out for the real hunt. Sometime later, someone is using a detection spell and says, "Argon, this is the place, okay?" And the one saying they found the place is Paladin, who's a hybrid of elf and dark elf. Argon, on the other hand, gets really annoyed because Paladin called him an older man or an old guy. After this little tantrum, he calms down and thanks the elf for finding the entrance. Then he tells everyone to step back, because he's going to use an area skill and doesn't want anyone to get hurt. Argon gets ready to throw a powered-up punch. And it's a good thing he told everyone to move away. The punch was so strong that it blew away all the ground around them. John, looking at that huge hole, asks if that's the place he spent the whole day desperately searching for. He said yes, that was the place, and without Paladin's help, they would have spent days searching for it. So, they call everyone to come in so they can start the hunt. John is the last one to jump into the cave and notices that the place is really spacious. The elf wonders if they're going to scout the cave before they start moving. After that, he looks at Argon and asks what's wrong. And Argon is noticing that there's something strange about that place, because he knows that when you jump into a place like that, the dungeon discovery message should have appeared. He keeps looking at that huge hole and wonders if someone had already found it before. And suddenly someone called out to him and said, "Captain, come here." It's Jian who gets Argon's attention, and he tells him to look at the rankings table. He immediately opens the rankings, and there it is, Charlie in first place and him in second. He's shocked, because he didn't even notice when the protagonist passed him, and he's really intrigued, since from that very first moment on the island, when he couldn't catch up to the protagonist, he hasn't seen him again and has no idea where he's hunting. And there it is, a bunch of centipede worms being sliced up. Not just one, not just two. There were several centipedes being sliced up at the incredible speed that Argon has. Eldora tells her twin that it looks like Argon is really upset, since it seems like he's never lost in his life, and Palandit says that to him, he seems even more motivated than angry. And the beautiful elf, whom she adores, asks Jian if he thinks this is just rivalry, and he says that he thinks so, he thinks it's really just rivalry between the two of them. And Joyce says that if things keep going like this, they won't be able to hunt properly because Arghon, just to avoid losing first place, is hunting all the creatures by himself. Then Arghon comes back and says, "Oh, okay, fine. So let's split the team in two." And that's how we're introduced to the pureblood from the tower, Joyce, born into a family of mercenaries who use magic. She also doesn't open her eyes, but as Goku used to say, there are many ways to find someone. You can locate someone by their ki, air displacement, breathing, body heat, heartbeat, sound, the flow of mana they emit, and many other methods. That's why she thinks she doesn't even need her eyes, she just keeps them closed. She even seems like Shaka from Virgo. And Arghon says that all of this happened at just the right moment, because they arrived at a crossroads, and he says he will take one path while the other will be led by Dora and Palandit. Each group will go their separate ways, but they'll stay in contact the whole time. The elf team will also include Joyce, Jian, Taefon, and Follow. Meanwhile, the other team is made up of Arghon and the background characters who blend in. Arghon says this team doesn't need to worry because as long as Joyce is with them, they'll be safe. And so, the wonderful Joyce takes on the responsibility of protecting the whole group. She says goodbye to the others, telling them that they'll meet again soon, and Argon's team heads one way while Joyce's team goes the other. Some time later, we see someone using the mana explosion skill. It's Jian, and he wipes out all the monsters in front of him, since he's highly skilled with mana. After that, we see Joyce moving at incredible speed, diving headfirst onto the centipedes, ready to slice them up. She slices here, slices there, slices everywhere, all without even opening her eyes. In no time, Joyce's team manages to defeat all the centipedes. And the guy with the axe says that hunting for hours on end is getting exhausting. And Jian agrees with him. Mentally, he says he's so tired that he can only use mana burst a couple more times, so he's thinking about saving mana for the boss. And speaking of the boss, when they look ahead, there's a huge door in front of them, and Jian says he's not sure, but maybe it's the boss room up ahead. And Dora says, "What do you mean, boss room?" Jian says that on his planet, he used to play video games, and there was always a boss behind doors like that. Joyce comes up to him and tells them not to let their guard down just because the hunt is over, and she says that people get a lot closer to death when they lose focus and relax like they're doing. Jian agrees with her and gets ready to read the ranking standings, when suddenly he turns pale after seeing what's happening with the ranking, and Joyce asks, "Hey, what's wrong? Why do you look like that?" He stammers a bit and says, "The rank." Suddenly, all of them start to feel a really strong mana flowing through the whole place, and the extras start wondering what's going on. Another person says that all this mana came from the door, so something must be happening behind it, and Joyce immediately takes charge and tells everyone to get ready and take their positions. Jian starts thinking that the tremor that just happened and the first place point contribution, those two things are definitely connected. And Joyce starts to open the door, wondering if that guy, Charlie, is inside. And right after they enter the boss room, there's a really strange scene. Bo's rank is scattered everywhere and there are monster parts all over the place. 2 seconds after they walk in, a system message pops up saying that the boss raid has been completed. Joyce and the others are left standing there, trying to figure out what's going on inside, and Jian looks ahead and gets chills of fear because he knows it's him. As he looks at Charlie and at the ranking board, he notices Charlie's points shooting up rapidly, and when he looks up, he can only see Charlie's silhouette and his glowing gray eyes. By the time the score finally stops rising, Charlie already has over 10,000 points. "Hey, turn on the light. I can't see anything." "There we go, now I can see you better. Let me zoom in on the proto's eyes. Yeah, the monkey's eyes really are glowing." Charlie remembers that not long ago, they were in a frantic fight against the boss. The boss was strong and huge, but had no intelligence at all, so it was just the basics, slice and dodge. Shortly after, that stubborn boss was defeated, and the protagonist leveled up once again, and also gained strength, agility, and arcane power. Charlie is thinking that he needs to test all the abilities he has, and by doing that, he knows he'll be able to improve his combat power by increasing the proficiency of all his skills. But he also knows that's not enough, and Charlie also gets a little upset because his vitality is low, and that's limiting his ability to grow bigger. The system notifies him that he earned 3,000 points for completing the Forest Hall, and defeating this boss increased the completion rate of the skill, Heaven-Slaying Star, by 1%. Charles is really happy, because 1% is 1,000 times better than when he was only getting 0.0001 for killing just a single monster. The protagonist leans on the carcass of the dead creature, jumps up, and climbs on top of the boss. He realizes that killing hundreds or even thousands of regular monsters isn't the answer to leveling up his heaven-slaying skill. He'll have to focus on taking down high-level bosses like this one, or even tougher ones. With the completion rate so low, there's no way to really know how this skill works, so Charles comes up with a plan: raise the completion rate of the heaven-slaying star. He hears a noise and looks ahead, and it seems like some people are coming in. Standing on top of the boss's carcass, he says, "You guys are late, aren't you? This guy just died. There's no experience or loot left here for you guys." We see that the people who just arrived are Joyce's team, and the beautiful elf is really surprised to see the protagonist standing on top of the boss. The background character is completely shocked, because he can't believe the protagonist killed the boss by himself. Jian is even more stunned since he knows that the captain, who's known as the strongest person in the tutorial, would probably have doubts about whether he could solo the boss. So, this person is definitely stronger than Arghon. He looks around the entire hall and sees a lot of marks on the floor, not just blood, but everything is turned upside down and wrecked. Jian starts wondering what kind of abilities he has, since they all went through the same tutorial. This guy is a monster, a beast in a cage, and now he's not surprised at all that the captain wants him on the team so badly. Jian asks the dumbest question in the world. He says, "Hey, are you Charlie? Where are your teammates? Where are they? I'm alone, can't you see that?" And now Jian is certain that he needs to get him on his team, because he knows this guy could be really dangerous. And Jian, the king of dumb questions, asks the protagonist, since he's alone, if he'd like to join his team. And Charlie, sitting on top of the boss's carcass, realizes that Jian is a Korean just like him. The protagonist, looking at all the participants, notices that Dora is among them. So, this is definitely Argon's team. And Charlie starts thinking that they must have split the team in two, since Argon isn't there. And he looks at the gorgeous Joyce and realizes he doesn't recognize her from his past life and doesn't even know who she is. The protagonist thinks she's Joyce and that she's a really strong player, since she ranked third, right behind Argon. And the woman with her eyes closed keeps her eyes shut, yet seems to be watching everything around her. Charlie, after analyzing everyone there, concludes that Argon picked good teammates and that this team has a bright future. And the impatient Jian asks what the protagonist's answer is. He says thanks, but he's going to pass. He'll stay on his own. And John says he already knew that answer, since the captain was rejected by him too. And Joyce asks if he's planning to face the boss of this raid all by himself. She says they have a month to finish this tutorial. And the boss was designed so that several people working together could defeat it, not just one person. And Charlotte, who's really tough, says, "So what?" Charlie knows that the main focus of the final tutorial is teamwork, but he also knows he can't join a team, because if he does, he won't be able to level up the way he wants. And Charlotte starts talking to him and concludes that what they want is, she doesn't even have time to finish her sentence. Everything starts shaking and Dora tells John that she made telepathic contact with Argham, letting him know they found Charlotte. And she says that this shaking must be them moving, because he said he'd be here any second. And John knows this has all the makings of a disaster. Argon arrives, zigzagging at an incredible speed, and at that same speed, he leaps right onto the spot where the protagonist is. And Argon, face to face with Charlie, says that he's finally found him. But Charlie is a real badass, and in an instant grabs Argham by the head, not letting him finish his sentence. Then he slams Argon's head hard against the dead boss's body. John, Dora, and Joyce are all shocked by what just happened, because their captain is supposed to be really strong. So just how strong is this guy to grab the captain and smash his head into that loser? And the extras in the back are frozen with fear, while Charlie, who couldn't care less about them, asks, "So, you guys want to survive, right? Or do you want to become rankers?" And Joyce is really intrigued, because how could someone who isn't a pureblood even know the term rank? The system explains to us that a ranker is someone who has completed all the tower's trials, cleared every floor, and is a being who possesses power, glory, and eternal life. But Charlie, looking at them, says he's sorry, because he's not interested in things like that, in becoming a ranker. And he says that eventually he'll have to become a ranker, but that's just part of the process he's following. And Joyce grips her sword very tightly, her eyes wide, thinking about how he talked like that, as if becoming a ranker is just something trivial to him. She knows that for people who aren't purebloods and weren't chosen by the tower, becoming a ranker is nothing more than a dream. And she also thinks about how the king who leads her people is a highly respected ranker. Filled with anger, she asks what's so different about him. If he's not going to be a ranker, then what is he going to be? She looks at Charlie and says, "So you're saying you want to become a high ranker?" And Charlie pointed his finger at her and said, "No, I'm going to climb even higher. My final destination isn't something like the top of the tower. I'm going to break through the ceiling of this tower and climb even higher." And Joyce, looking angry, says that's nonsense, that he's just talking nonsense. After a quick nap, Argon wakes up and calls you by the name Charlie. He asks Charlie what he thinks he's doing. "That hurt, okay, hitting my head on the wall really hurt." And Charlie starts staring at him and says he only did that because he was coming at him so hard that he thought he was trying to kill him. So he had to stop him. Argon, with a look full of anger, says he just wanted to catch him, nothing more. That sounded kind of ambiguous, didn't it? And Charlie, very naughty, says that if someone as strong as Argon is coming running towards him, it's obvious that he's going to be scared. And Argham, hearing all that nonsense, says, "Oh, okay. Is that so? Oh, then I'm sorry, okay. Sorry if I scared you." Argon says he overheard their conversation, this whole idea about breaking through the tower's ceiling, and he thinks Charlie's plan is pretty electrifying. And Argon tells the protagonist that his father once said there's a greater power outside the tower, and Argon says that Charlie doesn't know his dad, but he's an amazing and very powerful person. And Charlie, who has already met his father and even fought alongside him, thinks to himself that of course he knows the king of Olympus, Zeus. After that, Argon looks at the protagonist and says, "So, did you turn down our offer to join the team again?" And Argon says, "So what you're saying is that a sardine can't swim with a whale, right?" And Argon tells him not to think of himself as just a sardine, that one day he'll become the king of Olympus, and everyone is shocked by what he just said, because, you know, if Olympus hears that, they'll definitely hunt him down. And the protagonist gets all excited, because for a direct descendant of Olympus to make a statement like that, it takes a lot of courage. Then Argon says he's going to prove it to Charlie and suggests a bet. Whoever manages to defeat the boss first and collect the most points wins the bet. He tells Charlie that Charlie can put together any team he wants, and it doesn't matter how many people are on his team, but Argon's team will have at most 9 people. And Charlie finds that proposal really interesting, because if he were someone else, he could assemble a team with hundreds of people, while Argon's team would only have Suzumiya, which is a huge disadvantage. And Argon finishes by telling the protagonist that if he wins, he'll have to join his team. And Charlie, sitting with his legs crossed, all laid back, with his hand on his chin, says, "Oh, Argon, and what if I win?" Argon says he'll serve him as if he were his older brother. And Charlie says, "What? Older brother? Come on, I don't want a little brother to have to look after." And after hearing that, Charlie starts thinking that the future really does need to change. Charlie knows that Argon could be a good ace up his sleeve against that event. He doesn't say that even with the typing noise, Charlie says he doesn't accept this whole thing about being his older brother, and that instead, if he wins, Argon just needs to help him with one thing, just one thing. Argon asks Charlie, "What? Just once? Are you sure?" Argon says he agrees, as long as it's not an impossible request that he'll have to do. Now, if he wants, he'll even give his items to the protagonist if he loses this bet. And Charles, who has already turned his back and is walking away, says that when the time comes, they'll talk about it. "Goodbye, I'm out, see you." And Argon is very happy, because the bet has been made and he's never lost a bet. And Argon, who acts like a spoiled child, keeps yelling from afar just like my mother-in-law, "Hey, I'll see you again on the first floor, okay? Don't pretend you don't know me when you're there, alright?" And the protagonist just listens to him shouting, because he really seems like a very energetic kid. And Charlie is sure of one thing, it was with all that energy that, in the past, Argon finished the tutorial in just 9 days. Argon jumps down from the boss's body, gets close to his teammates, and says to them that they heard what happened, right? So, their time is tight, they need to rack up a lot of points. And Charlie, who still hasn't gone through the door, says, "Hey, I don't want to be a buzzkill, okay? But you don't have to be in such a rush, check this out." And Argon's eyes go wide because he hadn't noticed. The remaining time was frozen, it wasn't moving anymore, and he kept watching. The time was stopped. And he keeps wondering how that happened, how it got frozen like that. And Argon asks Charlie if the timer really stopped. Charlie tells him that Baraganda isn't an island, it's a mythical cradle. And Argon then asks what those things he killed are. Charlie explains that they're parasites and they're draining the life force from this cradle, and Baraganda is going to sink because of them, since as it goes under, all the parasites die. And if there aren't any parasites, then there's no reason for it to sink, which is why the timer stopped. And Argon asks if that boss he killed is the king of the parasites or something like that. Charles says it's kind of like that, and that boss was the one creating all the parasites on the island. And Argon gets a blank look on his face, lost in thought, wondering if he should believe what Charlie is telling him or not, since what he's saying isn't even known by Olympus. So, who is this guy? And then Charlie, interrupting his train of thought, says that time will stay frozen until an administrator or a lackey notices and decides to intervene with the timer. Now it's Charlie who gets lost in his thoughts. He keeps thinking that it was Odin who told him this, the secret of Baraganda, because the 5th tutorial is a battle against time and the secret lies in the remaining time you have when you defeat the boss. The faster he defeats the parasite boss, the more time he'll have left to take on the final boss, which means he could set a new record. And Charlie remembers Odin's explanation. Odin tells Charlie that it wasn't a week that he took to kill the boss. He killed the parasite boss, and then time stopped. And he had a lot of free time, days and days, to be able to defeat the main boss. And now, Charlie has a new goal because after stopping time, he plans to make good use of it and level up like crazy. He's going to keep leveling up until time starts flowing again, and when time starts moving again, he plans to defeat the final boss. Far from there, everyone notices that the timer has stopped and the background characters think there's some kind of glitch. And near them, there's a clever background character saying, "Hey, you fools, let's level up, let's rack up a ton of points. The longer time stays frozen, the better it is for us, come on." At the same time that time was stopped, the minions start arguing about it, and one of them announces that the parasite dragon has been killed. And this is the first time this has happened since Odin did it. Then another one asks about the administrator, wondering if he knows there's a glitch in the tutorial. And another little bloodied clown says that the administrator is currently in a meeting, discussing things with Olympus. He's really busy right now and is unreachable. And another red clown is almost losing his mind, because he needs the administrator and the administrator isn't there. And what's more, he knows that the parasite dragon is a creature that's almost impossible to find, so they weren't prepared for that. The scene shifts to far away from there, deep in the forest, and the birds start flying away, scared by the noise they're hearing. And the orc chief utters his last word, "Crick," and he can't say anything else, with a sword buried in his skull, dying right after that. When he falls to the ground, we see that it was Charlie who did it because the badass just killed the orc chief. All the orcs are saying, "CRN, CRN, CRN," but not like that, right? They're saying it like this: look, CRI. And anyone who watched this channel's first work knows that CRI means CICI, Fufu, Di Deng, Mao Mao. And they're really scared because the human just killed their chief. And they start calling the protagonist a monster, saying that he's a monster. And Charlie gets really pissed off. His gray eyes light up, and looking at the orcs he asks, who's calling me a monster? And you can imagine what happens next, right? It's total chaos. They start screaming, CRI, run, danger, run, run. The monster is coming. And Charlie is left with that blank stare you see there, because the warrior orcs, who were so tough, gather all their strength and courage, and run away as fast as they can. Some time later, Charlie realizes that time has started flowing again, so he's sure the minions just fixed the timer. Charlie thought he would have more time, because the first time the parasite dragon was defeated, time stopped and didn't move forward anymore. But he knows they wouldn't make the same mistake twice. So, after 4 days, time started moving again. Charlie was very pleased, because he had 4 days to level up a lot. Then, looking at the big island, he knows where he needs to go now. And so, Charlie gets ready to head to the tower where the gods live, and we're shown the mountain peak, because anyone who wants to go to the tower has to climb to the top of the mountain. Up there, it looks like a volcano, but it's covered by smoke and lightning, and a lot of people are already gathered at the edge of that huge hole. Zhang, who was already up there, notices that many people have started to gather, and Dora knows that all these people coming together can only get a good score by defeating the boss. So, the skilled participants are teaming up to do a raid, and Zhang starts analyzing everyone around and realizes, based on the mana they're emitting, that it's likely everyone there is already above level 20. Many of them seem to be really strong. Joyce to Lisa says that's obvious. Since they made it here, they must be at least level 20 to enter the tower. And Zhang asks if all the players in the tower don't know how to use bro. Joyce explains that only the players can use mana, those who can't are mostly the tower's inhabitants, who never became players. And Zhang, who doesn't know anything about this stuff, asks, what do you mean, inhabitant? Are there people living in the tower? She explains that there are people who are born and grow up in the tower, like her and the captain, and if they're chosen by the tower, they'll be blessed by the system and become purebloods. And Zhang pretends he understood. Zhang asks Joyce, calling her big sister, if she thinks they can defeat the boss. She said she doesn't know. She says there's no way to defeat that boss. A little while later, our friend Arghon arrives at that place, and Joyce says she can't tell how strong his captain is, so maybe there's a small chance. And the three up there say that Arghon and the group with him are late, and he says he wanted to make the most of the time while he was waiting. Zhang asks if Charlie isn't coming. And Dora, who's a very observant elf, says he's already here. Look over there, he's already coming. Very imposing, the man himself, Charlie the Immortal, and he starts looking around and realizes that Argon's team is already there. He sees Dora and Zhang. And Charlie can also see the mana of the people and notices that their mana flow is very different from before, so they definitely leveled up a lot. And looking at that bastard Arghon, and Arghon interrupts Charlie's thoughts and, with a smirk on his face, says, so, where's your team? Or were you planning to fight the boss by yourself? Charles says yes, that he intends to fight the boss alone, because that way their score will be higher. And Arghon puts a hand to his forehead and says, man, people say I'm crazy, but you're worse than me. And the difference is starting to get huge. Arghon is in second place and Charlie is in first. There's more than a 7,000 point lead ahead of him. Arghon plans, together with his team, to go face the boss before Charlie, and an extra asks if he is Charlie and invites him to join their team, since they're about to go fight the boss. Arghon gets really pissed off and unleashes an aerial attack, electrocuting all the extras around him. Fuming with anger, he calls them all insects and thinks to himself that if Charlie were to join any team, it would be his. Only now do all the extras realize Arghon is there, and they run away in fear of him and his team. And the protagonist just stands there thinking, can he really do that? Just beat people up like that in front of everyone. And all the extras run for their lives, apologizing and crying a lot while Charlie says he's heading out. He tells him to have a good shift, gets ready to enter the dungeon, and Arghon is really surprised and says, what? You're going now? Charlie says yes, because time is crucial in this tutorial. Arghon starts to smile and says that Charlie is amazing, because the deadline to finish that tutorial is 1 month, but he's trying to complete it in less than 5 days. Charlie gets to the edge and gets ready to jump, and Arghon tells him to wait so they can go together, but the protagonist is bold, doesn't even pay attention to what he's saying, and jumps right into that abyss. And Charlie, landing down there in style with a superhero landing, gets a system alert saying he's entered the first boss's hall, and inside he's greeted by a bunch of monsters. The first thing he sees is a really big mother-in-law, oozing with deadly poison and bad-mouthing everyone's life.
Okay, got it. There's also orc, lizard man, spider, brother-in-law, little globe, nosy neighbor, tough creatures.
And the system tells him he has to complete the mission and find the first boss. The monsters raise their spears, get ready for battle, and by bracing their shields on the ground, they form a defensive line using a very effective war tactic. And there's Charlie, with a bunch of people behind him, facing off against a monster army. And we realize that the people standing near Charlie are the extras from Argon's group. And they're all really surprised, because there are way more monsters there than they expected. And now everyone's starting to freak out. But the badass protagonist isn't scared at all, because he knows he has to wipe everyone out before he can find the boss. And Charlie realizes that all the monsters on the island are gathered there, all together. He knows it should be impossible for all these races, who are always fighting each other, to be together there with the same goal. But he knows they're all being controlled by that guy. Now, which guy? The story didn't say. Charlie, who's a total badass, starts thinking that he knows where the boss is. So, he's going to kill everyone and head straight there. And with that, he pulls his sword out of his inventory, and Charlie is in a big hurry to find the boss. So, he infuses his magic sword with colossal fire, using 2 abilities. The extras, along with everyone else there, are excited because they'll finally get to see Charlie's battle power. They know he's really strong, but they don't know just how strong. All they know is that he's ranked number 1, even ahead of his captain, who's also really strong. And they want to see if Charlie really deserves to be number 1 in the rankings, or if he just got lucky. And yes, Arg-han is thinking the same thing. He crosses his arms to watch the tough guy in action, so Arg-han is really pleased. In his mind, he's hoping Charlie will show everything he's got. And Charlie, who was standing right in front of him, suddenly, wow. They don't even notice when he left. It almost looks like he teleported. Confirmed. The extra is in shock because he doesn't know where he went, but he just disappeared. And John, sometime later, realizes where he went. But he's still in shock. He says that the tough guy is up there. And Charlie had already gone up, hit the ceiling, and is coming back with all his strength and at full speed right in the middle of all the monsters. John, seeing the colossal fire around Charlie, keeps wondering what that is. And the tough guy, at an extremely high speed, lands on top of the strongest monster there, creating a shockwave that throws everyone back, shattering much of him. The strongest one among them was killed instantly and starts calling for his mom, while Charlie's sword finishes tearing him apart. And John doesn't call the protagonist a tough guy. He says he's a beast even stronger than his own captain. John, realizing he spoke too loudly, puts his hand over his mouth because the captain heard him say that Charles is much stronger than he is, and Argan is fuming with anger. He starts to force a smile, saying that it was to be expected, since Charles is in first place, so of course he's strong. But now every match is going to get interesting. Argan bolts out like lightning, because he knows he can't afford to lose this match. He tells Charlie to wait for him, because he's going to crush all the monsters too. As he's heading out, several spears are thrown at him, but with his lightning power, he's able to break through all those lines and delivers a beautiful slash, making a lot of monster juice spill from their bodies. And nearby, there are only beautiful slashes happening too. Charlie, with his magic sword imbued with mana and colossal fire, slices through everything with ease. And the people in Argan's group watch that terrifying scene, because the 2 of them are alone, massacring all the monsters in a fierce competition. John says they shouldn't just stand there watching, but there's not much they can do, since the 2 are taking out almost all the monsters by themselves. Meanwhile, all sorts of debris, spears, rocks, everything, is being launched in their direction, and Joyce, with great skill and without even opening her eyes, deflects them all. She tells John not to let his guard down, because there are still a lot of traps left, and the twins decide to jump into action and combine their magic to launch an attack. They start casting a very powerful spell and tell John to clear a path for them. John says he'll clear the way, but they better duck, and he prepares a mana explosion. John clears the path. His mana explosion is so big that it even catches the protagonist's attention, and as he watches, he realizes they're skilled enough not to be dead weight. He feels relieved, because since they're strong, they won't die from what's about to happen. Argan runs ahead and says, "Hey Charlie, it looks like there's something up ahead." He comes across a huge door, covered in carvings, and he stands there staring, trying to figure out what it is, because it's a really strange painting, one he's never seen before. He asks Charlie if those figures are supposed to represent a bunch of people at war. And Charlie says that's probably what it is. He thinks to himself that it's the first time he's seen this in person, but he's sure that guy is behind this door. So, placing his hand on the door, he starts pushing with all his strength, and Argan, seeing this, is shocked and says, "Hey man, you're going in there again without saying anything?" And Charlie says he's not going to say anything, because originally he was going to go in there alone. And Argan, really angry, says that doesn't matter, because now they're in this together. He asks Charlie if he would die if he just waited a little bit. But Charlie doesn't even want to listen. He finishes opening the door and goes in. And Argan was left there, standing in front of that huge door, in complete silence. And from the door came a very loud and chilling sound. Jean and the other 2 extras ask if that's the boss. And when they hear that sound, they're paralyzed with fear and get goosebumps all over. The extra with the axe says that just that scream made him dizzy, and he keeps wondering what kind of monster this must be. Argan, on the other hand, knows what kind of monster it is and knows it's truly incredible. So he tells his whole group to go in with him. Upon entering, the mana in that place is extremely intense, because the boss is truly terrifying. Arhan is ready for battle and asks his group to stay a little behind, and it's clear that his group is full of fear. They keep wondering what that thing is. We're shown a gigantic 3-headed creature, bound by many shackles and chains. The boss senses everyone's presence there and starts staring at them, and we are shown that this gigantic being is a 3-headed chimera. And the system informs us that this chimera is the 3rd boss, and so they enter the 3rd boss's hall. The system states that their objective is to defeat the sealed chimera. And with that, the 5th tutorial will be completed. And Arhan, even though he knew it would be the boss, is still impressed by the sheer strength of the final boss. And Charles finally stares at the final boss, because after this, the tutorial will be over. The system also informs them that only one person is able to break the seal, and by doing so, will turn the chimera into their familiar. After breaking the seal, the countdown timer will end, and so, the 5th tutorial will be completed for the person who breaks the seal, and that person will be able to clear the tutorial regardless of any other requirements. The system is really sneaky, because it wants to pit everyone against each other, and announces that the master of the chimera will receive extra points. All of this depends on the number of participants they kill, so whoever breaks the seal will betray everyone else and become their enemy. John gets really worried, because if someone wants to become the master of the chimera, it's actually very easy. All they have to do is break that seal right over there, and Dora knows what needs to be done. They have to kill the chimera while also protecting the sealing crystal, and Joyce knows there are 10 people there, so it should be really easy for such a big group to keep an eye on what's going on. And she knows that even if someone comes after him and tries to break the crystal, Captain Arhan is right there with him. And she knows that except for the person standing next to the captain, no one is faster than he is. She has just thought this when Charlie slowly starts moving toward where the sealing crystal is. And Arhan, holding him by the shoulder, asks what he thinks he's doing, and Charlie just tells him to let go of him. Arhan says that Charlie can't betray them after they've fought together, and asks Charlie if he's already forgotten about the bet. Arhan asks Charlie if he shouldn't be hunting the boss instead of going after a participant to finish the tutorial. Charlie, looking Arhan straight in the face, says that he's going to win this bet and that he'll be the one to end this tutorial. Arhan starts to get possessive with rage, and lightning begins to crackle across his body. He asks Charlie what he's talking about. Why on earth does he need that thing? Charlie, very calm and composed, says that's exactly why he wanted to come alone. And Charlie, still looking at Arhan, pulls his sword out of his inventory. With incredible precision, speed, and strength, he hurls his sword at lightning speed toward the crystal, shattering it. Arhan lets out a desperate scream, because the sealing crystal has been destroyed and the chimera boss will be set free. And the system announces that the one who released and is now the master of the chimera is the player Charlie, and so the objective changes. Now, people will have to defeat the freed chimera. And the three-headed boss lets out an even louder roar, getting ready for battle. Arhan is furious and asks how Charles could do this to him. And Charles calls out to the chimera. Chimera! He points to the other side of the hall and says, Chimera, break that wall. And the chimera charges at full speed toward the wall that Charles told it to break. And that gigantic boss slams into the wall with tremendous force, causing a huge crash in the place. Everyone there is paralyzed with fear, because that boss is incredibly strong and no one knows why Charles told the chimera to hit that wall. The protagonist reassures everyone by saying that he's controlling the chimera, and that it won't attack anyone there. He says that from now on, he has to face a very different kind of enemy. And Arhan, still with his hand on Charlie's shoulder, asks what he's talking about. The protagonist says the chimera is a monster made by combining several island monsters, and it's now standing before Charlie after making the hole he asked for. He then asks Arhan if he knows who created the chimera. Arhan starts thinking, if the chimera isn't the real boss, then who is the boss? Charlie frees himself from Argan's grip and tells Arhan that if he wants to fight him or not, it's his choice. And so, Charlie proceeds toward the huge hole that the chimera just made in the wall. Jean asks Arhan what they're going to do, and Arhan says they have to check it out first, then they'll decide. And everyone in Argan's group, sometime later, follows the path that Charlie had made, and they come across a trail of insane destruction. The extras, upon seeing so many dead bodies, ask themselves what all of this is, and the other extras, seeing so many broken and deformed things, ask if those are people. Arhan had never heard of that secret passage before. He keeps wondering what that place is. He, seeing Charlie up ahead, keeps thinking that there was no message about a fourth boss in the 5th tutorial. And Charlie, who doesn't care at all about what the others are thinking, imagines that this place must be that guy's hideout. And walking a little further ahead, the system notifies him that he has found the 4th boss's hall, and Charles is already ready for battle and says, Hey, can you hear me? And so the system announces that the 4th boss has been updated, and Charles keeps trying to get his attention and says, Hey, are you sleeping over there? Are you there? And the boss, who was in the middle of creating another chimera, stops what he's doing, and we're told that the 4th boss is the chimera creator. And so the system informs them that they have to defeat the 4th boss, the chimera creator, and the protagonist chimera. She's fired up, ready to attack the boss. And the 4th boss, whose name we still don't know, finds the whole scene completely new and hilarious, because the boss he created is now coming to attack him. And the 4th boss says that what's funniest is that, even though he had control of the chimera, he didn't betray the other players and came to tell him straight to his room. And his room looks more like a laboratory or a morgue, with body parts scattered everywhere. And smiling, he finds it all very interesting. He looks at Argan and says, Hey, you look like a descendant of Zeus. And then he touches her when she scratches. He says that Argan just looks like a half-breed, but even so, he should be pretty useful. And Argan gets really pissed off, ready to kill him. Argan yells at the boss, asking who he's calling a half-breed and asks Charlie who that jerk up front is. Charlie replies that that's the black maid Shildare and continues his explanation, saying he's a ranker who disappeared from the tower a long time ago. And Argan knows him and is shocked. Shildare? Oh, right. He's a ranker who used to be the examiner for the test on the 50th floor. He keeps thinking that he's heard of him before, that this Shieldare guy used hundreds of players as test subjects, and also created several chimeras by combining different bodies. And Arkan wonders why someone like Shieldare is here in the tutorial? And Charlie tells him not to be scared, because Shieldare ended up losing to a player in a really humiliating way, and because he broke so many of the tower's rules, he lost most of his powers. And because of the atrocities he committed, he was forced to create the tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. But even after those 1,000 years are up, he won't get his powers back. And Shieldare got pissed and said, "Hey, how do you know me? I've never seen you before." And Charlie, who loves to mess with people, says, "Hey, do you happen to see this right here?" And he points to his face and, activating his gray monkey eyes, he asks if Shieldare remembers this. And of course he remembers. The monkey eyes, that damn monkey. When he sees that, Shieldare flies into a rage and releases a huge amount of mana, calling Charles an idiot. Charles defends himself with colossal fire, and Argan defends himself with lightning. Argan gets scared and asks what kind of mana that is, and tells Charlie that he thought Charlie said Shieldare had lost all his powers, and Charlie says, "He did, man. This is him without his powers. If he still had the same powers he had when he was a ranker, we would have been killed just by that mana attack." Shieldare doesn't care about their little chat and asks where he got those eyes. He curses at Charles, calling him a bastard, and asks if he's related to that monkey. And Charlie answers him, "Hey, don't get all worked up, don't be like that." And the boss gets even more pissed off. Charlie says that it's Shieldaire's own fault he lost his powers, since he was the one who captured the participants, even though he was their examiner, and did horrible experiments on them. And the boss, Shieldare, is already falling for the childish taunts and yells at the protagonist, demanding he answer the question he asked. Charlie doesn't answer and says, "Hey, my bad. I didn't come here to chat with you or satisfy your curiosity." At that moment, all the chimera bodies that were nearby start moving and go after the duo. Charles, with fire lighting up in his monkey eyes, says he came here simply because he can't let a bastard like him stay alive, and he orders his chimera to attack everyone there except Archon. And the chimera, which looks like it has a dragon's body, starts crushing all the smaller chimeras around. The cowards stay behind, while Charlie charges forward to take out the boss. Archon's group can't see anything and keeps wondering what's going on. However, several chimeras charge at them. John says he doesn't know what those things coming at them are, but they have to deal with it, right, Captain? And Archon knows what to do and says yes, they have to take them all out. And so, Archon and his group get ready for battle. And then it's like a festival of lights everywhere. You could even pause this scene and see how many people you can spot. That background character with the axe, whose name I've already forgotten, is the most persistent extra I've ever seen because he keeps showing up and using his axe, he slices a chimera in half. The twins back there, along with John, are going wild on everyone. And this guy up front is really having a hard time, huh? Parts of a chimera are cut off and thrown far away. And Charles keeps thinking that these things aren't ordinary chimeras. They're chimeras that can level up by killing players. They'll show up in the tower 100 years from now. And Charlie, seeing all of that, feels very grateful, because it seems like his research is still in its early stages. It's not finished yet, and the chimeras aren't fully ready. And he's grateful to Archon and his team, because they're making things a little easier for him. Then suddenly, Charlie senses a huge danger coming his way. The boss used one of his abilities on Charlie, Black Coffin. He summons a black coffin and traps Charlie inside. The boss is a mage and starts laughing at Charlie, because this coffin is impenetrable, and he tells Charlie that not even the chimeras can escape once they're trapped in there. Subscribers, quick question, what is every mage's weakness? Except Dumbledore. Emily. Emily has every mage's weakness. Shieldare says that he may have fallen and lost his powers, but the mere tutorial participant is nothing compared to him, and he asks Charlie how he dares to underestimate him. Looking at the coffin, he starts laughing at Charlie and says he's going to turn him into a chimera. And nothing. The coffin starts to crack, and several loud bangs are heard coming from inside the coffin. And the boss gets really pissed, because if it keeps going like this, the coffin will definitely break. And a few seconds later, Charlie lands the final punch on the coffin, shattering it completely, leaving the boss baffled as to how he did that. The boss, looking at Charles, asks what the heck that was and how on earth he managed to get out of that invulnerable coffin. And we know how. Charles uses his incomplete gigantification on his arm, gaining the strength of a giant, and only now does Shieldare realize it. He sees that arm and is in shock because he knows it can't be. How can a tutorial participant have that kind of arm? That's impossible. He looks at Charlie and sees that he's a damn clever guy, because he has the same strength as Hercules. This ability makes him comparable to the physically strongest being in Olympus, Hercules, the hero. And Shield doesn't stop asking questions and asks Charlie what connection he has with Olympus. Charles remembers that the key player in the Gigantomachy. Gigantomachy is the battle against the giants, okay? The key player is a son of Zeus, and this son is the main character of the 12 Labors, and he holds the title of Giant Slayer, and we are shown Hercules holding a piece of wood or a wooden club. Hercules never hesitated to punish evil and was very kind to the weak, and he was superior to everyone else in terms of strength. And Charlie, showing his giant-sized arm, thinks to himself that Hercules was the hero he respected the most. And so we see Charlie using partial gigantification, only on his arm. And the system tells us that his arm has been imbued with giant power. However, his proficiency is low, and the vitality attributes from the proto are converted into strength. And since the proto's vitality is still low, the gigantification wasn't complete, only partial on his body. Charles knows that this situation is really bad, because even after eating the giant's heart and increasing his strength and vitality, this is his limit. He can't gigantify his whole body. But he thinks it's already enough to finish off that bastard. The black mage child doesn't care at all and says he'll listen to his answer after killing him and tearing him to pieces, then casts an area spell toward the protagonist. Child says that even if Charlie is a direct descendant of Olympus, he's still just a kid. Can someone tell the boss that Charles is just an ordinary human? And the protagonist doesn't care about all this talk and tells Child to shut up. And Charlie, using his gigantification to defend himself from Child's attacks, doesn't notice that the mage is making 2 summons at the same time, and so the black mage uses the triple black coffin, trapping Charlie once again. Charlie doesn't care at all. He's even more pissed off than before, and with a single punch, he completely shatters that triple coffin. Child seems to be enjoying the fight and tells Charlie not to die yet, because there's still a lot he wants to talk to him about first. And he uses another, much deadlier attack skill, Corrupted Poisonous Fangs. Several venomous fangs shoot up from the ground and quickly head toward the protagonist. Charles remembers Hercules' advice. He told Charles, if he can't control gigantification perfectly, he should give up and defeat the creator of chimeras. And finally, Hercules says that Childe may have lost all his powers and been exiled, and that's why he's in a tutorial, but he's still very dangerous and very strong. Charlie says he thinks that plan is way too hard. While he's remembering this, Charles is smashing the poisonous fangs with his fists, and Charles recalls having asked Hercules if it's possible to master gigantification in just a few days. And Hercules tells him that it won't be easy, but it's definitely not impossible. And there you go, Charlie is destroying all the poisonous fangs with a punch, and after smashing them all, he doesn't lose focus. He breathes a sigh of relief and keeps his eyes fixed in Childe's direction. So, movie 3, Charlie walks confidently toward Child, looking all imposing, and the dark mage is already desperate because he thinks Charlie just did something impossible. He really believes Charlie might be a descendant of Hercules. What he just did is impossible. He just broke everything the mage set up using nothing but sheer strength. So the dark mage decides to go all out and starts using his strongest magic, and Charlie is surrounded by the ebony thorn wall. Child thinks to himself that this is his greatest defensive ability, and is sure that Charlie won't be able to get through it. He keeps wondering how Charlie could possibly break through this wall, and before he can even finish the thought, Charlie's hand moves. The ebony wall starts to crack. Charlie de Silva Azevedo, the badass, is punching that ebony thorn wall with all his strength, and Child is left wide-eyed. For 3 minutes, he's screaming, "What the hell is up with this guy?" And all you can hear is the booming sound coming from behind the wall as it starts to shatter. Meanwhile, Child is using his reconstruction ability to try to rebuild the wall, but it doesn't seem to be working because the blows are getting stronger and the cracks are getting bigger. Child channels all his magical energy trying to fix that wall. A few seconds later, the pounding stops, and Child feels relieved and surprised. He starts to smile, thinking that finally that bastard got tired, and he figures the damn protagonist must have broken his own hand trying to break the wall. But just as he finishes that thought, the wall shatters completely in front of him, and the protagonist bursts through, bloodthirsty, leaping at the dark mage with his giant hand aimed right at his face. Finally, Charlie manages to wear out the dark mage, and you know what happens next. First thing Charlie does is slam his head into the ground with all his strength. Child is on the ground, desperate and in a lot of pain, and the protagonist doesn't let up, landing a straight punch right to his face. After that, Charlie keeps remembering the plan he made earlier. Hercules and Yukong talk to him, saying that if he gets the gray eyes and gigantification, he shouldn't try to fight Child. While Charlie is thinking about this, the beatdown continues, and Hercules advises him that if he manages to get one of the 2 abilities, he'll leave the choice up to Charlie to decide whether or not to face Child. However, if he manages to get both abilities, then you'll definitely be able to defeat the Chimera creator. Charles keeps recalling his conversation with Vale and Hercules. He remembers Hercules asking you, "I remember clearly that the person who defeated the dark mage shielding, when it was time to send someone, it was you, Yon. That's my pride." And Yukong is straightforward. He says he has nothing to add, that this plan of his is really good. And as long as Charles has those 2 abilities, gigantification and the gray eyes, Yukong says everything will work out. Then Yukong activates his golden eyes. He says that if Charles activates his gray eyes, he'll be able to see everything, And Charles, with his DDH activated, is pummeling the dark mage, even though his thoughts are far away from there. Child is writhing in pain, covered in bruises, but he still has the strength to talk to Charles. He says that no matter how hard Charles tries, he won't die, he's immortal, and he says it even louder, I am immortal. Then Charles snaps out of his DDH, returns to the fight, and says, what? Are you talking to me? Sorry, I was spaced out, go ahead and say it again. And Charles didn't even let him finish talking and just kept going. They said you were really persistent, but I didn't know it was to this extent. Charles says that Child has a body petrified and tougher than metal, that he achieved this through 1,000 years of experiments, and a lot of black magic. By doing this, the dark mage shielding became the immortal chimera. But of course the protagonist has a plan, because a body stitched together from various parts is bound to have seam marks. As long as he can use those gray eyes, he can see everything. So Charles, activating the gray eyes once again, is able to see how Steele's body was assembled and where the seams are, and then he gives a gentle little grab, just a light one, twists, and pulls. He throws an arm up in the air, covered in ketchup. Of course, it was censored by that letter right there, see? Everything's censored, huh? All that stuff you see on the floor and in the air is just Fanta, eggs, and ketchup. The dark mage writhes in pain and says that it's impossible, asking how he managed to rip his arm off. Then he screams and begs the protagonist to stop, but Charles, with his eyes activated, is totally fired up, just doing what he has to do, and it's like a Fanta festival flying past him. Childa keeps screaming for the protagonist to stop, but Charles asks why he's begging him to stop. Grabbing his leg and giving it a twisting massage, Charles asks if Childa has already forgotten about all the people he tore apart and shredded. Every one of them begged for it to stop, but he never stopped. So why is he asking for mercy now? Then, the attention derby strikes again, and right in the middle of the fight, Charles starts having explanatory thoughts for us. He remembers all the gods telling him he has to fight the demon Seruta in the tutorial to get the gray eyes, and after that, he needs to achieve degratification by consuming the giant's heart. Condenser 4 Charles looks at the faces of all the gods and says, guys, if I do this, I'm going to be unbelievable. I'll be way stronger than I am today. Are you sure about this? Because I'll be unstoppable. And just like that, the free, highly relaxing chiropractic session comes to an end, and the boss, the Chimera creator, has been defeated. The system tells us that he achieved an impossible feat, and because it was impossible, the calculations for the protagonist's reward will be delayed. And so, the tutorial is finished, and the protagonist leveled up, gaining 2 points in strength, 2 in agility, and more attributes. And by killing that boss, the completion rate of the skill Heaven-Slaying Star increased by 8.34%. Charles keeps thinking that he never imagined the guy was so unbelievable. Still lost in thought, Charles knows that Seruta and the Black Mage are considered bosses, so the reward must be really good, since when he killed Seruta, he got an S-rank skill. Charlie is full of anticipation, especially since he even leveled up twice, which shows just how strong this boss is. After defeating the boss, Charlie also gained additional attributes, since the completion rate of the Heaven-Slaying Star increased even more. And we see that the Heaven-Slaying Star is at a 10.3% completion rate, and the protagonist realizes that for every 5 completion points, he gains 1 more point in all attributes. He does a quick calculation and figures out that when it reaches 100%, he'll have 20 additional points in each attribute. For anyone not paying close attention to the story, that's insanely overpowered, since it's like he's leveled up 20 to 30 times more than everyone else. And Charles looks and sees all the chimeras stopping and falling to the ground, and he starts thinking that this heaven-slaying ability would be kind of mediocre, just because of its ranking. But now that he's received the attributes, he realizes that it's actually really good. Argan's team, who had been under heavy pressure from the chimeras, start wondering why the chimeras suddenly collapsed and fell for no apparent reason. They're all pretty banged up, but they keep their guard up since they were well trained by Joyce. And as Charles approaches them, he tells them to relax, because the boss has been killed, so those chimeras aren't getting back up. And John is extremely relieved, because he really thought he was going to die this time. Yet John, Protan changed your fate. There's no doubt you would have died in this tutorial. The elf, who is also a healer, asks if anyone is hurt, and one of the background characters says they need help over there because someone got injured. He said that Joyce was badly hurt, and Arhan, seeing that, gets really angry because Joyce was almost killed. If that battle hadn't ended, she definitely would have died right there. Arhan tells the healer that he's going to finish up some things and asks her to keep taking care of Joyce. He looks at the protagonist and calls him over for a private chat. Arhan asks Charles to follow him, since they need to talk away from the others. Arhan says he's not going to ask who Charlie really is, or how he knew about the connection between that ranking and the tutorial, but because of the protagonist's rash decision to go in and face the boss, someone on his team was seriously injured. He asks Charles if he really had to defeat the Chimera's creator, since he could have just finished the tutorial by defeating only the Chimera, and Charles replies that normally, yes. Arhan gets angry at that question and says, normally? He says that Charles could have broken the all-time record without having to face the Chimera's creator. Clenching his fist in anger, he asks how far Charles intends to go before he's satisfied, and Arhan asks one last question. He asks if Charles will only be satisfied when the protagonist and his companions are dead. Charles closes his eyes and says, how far, you ask? And his TDH activates again, and he starts thinking about how far he'll have to go. He thinks that he'll have to climb much higher, because he's going to face outer gods, gods from outside the world of the tower. He remembers several companions who fell in the war against a very powerful outer god. He is the despair that reaches the sky, the sorrow trapped in the swamp, the one who cannot be born, chaos itself. When he appears, a twilight sky appears that brings death with it. To kill just one of those outer gods, countless rankers died, and they don't even know how many outer gods exist. That's why he needs to keep getting stronger, endlessly. Charlie has to purify the rotten parts of this world, and by doing so, he helps make the world stronger, so this world won't come to an end like it did before. And to achieve that, how far will he have to go? Charles snaps out of his thoughts, looks at Arhan, and says he doesn't know how far he'll have to go. Arhan is very surprised and says, "Huh, you don't know?" He says, "That's right, I don't know." And Charles asks Arhan a question. He asks if Arhan is looking for a team that can walk alongside him, right? And Charles says that's exactly why he's not looking for a team right now, because no one there can walk the same path as him. And only now does Arhan realize that Charlie's companions need to be as powerful as he is, because only those powerful people can face danger alongside him. And he keeps wondering what difficult path the protagonist intends to follow, because it seems like the path he's on is really complicated. After that, Charles tells Arhan that for now, he should forget about this whole team forming thing. And Charlie says that if someone like him joins Argan's team, his team will be in danger, because the dangers he'll face will be enormous, and something like what happened with Joyce will definitely happen again, and many will die. And Argan says, since we've talked about all the rumors, I have to go, okay? Charles looks ahead and says, "Hey, sorry about that, okay? Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" And the administrator, who was there, and whom Arhan hadn't even noticed, says it's all right, because what they were talking about seemed pretty serious. Arhan looks back and asks, "Who is he? Is he a beggar?" Charlie, very serious, looks at Arhan and says, "No, that's the administrator of the All-in-High." And Arhan is very surprised, because what would someone at the level of the high rankers be doing there? Arhan immediately bows in respect to the administrator and introduces himself, saying that he is Arhan from Olympus. He says it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Administrator. And the protagonist, seeing Arhan acting so formal, is left dumbfounded by that pathetic scene. On this side of the pedal, the administrator just says, "Okay, right?" Yenner, the boss, acting as the administrator, responds curtly to Arhan and tells the administrator that he should properly accept his greetings, since he has nothing to do with all that. And you know what all that is, right? The interference of Olympus in the tutorial. Even so, the administrator is seething with anger. He can't hide it and looks at Arhan and says that just thinking about all the work he's going to have to do, and all because of those damn Olympians, makes him furious. The administrator, who is absurdly powerful, is so angry right now that he wants to rip Zeus's beard off, and Arhan is in shock because he has no idea what's going on. The administrator keeps muttering to himself, saying that just thinking about what he's going to hear from the other administrators because of what happened is driving him crazy, since the contract with the Chimera creator was to make bosses for the tutorial for 1,000 years. But he died before he could prepare the next boss. He looks at the protagonist, and, with a lot of anger in his voice, says, "If this doesn't work out, the next tutorial won't happen for a long time." And Charles looks him straight in the face and says, "Hey, did you come here just to complain? Do me a favor and just give me my reward already, because I can't stand listening to all this complaining anymore." And the administrator, opening his hand, reveals an intense glow coming from a gem, and he tells Charlie that he's very impatient. The administrator, who has just summoned the item into his hand, tells Charles that it's entirely up to him how he will use that object. The administrator also says that protecting this thing is now Charles's responsibility, and we see that he handed the protagonist a divine dark crystal. This crystal is a new rack, a fragment that contains the darkness of creation, and it holds mana with infinite dark properties. However, it hasn't been refined yet, and its classification is as a creation material. With it, you can make the cloak of invisibility and also change mana to dark attributes. It also increases dark mana resistance by 20%, boosts dark attribute mana amplification by 20%, and reduces dark attribute mana consumption rate by 20%. Charles can't even blink, because he never imagined he would get the dark crystal. Let me make a comparison so you can understand what that crystal is. This crystal is equivalent to the Infinity Stone that Thanos used in his gauntlet, and the divine dark crystal has another name. It's also known as a fragment of the helmet of invisibility. Hades, one of the 3 great gods of Olympus, used this crystal in his helmet, and this crystal is considered one of the most powerful items in Olympus. It was only because of this crystal that Hades became so strong, and Hades can only create his helmet of invisibility with this crystal. But now, it's in the Father's hands, right? Hades won't have this helmet of invisibility. And Charles tells us that this item was one of the reasons he went back to the past, because he needed to obtain it. However, Charlie is very surprised because he managed to get the item so easily. Charles keeps thinking that he knows where the divine crystal of the sea is, and now the only crystal left is the thunder fragment. The sea fragment, if he leaves it. The thunder star will be used by Poseidon, and the thunder fragment is already with Zeus. Charlie has his DDH activated again, and Argan notices and asks him, "Hey, what's up?" And Charlie keeps thinking, because this way he'll be able to get all 3 fragments much sooner than expected. The administrator asks him a rhetorical question, asking if he's satisfied. At that moment, the administrator says that all the conditions have been met and that they will be sent to the tower immediately. And with that, he snaps his fingers.
The administrator says that everyone else there will receive their reward according to their points, and he also mentions that Argon's reward won't be too bad either. And as Argon and Charlie are being lifted into the air and teleported, Argon still manages to thank the administrator. The administrator tells Charlie that this is the last time they're meeting, and asks Charlie if he doesn't plan on causing all the chaos inside the tower that he caused here in the tutorial, right? And Charlie, with a sarcastic smile, says he's not sure, and the administrator tells Charlie that didn't sound like a no. The administrator, crossing his arms, says that with what he just gave Charlie, he's sure Charlie will cause even more chaos inside the tower. The administrator, smiling, looks Charlie in the face and says that one way or another, he'll cause trouble. That's for sure. And so, the two are teleported inside the tower, and the administrator stays there, watching the dimensional rift close. The administrator thinks to himself that it might not be so bad if Charlie becomes the wave that will make the whole tower shake. And so, the time limit to complete the 5th tutorial ends at 598 hours, 55 minutes, and 40 seconds. And Charlie not only broke a record, but he shattered it. And apparently, it looks like Argon lost, because he only scored 121,000 points, while Charlie scored almost 700,000 points. The system announces that the reward calculations are complete, so the tutorial is now ending. And the system calculated all the protagonist's points and says that since he set a new record, he will receive 50,000 additional points. Suddenly, the protagonist's inventory opens and he receives an item. An egg appears as a reward for the protagonist having scored so many points in that tutorial, and the system says he obtained the egg of, but doesn't say whose egg it is. You guys asked for part 3, so let's get to part 3. And the scene starts on the first floor of the tower, and Charlie is finally about to start climbing that huge tower. And the protagonist keeps looking at his inventory, because while he was being transported, he received the mission reward. At first, he thought he would only get points, but he actually got something besides the points, a mysterious egg. And when he reads the name, he realizes it's the egg of, it doesn't even say what, it's a really unknown egg. Next to Charlie, Argon appears and says they've arrived, but they weren't transported inside the tower. Instead, they ended up in the grasslands at the beginning, which is an area on the first floor, but it's outside. It's worth remembering that each floor of the tower is like a different world, not really a tower itself. Some of the background characters are a bit surprised because a bunch of newcomers showed up, and another background character with a hat asks his companion if there was still a lot of time left before the tutorial ended. He's surprised because they arrived earlier than expected. And Charlie thinks to himself that from now on, the people from the tutorial won't be called participants anymore, but players. And a lot of guilds must have come to the first floor to recruit new players. After that, Argon looks to the side and sees warriors in familiar armor, and he recognizes many familiar faces. Are you sure Olympus is already in that place? Argon asks Charlie if he has any intention of joining a guild, but he asks in a way that makes it clear he already knows Charlie doesn't want to, right? And Charlie says he really doesn't want to. Argon tells Charlie that he's not surprised at all, because if Charlie didn't even want to form a team, there's no way he'd want to join a guild. And Argon tells Charlie that since he lost that bet, he's going to keep his promise. After that, Argon becomes thoughtful, because the administrator was really angry with him and he didn't know why. And looking at Charlie, he knows that Charlie knows what happened, but Charlie doesn't say what went on between the administrator and Olympus. Charlie comes up to Argon and tells him that the Olympus he knows is probably a fair place, one that uses its powers to keep order inside the tower, and Argon asks what Charlie means by that. Charlie tells Argon that if he wants to find out the truth and everyone's real personality, he'll have to do it on his own, because even if Charlie told him, Argon wouldn't believe him. And Charlie, as always, leaves Argon talking to himself, and Argon, who still hasn't learned his lesson, asks if Charlie is going to leave again without saying anything. When Charlie is already far away, Argon shouts to him, telling him that at least when he gets to the city, he should register as a player, so they can keep in touch. And Argon says, besides, but Charlie is already too far away and says, hey, Argon, watch out for the jackals, okay? He waves and keeps walking far away, and Argon just stands there, completely ignored by the protagonist. Suddenly, a very strong warrior approaches Argon and says, I, Agamemnon of Olympus, greet the son of the great lineage. And Argon says to the warrior, at last, Olympus has arrived. And Agamemnon kneels, with all the warriors of Olympus behind him, before Argon. And Argon says he thinks he's seen him before, and Agamemnon is very grateful that he remembers him. Argon asks if Agamemnon follows Lord Ares and asks how Ares is doing, since he heard that Ares became a high ranker, and tells Agamemnon to send their regards to Ares. And Agamemnon looks Argon straight in the face and thanks him. However, he says that Lord Ares believes that bloodline is the most important thing. So he says that Ares ordered him not to pass on any message from Argon to him unless he found his mother, his birth mother. And that's Argon's weak spot. He says, what? He said that? After that, Agamemnon says that the ruler of the heavens has little interest in children like him, since Argon doesn't even know who his mother is, and Argon gets really pissed off and starts sparking with rage. Argon loses his temper, and that spark covers his whole body, and he calls Agamemnon a bastard. And Agamemnon tells Argon not to take it the wrong way, because he's surely aware of Lord Ares' personality. And Agamemnon says to Argon that lineage is something you build, and he hopes that one day Argon will have his own family. Arghon is seething with anger, because Agamemnon just insulted him and now is trying to suck up to him, and Arghon knows he can't start a fight there, because if he gets into it with someone from Olympus, his situation will definitely get a lot more complicated. So, Arghon swallows his pride and says that Agamemnon is forgiven. After that, Agamemnon asks Arghon who the person he was talking to was, because since he left alone, it was clear he wasn't on his team. And Arghon starts thinking about how to answer. He says, that guy is. And then, gathering his thoughts, he says that guy is some kind of friend. It's like he's a friend. And the story explains to us why some people are nicknamed jackals. They're called that because they gave up on moving to the next floor. And instead of climbing the tower, they stay behind attacking and robbing new players. And they only do this in the meadow of beginnings, meaning they're basically a bunch of noob killers. And these jackals mostly kill players who don't have a guild. And these sons of a gun nicknamed Harvest Season, the time when new players enter the meadows on the first floor of the tower. And Charlie, our badass protagonist, heads into the middle of the forest, avoiding the main path. He notices that several jackals are already following him, and he didn't even need to use his gray eyes. Just with his perception attribute, he can sense their presence. He's sure that there are 20 jackals following him, so the protagonist puts his hand in his pocket and grabs the divine crystal of darkness. And Charlie says that the jackals are the perfect targets to test out the invisibility that the divine crystal of darkness provides. And there he is, Charlie, like Little Red Riding Hood with his cloak, walking ahead with a bunch of big bad wolves following behind. And the people wearing jackal masks are talking among themselves about how this tutorial ended way too quickly. In other words, he knows that a lot of people will have good items, and now is the time to steal. Fatail, watching Charles from a distance, notices that he's not in any guild and doesn't have any companions with him either. He says there's something really wrong with that guy, that maybe they should just leave him alone, and someone else says, hey, why would we do that? If you haven't noticed, he's wearing the pyromancy cloak, and that's really expensive. And another one said, what? That's the pyromancy cloak? Man, we just hit the lottery jackpot. Today's the day those 570 million are going straight into my account. So, the little dogs get super excited and go after Little Red Riding Hood, but Charles disappears right in front of them. They say, what? Wasn't that guy just here a second ago? How did he just disappear? Suddenly, all you can hear is the sound of knives slicing back and forth, and several heads are cut off in a split second. The captain, whose head hasn't been cut off yet, yells to his companions that there's an enemy nearby. They shout for the person to reveal themselves, and another one, who's about to die, says that guy was definitely just a decoy, and Charles slashes everyone with his machete. The captain uses his Hawkeye's skill, but he can't see anything, because this isn't an illusion, it's real invisibility, granted by a divine artifact that he can't break through and doesn't even know about. One guy who still isn't dead says they need to fall back. And the captain keeps wondering how a player who just entered the tower is able to use the invisibility skill. Then, coming out of invisibility, the protagonist's hand goes right to the captain's face, and Charles, having saved the captain for last, slams him into the ground with all his strength. The captain looks at Charles and starts thinking that he wasn't just bait. He is definitely someone from the upper floors who was sent to kill him. Charles tells him to stop making a fuss, because it doesn't matter if he tries to run, he's going to get caught either way. And the captain keeps thinking that this stranger should have to face a penalty, since he's interfering on the first floor of the tower. And the protagonist, who's really tough, says he has a few questions for him, and if he answers honestly, he'll kill him quickly, without any torture. The captain starts shouting, kill this bastard. But the Tramontina slices through both his legs, leaving a deep cut that makes it impossible for him to walk. And the captain screams in pain, and the protagonist, stabbing the captain's hand with his sword, says that since he prefers it this way, then let's go ahead and continue with the torture. At that moment, the captain says he'll tell him everything, anything he asks, he'll tell. And Charles asks the captain if he knows where a guy named Ru Xiong is hiding. And the captain asks Charles how he knows that name. And Charles, who was just taking a shot in the dark since he didn't know the captain actually knew Ru Xiong, says, bingo, got it on the first try. And he looks at the captain with a satisfied expression, because Charles really wants to find this person. The scene shifts to inside the city on the first floor, and there's some herbal tea with cream cookies, and we see that the protagonist is in a restaurant in the downtown area of the first floor. And Charles just sits there thinking, because going back in time has its perks, he was really lucky and quickly got the location of the name he was looking for. So now he has plenty of time to rest from the previous battles. Charles looks around and sees that there's a lot of peace in that place, and he remembers his old friends. He keeps wondering what kind of world they're living in now, and he remembers the times when he was drinking with his friends. The time he spent with them was really good. But then Charles thinks that he needs to stop being so sentimental. After that, he takes the divine artifact of darkness in his hands and starts thinking about how it worked on one of the jackals. However, the invisibility he gained is not the perfect invisibility that the Helm of Ares used to provide. And Charles knows that his skill as a user isn't very good, and he also knows that his invisibility wasn't perfect because that item isn't refined. Looking at the item, he says that many people call it the Infinity Jewel, meaning it contains an immense amount of mana inside. Charles is certain that if that divine fragment of darkness can be refined, its power will be greatly amplified, and invisibility will be the least of what that item can offer. So, Charles has a goal, because he doesn't know what the limits of that jewel are. However, refining it will be the first step. He keeps thinking that the reason Zeus became ruler of the skies and took over the kingdom of Olympus is because he obtained the lightning fragment, and Hades always fought using that helmet of invisibility. And it was through these items that the current Olympus and the Olympus of the future continued to exist. And he keeps thinking that the only person who can refine this item is that person. And Charles, smiling, said that he's finally going to see that person after a long time. The scene shifts to a hammer, anvil, and fire. And there's someone in front of a furnace crafting some item. The scene changes to a player kit, and Charlie receives the basic item. Come on, subscriber. What is it? What is it? It can browse the internet, communicate with other players, and is the essential item inside the tower. It's a cell phone, I think. Or maybe that weird ball there, but it has all the functions of a cell phone. And so, the protagonist tells us that he's already registered as a player and he stores his phone pearl inside his inventory. He starts walking through a pretty isolated area in that city, because if he remembers correctly, the place he's looking for is nearby. But without a map or the exact location, searching for it is really annoying. And even worse, he can't ask anyone about it. A little further ahead, there's a man with a boy begging the protagonist for some points, and as the protagonist walks by, the man says his son is starving, but he's already pulling out a knife. After that, the guy announces a robbery and tells him to hand over everything he's got, including and Charlie doesn't even care, because now the trend is Krav Maga or Haipitu. And Charlie immediately breaks the guy's arm and one of his legs. After that, 3 more thugs show up and come at the protagonist with knives, saying he shouldn't have messed with their organization. And the protagonist twists one guy's arm and leg. Then he twists the other guy's leg. And while he's doing this, Charlie gives him a lecture, saying that if their lives are so bad there, he should just leave that first floor. And just like that, the clothes-changing fight was over. The other 2 have their arms twisted and their legs broken, and the protagonist finally looks to the side and sees something very familiar. And yes, he finally found it. He sees the blacksmith sign in the distance and, coming closer, opens the curtain and says, "Hello? Hey, is anyone there?" The place is full of weapons and armor, but it's so hot it feels like a sauna, a dry sauna. And Charlie, still on the other side of the door, starts making conversation, saying, "Hey, didn't you say you had to work in the morning?" And the person, confused, says, "Huh." They look ahead and see the protagonist, a stranger, walking into their shop. The blacksmith doesn't even introduce himself or anything and just says, "Hey, is that the pyromancy cloak?" After that, he tells the protagonist that he doesn't look like he's from around there and asks if he's lost, and Charles says he's not lost, that he came to the right place. "Isn't this a workshop?" And the blacksmith says, "What? Did you come to buy some equipment?" And the blacksmith tells Charles that if he's happy with what he's holding there, he can go ahead and keep it, but he's not sure if that sword Charles is holding is any better than the one he already has. And the sword is a worn-out sword, a really poorly made item, and above all, it's dull. And Charles says that all those swords are flawed. And then, the protagonist says more. He says, "Hey, blacksmith, it looks like you're not that talented at ruining things, huh? You tried to mess up this sword, but it's still useful for something." After that, Charles says, "Here, your name is Volcaro, right? Hey old man, I'm talking to you." And the blacksmith immediately starts getting furious. He says, "You? Who sent you here?" And the blacksmith starts to expand his aura. And Charles, knowing things were about to go south, opens his inventory. He tells the blacksmith that he doesn't need to be so defensive, and he says he's a new player who just arrived on the first floor. So, Charles takes out that phone orb and shows that he's a first-floor player. And when the blacksmith sees that, he starts thinking that the number shown on the phone orb is the highest floor the person has reached. So, for sure, this person isn't from a higher floor, and Charlie realizes that the guy has the same temperament as always. He knows that blacksmith is a very powerful being, and if he had swung that hammer at him, there definitely would have been a disaster right there. And Charles thinks that if he had called that blacksmith by his real name, that hammer would have definitely flown right at him. So, Charles knows he has to be careful with what he says. In other words, Volcaro isn't his real name. After that, Charles is lost in thought when Volcano asks Charlie what he wants. Charlie says it's nothing special and takes the divine fragment of darkness out of his inventory. And he tells the blacksmith that he wants to hire him to make an item for him. The blacksmith is unsure about the item and says, "Hey, can I take a closer look?" And after taking a much closer look, he realizes it's an unrefined crystal. Charlie asks him if he can refine it, and the blacksmith replies that he can definitely refine it. But, where did you get this thing? The protagonist replies that he got it as part of the reward for completing the tutorial. And the blacksmith is really surprised and says, "What? You got this in the tutorial?" And the blacksmith says, "Oh, right, now that I think about it, the tutorial is happening right now. How many days did it take you to finish it?" And Charlie, without any modesty, says, "About 5 days and 2 hours. And of course I came in first place, right?" And the blacksmith says, "Huh, is that a new record?" And the blacksmith says he's not surprised that someone like this is wearing such expensive clothes on the first floor. And he knows that the person in front of him is definitely not just anyone. And the blacksmith says that the best he can do is refine this item. However, the materials he has won't be any good, they would simply damage that crystal. After that, the blacksmith asks if he really wants to leave that crystal with him, because if he noticed correctly, all the items in that place are pretty damaged, as if the blacksmith wasn't very good. And Charlie says yes, he does plan to leave it with him. Here you go. And he hands the crystal over to him. The blacksmith, holding that incredibly powerful crystal in his hand, exclaims that surely the person standing in front of him must be the madman of the oak. After the blacksmith takes the item, he asks Charlie if he doesn't think he might run off with it. And the protagonist says that he's actually pretty good at reading people, that he's sure he won't run away. After that, Charlie tells the blacksmith that he didn't see any greed in his eyes. He saw something else. He saw someone who was really excited. Charlie adds that he has a good eye for people, and he's sure this old blacksmith won't break the item. And Charlie, still holding that useless sword, realizes that even when he tried, he couldn't make a terrible sword, because that sword is actually very well balanced. In other words, he's a very experienced blacksmith. Charlie tells the blacksmith that he can break that sword and make a terrible dagger. However, it's really hard for him to break old habits, like making good swords. And he tells the blacksmith that they forgot something very important, to ruin the balance of that sword. The blacksmith starts to smile and says that the protagonist is a very interesting person. After that, Charlie throws the sword back into the chest, and the blacksmith asks if he's a pureblood, then asks who he's affiliated with. Charlie replies that he has no affiliation, and then answers the other question by saying it's something like a pureblood. And the blacksmith starts talking to him about whether he's a pureblood or not, but then he says, whatever, because I'm going to work with this material anyway. And the blacksmith makes a promise to Charlie, since he's trusting him, he'll refine that item in the best way he possibly can. However, he has one condition. He asks Charlie to promise not to say where the item was refined or who refined it. He asks if Charlie can do that, and the protagonist, smiling, says, "Of course, I won't tell anyone." The next day, early in the morning, the protagonist spends 3 points to buy breakfast. And just look at how much he was able to buy with only 3 points. Charlie keeps thinking about how he gave his ball phone number to the old blacksmith. So the only thing left for him to do now is wait. So let's eat and put on some weight. And Charlie keeps thinking about how the blacksmith told him he would finish that item in 10 days. However, Charlie isn't in a hurry to leave the first floor, since he has other problems to solve there. So, according to the information he got in a very affectionate way from that captain, he knows the jackals will gather in 2 days, and Charlie thinks it would be easier if he just killed all the jackals by himself. However, he's still too weak for that. Then we see that someone has just arrived and sits down in front of Charlie, and the badass protagonist, looking straight ahead, asks Argan how things turned out over there. And Argan says it was easy, that he went to everyone asking for the protagonist's name, and he didn't even have to go himself, since he has a lot of connections, he sent a bunch of people to ask about him. Charlie thinks to himself that Olympus has a huge influence on the first floor, and since Argan is Zeus's son, finding him there was a really easy task. Then Argan, pulling his cell phone orb out of his inventory, asks Charlie for his number. And as Charlie gives his phone number to Argan, he says to him, "Man, I never thought you'd hit on me." And Argan tells him that he never thought Charlie had a sense of humor, since he always thought Charlie was a boring guy who never made jokes. Charlie replies that he's really not funny, but sometimes he tries to make jokes. Then Charlie asks Argan when he's going to start climbing the tower, and Argan replies that in about 5 days he plans to go up a few levels in the outer areas of the first floor, and he says he wants to improve his group's teamwork. The main character says, "Oh, really? If that's the case, why not do a mission with me?" The blonde guy says, "A mission? What kind of mission?" Charlie says he plans to wipe out the jackals down to the root, and Argan says, "The jackals? Man, even finding them is a problem. They're all hiding." And he asks Charlie if he really thinks that's possible. Him and his group, and Argan asks if 10 people would be enough to handle the jackals, and the protagonist, who's really bold, says, 10? Of course not, just 2. Me and you. Then the blonde guy gulps nervously. Argan says, "What? I need more details. Tell me, what exactly do you have in mind?" Charlie says it's too soon to give details and tells him to come back in 2 nights. Then he'll tell him everything. "Now, if you don't show up in 2 days, I'll take out the jackals by myself." And Argan, who's competitive, says, "No, I'm going with you. The night after tomorrow, I'll be here, same time." Argan stands and says, "I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm heading out." Charlie, "You're leaving." He, "Of course. Every time you leave hanging. Now I'm leaving first, just so I won't be the last one. I left you hanging this time." Charles starts thinking that Argan must really like the group he put together during the tutorial, because trying to get all of them to climb the tower together takes a lot of dedication. And Charlie is thinking about all of this, but then he realizes that someone is there. He says, "Looks like you've been waiting for a long time." And he says to the hooded figure next to him that now that everything is over, that conversation with Argan, why doesn't he just say what he came to say? And the person is a knight of Olympus. He says he was really surprised that Argan showed up out of nowhere. And then it's revealed that Agamemnon is the person standing next to the protagonist. And since it's the first time they're meeting, Agamemnon says it's a pleasure to meet him, and it's shown to us that he is a member of Olympus, Agamemnon. Agamemnon is all smiles in front of the protagonist, and Charlie, still sitting and eating his breakfast, tells Agamemnon that Argan is a direct descendant of the ruler of the skies, so he should have at least said hi to him. He replies to the protagonist that he couldn't do that because the only reason he came there was to meet with Charlie. He starts the conversation by saying he heard that Charlie took first place in the tutorial and that Argham only came in second. He goes on to say that the gap between first and second place was huge, and everyone is saying that a monster has just entered the tower. The protagonist thanks him for the sincere compliment and kind words. After that, after taking a sip of coffee, he says that he asked Argham about him, but Argham only said that he's a kind of friend. But saying someone is a kind of friend is a really strange thing, and Charlie replies that it is a bit strange, but in his thoughts, he realizes that Argham wants to become his friend. So, why shouldn't I be his friend? That's what Charlie thinks. And then, Agamemnon tells Charlie that not forming a team with Argham was a very wise choice, because after the tutorial, most teams break up, and he explains why. He says that many players who enter the tower don't want to climb it, and those who do only go up a few floors, not wanting to become rankers. Agamemnon, looking totally relaxed, sipping his coffee and talking at the same time, I don't even know how, says that Charlie has the potential to become a ranker and even more than that, to become a high ranker. And with that, he makes an offer to the protagonist, inviting him to climb the tower together with him, as part of Olympus. After that quick sip of coffee, Argham is much more straightforward. He tells Charlie to join Olympus and serve under Ares' command, and he says they can give him anything he wants in order to climb the tower. Finally, Agamemnon badmouths Argham, saying he's an inferior being who doesn't even know his own mother. However, Lord Ares is a superior being and completely different. After that, Agamemnon reveals that Argham is the son of Lady Hera and Lord Zeus. And Zeus is a great figure in the tower, since he is a high ranker. So, he suggests that Charlie join Lord Ares, because it's much better than joining a mutt like Argham. Charlie, looking upset, slams his hand on the table and tells him to stop talking. And Agamemnon is left confused. Charlie told him to stop, but didn't say why. He just grabbed his cup of coffee and started drinking it all. However, Charlie is thinking, because he knows that the Olympus Guild is the biggest guild in the tower, and they work really hard to recruit new players. But Charlie doesn't want anything to do with Olympus. He picks up his cup, slams it on the table, and thanks Agamemnon for the tea. It wasn't coffee. And Charlie says, I'm outta here, I'm leaving. And Agamemnon, who was left at the table, asks if Charlie is really turning down an offer from Olympus. And the badass protagonist says that's exactly it, because he doesn't plan on affiliating with anyone. He says that previously Argham made him the same offer and he had already turned it down. And the protagonist, smiling, starts messing with Agamemnon. He says, hey, Agamemnon, are you even worthy of accompanying me? Because you said Argham doesn't even know his own mother and is an inferior being. And you said more, you said he's a mutt. But Zeus and Hera are Argham's parents, not yours. So, if you consider the son of Zeus and Hera a mutt, then what does that make you? At that moment, Agamemnon clenches his jaw in anger. And Agamemnon, looking up, since the protagonist was standing next to him, starts trying to explain. But the protagonist says, stop, there's only one answer. The badass protagonist says he refuses to hang out with lowly worms like him. The protagonist walks away, and someone asks Agamemnon if he's okay. And he's just standing there, seething with rage, feeding his hatred. And the person calls him again, Mr. Agamemnon. He looks ahead and says, so, how many jackals can we call now? And the person is surprised and says, jackals? Boss, you're not planning to. And then it's shown that the other person from Olympus is the one talking to Agamemnon. He informs his boss that the jackals are currently out collecting, and says that only after this collection can they gather a considerable number of them. And Agamemnon, who is really pissed off, says that Charlie is just a rookie player and questions whether they really need so much preparation to kill him. And the underling standing in front of Agamemnon is pretty rational. He says, boss, he set a record in the tutorial and even surpassed your Argham. So we definitely need to be careful with him. And he finishes by asking Agamemnon if he really thinks just a few jackals will be enough to take out the protagonist. And there he is, really pissed off, surrounded by 3 subordinates. He gives them an order. He tells them to prepare 100 jackals. Placing his hand on his face, full of rage, he says that when the jackal gathering is over, they will kill the player Charlie. 2 days later, Argham asks Charlie what his big plan is to get rid of the jackals. And Charlie replies that first they need to go to a certain place and meet someone. He says it took him a long time to find out where this person lives, and Argham asks who this person is. But Charlie doesn't even answer and just says, just follow me. Charlie is using his monkey eyes, scanning everything around him. And Argham realizes that he's seen those eyes before. He remembers it was in the lair of the last boss from the tutorial, and he still remembers the boss asking Charlie if he's related to that damn monkey. Argham realizes that the boss was definitely referring to the great sage Yakong, and this great sage is the most talented fighter in the history of the rankers. It took him very little time to become a high ranker, he only took 100 years. And as Argham looks at Charlie, he realizes that Charlie not only controls fire like Yakong, but also like Apollo. Watching the protagonist from behind, he keeps wondering who he really is. Looking at Charlie up ahead, he also remembers that Charlie has gigantification, an ability that only Hercules has, and Hercules only got that ability after he killed 10,000 giants and bathed in their blood. And of course, right? All the giants have this ability too. He thinks, this is the height of absurdity. If Charlie is a descendant of the giants, that must be why he didn't join Olympus or anyone else. And Argham is more lost in his thoughts than I am when Charlie says, hey Argham, wake up, look over here. And make sure you answer properly, okay? He says, answer what? Yo now. Let's go in. And so, Charlie and Argham go into that place. He says, "Hey, owner, look at me." And the person at the bar says they're sorry, but they're already closed. The owner, without even looking up, asks if they're looking for something. And if they are, please leave your name and number, and he'll get in touch tomorrow. And Charlie just says one name, Mu Wul Xiong. Charlie says he's looking for a guy named Mu Wul Xiong. And the guy, who was about to write down the name, is shocked and freezes. Suddenly, that guy throws everything aside and takes off running at top speed. And Charlie asks where he's going and starts chasing after him. The protagonist is really, really fast and catches up to him instantly. But the guy isn't just some ordinary warrior. Even after being caught at lightning speed, he already pulls out his dagger. But the protagonist doesn't even give him a chance to react, spins him in the air with great force, and slams him to the ground. And Charlie, using the gray monkey eyes ability, tells him to stay down and keep quiet. And as he tries to get up, Charlie uses even more force and slams him to the ground again, telling him to stay put. Lying on the ground, the guy wonders how Charlie is so strong, since he can't even move. Charlie knows that Xiong Laovon is Mu Wul Xiong's real name, and that this guy is a martial realm player who gave up climbing the tower. He's definitely the king of the jackals, so Charlie keeps him pinned to the ground, holding him down with great force. The poor guy on the floor who is being tied up asks why they are doing this to him. He says Charlie just got the wrong person, that he's just an ordinary guy, and Charlie says that the wrong person is Carvalho, so why did he try to run away if he's not the right person? The frightened guy insists he tried to run because the protagonist had such a scary look in his eyes, and Argham just stands there, not knowing what to do. Charlie finishes tying up the fugitive, and Argham starts to doubt whether they caught the right guy, since this doesn't seem like the person they're looking for. Argham says he looks really weak, he doesn't seem like someone from the martial realm, let alone the king of the jackals. And Charlie, who had already taken his knife, shows the knife to Argham and asks if it's just a regular knife. Then Charlie tells him to pay attention to where it fell, and on the ground where the knife landed, there's a puddle of corrosive poison, and this poison is extremely powerful. This is only found on the upper floors of the tower. Charlie continued his explanation, saying that this poison is forbidden to use against players, and also, to even have that kind of poison, you need authorization. Even so, it's very hard to find a poison like that. And seeing that guy on the ground, Charlie asked Argham, the owner of a simple shop on the first floor, how could he possibly have access to such poison? Why is that poison hidden up his sleeve, just like that, out of nowhere? The guy, who before looked like a young man, now has his face altered and disfigured. He asks in another language why the information leaked like that. And he bombards Charlie with questions, asking how he found out his identity. And most importantly, how he discovered his real name. Only now does Argham realize that the guy's voice and face have changed, and Charlie starts mocking him and asks, "Oh, right. How did we find out, huh? Let me think." And the king of the jackals, who is tied up, says that Charlie apparently isn't afraid, but he doesn't know who's backing him. And Argham is just standing there, listening to all that nonsense. The guy tied up on the ground starts looking at Argham and says, "Hey, you, with that hair color and those eyes, could it be that you are?" At that moment, Argham remembers what Charlie told him outside about answering properly, so this must be what he's supposed to answer properly. And Argham shows who his father is and starts shooting lightning from his hand. And the king of the jackals, tied up on the ground, exclaims excitedly that it's true, isn't it? Olympus betrayed them, right? And Argham is really surprised by his response. Argham asks what he means by that, but Charlie doesn't even let him finish the question and tells the king of the jackals that saying he was betrayed is a bit harsh. So, he just wants a favor from the king of the jackals, and Charlie asks something that Argham didn't know. And he asks the king of the jackals if he's taking orders from Agamemnon, right? And he says yes. So what? And Charlie keeps up his rhetoric, saying that the regent of the heavens has been interested in the affairs of the first floor for a long time now. After that, Charlie asks the king of the jackals how long he plans to keep being Agamemnon's lapdog there on the first floor, since Agamemnon doesn't even serve one of the big shots from Olympus. He just serves a rookie who only recently became a high rank. If everything goes really well there, he knows that the regent of the heavens will start taking care of the jackals personally, and Argham has no idea what's going on, because that whole conversation they're having is something he just doesn't get. Charlie tells the king of the jackals that if he does a good job, he might even land an important role on Olympus. And with those words, he manages to win over the king of the jackals. The king of the jackals asks, "So, what favor do you want? What can I do for you, sir?" And Argham wasn't expecting this, that Olympus was meddling even on the first floor. And even worse, that Olympus was giving orders to the jackals. Charlie asks the king of the jackals how many jackals there are in total, and he answers saying it's about 1,000 or so. So Charlie tells the king of the jackals to gather all the jackals tomorrow by midnight at this location, and gives him the address. And Charlie asks for one more favor: don't let any of Agamemnon's or Ares' followers find out about this. After that, Charlie gets up, turns to Argham and says, "Hey, let's go. We're done here." And Argham is fuming inside, because he didn't know the jackals were commanded by Olympus. And Argham, who was really pissed off, already outside where the king of the jackals was, tells Charlie that he's really good at talking about other people's parents and asks Charles to explain everything, not to leave out a single detail. Charlie explains quickly, saying, "It's just like you heard, the Jackals and Olympus are working together." Argan, gritting his teeth in anger, asks Charles if he really expects him to believe that. Argan is still in disbelief, saying that it can't be true. He must just be using Olympus's name, because Olympus would never do something like that. And Charlie is looking into Argan's eyes and revealing the true Olympus. He tells Argan that he doesn't know what kind of place he thinks Olympus is, but he needs to open his eyes to see the whole truth. Charlie says that he's going to show him the true face of Olympus, and Argan starts thinking about the things that have happened. He remembers the tutorial administrator complaining that he's going to have a lot more work because of those bastards. And those bastards are Olympus, to the point where he said he was going to rip Zeus's arms off. And he remembers that he only saw the king of the Jackals asking if Olympus had betrayed them. And he remembers Charlie's words, who said that if he wants to discover the truth, he'll have to do it alone and slowly. And finally, the protagonist's words are still echoing in his head, when he said that even if he told him, he wouldn't believe it. The scene changes a bit, but some time has passed, 2 days later, and Charlie is sitting somewhere, waiting for someone to arrive. And he says, looking straight ahead, "If you had been any later, would have left without you." And he asks Argan if he's finished thinking about her. And Argan says that he was born and raised on Olympus, and the Olympus he knew was his home and his family. And his father is his hero. And he says he doesn't have many memories of his mother. And it's been so long since he's seen her that he doesn't even remember her face anymore. However, he only remembers her voice, and what she said to him. She said, "My son, don't forget the pride of Olympus." And Argan says that Olympus is the name of his pride. Then, he tells Charlie that he had to think a lot about whether this was the right thing to do. Or maybe, he would be betraying Olympus. And the protagonist asks what conclusion Argan came to. He opens his inventory and says, "Hey Charlie, whether you're right or wrong, there's one thing I'm sure of, the Jackals have to be wiped out. Those bastards are like parasites here on the first floor. And if that's Olympus's shameful secret." He puts on his gloves and lightning starts crackling everywhere. Then he says that he's going to wipe out all the Jackals with his own hands. The scene shifts to some time later, to a tunnel. It's very dark there, but there are several torches lighting the way. And look at that, hundreds and hundreds of Jackals, all those bandits who kill and rob beginner players. A random guy stands there admiring the place. It's so big, absolutely gigantic, but it seems kind of damp here. The ground is kind of muddy, and the other one is even more amazed because one jackal doesn't know the other. So, he never imagined there would be so many of them. There are about 1,000 jackals there, and the other says it's the first time they've all gathered in one place. Normally, they're scattered all over the place. And the gossip starts spreading like wildfire. One says that guy over there managed to get the flock viper, and those around him are really impressed because the viper is worth at least 10,000 points. At that moment, someone approaches, walking quickly, and he asks if everyone is already here. If not, raise your hand. Only the one who wasn't registered and wasn't there raised his hand. And the system informs us that it's the king of the Jackals, Xian, who's speaking. At that moment, all the Jackals kneel before their master. However, one mute person remains standing. Could it be that someone else is there? After that, the king of the Jackals tells them to raise their heads. And the Jackals are the kings of gossip. They start by asking if that guy is really Xian, since the boss has never shown himself to him before. And another one says he heard that there's a very important person backing the Jackals. And he says that's how it was, and only because of that were they able to avoid the office that runs the whole tower. And the gossip was out of control. And someone grabs a sword and says, "Hey, if anyone opens their mouth and talks, the sword will sing. Shut your mouths right now." And he says, "What do you mean the sword will sing? I've never seen a sword sing." The leader of the Jackals raises his sword and says, "I'll cut off the head of anyone who talks. I'll cut the head off myself." Then he looks at those gossiping Jackals and says, "All of you, shut up right now." He says they have to complete a mission that's about to start right now. However, this mission is very difficult, because it requires the presence of all the Jackals. And the king of the Jackals, raising his fist to the sky, says that there's one thing he can guarantee: after today, we, the Jackals, will ascend to the heavens. And the whole pack starts shouting and cheering for their leader. The king of the Jackals says he is going to show them two people. He says that these masked people are his supporters. And so, he also bows before his supporters and thanks them for coming all the way there. Suddenly, he pulls a wad of cash out of his pocket and says that these are simply tokens, but they could accept this favor, because those tokens are Asgardian bills. And the system informs us that each bill is worth 1,000 points. And the jackal gave him a lot of bills, And the king of the Jackals tells the two people in front of him that this was the collection this time. And the masked visitor thinks to himself that since these bills are issued by Asgard, their value is guaranteed. There are about 100,000 points there. The extra asks if all of that is for him. The king of the Jackals says yes. "Yes, sir. It's all for you." And like that, the dirty deed was done. The masked man starts to smile as his plan worked. The payment that was supposed to go to Agamemnon ended up being given to him. And now he really knows that all the Jackals have switched sides to his, because just by looking, you can tell there are hundreds of thousands of points there. And so, right? The quick-witted one says, "I understand. Thank you for the gift." He puts the money into his inventory and the king of the Jackals, nodding his head, says pleasure is all his. Then, after receiving the money, Charlie looked at the king of the jackals and said, "Now, I have something else to talk to you about." And the king of the jackals says, "Boss, what do you want us to do?" He says, "It's time to say goodbye," and snaps his fingers. And then, after he snaps his fingers, the whole place starts to light up. The protagonist starts using colossal fire, and that fire spreads throughout the entire area. In a matter of seconds, all the jackals literally catch on fire and start running for their lives. The king of the jackals looks back and wonders how the fire spread so quickly. And they ask if all that liquid on the ground was oil instead of water. But they're sure it wasn't oil, because it didn't have any smell. Now it's turning into a cauldron, boiling hot, extremely hot. They use the cockroach scatter tactic. Everyone runs for their lives, moving aimlessly and without direction. Argon, after slicing one with his incredible speed, starts wondering if that stuff is odorless powder. And the king of the jackals starts cursing himself. Then, he looks ahead and sees the protagonist taking off his mask. He takes off the mask and steps on it. And the king of the jackals asks what he thinks he's doing. Charlie replies, "Me. Well, what do you think we're doing? We're cleaning up trash, obviously." And only now does Diablo realize that they're not from Olympus. And Argon, who was killing another jackal, shouts from afar, "Hey, I am from Olympus, okay?" He says, "Well, if you're from Olympus, then why are you attacking us? We're buddies." Argon replies that they're not friends, they're a disgrace to Olympus, and he's going to take them all down with his own hands. Fire on one side, Argon on the other, and the protagonist massacring everyone there. And a lot of jackals start running toward him, saying they're going to wipe out their kind. And the king of the jackals orders everyone to get the two of them, since there are only two. Meanwhile, Argon is killing several of them at the same time. The king of the jackals down there is thinking they're screwed, because if things keep going like this, there won't be a single jackal left to tell the tale. And only now is he realizing that the two of them plan to wipe them all out at once. So, he pulls out his phone, the round phone, and tries to call Agamemnon. And when he calls, there's no signal, because the carrier doesn't work in that area. And he said he has the best plan from the carrier, he should have signal there. So, he's just like me, wondering why his internet isn't working there, since he pays for such an expensive plan. And Charlie, after slicing up another one, answers his question. He says, "Hey, Chakal, do you really think this thing is going to work properly in the middle of a hell like this? Look around you." The protagonist, smiling, says that a player kit sends messages by encoding text in mana, so when the area is filled with mana like this, it's impossible to communicate. In other words, all that fire is mana. So, this thing becomes useless, you won't be able to communicate. Basically, it's a signal jammer. Now, the Jackal King really loses it, gets ready to attack, and then he sprints toward the protagonist, yelling at the top of his lungs, "You sons of a gun," and comes up behind the protagonist. And as a poet once said, if you're going to do a sneak attack, don't shout. And Charlie, hearing that yell coming his way, already knows who's coming. So, he looks back with his gray monkey eyes and paralyzes the Jackal King with a skill I didn't even know he had. The Jackal King starts wondering why his body won't move, and Charlie, calling him by name, says it's time to say goodbye and slices him in half.
Everyone died. It's over.
The meeting place was a cave in a huge mountain, which was completely destroyed, only smoke was coming out of there. And Charlie asks Argon if he's okay, and he just lets out a deep sigh. He says, "Am I okay? Man, we just killed 1,000 people." And Charlie realizes that he's not exhausted, but what he's feeling is guilt for having killed so many people. Charlie looked at him and said it's okay, but Argon had never been in a war before, so he's not used to killing people. He asks Charlie how he can be so indifferent to all this. And Charlie replies, "Murders, kidnappings, theft, slavery. Those were the main activities of the jackals, and that's how they made their money." Then Charlie says that by killing jackals, he might have saved dozens or even hundreds of people. So why should I hesitate? But Argon is still hesitant. And Charlie gives him some advice, telling him to let go of that feeling of guilt, because only the worst kind of people, the lowest of the low, died. And Argon just looked at the protagonist, thinking about all of it, with nothing to say. After that, Argon put his hands on his knees, still trembling, and said, "Hey Charlie, you've got a pretty sharp tongue, sharper than you let on. Also, you're smarter than you look." And Charlie looks at him and says, "Was that a compliment? If that was a compliment, you really need to practice, huh?" Argon, with his hands on his head, says yes, it was a compliment. And Charlie realizes that Argon is mentally stable, since just a simple conversation is enough to help him get rid of feelings of guilt. And Charlie says that Argon really is a fair guy, perfect for living a normal life. But Argon says that Charlie isn't anything like what he seemed. And he told Charlie that he didn't seem like a good person at all. Charlie says, "Hey, are you complimenting me again?" And Argon says yes, that he is complimenting him. He told Charlie that it's not easy to be the first to do things, even when there's nothing to gain. And he remembers that even during the tutorial, Charlie acted with a much broader mindset, thinking about the bigger picture, and he couldn't reach that way of thinking. And Argon says that ever since he was young, people called that the great cause. So, Charlie has a great cause. Charlie replies, "Well, you're good with words, you're getting better. If you keep this up, one day you'll know how to really compliment someone." And Charlie said, "Hey, but there's one thing you said that's wrong." "Of course I had something to gain. Open your inventory and take the wad of notes from the Guardians." When Argon sees those notes, he says, "This? Yeah, that's what we have to gain. You play a key role, so are you going to accept?" Charles starts counting all the notes and tells Arghon that he can say no if he's not interested in accepting dirty money. Man, there's a lot of money right there, way more than Arghon made during the entire tutorial. He says, oh, well, I don't even know what I'm doing. Alright, give me a little. And Charlie goes, yeah, that's what I thought. Here, take a little for yourself. In common usage, war polio, Charlie changes the subject and says that Arghon came in second place in the whole tutorial, and Arghon replies, yeah, so what? And Charlie keeps counting coins, his mind off in Narnia. After that, he asks Arghon what reward he got. The scene shifts to somewhere far away, where someone really pissed off slams their hand on the table. And it's Agamemnon, full of rage, because he can't get in touch with the king of jackals. And his assistant says he's not sure either, since he also tried to contact him and got no response. Agamemnon starts thinking, unless he went crazy and ran off with the money, there's no reason for him to do that. Suddenly, the second assistant, just an extra, comes running in, shouting Agamemnon's name. He says they found the jackals, but sir, you'll have to see them in person. And Agamemnon enters the cave, where there are hundreds, actually, more than 1,000 people, burned to a crisp, torn apart, mangled, gutted. And when Agamemnon sees that scene, he starts trembling and asks his assistant if even the king of the jackals is among them. And his assistant says, yes, sir, he was taken out for good. And Agamemnon asked about the collection money. He said, look, we didn't find a single bill, everything disappeared. Agamemnon, with a credit card that's been expired for almost 2 months, rent overdue, car tax unpaid, and not a single cent to buy school supplies for the kids, and realizing that everyone went to the beach except him, goes absolutely mad with rage, because his source of income has just dried up. And Proda made one for us and counted how much money was there. In total, there were 340,000 points. And yes, the jackals managed to get a lot of money. You can buy the best things in that store. And Charlie surprises me even more, because 384 is only half the money, since the other half went to Arghon. He keeps thinking that with all this money from his friend Agamemnon, we should thank our friend Agamemnon.
Thank you, my friend. You really are a friend.
Charlie doesn't have to worry about food or housing, because that's so much money that he had never even seen that much in some rankings in his life. So Charlie does just that. He takes a whiff of that money and keeps thinking that he'd like to go to Asgard right now and exchange it all for points. However, if he does that, Olympus will know it was him who wiped out the jackals. So, he's going to save that money for another occasion. After that, Charlie puts the money away in his inventory and starts thinking that this money won't be enough for all the details and everything else he has planned. However, he can get the materials needed to refine the divine dark crystal. And with the money, things can move faster. He plans to finish refining the divine dark crystal even faster. Out of all the items Charlie has, the divine dark crystal is the highest ranked, and he knows that the best blacksmith in the tower is slowly shaping that item so it can be useful for the protagonist. But Charlie says there's a problem, so he opens his inventory and takes his egg in his hand. Yeah, I said it that way on purpose to make it sound ambiguous, okay? Charlie realizes that the egg doesn't have a name, so he doesn't know what it is, but it must be very valuable since he got it as a reward for coming in first place. And Charlie keeps wondering where he should use this egg. And I'm not going to answer. Socrates, tell me in the comments where you think he should use this egg. And the protagonist is left holding his incomplete reward, thinking about how to hatch it, and he can't remember anyone ever receiving an egg as the main prize. He remembers that Arghon, who came in second place, got the king's lightning glove, which is a pretty advanced item and can even be used by the higher ranks. So, using Arghon as a reference, he knows that this egg isn't just any ordinary item. And Charlie, in his thoughts, knows that this egg could be just as good or even better than the divine dark crystal, but he started to get a headache from thinking about it so much. So, he keeps staring at the egg and suddenly has an insight. He notices that the egg has a pattern on it, and he's sure that the first time he picked up the egg, that pattern wasn't there. Suddenly, Charlie remembers where he saw that pattern for the first time and gets really scared, because that pattern he saw before definitely belongs to the outer god. And then his egg greets Charlie, and Charlie starts talking to his egg and asks it what it is, but Autogosagania. The scene shifts to the blacksmith's shop, and Charlie spent many days thinking about his egg. He wonders whether what will hatch from it will be an ally or a being that will destroy the entire world. He remembers that most creatures born from eggs recognize the person who spent the most time with them as their master, and also recognize, after hatching, the first person they see as their mother. And that's why many ranks went through the trouble of obtaining mystical beast eggs to hatch them as their companions. And Charlie starts thinking about doing the same thing, because it would be an unbelievable gamble if that egg turns out to be from a mythical beast. Well, as always, the protagonist knows that just thinking about it won't help at all, so he decides to focus on what's right in front of him. So, he walks into the forge and says, "Hey, it's me coming in, alright?" And the dwarf, who was just staring a lot, asks, "Oh, you made it." He shows the divine dark crystal and says that thing is really tough, which is why he asked him to come over so he could ask him a question. He asks Charlie to show which weapon and which armor he's currently using. And he says, if he's using a sword, to show the type, length, and hardness of it, because he's going to analyze everything. And as for the armor, he wants to know the type and the weight, and asks Charlie to show him everything. And Charlie says, "Hey, why are you asking me all this?" He says he's used up all the extra products from the crystal, meaning what he has left in his hands is the crystal powder. The blacksmith says he wants to create an item using that, because the powder that came from that crystal is so powerful that it's much more valuable than any crystal he knows. And Charlie starts thinking about his past, because what he's saying is actually true. After all, the scythe that Hades used was made using the powder that came from the crystal during its refinement. And Charlie asks him if he's going to need the right materials for that. The dwarf, turning his back, says he doesn't have any material like adamantium, but he does have something similar, because since this is just the crystal powder, mithril should do the trick. He shows the protagonist a bar of mithril that weighs 1.8 kilos and says that's enough to make a piece of equipment and process it together with that powder. He checks the system for information on mithril's properties, so you can just pause and read all the details. Charlie says to him, "Mithril? That material is really expensive." Charlie knows that half a kilo of that would already be enough to make a piece of equipment, but using 1.8 kilos will definitely cost more than 300,000 points. Charlie keeps thinking that he has all that money in Asgardian notes, but he can't do it right now, because the money he has is only enough to buy a third of that mithril. And the blacksmith, seeing that Charlie is deep in thought, says, "Hey, I'll put it on your tab, I'll sell it to you on credit." Charlie says, "Huh, you're putting it on my tab, what if I run away?" The blacksmith says making an item with that material is his own greed, not Charlie's idea. However, if Charlie takes the item and runs off with it, he won't hold a grudge or anything like that. He looks at Charlie and says, "Hey, what you left me is worth dozens of times more than this mithril, you idiot." The blacksmith says the item Charlie left is impossible to estimate in points. It's extremely, extremely expensive. Its value can't be measured in points. Wrapping up, the blacksmith says since Charlie trusted him with such a valuable item, he'll do the same. Charlie gets the déjà vu from this old man and says the blacksmith really is just like he remembers. And so the protagonist starts to smile, because he knows that blacksmith is someone he can trust completely. After that, the protagonist opens his inventory, takes out his sword, and does what the blacksmith asked. He shows the item he's currently using. He shows his sword to the blacksmith and tells him that he needs a sword, but it can't be too heavy. He also says that the shape and length can be similar to this one, and gives his sword to be used as a model. The blacksmith gets really excited, because making a sword is exactly what he's been wanting to do. He tells Charlie that making swords is his specialty. The scene shifts to a week later, at the Olympus Guild branch, and we see Agamemnon finishing putting on his gloves, because he never thought an opportunity like this would come his way, since the death of all the jackals created a much better chance for him. And he keeps thinking that if he does well on this mission, he will definitely be forgiven for his mistakes. And he knows that after this, even the manager of the heavens will pay attention to him. And his assistant comes up to him and says, "Mr. Agamemnon, we've already gathered all our players from the 1st to the 10th floor." And he tells Agamemnon that they have about 200 men. And Agamemnon, thinking that's not enough, asks about the reinforcements. His assistant replies that, taking into account the intervention of the Justiciar angels and the restoration of the tower, a suitable reinforcement has just arrived. And so, Agamemnon knows there's no way he can lose and says, "Perfect, let's finish this mission." And so, the Olympus army, from the 1st to the 10th floor, is gathered in one place, under Agamemnon's command. And he, in front of all his subordinates, says that from now on, they're after a criminal. Let's go capture him. The scene shifts to another place far from there, where Charlie easily slices through a snake and a tiger. And so, the completion rate of the heaven-slaying star increases by 0.0006%. And Charlie feels like it's taking about 3 eternities to level up this skill. The only thing he did during these 10 days while the crystal was being refined was level up this skill. And it barely made any progress at all. And he knows that here on the 1st floor, he's pretty much not going to be able to level up this skill. After 10 days of hunting, he only managed to level up that skill once. Still, it's better than doing nothing. Let's keep grinding. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing and beeping. He picks it up to check the message. And it's Volcano saying that the refinement is finished and asking him to come over right away. Volcano has just finished refining that gem, and it is truly beautiful. Volcano says that no matter how many times he looks at it, it's really stunning. He never gets tired of seeing it. He keeps thinking that he really wants to craft a complete item with it, but he doesn't have the materials for that and knows it won't be possible. So, he takes the gem and starts wrapping it up. Volcano starts to sense a presence, and he knows someone is approaching. He looks back and sees that the presence is getting even closer. Then, he grabs his blacksmith's hammer and says to himself, of all the days possible, it had to be today. On the day he finished the stone, he leaves the wrapped stone behind and tells himself that he knew this day would come eventually. And very cautiously, he leaves his shop. With his hammer in hand, in front of him, the hundreds of Olympians and Agamemnon, mounted on his horse, say to Vulcarius that he never would have imagined someone like him would show up in a place like this. And seeing everything around him, he now understands why they hadn't found him until now, because this place is filthy. Vulcarius says that they're disturbing the neighborhood and asks what they want there. Agamemnon replies that it's a rhetorical question, because of course he knows what he wants. Then, pointing his sword at the criminal, he calls Vulcarius by his real name and says, "Criminal Hephaestus." Everyone there is surprised and says, "Huh, Hephaestus, the blacksmith of Olympus?" They talk among themselves, saying they thought it was about that player causing trouble on the 1st floor, but they never imagined they were actually hunting a ranker. One of them, who's pretty down to earth, asks the other how they're supposed to take down a ranker even if they have more people, since he knows he won't even be able to lay a hand on him because he's so strong. Agamemnon tells him not to be afraid, since a ranker's power is severely restricted on the first floor. Then Hephaestus starts to smile, holding his hammer, lightning beginning to spark, and Hephaestus unleashes a huge amount of mana. He says to all of them, "Power restriction. Is that what you think? Don't make me laugh, just come at me already." His eyes start to spark with lightning and turn red, and he says with intense rage that he's going to crush all of their heads, while Agamemnon just laughs at him. He charges forward with his entire army. He tells Hephaestus that not only did he end up crippled after being punished by the rulers of the heavens, but he also asks if Hephaestus can even call himself a ranker, since he doesn't have any equipment with him. And he says, besides that, and someone dressed in white runs past in front of them. We have a ranker on our side, and then we see a really stylish guy dressed in white and red. Semo tells us that this is a ranker under Apollo's command, and his name is Chryses. And Hephaestus gets furious and says, "Chryses? Wait, you're a ranker now." Hephaestus tells Chryses that he knows the penalty for interfering in matters on the first floor is pretty severe, right? And Chryses, grabbing his spear, says that doesn't matter, since they're both rankers and will face the same penalty. So Hephaestus raises his hammer and says they're really good at coming up with infamous tactics, and, seething with rage, he shouts, "Bring it on." And Chryses, with his handsome face and stylish look, doesn't wait long and charges right in. And the burst of power could be seen from far away, because it blew up the whole area, and the soldiers nearby definitely felt that impact. Hephaestus doesn't care at all about the restriction and goes all out against that ranker. And once again, the two of them clash with an incredible amount of power. All the soldiers who were nearby are instantly killed by that clash, and we see that the shockwave happened because Chryses was holding Hephaestus's hammer, and he says that he used to respect him. And Chryses says, holding the hammer and looking Hephaestus in the face, that even after he became a ranker 1,000 years ago, he never desired more power and only followed his faith by wielding his hammer and continuing his blacksmithing. Hephaestus asks, "So, is that the only reason you respect me?" And then he puts more strength into it and throws Chryses backward. And while Chryses is being thrown backward, Hephaestus sprints and charges at him at full speed, hitting Chryses' guard again, and Chryses, now bleeding, is thrown back once more. Hephaestus doesn't even give him a moment to rest and charges at him again, but in his path there are dozens of soldiers, and with brutal force, he wipes them all out. Hephaestus, with blood in his eyes after crushing several players from the 1st to the 10th floor, starts to feel the effects of the tower's restriction, and his whole body begins to bleed. Chryses starts to approach him, saying, "Hey, since you attacked players from a much lower floor of the tower, way lower than yours, your penalty is definitely going to be severe." Chryses, still bleeding, said that he was telling the truth about respecting him. And yes, the fact that he gave up everything for his faith and had the willpower to let it all go. That's what he admires in Hephaestus. And after Chryses says this, he grips his spear much tighter and says, "That's what I respect about you. But I don't want to fight you." And he prepares a very powerful strike to use against Hephaestus. Hephaestus blocks his attack with his hammer and tells him to go talk about stopping my crap. Now an even bigger explosion can be seen throughout the entire first floor. Dust, leftover mana, all of it fills the air. There's a lot of blood on the ground, and the dust starts to settle. Hephaestus calls Chryses a bastard, and his body starts turning to stone because Chryses used a very strange magic on him. Hephaestus asks if that shield is the one. And his whole body starts turning to stone, and Chryses answers Hephaestus, saying yes, that's a shield he made, the Aegis, and we see a shield that looks like it was made with Medusa's face. Chryses says that shield might just be a replica, but Hephaestus is so exhausted that it's enough to trap him. After that, Hephaestus, who was temporarily turned to stone, falls to the ground, and nearby, Chryses and Agamemnon emerge victorious. Chryses thinks to himself that it's finally over, and Agamemnon is all smiles because he managed to complete his mission and knows he'll be greatly admired for it. He orders his soldiers to capture the criminal now. But then, the tough guy shows up, and Charlie says he can't let them do that. In an instant, he swings his sword and cuts off the legs of 2 guards. The guards start screaming about their amputated legs, and the tough guy asks what 10 million people like them are doing there. The others ask if he's the one who broke the new record in the tutorial. And a lot of people also thought he was a ranker or something like that. Then, Agamemnon asks Charlie who he thinks he is to go meddling in their business like that. And from a distance, Charlie recognizes that the ranker is Chryses because he's seen him before in his previous life, and he knows that fighting against 2 rankers in that place is going to be hell. However, Charlie knows that if the fight drags on and an administrator steps in, it'll be Olympus that loses out, and their influence on the first floor will be drastically reduced. Agamemnon asks Charlie what he thinks he's doing there, but Charlie doesn't even answer. He just wonders if they'll really need Hephaestus like this to pull off the tricks in the Machia. Agamemnon asks Charlie if he plans to just stand there in front of Hephaestus until the petrification wears off. And the tough guy answers, "So what? What if I do?" Suddenly, Agamemnon starts to realize he's running out of time, because Hephaestus's arm begins to move, and he knows that the Aegis shield can only petrify once a day, so he won't be able to use it again. And since that shield is a replica, he doesn't know how long the petrification will last. If the petrification ends now, he'll be in trouble, because Hephaestus will be freed and then it'll be really hard to capture him. And the statue of Hephaestus starts to move, and Agamemnon knows he can't waste any more time there. So he orders his soldiers to kill Charlie and take the prisoner right away, but another soldier asks for permission and tells Agamemnon that if they kill the rookie, they'll definitely face a penalty. After hearing this, Agamemnon draws his sword and separates the soldier's head from his body, the one who just questioned his order, and says to the fallen soldier's body, "How about no penalty, then?" And Agamemnon also receives a penalty, because he killed someone far beneath him, and his body immediately starts to bleed. Agamemnon tells all his soldiers that whoever manages to kill the rookie and bring back the prisoner will be given the position of managing the first floor. And after he says this, all the soldiers get excited and say that they're going to kill him. Charlie starts getting ready for battle and imbues his sword with colossal fire. The soldiers don't even get close to him before they're hit by those flames, and many, writhing in agony as they die, warn the others not to get hit by that fire because it's incredibly powerful. Some of the smarter ones tell the others to attack Charlie from a distance, but the badass protagonist activates his gray eyes to anticipate the movements in the battle, and just like that, he starts slicing through all the Olympus soldiers. The whole place is engulfed in flames, but the gray eyes resist the fire attribute mana, leaving the protagonist unharmed, without a single burn. And so Charlie keeps slicing, cutting the next soldier in half. Suddenly, Charlie senses something approaching, turns around, and sees that it's a ball of mana coming his way. Then he fires a Hadouken back, a ball of mana, and the two collide, releasing a lot of lightning in the process. The point of impact creates a massive mana explosion, and Charlie starts taunting his opponents, asking if that's all they've got, because he says numbers aren't everything, they should know that. And way in the back, Agamemnon orders his men not to stop now and to corner Charlie. Agamemnon starts gritting his teeth in anger, because on his team he has players who made it up to the 10th floor, and he already suspected Charlie was powerful, since he finished first in the tutorial, even beating Arghon. However, he never could have imagined that this guy would be so powerful. And then Charlie, with his gray eyes, starts to control all the colossal fire. Seeing this from afar, Agamemnon wonders what kind of rookie player this is, because he seems like someone way more powerful. Then Charlie uses the colossal fire to create a pillar of flames and instantly incinerates all the soldiers around him. After that, he looks at the blacksmith and says, "Man, things are really bad here," and he's sleeping like a rock, and then, casting a spell near Hephaestus, he asks the blacksmith how long he plans on staying there asleep. At that moment, a huge explosion goes off above Charlie and he gets thrown backward, but he manages to land on his feet, and Systema informs us that the gray eyes withstood the sun fragment and the pyromancy cloak also resisted the sun fragment. And when Charlie realizes it was the sun fragment, he starts thinking that Chryses will finally take action, and Chryses begins to bleed from several places on his body, since he just attacked a participant from the first floor. So he suffers the effects of the tower's restriction. However, Chryses doesn't care about that and asks Charlie what his relationship with Hephaestus is, and Charlie responds very politely to Chryses, saying that he is just his client, and Chryses is surprised and says, "Huh? You're just a client? You got yourself involved in all of this, and that's all there is between you two?" And Charlie puts his sword away in his inventory and thinks to himself that Chryses really is top rank, because even though his situation is terrible due to the tower's penalty, the protagonist still feels an overwhelming pressure coming from Chryses. The protagonist knows that Chryses is Apollo's right-hand man, and Apollo is the ruler of fire. And the protagonist knows that the moment he lets his guard down, even for an instant, he'll definitely be turned to ashes. So, Charlie starts weighing the pros and cons, because considering his wounds and the penalty he'll get when attacking him, he knows that Chryses won't be able to attack him more than 5 times. So, Charlie uses his gigantification ability, because he knows that in his tiny form, Chryses would have to attack him many more times and would suffer the penalty effect even faster. With that, Charlie plans to attack the person controlling the sun fragment, since his gray eyes and the pyromancy cloak will help him with that resistance. Charles keeps thinking that he can definitely survive this, since he had already survived Saruta's annihilation flames before. And Chryses, seeing that Charles is using gigantification, tells him that he has an ability that no other regular ranker has and asks Charlie, "What can someone like you, who just entered the tower, possibly do?" And then, he throws his spear imbued with the fire of the sun at Charlie, and Charlie puts his hand in front of that spear infused with the sun's fire. And the system informs us that gigantification is fighting against the sun fragment, and that the gray eyes and the pyromancy cloak are also resisting the sun fragment. And so, a huge explosion with lots of fire is seen in that area. And the system informs once again that the protagonist failed to resist the sun fragment, and so he receives the burn status. However, Charlie was already expecting this, since he can't block an attack of that rank with brute force alone. He keeps thinking that if he at least had an ice crystal, he could increase his resistance. Charlie knows another attack is coming, and he wonders to himself if Chryses isn't even going to let him rest. And so the protagonist counterattacks Chryses using a mana explosion, and it wasn't just 1, but 3 mana explosions, so everything around is on fire, and it's a huge blast for a mana explosion. After the explosion, the smoke starts to settle and the fire becomes less intense. At this point, the pyromancy cloak is still holding up against the sun fragment. However, just a few seconds later, it also fails to withstand the sun fragment, and Charlie's burn status increases to level 2. And Charlie knows that if things keep going like this, he's going to be burned alive. But there's one thing Charlie knows, the penalty Chryses is suffering can't be light, considering the power of that attack he just unleashed. And yes, after the dust settles, we see that Crises is bleeding all over his body and really feeling the penalty from the tower. And Charles keeps counting. Crises has already attacked him twice, and he stays focused, thinking he just needs to hold on a little longer. But this time, Crises also passes the test and charges at Charlie, landing a powerful punch right in the protagonist's chest. And honestly, Charlie really felt that blow, but he still notices that the effects of the penalty are clearly visible on Crises. And after that massive punch, Charlie is brutally thrown against the blacksmith's shop. And now, Crises is really feeling the effects of the penalty even more. It starts with super ketchup and swearing a lot. If Crises keeps attacking like this, he'll definitely die from the effects of the penalty. Inside the blacksmith shop, the smoke and dust start to settle and the protagonist is falling down, because that blow he took to the chest was really strong, and he starts thinking, did I underestimate Crises just because he's on the first floor? And Charlie keeps thinking that even with the penalties, Crises is still ridiculously strong. Charlie knows he can fight a little longer, but he's certain that he can't beat Crises. However, he plans to withstand 2 more hits from Crises. Then, the protagonist decides to look to the side, and there's something shining inside the cloth, and Charlie starts to smile, because he had been wondering where he had been thrown, and now? Looking to the side and seeing that shiny thing, it's clear that this is the workshop of that blacksmith. And the protagonist, seeing the refined divine crystal of darkness, thinks to himself that he's really a lucky guy. The system informs us that this is a pure divine crystal of darkness, and it's a fragment that contains the darkness of Genesis and also contains mana, a property of endless darkness. The scene shifts to Crises' memories of the conversation he had with Apollo. Apollo talks about the penalties, but Crises doesn't know what those penalties are like, and Apollo says he'll find out soon enough when he experiences such a penalty. Apollo says that he'll understand just how magnificent the power flowing through this tower is. And now, with his body badly injured by the tower, he thinks to himself that Lord Apollo was right. It seems like this tower is alive, because it emanates a power that restrains and suppresses all other powers that get out of control, and in doing so, the tower protects the integrity of the lower floors. Now, badly hurt, Crises is finally able to understand the penalty and realizes that this is the will of the tower. And Agamemnon, seeing Crises' many injuries, thanks him for his hard work. After that, Agamemnon gives an order to all the soldiers who are still alive, telling them to move forward and capture that criminal. He also gives another order for them to check who has died and take care of those who are injured. And a soldier asks, hey boss, what about Charlie? And Crises tells them to leave him aside, because he's definitely already dead. But Agamemnon is very surprised and says, oh, if we let him live now, in the future, he will definitely come after us. Crises, who had already suffered a lot, tells Agamemnon that his mission is complete, which was to capture the fugitive. After that, he says that they've already broken the tower's law by causing so much chaos on the first floor. So, Crises says he prefers to avoid unnecessary massacres. In other words, he's a little scared of dying, since the tower's countermeasures are deadly. Literally. When Agamemnon says, yes, understood, a massive explosion goes off at the forge. And there he is, the badass protagonist, walking through a shower of bright sparks. In one hand, he's holding the refined gem, and in the other, his sword. Now Charlie has everything he needs. Seeing that, Agamemnon says, hey, that's that bastard, but Crises tells him to wait, and Agamemnon asks Crises, hey, do you still think we should spare him? Crises, on the other hand, is sensing the danger and says, there's something different about him, he's really dangerous. Crises says that mana from the darkness attribute is a very special case, and this guy was almost dead, but the mana coming off him doesn't seem like it's from someone who's dying. And Agamemnon thinks Crises is scared and says, hey, it's alright, looks like you're tired. Take a little break, let me handle him myself. And he heads toward the protagonist with steady steps, his other hand on his sword. Agamemnon opens his eyes wide, because the protagonist just vanished right in front of him, and as he looks around, he keeps wondering where he went. However, the soldiers who were transporting Hephaestus start getting attacked by someone invisible, and after taking down both of them, Charles gets Hephaestus back. Hephaestus, in turn, starts to sense the protagonist's mana, and so his troops begin to move around a lot more. And Charles discovered something. Petrification doesn't affect the target's mind, and he knows that everything he's seeing, Hephaestus is aware of. There's one thing he's sure of, the petrification effect will wear off soon. Agamemnon yells at his soldiers, asking how long they're going to just stand there watching what's happening. And with that, he orders all his soldiers to charge at the protagonist. Charles absorbs dark attribute mana from that crystal, and then he releases a wave of dark attribute mana at all the soldiers. Everyone affected by that mana dies instantly, and seeing that, Crises starts to smile, saying that the protagonist is unbelievable and that the tower has accepted a monster like him. Agamemnon is really surprised and pissed off, and he tells Crises that this is not the time for him to be impressed by what's happening. Crises says to Agamemnon, hey, what's the problem? Didn't you say you were going to handle him by yourself? I only came here to take care of Hephaestus. That other guy isn't in my contract, he's all yours. Go over there and get him. And Agamemnon looks at Crises and says, are you serious? Crises starts moving and says, calm down, relax. It was just a joke. I keep my energy up to the end with this. I'm going to fight that guy. While they're talking, Proto is crushing the extras. The few soldiers left are being smashed by Proto. After that, he realizes that Crises is finally coming toward him, and Crises attacks Proto again with his fragment of the sun. Lucky for Proto, for those who don't know the skill.
Cruel sun.
After that, Crisis starts gathering sunfire in his hands, and after he forms a fireball, he starts thinking that Charles is amazing, because he's controlling a guy with 2 attributes at the same time, and that's hard even for rankers. And as he looks at Proto, he thinks, if this person were to join Olympus, he would be unbeatable. And he keeps watching Proto control guys with the darkness attribute and regular guys. And then, he realizes that Charles is a rough diamond, and that makes Crisis really want him.
So he is?
And
After that, Crisis asks Proto, hey, your name is Charles, right? If you need equipment, I promise I'll give you way better gear than what you ordered from him. And the badass replies that that's not his only goal. And that he already gave his answer about joining Olympus to that guy over there, and points his finger at Agamemnon. And Crisis, with elemental fire in his hand, says, oh, I see, so you already turned it down, huh? What a shame. After that, Crisis expands his mana power even more. And Charles asks him if he plans to keep fighting. Crisis, in turn, starts to smile, because he never thought he'd hear that from a rookie. But he keeps thinking that 100 years from now, he'll be able to proudly tell everyone what happened today. He'll brag that he fought the badass Proto, Charles, back when he was still on the first floor. And that's going to be a huge source of pride, because he's sure that 100 years from now, Charles will be way bigger than all the rankers. But there's one thing he's sure of, Crisis will only get to tell this story if he makes it out alive. So, he gathers even more of his energy for an even more powerful attack. And Charles, noticing the attack Crisis is preparing, thinks to himself, Crisis, you beast. So, for sure, he's ready to die. He realizes that Crisis' determination to finish this mission is even stronger than his will to live. So, he really wants that old blacksmith. Charles knows one thing, if Hephaestus doesn't return to Olympus, the next Gigantomachy definitely won't happen. At that moment, Crisis looks like a bubbling sun, with so much solar power radiating from his body. And the tough guy Proto knows that to prevent the tragedy of the Gigantomachy from happening, he has to hold his ground there and not let the party be ruined. So Proto stands firm, plants his feet on the ground, and gets ready to take Crisis' focused attack. Then Crisis hurls that fireball at Proto and says, Cruel Sunday. And Charles is amazed. It seemed like Crisis had already used up all his power, and Charles was really surprised, because Crisis could still unleash an attack of that level. So Proto gets ready to take the hit, and right before he struck, he says, I knew it. You really are incredible. And Crisis starts thinking, what do you mean, he knew? Did he already know me? At that moment, Cruel Sun explodes across the whole area, raising the temperature to 16,000 degrees Celsius. Agamemnon starts trembling with fear, because the power Crisis unleashed is just monstrous, and he's sure that no ranker has ever used that much power on the first floor. And he thinks that Crisis would probably be happy if he didn't die from the penalty of that attack. And he looks to see what happened after that huge explosion. Proto is falling among the rocks, and Crisis is lying on the ground, covered in blood, in front of the blacksmith's shop. Agamemnon starts to smile, because it's finally over. And Proto, after taking that massive hit, says that not even Charles would be able to withstand an attack like that, and before he can finish speaking, he takes a powerful blow to his chest. And of course, right? Coughing up a lot of ketchup from his mouth, he looks to the side to see who's hitting him. Suddenly, he gets hit with another hammer blow. We see that it's Hephaestus. Hephaestus says, is it over? The oak is gone. Take this one too. And Agamemnon screams in pain. And Hephaestus, furious and no longer petrified, says that nothing is over here and calls Agamemnon a wimp. Agamemnon is getting beaten up badly, starts stammering and talking about hell. He asks Hephaestus if he's not afraid of the penalty, and then takes another hammer blow. Hephaestus says no. Of course he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the penalty, and Agamemnon starts crawling away, trying to escape from Hephaestus. He was running away when he heard Hephaestus say, look, I don't care at all about the other guys, but you, for sure, I'm going to kill you. Then, man, he starts to stutter. Agamemnon starts stammering and begs for someone to come save him. He looks up and says, save me. And Hephaestus, with fire in his eyes, gets ready to hit him with the dark cascade attack right on the head. At the very last millisecond before he could hit Agamemnon, the administrator shows up and grabs his hammer with his hands, and with his giant hand, he tells Hephaestus that he's going too far. And Hephaestus, still angry, says, why did you have to show up right now, huh? Agamemnon is scared out of his mind. He thanks God that someone showed up to save them. And now we see that this other administrator is also a really huge, really strong guy, and the system tells us that he was the administrator of the first floor of the tower, and the administrator asks Hephaestus what he meant by right now. He asks if they really thought he would just stand by and watch the biggest guild in the tower destroy the first floor. After that, he tells Agamemnon and Hephaestus that if they want to fight for real, using all their powers, they should go up to the higher floors of the tower. Agamemnon, in turn, says there must have been a misunderstanding, because he never intended to fight. And then, the administrator looks back and says, so you guys are from Olympus, huh? And Agamemnon, full of fear, says, yes, sir, we are from Olympus. And the administrator gives Agamemnon a supreme flick on the head, knocking off his helmet. And he tells Agamemnon to deliver a message very clearly to Zeus. That flick leaves Agamemnon marked as someone to watch out for. And he says, tell Zeus that if he does something like this again, I'll show up there and rip off that ridiculous beard of his, again, just like I did before. And Agamemnon, after that flick, falls on his butt and says, huh? And the manager of the first floor tells him that he'll have to deliver that message to Zeus exactly as it was said. Meanwhile, Hephaestus starts laughing out loud and says that this really suits him, a messenger boy. And Hephaestus thinks that with that burn on his forehead, Agamemnon has no choice. He'll have to deliver exactly the same message that was sent. And now, Hephaestus finally starts to smile and curses that damned Olympus. With the interference of the first floor manager, Hephaestus is sure that Olympus lost badly. The scene shifts back to the moment of the battle between Proto and Chryses. And at the moment of that huge explosion, Mozov's egg bares its fangs. Charles feels a very strange pressure. He knows that whatever it is, it's dangerous. He's unsure whether the egg is trying to consume him while he's weak, or if it's trying to protect him. After baring its fangs, Mozov returns to its hibernation state. What is Mozov? My left egg. I'm heading over there. At that moment, Charles starts to wake up and wonders when exactly he lost consciousness. He keeps repeating me. Standing over him are Bravo and Hephaestus, who says, me what? Spit it out already. Then Proto gets up and says, hey, man, how are you doing? The blacksmith says, man? Watch what you say, kid. Hephaestus asks how his body is doing. Charles replies that he's more or less okay. And what about you? How are you doing, old man? And Hephaestus is starting to get angry and says, how long are you going to keep calling me a Jusum? And a Jusum means middle-aged man. And Proto replies to Hephaestus, saying, what, do you want me to call you an old lady instead of an old man? And Hephaestus starts getting really pissed off and says, aren't you going to stop with that? Charles lays it out for him and says, you know you only survived because of me, right? And after everything I did for you, does it still matter how people call you? And Hephaestus gets really pissed and says, you really have no shame, do you? And Hephaestus gets thoughtful, because he's really grateful for what the protagonist did, and as he starts to leave he says, that the Charlie says, what? I didn't get that. And Hephaestus, really annoyed, says, I said thank you. How many times do I have to say thank you before you get it? I'm out. The protagonist thinks to himself that he only said it twice. Hephaestus starts looking around and asks Charlie who the heck told her she could stay. Charlie knows that all of this is just an excuse, because Hephaestus is really embarrassed. And so the blacksmith starts making small talk and says to Charles like this, to tell you the truth, my real name isn't Vulcan. My real name is Hephaestus, and I used to be a blacksmith on Olympus. He looks at Charlie, and the protagonist has a blank expression and says, what, you're not surprised? Then the protagonist says, of course, I'm really surprised. And Hephaestus asks Charlie if he just can't lie or if he's not even trying to lie. And with that, he starts thinking that Charlie already knew his true identity. That way, he suspected from the beginning that he was someone sent from Olympus, but now that he almost died trying to protect Olympus, he's sure that he's not one of them. And another thing, Hephaestus is certain that Charlie isn't just an ordinary player. After that, Charlie tells Hephaestus that thanks to what happened today, those people from Olympus will stay quiet for a good while. However, Hephaestus is aware of this, and that's why he decided to leave that place, which was too small and ugly, to rent a big and comfortable workshop for a few days. He tells Charlie that if he ever needs any favors or services, he's the kind of person who always pays back 10 times more than what was done for him. So he promises Charlie that if he ever needs anything, he can always count on him. Hephaestus assures Charlie that he will forge the best sword in the world for him. Now that's speaking the protagonist's language, and he gets really happy. And as Charlie tries to walk, he says he understands what Hephaestus just promised, and he starts thinking that as soon as the sword is ready, he'll begin climbing the tower. So the protagonist says goodbye to Hephaestus and tells him he's looking forward to it. Hephaestus realizes the protagonist is worn out, since he starts to stagger and feel dizzy, so Hephaestus scolds him and tells him to get to the hospital right away. The scene shifts to another day, and the protagonist, using the dark crystal, is slaughtering a bunch of gorillas. He tells us that he spent an entire day lying in the hospital just recovering, but now he's feeling much better. Charlie thinks to himself that, according to his plans, he would only start fighting for Olympus from the 10th floor on, but nothing ever goes perfectly. And Charlie knows that, in any case, what happened is actually very beneficial for him, because Olympus won't be able to interfere on the first floor for a few years, and he's sure that during all those years, the administrator will be keeping a close eye on the first floor. And Charlie keeps thinking that something really good happened, because his relationship with the old man is almost the same as it was before he came back. Now that he's returned, he plans to become infinitely stronger than he was before, because now he has this, and he grips the dark crystal tightly in his hand, knowing that with that crystal, he's going to make a huge difference in the second Gigantomachy. Holding the Infinity Stone in his hands holding the divine dark crystal in his hands, he realizes that it's especially very difficult to control. And another thing, now that it has been transformed into a jewel, he sees that it's completely different from the Helm of Invincibility that Hades used back then, because the power emanating from it is totally different. And Charlie wonders whether that item is different, or if it's different because the user is different, and so the protagonist explains to us that there are 3 major differences he noticed after refining that crystal. The first difference is that the description refined appeared on it, and the second difference is that the resistance, amplification rate, and consumption rate all increased significantly. And finally, the ability to summon Hell appeared, and he knows that Hell is a word that symbolizes Hades, and Hell is like the source of Hades' powers. However, he knows that it's written there that it's limited, so he won't be able to use the full powers of Hell. And by absorbing that mana, he knows that even though it's limited, he can feel the true power of the divine dark crystal. Charlie also realizes that the divine dark crystal is like a catalyst, and this catalyst summons the power of darkness. In other words, it's not the object itself that holds the power of darkness, but rather it summons the power of darkness. And after the protagonist uses the divine dark crystal throughout the entire day, he starts to understand how it works. After that, Charlie is ready to leave, but he gets a message on his cell ball, and the one who sent it to him is Hephaestus. Hephaestus says to him, "Hey, come here." And that wasn't in the script, okay? Hephaestus sent the message at the exact right moment. Sometime later, the scene shifts to Hephaestus's workshop. He keeps thinking that this current workshop of his is really big, so it must have cost a fortune. Hephaestus is so brilliant at what he does that any item he makes can be valued at tens of thousands of points. Charlie knows that Hephaestus has money, since a portion of the profits from the sale of the items he made back when he was still on Olympus all went to him. Charlie is sure that Hephaestus is part of the 1%, meaning the richest 1% in the tower. And of course, the protagonist gets jealous, right? So Charlie starts calling out to Hephaestus from a distance, "Hey, it's really quiet in here, huh? So you must be done for sure." And Hephaestus says, "Oh, right, it's you, isn't it? So here, take this." Charlie starts thinking that Hephaestus isn't much of a talker. He gets straight to the point. Hephaestus gives the protagonist two things, one is definitely the sword, and the other is inside the little box. So what do we do when we get a present? We shake the box, and the protagonist is shaking the box to see what's inside. Just from shaking it, and Hephaestus tells him, "Stop that, just open it already. Stop shaking it." Following Hephaestus's instructions, the protagonist opens the box and inside is absolutely nothing. The protagonist looks annoyed and says, "Hey, is this some kind of surprise box? There's nothing in here." And Hephaestus is already getting pissed and says, "Hey idiot, look closer." And there really is something inside the box, almost invisible. And the protagonist starts to feel it, and he realizes it's soft and says, "Wow, this thing is so soft. Is this a glove?" And the system tells us that it is a glove, an invisible glove. And Charlie starts putting on the glove and realizes it was made with myth. And Hephaestus says that Charlie really is clever, since he already figured out what material the glove was made from. The glove is so light and so soft that Charlie feels like he's not wearing anything, but he knows it must have been really hard to make that invisible glove. And he keeps wondering why Hephaestus created it, because myth is very expensive. After that, Charlie runs his hand over the glove, notices that it has a slot, and yes, Hephaestus made that invisible glove so the protagonist could use the divine crystal of darkness. After that, Hephaestus tells the protagonist that he doesn't need to explain how to use it, right? And Hephaestus, with a lot of modesty, says he didn't have much time or enough material to make that item, so that's how it turned out. So, he tells Charlie to use that glove however he wants, and Charlie thinks that Hephaestus must have been really worried when he saw him holding the crystal of darkness to use it. And now, with that glove, he doesn't have to keep holding the crystal in his hands anymore. After that, Charlie tells Hephaestus that he's going to make good use of it, and then the protagonist starts to unwrap his sword. Hephaestus says that after he takes a look at the sword, he'll tell him what he thinks of it, and look at that, he even made a sheath and everything. He didn't just make my sword, he made the whole set. Immediately, Charlie draws that sword and sees that it doesn't have a single flaw, and it's so sharp that just by holding it in his hands, he can feel its edge. And Charlie concludes that the sword is absolutely incredible, and Hephaestus tells him to give the sword a name. The system informs us that the blacksmith Hephaestus asks Charlie to name the sword, so the protagonist starts thinking about what to call it and begins to examine the sword to come up with a name. It's as dark as divine dark crystal powder. That powder wraps around the mythic green color, and the protagonist starts philosophizing, saying that the sword is as dark as the night. Then he says he'll call it the Blade of Twilight, and Hephaestus almost has a heart attack right there, because Charlie asks him to pick a name. Did someone ask for part 4? So let's move on to part 4. Charlie had obtained the Blade of Twilight, and according to Hephaestus's count, the Blade of Twilight became bound to him. In other words, no one can steal the sword. It's a very beautiful sword, made for killing. Its completely black body is its main feature, because Hephaestus used dust from the divine crystal of darkness to forge this sword, and inside it's made with mithril. And here I've left everything for you to read about the Blade of Twilight. And Charlie is really happy, because the effects in the recovery of dark power are at an absolutely insane percentage. Charles explains that with this sword he can fight endlessly in the darkness without getting tired. And he keeps thinking that this sword is so much more than he expected, and Hephaestus is there. What an ugly name. Ridiculous name, never let him pick a name again. Hephaestus thinks that the final touch to a sword is its name. And Charlie just called it something like Blade of whatever oak. The only good thing is that Hephaestus is realizing that Charlie is satisfied with the sword, and Charlie is really happy. He even starts humming, and Hephaestus says that the two of them are a good match, so whatever, him and the sword with the ugly name. After that, Hephaestus asks the protagonist if he's thinking about climbing the tower now, and Charlie says yes. Then, the blacksmith asks Charlie what he plans to do about Olympus. And Charlie says, "What do you mean? I'm going to take them all down, of course." He points his finger upward and says, "From all the way up there to down here, I'm going to take them all down." And the blacksmith says, "Really?" But inside, he's thinking that Charlie doesn't seem worried at all. He thinks Charlie is really strange, because he has no fear, not even a hint of hesitation. So the blacksmith says to him, "All right, you can go now, okay? We're done here. And don't wait for me to walk you to the door, you can just leave from here. Bye. Goodbye." And so the protagonist leaves Hephaestus's workshop, really happy with the item he made. He keeps thinking that Hephaestus has always been like this, always saying goodbye with a quick farewell. And Charlie is really happy, because he finally found his friend Hephaestus again. And thinking about that, he remembers the sword that Hephaestus made for him. Before going back in time, Charlie had received that sword, completely made of diamond, from the old blacksmith. He asks Hephaestus how he managed to make that adamantium sword, since he didn't even have any iron. And Hephaestus doesn't even answer his question. He just explains that Charlie had complained to him about losing the sword, so he made another one for him, and Hephaestus, with his fist bleeding, tells Charlie that if he's really going to face those damned outer gods, he's going to need a good weapon. So at the very least, he'll need this. And Charlie notices Hephaestus's fists bleeding. Charlie, looking at the blacksmith, asks if he really melted down his own hammer and forged that sword with his bare fists, and Charlie asks why he did that, but the blacksmith doesn't even answer, just says, whatever, I'm tired, I just want to sleep. He glares at Charlie and says, don't bother me, just take this and go. And Charlie knows that, essentially, the blacksmith gave him his heart, because the blacksmith's hammer means everything to him. And Hephaestus had melted down his hammer and made a sword for Charlie to face the outsiders. But now that Charlie has returned, the blacksmith made an even better sword for him, and he's really happy to see his old friend again. And so Charlie bows and says goodbye to his friend. The scene shifts to a gigantic coliseum and then to the administrator's office inside the coliseum. And the system tells us that the examiner for the coliseum test is named Sori. And she's there, humming, really happy. She turns her back, and we can already tell she's an elf. The elf Delicia is eating her chocolate, thinking about the protagonist, since it's already been 12 days since this player entered the first floor of the tower. And as she looks at all of Charlie's stats on her cell orb, she realizes that he set a new all-time record in the tutorial and his potential is rank S. She's happy, because this time there are some really good rookies. She keeps thinking that seeing Argon in the Colosseum was great because of how skilled he was. But she keeps thinking, and this guy, this Charles also Azevedo, must be even better than Argon, since he managed to take first place in the tutorial test. And the elf Delicia, with her blue eyes, keeps looking into the protagonist, and the first thing that surprises her is that Charlie came alone to a test that can be done in a team. We see the badass protagonist moving toward the center of the Colosseum, and Suri, seeing this move from the protagonist, thinks he's basically saying that there's no one on this floor who can rival him. Elf Delicia is ready to watch the fight, since the Colosseum is an indestructible place, capable of withstanding even battles between rankers. So she tells Charlie to do whatever he wants. And we see the badass protagonist in the middle of the first floor's Colosseum, waiting for the test to begin. This test is just to measure the strength of the participant who entered the tower, and everyone who takes part in the Colosseum test can move on to the second floor. Charles is thinking that this is a simple test, where you just have to defeat your opponent. And there's the scoreboard. Yukong is in first place, Hercules is in second, and he's tied with Odin, and Azura is in fourth place, also tied with another player. And what's interesting is that Yukong was the only one who managed to beat the 19th floor. Hercules and Odin stopped at the 18th, and Azura stopped at the 17th. And Charles, seeing that, says he already knew, since Yukong is in first place. That guy is a monster, and Charles is thinking about his previous record. He thinks so hard about it that he even loses his nose, because in his past life his record was making it to the 12th round. So the gap between Yukong and him is huge, and he starts looking at all the names and sees that Argon managed to reach the 16th round. And Charles is really impressed, because that's a really high score, and he thinks that this record is probably higher than what he had in his past life, since the thunder gloves he won must have been like a pair of wings for him, helping him go much further. And so, the badass protagonist grabs his sword. With a protagonist's pose, he draws his sword from its sheath and thinks to himself that he doesn't know which floor Argon is on. But he'll get there soon. And then the system informs us that the test will begin now. And it's a simple test, the participant just has to defeat the opponent. And Charlie says something really interesting, because this is a test where no one has ever seen the end, and no one has ever beaten all the challenges in this Colosseum. And so, the gate of the Colosseum opens for the arrival of the first opponent. And right away, Charlie activates his gray eyes, because he knows that the reward in this Colosseum is based on the number of enemies he defeats. In other words, the more rounds he completes, the greater his reward will be. And he knows that any player who wants to become a ranker pushes their own limits right there in that Colosseum, and you can only do this once while you're on the first floor. You can't come back when you're stronger from the higher floors and then challenge the Colosseum again. And so, right in front of Charlie, a giant orc warrior appears, very strong and very powerful. The giant comes at him with blood in his eyes, growling at Charlie. Is he growling or snoring? What kind of trip is this, man? I don't even know. The orc ignores any jokes and sprints straight at the protagonist, and the protagonist is over there, see? Right there, you see him? I even marked it for you guys to see because he's really far away. The orc gets to the protagonist really fast. He's out for blood. But the protagonist imbues his sword with arcane power, and suddenly the giant orc strikes the spot where Charlie is. However, the protagonist had already passed by him at such a high speed that the orc didn't even realize he'd been hit. He just saw the ketchup fly, and Charlie landed a small hit on the orc warrior. If you grab a band-aid, you could probably patch it up. The orc is practically torn in half and falls lifeless to the ground, and the completion rate of the Starslayer of the Skies increases by 0.008%. And just like that, Charlie passed the first floor's test and can now move on to the second floor. The protagonist swings his sword, feeling pretty satisfied since he's already finished the first floor's test. However, this is just the beginning of what he needs to do, and the system asks the protagonist if he wants to continue to the next round. He doesn't even think twice and says, challenge. So the protagonist chooses to challenge the second round. Even if he loses, since he already defeated the first opponent, he can move up to the second floor of the tower. But the protagonist wants to test himself and starts the second round, leaving the elf stunned, and she asks, how? Blink and you miss it. Blink and you lose, elf. When she blinked, the enemy warrior was already dead. The elf shows us that Charlie didn't just face one orc, but several. But she wasn't impressed by the fact that he cut down multiple orcs. Arghon did the same thing, but what really amazes her is that this feels like a historic moment, because the contestant Charlie is even faster than Yukong himself, and Yukong holds the title of Great Sage. And he has another title as well, which is the Great Sage equal to Heaven, and Yukong's last title is Victorious Battle Buddha. And this Charles also as a veto is even much stronger than Yukong. And the protagonist is totally focused, jumping right into the middle of the battle between the enemies, and with his grey eye hack activated, he slices through all the enemies in front of him and starts challenging floor after floor. At this moment, he's facing hellish skeletons without any trouble, slicing through all of them with great skill. The elf notices that the protagonist is fighting non-stop, not even taking a minute's break. And there he is, killing mantises, challenging the 9th round, the 10th round, without stopping, climbing up unstoppably, and even worse than that, to preserve his vitality and mana. The protagonist isn't using any skills at all. He's just going pure melee, relying only on his physical strength, and he keeps going. 11th, 12th round. And that round ends.
It's over, because the last warrior has just had his chest pierced by the protagonist's sword, and the elf, very impressed, realizes that the protagonist doesn't even know the minimum for these rounds. He's just crushing everyone. She can tell from everything he's doing that the place he aims for is much further ahead, and after he breezes through the 14th and 15th rounds, she becomes certain Charles plans to surpass even the high rankers. And so, the demon of the 5th round has his head cut off with ease. The system asks Charles again if he wants to challenge the next round, and he doesn't even think about it. He just says, I'm going to win. He uses his grey eyes to control the colossal fire and charges at his enemy with everything he's got. The colossal fire ability transforms into a colossal sword, and the enemy, a very strong warrior, manages to tank that sword. Charles, who is blocked for the first time, is shocked because this warrior in front of him is really strong. Charles knows he doesn't need to drag things out. He intends to use all his power. He fills the entire area with colossal fire and starts burning everything. The protagonist's arm is imbued with giant power, but since his proficiency is low and his vitality is low, his gigantification will only happen partially, and it will only affect one arm. This way, the protagonist can put much more strength into his sword, and the enemy's sword can't withstand the force and pressure of the blow. It starts to crack all over. The protagonist, using even more strength, breaks his opponent's sword, cutting him in the process. The strike is so powerful that it splits the enemy's helmet in half, and the enemy, scorched by the colossal fire and with his body cut by the sword, falls to his knees, practically dead. But he still has the strength to speak. The very powerful man tells Charles that this is only the second time in his entire life that he has lost. The first time he lost was to a blonde guy named Yukong. That guy was really strong, and Yukong was the first opponent to keep moving forward. No matter how many times he cut or stabbed Yukong, he would get up and come at him again. That fight was very evenly matched. But he looks at Charles and says, but you are much stronger than he is. Charles explains that if that warrior's sword hadn't been so worn out, it would have been much harder for him. But for sure, the protagonist is being overly modest. The kneeling warrior says that Charles's compliment is empty because, in the end, he would definitely win. And that warrior said that even so, he's very grateful because thanks to Charles he was able to fight. And it was really fun to fight again, since no one ever made it to his floor. And the protagonist, realizing that the warrior had just died, closed his eyes. Oops, closed his eye. Because he only has one. Sorry, my bad. And so, the system informs us that the protagonist leveled up, increasing his strength, agility, and vitality. That guy was really strong, because the completion rate of the Star Slayer of the Skies went up by almost 5%. And with that, the protagonist cleared the 19th round. And here I was thinking that Charles was having such a hard time against the warrior from the 16th round. But actually, only Yukong managed to beat that warrior. Odin and Hercules both lost to him, and the protagonist, standing in front of the body of that warrior that's falling apart, starts thinking that he finally matched Yukong's record. And he feels really satisfied because now he can finally challenge the 20th floor, a floor that no one has ever cleared. The system then asks Charles if he wants to challenge the next round, and after that, a countdown appears. The system starts pressuring the protagonist, saying that if he doesn't respond in the next 30 seconds, he'll be teleported to the next floor automatically. In other words, he'll leave the Colosseum and go to the second floor of the tower. So the protagonist knows he's being pressured and curses because he doesn't even have time to rest, and the countdown is at 19, 18, 17. But he knows that being in the Colosseum and being able to rest are two things that just don't go together. So the protagonist grips his sword tightly and gets ready for the next round, and he says challenge. With that, the countdown, which was already at 10, about to kick him out of the first floor, stops, and a system message pops up saying that he chose to challenge the next round. And yes, the 20th round is the final round. The atmosphere in that place starts to get really strange. Charles stands there in the middle, hesitant, not knowing what's about to happen, and the gate begins to open. A very different kind of mana and a murderous aura start pouring out from that gate, and Charles begins to feel chills. Even before the fight starts, he already uses gigantification and gets ready for battle, wondering if that thing is really going to show up. And then, the final boss appears. Charles keeps staring at that gate, and way in the back,
If you look really closely, you'll see Michael Jackson? No, you'll see the final boss, the boss of the final round. His shadow appears, hissing, his eyes like flames, and his killing intent is deadly. He charges at Charles with everything he's got, and Charles feels that overwhelming pressure coming at him. He raises his sword to block that first attack, and the boss in front of him starts pressing down on Charles. And honestly, I can't even see the boss, right? Because it's just a bunch of scribbles, but Charles can see the boss and he's under a lot of pressure. Even with gigantification, he's being pushed back because the boss is incredibly strong. Charles gets thrown far away by the boss, but Proto is tough. He puts his hands on the ground and uses them to break himself. At that moment, he remembers the conversation he had with Yakong. Yakong says that on the 20th round of the first floor, that thing will be there. He tells Charles to be careful, because when he fought that thing, he got hit by the tail of that beast, and the blow was so strong that he blacked out and was eliminated from the challenge. Yakong warns Charles, telling him that he needs to have at least the same level of vitality as him to survive an attack from that boss, because any attack from that boss kills most people instantly. Yakong tells Charles that the boss only had one head and one tail, but he was sure it was that thing. He already tells Yakong that he understands this is the final round, but on the first floor he asks Yakong if he's sure about it, if he didn't mistake that creature for another one or for a similar creature. And Yakong, the victorious battle Buddha, looks at Charles and says, "Do you really think I would confuse that thing?" And for the first time, Charles seems to be feeling fear, because it really is that thing standing in front of him, a snake with 8 heads, and it's big enough to cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines. That being is almost at the level of a demonic beast, or even at the level of a dragon, and the being in front of him is an ancient fragment of an outer god. In other words, it's a part of a god, which is the challenge of the 20th round. Charles keeps thinking that that outer god was supposed to be sealed, since Susanoo sealed it, but he doesn't understand why that thing is there in the Colosseum on the first floor. Gripping his sword tightly, he loses his fear and starts to smile, because these damn bastard administrators do whatever they want. After all, they even unseal an outer god just to make it a challenge. Then Stern informs Charles that he has to defeat the 8th head of Yamada no Orochi, a god, and that serpent, which is actually part of a god, is the difficulty of the 20th round. The protagonist starts thinking, what kind of hellish difficulty is this? Orochi doesn't waste any time. Its eyes start to blaze with fire, and it charges at the protagonist relentlessly. Charles shows he's really good at dodging and evades another attack from that god. After that, Charles thinks back to when they told him that this boss only had 1 head out of the 8, and that this is the smallest and weakest one. He realizes that with his current body, if he makes even a single mistake, he's done for. Then the fight turns into a game of tag. It's a balanced battle. I hit, you take it. I catch you, you run. Basically, it's a mess. Orochi, with blood in its eyes, starts chasing the protagonist, and he just thinks, legs, don't fail me now, and runs as fast as he can. But Orochi has several ways to attack and uses its tail to try to hit the protagonist. At that moment, the protagonist, with great skill, manages to dodge that deadly attack. After that, he stops, almost losing his balance, but the boss doesn't care about that and immediately follows up with another tail attack. The god Orochi throws a lot of blows at Charlie, and with great skill, he dodges every single one of them. Charlie notices that the attack from the 8th head of the god Orochi isn't very strong, but the Orochi he met before wasn't like this, didn't act this way. And now the protagonist plans to use everything he's got. He activates the pure divine crystal of darkness, and using all his strength and the power of that infinity stone, the crystal of darkness, lands a precise sword strike on the serpent's head. However, he realizes that it was just a superficial hit. It didn't even really scratch that creature. The god Orochi, who had never been hit before, becomes even more enraged and charges at Charlie once again. And Charlie goes for that classic move, slash, dash, and lands hundreds of sword strikes on that boss. And he realizes that even though his sword, the Twilight Blade, has been infused with the divine crystal of darkness, the scales of that god are so tough that his attacks are barely making any impact. But Charles doesn't give up. He keeps striking that god with his sword. He hits from one side, then the other, slashes here, slashes there, slashes everywhere. But he can't even scratch the surface. As he analyzes the fight, Charlie keeps thinking that this round is impossible, and Orochi attacks him again. But Charlie, with all his mastery, manages to dodge once more. But with his ever-activated gray monkey eyes, he knows that the tower has never given an unbeatable test. So, with his eyes active, he keeps thinking that he needs to find a way, and he will find it. He remembers what they told him, so for sure that thing must have remained in Orochi's body, in the body of the god Orochi. Meanwhile, the gorgeous elf is up there watching him, taking in the whole fight. And Suri's gorgeous keeps wondering why. Why did Charlie stop attacking? It's been so long since he attacked, he's just been dodging that boss. She keeps thinking that Charlie must have finally realized just how hard it was for him to attack that boss in every possible way. And she says this while leaving her cell phone balled next to her. It's a ball, guys. It's going to roll and fall, you know? It's going to break, you know? The elf isn't even thinking about her phone anymore. And she's sure of one thing, that Charlie has already achieved an unbelievable accomplishment, because he's now tied for first place. And as she's looking at her ball-shaped phone, she keeps saying that he can give up now. Just managing to wound Orochi on the head, even that tiny injury, is already an unbelievable feat. But at that moment, she sees the protagonist mumbling something like "found it," and she gets startled and says, "What? Could it be that the protagonist is fired up now?" Because he managed to find what he was looking for, and so he goes on the attack. He steps on Orochi and starts climbing the boss. He begins to ascend at high speed on top of that god, and Orochi, with blood in his eyes, wants to crush the protagonist. Charlie keeps climbing that god as if it were an amusement park ride, at such a high speed that Orochi can't catch him, and all Orochi can do is hiss like a snake. And Charlie, right near the spot where he had found it, activates gigantification in his arm and, using all his power and a lot of rage, keeps charging at the boss. And the elf gets up there, all intrigued, wondering if he's really aiming at that spot, at the small area near the heart of the god Orochi. The elf, beautiful and blonde, widens her eyes, because she knows that's the only spot without a scale, and that's the only reverse scale of Orochi, the only weak point that god has. And the protagonist is already close to that spot, eyes full of bloodlust, ready to kill, and using all his strength, he dives down at full speed, trying to kill that boss. His sword lands right on Orochi's weak spot, and the protagonist starts using all his strength to try to drive that sword into him. The boss starts screaming, and in that split second, the protagonist uses his dark powers, uses gigantification, and starts pushing that sword with all his might. Now, finally, the god Orochi feels that blow, and his eyes, which were once full of flames, start to go out. The protagonist, completely exhausted and with dark power still emanating from his sword, is trembling because he finally managed to pierce the heart of that god. And the eighth head of the god Orochi, which was once invincible, falls lifeless to the ground. The protagonist complains that this boss was noisy even at the end, and the hot elf, clenching her fists, says she can't believe it. There's no precedent for this. She knows that what just happened was impossible, and this is the first time anyone has ever managed it. As she looks down from above while the god Orochi begins to disappear, she keeps thinking that this is one sinister serpent, one that could cover 8 mountains and fill 8 ravines with its body. It's capable of using very strange spells and enchantments, and she knows that the person who silenced this gigantic calamity was the high-rank Susanoo, the god Susanoo. The elf remembers that this calamity, Orochi, wiped out almost an entire floor of the tower, but Susanoo, using an indestructible magic sword, was able to defeat that serpent. The sword he used had an enchantment, a power within it to seal anyone who was pierced by it. And so, Orochi was sealed by Susanoo. The elf recalls that this is how the god Susanoo inflicted a wound on Orochi's chest that could never be erased, and that wound became the only reverse scale on the beast's chest. As she looks at Sun, with his sword plunged into the heart of the god Orochi, she thinks to herself that she's witnessing the reincarnation of a legend. Is it already part 5? Wow, that was fast, so that means you're really fast too. Click like, hit the thumbs up, and share. No more stalling, let's get the video started. Charlie gets a message from the system saying that he defeated the 8th head, the Yamata no Orochi, and so he levels up after killing that weak god. That godling proved he's anything but weak, since the completion rate of the star Slayer of the Heavens increased by 12%. By far, this is the strongest being the protagonist has ever faced. Just to remind you, in the previous test, the knight who defeated Odin didn't even give him 5% on the star Slayer of the Heavens completion rate. And so, the protagonist increases his strength, agility, and vitality, passing the final round. The system also states that Charlie's achievement will be recorded in the Colosseum. Our badass protagonist is in first place. And finally, the system displays the protagonist's stats. Pause here and take a look. The protagonist was really surprised, since he had just leveled up in round 17. And now, by killing this god, he levels up again. And he knows that after level 60, it's really hard to level up. Since there are no more enemies around, the protagonist puts away his sword, does some quick math, and realizes he's 31 levels away from reaching level 100. He's really surprised because he's leveling up way faster than he expected. Suddenly, someone comes up to him and says, "Participant Charlie." He looks ahead to see who it is. It's the hot elf with her 6 swords, and she's even got a tattoo on her leg now. The protagonist is really surprised because this elf got there so fast. He didn't even notice her. Her stealth is so high that he can't detect her at all, but the protagonist already knew who she was. He realizes that she is Suri, the examiner from the first floor test. And she gets straight to the point. She asks if he knows about the Yamata no Orochi, and then she asks the protagonist if he knew about the reverse scale. Charlie answers her, saying that he knows the tower doesn't give impossible tests, and he says he searched carefully because he noticed the difficulty was way too high, even for a final test. So with that, he points to his monkey eyes. "I found an answer, and from there you know how it ends." And she looks surprised at those eyes and says, "Huh? Are those the golden gray eyes?" And the protagonist replies, "No, they're not the golden version yet." And she finds this participant really intriguing, since he has gray eyes and gigantification. And she realizes that he's not an ordinary player, since he has the abilities of 2 high ranks. And I'm going to stop saying high rank. It's just going to be high ranks, top ranks. And with her hand on her chin, thinking, she asks if he's from Olympus or maybe from the celestial realm. Then she asks if he's a successor of the great Sabi. She says that whatever answer he gives, she'll accept it. And she tells him not to worry, because the test administrators can't tell anyone about the contents of the test. and they also can't share any information they'd obtained from the players. And Charles realizes that she's misunderstanding because he doesn't belong to any of those groups. After that, the elf grabs one of her 6 swords and says that this is an extra reward from the administrator. And she says that they told her to give that sword to whoever passed all the rounds of the first floor Colosseum. So there it is, a rusty sword. And she confesses something to the protagonist. She says that after she saw Noroshi, she thought she'd never give that sword to anyone. But in the end, the rightful owner of the sword showed up, and she gives that sword to the protagonist. And she tells him to check it, because not even she is allowed to look at that sword. So the protagonist draws the sword from its sheath, and besides being rusty, it's a broken sword. The elf is startled and says, "What? Is it defective?" And the protagonist keeps looking at that sword. But he knows exactly what it is, and he's happy, because he finally found the sword. So this is where it was. Down below, it shows he has a fragment of the sword, probably because it's broken. And the system informs him that it was with that sword that Susanoo sealed the Yamata no Orochi. The system also says that there's a sealed power inside it, but he'll have to restore the sword to find out what that power is. So the protagonist opens his inventory, puts the sword inside, and thinks this is great because that sword will help his plans move along much faster. And Suri tells Charles that if he has any problem with the reward he received, she can talk to the administrator. But Charles says it's all good, that the reward is really great. He also knows that this reward is just a bonus, since the real reward is still on its way. And so, the system announces that he's completed all the rounds on the first floor and rewards him with 20,000 points. And best of all his attributes increase by 2. The system also tells him that he received that broken sword. And don't be fooled, that's not just any sword. It managed to kill a god. To wrap things up, the system tells the protagonist that he received Orochi's 8th heart. However, this heart contains a very powerful poison. And Charles knows that since the poison is so strong, it can't be consumed by ordinary people. And as he holds that heart in his hands, it looks like a beautiful jewel. But he's very clever and knows that if he neutralizes the poison, that heart will become a Cypress elixir, a high-quality elixir that even the Angrist halt would desire. And the elf is surprised and says, "Wow, now I'm curious. Did his heart really take care of you as a reward? Congrats. Happy birthday to you. This is a rare item and it's priceless, because it's so expensive you can't even put a price on it." The gorgeous elf gives the protagonist advice. She tells him not to try consuming that item, and since he's no fool, he's not about to eat something full of poison, right? He thanks her for the advice. So, let's put this away in the inventory. The system asks the protagonist if he wants to consume it, and he hits the no button. But then Mizovo starts reacting, and Mizovo begins to show that he's hungry. And the protagonist wonders why Mizovo is acting like that. And that's when Mizovo reveals his true form, and we see a shadow, a ghost of Yamata no Orochi. And neither the protagonist nor the elf understand what's going on. The scene shifts to the city on the first floor, and everyone is gossiping, saying that the Colosseum ranking, which hadn't changed in over 1,000 years, has finally changed. And another gossip says yes. And he also heard that the person who took first place in the Colosseum is the same guy who was first in the tutorial this time. And the guy, who is really surprised, asks his friend if he thinks another monster like Yakong just entered the tower. Then, he asks his friend if he thinks the guy is a pure blood, or if he knows where he came from. And the know-it-all says he thinks he came from a place called Earth. But Earth? Never heard of it. I don't even know where that is. I wonder if there are Busta elves there? And the friend with the mask on his face says that for sure. Along with the narrator, there's a Busta elf. But as for the protagonist, everything he does, he keeps coming in first place. And he says a big truth, that this guy, in a few decades, could even become a ranker. The scene shifts to the 9th floor, the labyrinth, which is the test of the 9th floor, and this labyrinth is gigantic. And suddenly, a wall of the labyrinth explodes, and we're shown that it was the badass protagonist who smashed through that wall of the labyrinth. The system announces that he's just completed the 9th floor labyrinth and has established a new route. And what route is that? It's a straight line. He destroyed all the walls in a straight line.
No way.
Nothing like brute force in a labyrinth, Juggernaut style. And the system says he'll get a bonus reward for being the first to achieve this feat. The protagonist shows that he didn't make a straight line like I thought he would, and honestly, if I were him, I would have gone straight, but he says he opened up new exits, multiple exits in the labyrinth. Now, for sure, the labyrinth is going to be much harder for future participants, but he doesn't care, he just wants the reward. So, the protagonist sighs, looks ahead, and says, "It's time to see that guy." And with that, the scene shifts to Hephaestus, looking angry, and the protagonist, beaming with joy, has the look of someone who's in love with Hephaestus's items. He says to Hephaestus, "Hey old man, it's been a month, right, since I left here, so I'm back. Did you manage to make it?" The old man just glares at him, growling, and Charles comes in, all smiles and sparkling, and says, "I'm here to pick up my stuff." And Hephaestus is really angry and says, "There you go again, calling me old. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" He starts hammering away furiously and tells the protagonist to sit there while he finishes up. And the protagonist obediently says, "Yes, sir," and sits down at a table while the blacksmith is there, angrily hammering away at the armor, hitting it here, hitting it there, over and over. The blacksmith stops hammering, sweat dripping down, and looks at the protagonist, who's sitting there calmly, then still grumbling, asks, "Hey, aren't you hot?" And the protagonist, being quite the liar, says yes, that he's feeling a little warm. "No way you're feeling hot with that pyromancy cloak. The cloak is practically glowing." Allah. Hephaestus starts thinking that Charles is completely fine. He's practically glowing. It's hot as hell inside this workshop. The temperature here is so high that any normal person would have already passed out. But this charge has a high fire resistance, I bet. He doesn't know that the cloak and the eyes are basically two hacks against fire. And Hephaestus asks Charles why it took him 10 days to complete the 9th floor's test. Then he asks why it took him so long. And he says to Charles, I bet you did something wrong. While he's saying this, he's tempering the armor in the boiling bucket and keeps wondering why Charles took so long doing that test. We know, right? The protagonist was messing with the other players, opening up new paths. And the blacksmith says to him, hey, you'd better tell me now, unless you don't want to get the items you ordered. And the protagonist puts on a clueless face and even starts swinging his legs on top of that table. He says that a labyrinth doesn't have to have just one exit. So that's why he took so long, opening up new paths and making several exits. And Hephaestus gets really mad because he thinks the protagonist did all that just for points, to get more rewards. And the worst part is, he used the word paths in the plural, so he opened up several exits. And he definitely knows that the protagonist did other crazy things too. Then the blacksmith asks Charlie why he never does anything the normal way, and the protagonist just sits there listening and smiling. And the blacksmith says he's really curious about what Charlie will do in his next test. And Charlie, laughing a lot, says that when he comes back, he'll tell them everything he got up to in this test. And Hephaestus shows a sword that looks like a really big machete, and asks Charlie if that weapon he asked to be made is the one he'll use in his next test. After that, Hephaestus says that he's never made a weapon like this before. A weapon that, instead of having good mana conductivity, actually has the worst possible mana conductivity. And this sword was made from various materials, and its mana conductivity is terrible, but the blade is sharp. It would definitely be useful in a butcher shop. Hephaestus is quick and catches on fast. And he says that poor mana conductivity means it has high resistance to mana, right? And the blacksmith says he made that weapon using materials he usually uses for armor. And Charles keeps wondering what material he must have used for it to have such terrible mana conductivity. He thinks it was made with tar and obsidian. Hephaestus tells Charlie that the mana conductivity of that weapon is so bad that it could be considered his worst failure. But that's what you asked for, right? A weapon that's terrible for mana. So there you go, it's done. I guarantee you this is the worst mana conductivity weapon that exists. And the protagonist, using the arcane power of that sword, senses the mana flowing through it. However, a second later, the system reports that it failed to activate the arcane sword, and that some unknown power is blocking the mana. Charlie had injected a lot of arcane power, and it still failed. So he thinks that sword is really good, way better than he expected. The protagonist puts that sword into his inventory, and says he really liked it. Hephaestus, in turn, said that this challenge was really good for him, and that it was a lot of fun to create this item. Hephaestus asks Charlie who in their right mind would think of using armor materials to make a sword. And before the protagonist can answer, 10,000 points in Asgardian notes are transferred to Hephaestus. The old man almost has a fit and says, "What the heck is this? What are you doing? Are you paying me with a check? Are you kidding me?" The protagonist, looking clueless, tells Hephaestus that he's going to have serious problems if he gets used to getting free stuff from him. So, paying him with those notes and smiling at Hephaestus, he says, "Old man, I'll be back soon, okay? Bye." The scene shifts to the same city on the first floor, and the system tells us that there's a portal near the workshop. Charlie is going to use that portal, and the system notes that he has passed the test on the 9th floor. So, he pays 10 points and uses the portal. The system asks Charlie to choose his destination, and he's pretty happy because he's finally reached the double-digit floors. He tells the portal, "Take me to the 10th floor. I want to go to the celestial realm." And the system sees that he's qualified for it, and teleports him to the 10th floor. You see that, right? Him being teleported to the 10th floor, that green thing over there, it must be showing up somewhere around here. Look, I can't see it, but you can. And voila! Half a second later, welcome to the martial realm. Charlie finally arrives at the 10th floor, the martial realm, and the system informs him that this is the starting point of the 10th floor, the martial city of the northern region. The martial realm is a gigantic kingdom surrounded by oceans. And here's the map, look at that. And the martial realm is an ecosystem where the strongest rule. And wow, he's already on the 10th floor. We're told that the 10th floor's test begins as soon as you enter it. So, Charlie is already being tested, and there's the marketplace. Everyone's selling something. One guy says, "Hey, come to my school. My school is really great. It's the school of the venomous dragon." And another says his school is about the sword. And another claims his school is the best because you'll have a body as strong as steel. After all that marketplace commotion, the 10th floor test begins. And the system tells the protagonist that he has to choose a martial arts school to join. And then the system says he has to pass that school's test. That's right, it's like an open market. Come to our school, our school is the best. Come over here, the 3 Fingers School, the Ponytail School, the Little Green Hair School, the 5-Point School that makes your heart explode. My mom's school is the best one there is. And that guy down there with the ponytail is saying you should come to his school because you'll learn how to do a really great hairstyle. To sum up, the test on the 10th floor is that you enter a school and learn that school's martial art, and that way you're ready to go to the 11th floor. This floor is really tough, because a lot of players get stuck here, since to move on to the next floor, the player has to learn that school's technique, and Charlie is just watching all of this. The place looks like a chaotic marketplace, and he's standing there with his head down, thinking, when someone comes up to him and says, "Hey kid, is this your first time here in the martial realm?" It's a big guy with green hair, and he says to Charlie, "Hey, judging by your clothes, you must be pretty skilled. Do you use swords by any chance?" And he asks Charlie to join his school because his school is better. And it was like their destinies had crossed paths. The name of his school is Sapphire Sword School. And Charles just stands there staring at the guy as he talks. And the guy says their school is the best, that the founder of the Sapphire Sword School is even older than the actor, so he's really wise. But Charles isn't naive. He knows that big martial arts schools aren't interested in places like that. It looks like a street market, and any respectable big school wouldn't be out recruiting new members like that. Charlie is lost in thought, and the guy from the Sapphire Sword School notices and says, "Hey, are you listening to me? I'm talking to you." And the protagonist very politely says, "Oh, sorry about that, okay, but I already have a martial arts school in mind, sorry. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm heading out." The green-haired guy gets really mad and says, "Hey, did you just underestimate my school and me? Are you messing with me? You just turned your back and walked away." The guy is already annoyed and starts to draw his sword at the protagonist. You know this is about to go south, and he starts insulting Charlie, saying he looks like a scarecrow. Then he tells the tough protagonist not to get too full of himself, that he probably just got there by luck. And with his sword in hand, he asks Charlie if he even knows how magnificent the sapphire sword is. And Charlie thinks to himself, "Scarecrow? I've never been insulted like that before. Man, what an annoying guy." But Charlie knows he's using a tactic to win over new players, and that tactic is to show off his strength in front of them. The tough guy asks him, "Hey, aren't you afraid of the penalty? And another thing, this isn't going to look good for your school's reputation. You're causing trouble with someone who just arrived on this floor." And the green-haired guy with the sword in his hand insults the protagonist, saying, "Raw kill. It might not seem like it, but here in the martial realm there are rules, and I can't let my school's name be tarnished like this." And out of nowhere, the guy starts getting even angrier and tells Charlie that it's too late to beg. The badass clenches his fists and says, "Well, I have no intention of begging, nor of asking for forgiveness." The badass walks toward him and says, "Well, since you insist, I guess I don't have a choice, right?" He looks at the crowd and says, "Bring it on." The big guy with green hair starts to shake in his boots. He doesn't know why. But Charlie's look isn't the look of someone weak, and Charlie charges at him, grabbing his face with one hand and slamming him to the ground. Charlie only needed one hand to defeat that guy. And everyone watching says, "Hey, isn't that the green-haired guy, the toughest guy from the Sapphire Sword? Man, what a shame, huh? That Sapphire Sword is full of weaklings. He lost to a rookie player. If I were you, I wouldn't go to that weak school, you know?" Everyone around starts whispering about the school and about the green-haired guy, saying that the master of his school is way too greedy for foreigners, and that's probably why he's here. But I bet no one is going to join that school, since the recruiter is so weak. Then your neighbor who just arrived says, "Hey man, why is that guy on his knees? What happened? Tell us." "Look, let me tell you, there was a foreigner here, that guy. Where is he?" "Oh, he's already gone." "Oh, that guy running over there in the corner, see him? Running." And Charlie is leaving. That guy defeated him. And green hair gets up super pissed, telling everyone to get out of the way and runs off in the other direction. And he keeps cursing, thinking to himself, when have I ever been humiliated this badly before? And he makes a promise, if he ever runs into that son of a gun again, he's going to take him down. The scene shifts to a clear sky, mountains, and lots of trees, and the protagonist is running at an incredibly high speed, and the system informs us that he's already been there for 10 days. The protagonist knows where he's going, but honestly, that continent is really far from where he's headed. He's been running for 10 days now and has already covered more than 4,000 kilometers. He knows that's the problem with the martial ranking. Everything there is far apart, and he moves so fast that all you see is a flash passing by, and he continues his explanation about the martial realm. He says that there isn't a good means of transportation there, so if you want to get from one place to another, you have to run. It's always like that. Ahead of the protagonist, after the slope, is Paradise Mountain, where the school he wants to enter is located. The system notifies him that he has arrived at Paradise Mountain in the western region, and Charlie says he needs to hurry because he's already close to that place. Let's go. But it's not that close, is it? Because he ran until sunset, and as he starts to enter the Paradise Mountain forest, he realizes that night has already fallen. So, better to walk instead of run, because this place is definitely dangerous. The protagonist starts walking, very cautious, scanning everything around him. However, he knows that behind him, many eyes are watching him. He's already counted about 20 people behind him. He knows that 20 people isn't a big group, but all of them are very skilled. So he knows he's in the right place. Paradise Mountain, the monster's nest. Every person here seems like a monster. That's how strong they are. And the eyes in the shadows start to ask, "Hey, who are you? You don't look like you're lost. Who are you? Did you really come here even knowing what kind of place this is? Who are you?" And Charlie, speaking to those who are hiding so they won't be so on edge, says he's not an enemy and asks the people there if this place is the Paradise Mountain of the western region. Then he says he's in the right place because he knows that this mountain is the base of the celestial demon sect. And Charlie asks them, "Or am I mistaken and in the wrong place?" Suddenly, the protagonist is surrounded, some of them holding weapons, and they tell him it looks like he did his homework before coming here. He remembers a similar situation when he was surrounded by jackals, but it's very different now because all of them are high-ranking martial artists, and we're shown what the celestial demon cult is like. This cult has always opposed the Martial Artists Alliance, and currently they can't leave Paradise Mountain, but they are definitely the strongest martial arts school in the martial realm. The system introduces us to Hang Ramig, a pure blood of the celestial demon cult who has climbed beyond the 40th floor. In other words, this guy is no weakling. But we'll call him Ramig, even though I kind of wanted to call him White Camel. But you guys would give me a hard time about it, so I'll stick with Ramig. And Ramig tells Charlie that just by sensing the energy coming from him, it's clear he's not an ordinary guy. They ask him which floor he came from and say, if he wants to join them, he has to say his name and the floor he's on. Only then will they be able to test his skills. And Charlie tells him that's not it. You're getting it wrong. I'm the player Charlie. I came to take the test to enter the Celestial Demon Cult Martial Arts School. And so the system announces that the Celestial Demon Cult test begins now. Then he tells Charlie that it's been a long time since a player wanted to take the Celestial Demon Cult test. They start walking, and Ramij says to Charlie that since he came all the way here, he must know why players avoid their test, right? And Charlie, pretending, says, it must be because the approval rate is low, right? And Ramij says, you're wrong, that's not it. The approval rate isn't low. The test is impossible. That's why no one comes. He told Charlie that up until now, no player has managed to pass the Celestial Demon Cult test. And so, a rule was established among the players to never take the Celestial Demon Cult test, because it's impossible. And Charlie starts thinking that they don't accept new players, but they do accept players from higher floors, right? Charlie keeps thinking that no matter how strong the Celestial Demon Cult is, they've been isolated there for so long that their influence is getting weaker and weaker. And Ramuj starts guiding the protagonist and says, this way you can go through. The system informs us that Charlie has just entered the barrier, and he, in turn, tries to resist the effects of the barrier. However, he fails to resist those effects. And the system warns that if he strays from the path, he'll end up with a hallucination status. And Charlie keeps thinking that the path they're following is really different from the one he knows. So should he make his own path? And Ramij tells him to be very careful, because if he takes a wrong step, he'll get completely lost, totally hallucinating. And if he gets lost, only the celestial demon can find him, no one else. He looks back and says to Charlie, so be very careful and follow the
dimensional suck.
What kind of move was that, man?
222. Huh, where is he? Wasn't he just right here? And Charlie went off to find his own path in the middle of that forest full of different trails and lots of hallucinations. And to find the right path, he's using his gray eyes hack. He can see the path of mana and he continues along that vast trail, trying to find the right direction with the help of his gray eyes. He stops, looks to the side, and starts thinking that he's already gone through more than 10 paths. But it's so long, and he keeps wondering how much farther he'll have to walk. And time goes by, and Charlie is walking through that forest full of hallucinations. However, the protagonist still hasn't left the path. He's not hallucinating, but he's trying to find his owl, the right path. And he keeps moving forward with his gray monkey eyes hack activated the whole time. And the protagonist, upon reaching a fork in the road, stops and starts to analyze the path. And his gray eyes ability notices that both paths are real, both the one on the right and the one on the left. And he knows that whether he goes right or left, he won't fall into the hallucination of the barrier. But only one of the two paths is the real one. So, Charlie sharpens his senses even more. He starts to feel the wind coming from the path on the left. Since there's wind there, that's a good sign. He heads to the left, and the protagonist keeps walking into the night, trying to find the exit. And the path to the left is very long and surrounded by trees and mountains, and the barrier is there to catch anyone who strays from the path. And Charlie keeps thinking that the more he walks, the more the scenery around him changes. Suddenly, the protagonist comes across a house at the end of the path, and outside there's a light on and something in the back that I don't know what it is, and he heads in that direction. And he enters the house and realizes there's a person sitting on the floor, worn down to dust, and he knows who that person is. He knows that this is the living kingdom of martial arts stories, the high rank, who was already alive even before the martial arts realm entered the tower. And with an angry look, he says to Charlie, so you made it, huh? And the system informs us that this person is the Heavenly Demon, from the cult of the Heavenly Demon. And so the system announces that he has passed the first test of the Heavenly Demon. And Charlie notices that, even with the doors closed, the wind is blowing in that place. And he keeps thinking that this place he's in now is very different from what he saw in his previous life. However, this small room seems to be an illusion, because it shouldn't be this small if there's wind blowing like this in here. Right after that, the Heavenly Demon tells the protagonist that he's going to ask a question. He asks him when he figured it out, and tells Charlie that this is also a test. It's the second test, and the protagonist tells him that he knew from the very beginning. Charlie explains that there isn't a test like this, where you just follow someone, and he tells the Heavenly Demon that even before he entered the barrier, he already knew he would be there. And the Heavenly Demon, with a strange aura coming from his body, tells Charlie that he seems like someone who knows his own path, someone who knows how to find his own way. That mana aura starts to intensify a lot, and the protagonist puts his hand in front of his face to shield himself from that whirlwind of energy. And suddenly he hears, you passed. Right after that, he realizes he's somewhere else, on a hill in the middle of nowhere. In other words, that illusion disappeared. Charlie notices that the system window didn't appear. And he also remembers that the Celestial Demon said this was a test, so it probably isn't a system test. And he keeps wondering if the Celestial Demon liked his approach. And Charlie tells himself that it seems like he's going to have a hard time understanding what the Celestial Demon wants, and meeting his expectations. And then,
Symbolizing the demon.
and Charlie keeps thinking that the other martial schools say a demon lives in the Celestial Demon cult. Charlie walks a bit further and enters a village, and realizes that it's nothing like what people say. It's just an ordinary village like any other. But suddenly someone interrupts Charlie's thoughts and says, "Hey, you! Stop right there!" We see that it's Ramuge, and he's shaking with fear, pointing his finger at the protagonist and asking, "How did you get here?" Charles thinks to himself that he met the celestial demon in person. Who knows who would dare explain that to him? And he answers Ramuge that he just got there first. He doesn't know why. And Ramuge asks if he came on foot. Looking at Charlie, he wonders if he passed through the barrier alone. And what's even more amazing is that he got there much faster than the people who actually know the way. Charlie asks him if the way he got there is really that important. I mean, it's not, right? Then he turns his back and keeps walking, telling Ramuge that he's really tired from all the walking. And then, Charlie asks Ramuge if the celestial demon cult provides lodging for people who are taking the test. And Ramuge just stands there, not knowing how to respond. One of Ramuge's assistants asks if it even makes sense for a foreigner to get past the barrier and way ahead of them. Ramuge says he's been there for 50 years, and he can only go back and forth along the same path he's memorized. But this guy took a completely different route, so he gets really curious, frowns, and wonders to himself, who the heck is this guy? The scene shifts to a hot spring bath, and the protagonist is there, finally taking a bath after more than 10 days without bathing, brushing his teeth, or combing his hair. He's super relaxed in that place, and starts to really enjoy that nice, soothing bath. He looks behind him, looks ahead, and takes in everything around him, realizing that the place the celestial demon cult set up for him is actually pretty small. And he's certain of one thing: if the test had been just a little bit easier, a lot more people would want to join the celestial demon cult, and that way the cult would have a much better chance of interacting with the other martial arts schools. But he knows that old man, the celestial demon, is really stubborn. So let's make some bubbles and fart in the water to make it bubble. And Charlie knows that the celestial demon has his own reasons for doing this. And there's one thing he's sure of: nobody knows what's in that place, because the people from the celestial demon cult are really reclusive. But there's one thing the protagonist is sure of: all of this won't be for nothing. And Muzu appears in the inventory window right in front of Charlie, and Muzu starts to sway, feeling very comfortable in that place. And the progress to hatch that egg is at 13.58%. And Charlie, seeing Muzu act like that, realizes that he's been restless ever since they arrived in the land of the celestial demon. And he says that this little guy, referring to the egg, hasn't stayed still for even a second. And with that, we begin part 6. Right off the bat, leave your like and share. And if you can, follow me on Instagram. So, let's get the video started. The last video ended with Muzu feeling very comfortable. And later on, in today's story, Charlie gets really mad at Muzu for what he did. And I don't remember the egg doing anything. But I looked again, and double-checked, and then I went to check the Chinese version. The translators left out most of the images after Norochi's death. So, I'm going to show you what the egg actually did. You guys remember that after he killed the 8th head of Yanada Norochi, the egg's evolution was at 12.85%. Then there was the whole story with the protagonist and the elf, and at the end of it all, I said that the egg revealed its form. But in the Chinese version, the egg appears around them as a presence, and then it's wild. She gets really scared and draws her sword, because she feels a very strange presence and breathing. And Charlie keeps thinking that the egg still hasn't cracked, and there's still a long way to go before it hatches. He keeps thinking, what form is this that the egg is showing up as? He widens his eyes, really shocked, because the egg actually revealed a form. The egg appears like a specter with dozens of eyes and starts devouring the body of Yamato no Orochi. Nothing like having a little snack by devouring the body of a dead god. Meanwhile, the protagonist just watches it all happen, and the elf has her sword in hand, ready for battle. The elf knows what presence that is. She knows that presence belongs to an outer god. However, the place therein is protected by the tower, and she keeps wondering how the outer god managed to invade that place. And at that very moment, she sprints forward to try to strike Mazovo, because she doesn't understand what that thing is. And the protagonist runs toward her to hold the elf back. He says to her, "Hey, wait, don't hit it. You don't understand what's going on, but that's mine." And Mazovo is just there, watching and eating, just like a dog when you give it something, and it keeps eating and growling at you so no one takes it away. The protagonist asks the elf to wait just a moment. Meanwhile, the system informs us that the egg is greedily eating the 8th head of Norochi. And the egg doesn't stop snacking, because it's just too tasty. The only thing better than this would be a little gourmet treat from S Gourmet. The elf is really shocked and says to Charlie, "Hey, this thing is devouring the whole corpse." And she keeps thinking that this is the first time she's ever seen something like this, a being eating the corpse of a god. And the hot elf, looking Charlie right in the face, talks to him. Since he killed Orochi, it's up to him to decide what to do with the body. And she says she won't interfere with what's happening. Then she asks Charlie if what's happening is one of his abilities. And the protagonist, starting to sweat, says, yeah, it's pretty much, right? It's basically one of my abilities." The elf has no idea that it's Mazovo who's actually doing that. And Charlie admits to the elf that, honestly, he doesn't really know what's going on, but it's definitely coming from him. And Mazovo, with his many eyes and hundreds of teeth, is devouring that god, who is really tough, by the way. At this point, Mazovo has already eaten all the flesh, leaving only the bones and skin. And even so, he keeps devouring the bones and skin. So, subscriber, what kind of creature do you think Mazovo is? At that moment, Mazovo looks at you, but he knows he can't get you. He only devours non-subscribers. And since he can't get you anymore because you just subscribed, Charlie asks Mazovo if he's satisfied now, with a really angry look on his face. Mazovo says he's very satisfied and starts singing with joy. Charlie, seeing Mazovo finishing his snack, realizes that he behaves like a weirdo. However, his actions are like those of a child. And Charlie asks the same question I asked the subscribers. He says, "What the hell are you? What are you supposed to be?" Mazovo doesn't even answer. With a full belly, he goes to sleep. And Charlie, with his inventory open, keeps thinking about how Mazovo didn't answer him. But at the end of the fight, he shows up and devours the entire body of Yamato no Orochi's 8th head. And Charlie starts looking at the egg stats and notices that it went up by almost 1% after it devoured that body. It was at 12.85% and now it's at 13.58. After that, the very poorly drawn elf, looking like a badly done doodle, asks Charlie if he understands what just happened. And he answers her that he understands a little, just a little. And the elf starts thinking that before, she thought Charlie might be a descendant of Ecom, but Delicia, seeing his strength now, realizes she was way too careless. She knows his power is immense and at the heavens. In other words, those at the top of the tower won't understand this impure power of his. And she reaches out her hand. I thought she was going to grab something else, but she was just reaching out her hand. I'm not going to make any jokes about her hand reaching for something else. She says that Charlie has a lot of secrets, and she makes him a promise. She says she won't tell anyone about what happened there, but she expects to hear the truth from him on a higher floor of the tower. And he realizes that the elf hasn't changed at all. That's just how she says goodbye to people, always straightforward and abrupt. And of course, Charlie remembers this elf. He knows she is very stubborn, but also a very honorable and powerful warrior. And for the first time ever, Charlie admires someone. He says this elf is beautiful. Yeah, he actually likes someone, huh? I like her too. I'm not going to ship him with her because I want to ship myself with her. And Delicia, with her warm hand, takes Charlie's hands and greets him, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. And there it is, the scoreboard of the Coliseum. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can see it from here. Look, I can see everything. Yukong is in first place. I can see that from here. However, there's a change on the scoreboard. The protagonist, the brave one, Charles Ribeiro de Azevedo, is now in first place in the Coliseum, reaching the 20th round. Meanwhile, Yukong is in second, only making it to the 19th round. In third place is Hercules. If I'm not mistaken, he's tied with someone. I think it's Jean. And so, the theme goes back to those gossipers in the square, the ones I told you about earlier, alright? Let's keep going with our story from where we left off. I know you remember that the protagonist is in the Martial Kingdom, comfortably soaking in a hot tub with Mazovo. But chapter 37 is a memory of Charlie, from the time when he was with the other gods fighting against the outsiders. He was down there, sitting on a tree trunk, listening to the other gods and demigods saying that the difficulty he would face would be extremely high. And there are some people there who say it's practically impossible. But if the rumors are true, the rewards are probably huge. And then you start wondering, what are they talking about? I'll explain. They're talking about the celestial demon. However, the celestial demon died in the first half of the war they're fighting. And he died before the mechanism of Kronos' clock was created. So, they have no information about what the celestial cult is like, or what the celestial demon is like. And the only choice they have is to dive in headfirst, and see what's inside the celestial demon's cult. And a god tells Charlie that when he gets to the martial realm, he should remember that's where a big martial arts tournament takes place. And they tell Charlie that if he wins, he'll receive a great scarlet medicinal orb. And it's extremely valuable and precious. Also, he could get the best secret technique from either the Shaolin clan or the Nangang clan. A warrior in full armor tells Charlie that the reward is great, but winning is only easy in theory, just in theory. And Charlie asks all those gods there, "Hey, did any of you not win that tournament by any chance?" "I think all of you won, right?" And they start looking at each other. Everyone there had won that tournament. And Charlie looks at Ikong and gives him that sly little smirk. Ikong, "Hey, are you trying to pick a fight with me? I'll beat you up, you know? I've only got one arm, but I can still land a punch on you, you hear?" And Charlie keeps staring at Ikong, waiting to see if he'll spill the beans. So, he starts repeating himself, saying, "Tournament? Oh, seriously? Why did they organize something like that and not tell me? I didn't take part in that tournament." And the gods are shocked when they hear that. Meanwhile, Ikong keeps repeating himself. And he asks who was organizing that tournament. And he asks if something this fun has always existed. And one of the gods, covered in blood and scars, tells Ikong that he shouldn't have gone straight up the floors like that, without learning the nuances of each level. And now, the fierce Ikong finally shows what he's made of. He throws a childish tantrum. He opens his mouth and says, "I already told you I didn't know. I didn't know there was such a good tournament there." And Charlie, soaking in his hot tub, starts to smile, because these are great memories. And he laughs even more when he remembers Ikong talking to everyone. "Are you serious, guys? Was I really the only one who didn't know there was such a good tournament there?" And Ikong ends up looking like a spoiled child, because with his personality, he just can't stand the fact that he missed out on the big martial arts tournament. He was the only one there who didn't take part in that amazing tournament. And Charlie, letting out one last fart in the water to make bubbles, keeps thinking that he has no idea what will happen next. But he's sure that going to the Celestial Demon cult won't be a waste of time. And Mazovo is just chilling, enjoying that nice warm water. So, Mazovo sways a bit and feels really comfortable. I'm not repeating the scene, okay? It's the scene itself that keeps repeating. And Charlie is really intrigued because ever since he arrived here, in the land of the Celestial Demon, this little guy, left Mazovo, hasn't stopped moving for even a second. So, Charlie starts to remember what happened a few days ago, after he finished the Colosseum on the first floor. And Charles is thinking about this while already on the second floor. He takes Mozovo out and holds him in his hand. And with Mozovo in his hand while lying on the bed, he notices that Mozovo has gotten much bigger than he originally was. And Charlie is still intrigued, because he has a mysterious egg with the mark of an eternal god. And he keeps thinking about it, feeling a very strange sensation when he sees Mozovo consume a fragment of Orochi, a fragment of an eternal god. And so, Charlie thinks that Mozovo might be the egg of an eternal god. And he remembers the scene with dozens of eyes and very sharp fangs. And he keeps wondering if, when Mozovo hatches, it will come out like that, with lots of eyes and several fangs. But Charlie tries to push those thoughts away, because he knows there's no way to predict what will come out of the egg. And the protagonist reveals to us that the eternal gods don't have a predetermined form. And these gods are very enigmatic beings. When they appear to someone, it's always a reflection of that person's emotions. Usually, they show up in the form of that person's fear. And Charlie, holding Mozovo in his left hand, asks it if it's sleeping. Hey, are you sleeping? But the egg doesn't respond. And Charlie is thinking, if the other gods were there, he could ask them. Charlie closes his eyes and talks to the egg. So, should I let you live or die, huh? I'm really thinking about it right now. And Mozovo, upon hearing that, shakes its head. Charlie opens his eyes wide, really surprised, because the egg responded. It had been sleeping ever since it devoured Norochi's head. And Charlie got really pissed, because the egg had been listening to everything he was saying and was just pretending to be asleep. It was only when he threatened to kill the egg that the egg responded. And now, the egg starts to break out in a cold sweat. And Charlie is really mad at the egg for pretending to be asleep. And Charlie, acting all tough, says to the egg, Hey egg, you know what? You don't have a choice. He opens his inventory and pulls out his sword. Hey egg, it's nothing personal, but I'm going to finish you off. And Mozovo's left side trembles in shock when he hears that. And so, the protagonist slashes Mozovo with all his strength. And Mozovo screams in despair. And Charlie has just landed a really powerful blow on Mozovo. But nothing happened. Mozovo is really clever. He protected himself by going inside the inventory. And inside the inventory, he's intangible. Hey, crazy narrator, what does intangible mean? Okay, you can't touch it, okay? Incorporeal. It's like he's a ghost. If he's inside the inventory, there's no way to touch him. The protagonist realizes that the egg can exert a lot of physical force, like it did with Orochi's body, devouring all of it. And he wonders if the egg recognizes him as its master, since the egg, without his permission, devoured the entire body of Yamata no Orochi's 8th head. And Charles is unsure whether the egg is an ally or an enemy, because if the egg was able to eat Norochi's body, it could also attack him. And if it hasn't done that so far, is it because it recognizes him as its master, or because it's incapable of doing so? Charles is really full of doubts, but what he's going to do from now on is keep observing the egg. And so the scene shifts back to the 10th floor, to today. And Mozovo is there, all happy, feeling really comfortable in that warm water. And Charles, holding Mozovo in his hand, asks if he likes it, and the egg confirms, saying that he does. Charles is surprised that the egg actually answered him. However, Mozovo goes back into the inventory and pretends to fall asleep. And Charles is there, in the hot tub, really annoyed with Mozovo, because he slept the whole month and now that he finally woke up, he just went back to sleep again. Charles has no idea what's going on, but with the outer gods and the celestial cult, something is definitely happening, because Mozovo is moving around a lot, and the protagonist hopes he's not getting himself into serious trouble. And finally, those annoying thoughts are over and the action is about to begin. And the scene shifts to the next day, at the celestial demon cult. The 4 lords of the celestial demon cult are gathered together. These lords are disciples of the celestial demon. They say they have a very interesting matter to discuss today. The Lord of the Spear says they have a challenger, and this is the first challenger since Jeon Jaryong. And this guy challenged them 30 years ago. And next to the Lord of the Spear, the system tells us, is the Lord of the Tao. After that, the Lord of the Fist appears, saying it's been exactly 34 years since the last challenger. And everyone wonders, who is this Charles guy? Has anyone ever heard of him? And they, who have been rooted on Mount Paradise for many centuries, since they're forbidden to leave, are becoming out of touch with what's happening in the tower. Then, the Lord of the Sword appears, telling them to stop complaining. If they know anything about Charles, they should just say it already. And someone there says that Charles has been at the top of the rankings on every floor since the tutorial. And the Lord of the Sword, who we'll call Mustache, says that's really hard to believe. And he says if that's true, the rumors about him are going to get out of control soon, and everyone will know Charles' true strength. And that Lord, who's explaining about Charles, says that the tower's records don't lie. He really is breaking all the records. And they say they've talked enough already. They can't just decide this by talking. They need to meet him in person. So they decide that the Lord of the Spear will be the first to test the challenger Sharo. A short time later, everyone there in the celestial demon cult starts moving toward a certain place. And so, they're all in position, waiting for the challenge to begin. Like an army, they stand in front of their masters and shout as one warrior. Yes, sir. We are here. Then, bowing before the four lords, they pay their respects to their masters. And there he is, making his entrance just like a protagonist should, drawing everyone's attention. And the Lord of the Spear, upon seeing the protagonist, asks if that's the so-called Sharo. And they notice that Sharo, even in front of all those martial artists and the four lords, doesn't show any fear at all. He's extremely confident. They realize that this guy, Sharo, is truly brave. And Sharo starts looking at them, trying to figure out who is who. He sees that standing before him are the Lord of the Sword, the Lord of the Dao, the Lord of the Spear, and the Lord of the Fist. These four celestial lords are at the peak of their respective cultivation fields. And these guys, who are disciples of the celestial demon, seem to be there for the second test, standing in for the celestial demon. And seeing this, and the way they're organized, Sharo starts thinking that these four lords are the best ones there. And the Lord of the Fist, breaking the silence, speaks to Sharo. So it was you, huh? You were the one who passed the first lord's test, right? He tells the protagonist that he really does seem like a different kind of person, and that he hopes the rumors about him aren't exaggerated. And now, let's begin the second test. At that moment, someone comes running and saying, "Hey, please wait a moment, I have something to say." And the system informs us that this is the vice captain of the Black Storm Squad, Jeon Jaryom, the one the four lords mentioned who challenged them 34 years ago. And he apologizes to the four celestial lords for interrupting like that. However, he has a request to make of them. He asks for the chance to test Sharo first. And you know how this test goes, right? It's a lot of fighting, and the four lords start to discuss it among themselves. So, what do you think about this? Should we allow it or not? They quickly come to a decision and allow him to test the protagonist. So he thanks them, stands up, and turns to the protagonist. And Sharo notices that the penalty flow starts to increase a lot just because this guy is showing hostility toward him. And we won't call Jayong, he'll be called Hyro. Sharo realizes that this Hyro must be really strong, and Hyro walks confidently toward the protagonist, with all that penalty energy crackling across his body. And Sharo realizes that Hyro might be a worthy opponent for him. And the protagonist, after analyzing everything that just happened, realizes that this test probably isn't an official test from the cult. And Mustache Guy says that's true. However, there shouldn't be a test without a reward. So he starts deciding what that reward should be. Then he says if Sharo wins, he'll reward him with the cult's elixir. And this elixir is a medicinal sphere of scarlet blood. And he asks Sharo, what does he think? And the badass knows exactly what it is and can't hold back his smile. He knows that elixir is really good. So, the protagonist grabs his sword and says that this elixir will do just fine since he's satisfied with the reward. And the system informs us that Charlie accepted Vice Captain Hyro's test. And Hyro, for no reason at all, is already seething with pure hatred, and his fury toward the protagonist only grows, because the system tells us that Hyro's restrictions have been partially lifted and the penalty he was receiving has also been partially reduced. So, the system informs us that the challenge is to defeat Hyro and earn his recognition. We're also shown the medicinal sphere of scarlet blood. It's also mentioned that this elixir is extremely valuable, even more valuable than a lower-grade scarlet medicinal sphere. I have no idea what kind of sphere that is, I've never seen it in my life. And now the two are standing face to face, ready to start the fight. Charlie realizes that the penalty has been adjusted as if they were on the 30th floor, and the protagonist realizes that this level of difficulty is way too high for a simple improvised test on the 10th floor. And if an improvised test is this tough, just how hard must the real test be? Noticing that important people like the four celestial lords are present, it's pretty likely that the celestial demon is the one behind all this. And Charlie realizes that this welcome event is really unexpected. And Hyro asks Charlie if that's his name. Then, changing his posture even more, he asks Charlie if he was the one who passed the celestial demon's first test. Charlie says, "Yeah, so what?" Hyro tells Charlie that he doesn't know why the celestial demon wants to recognize him. And Hyro keeps talking, but Charlie cuts him off, saying, "Man, you sure talk a lot, huh? I bet you weren't recognized by the celestial demon, were you?" And the protagonist, who's a real smart aleck, says to Hyro, "Hey, you weren't, but I was. I was recognized, you see?" And then, seething with rage, absolutely furious, Dari charged at the protagonist at lightning speed, ready to kill and tear him apart, because that kind of childish teasing is not something a strong warrior like him can tolerate. With lightning shooting from his eyes, he intends to finish Charlie off with a single blow, and swings his sword at Charlie with all his might. But the badass just dodges, and as he follows Charlie with his eyes, he calls Charlie a bastard. Meanwhile, the badass is cool, calm, and collected, totally relaxed, already anticipating his opponent's next move. And Hyro starts attacking the protagonist from above, striking here, striking there, swinging his sword this way and that, and the protagonist just keeps dodging. Hyro spots an opening, shifts his position, and tries to land a critical hit on the protagonist, and Charlie dodges yet another of his attacks. Meanwhile, Hyro admits that yes, he was not recognized by the celestial demon, and he shouts for everyone there to hear that he swore his life to the celestial demon cult and that he spent his entire life working to pass that test. He says he risked his life climbing the tower to become a martial artist who would bring prosperity to the cult. And while still throwing several blows at the protagonist and talking at the same time, he says that he mastered various martial arts and trained as much as he could. And so, he took the test. But even then, he wasn't recognized, yet a foreigner like Charlie is nothing. And striking another blow at Charlie with a lot of anger, he asks who he is to be recognized by the celestial demon. Hyro wonders why he wasn't recognized. And the badass answers him, "Hey, you weren't recognized because you're like a child." And now, after several attacks and many blows from Hyro, Charlie finally decides to draw his sword, because up until that moment, he had only been dodging. After that, there's a clash of swords and both of them go all out. The protagonist's sword starts to spark against Hyro's sword, and the fight becomes a real spectacle. The two swords separate, each flying off in a different direction, and the two fighters end up really close to each other, and the badass starts to speak. "Hey, Hyro, do you want to know why? Do you want to know why the celestial demon didn't recognize you?" And Hyro looks at the protagonist and asks what that is, why his hand looks like that. The badass, who had already dropped his sword, gets ready to punch Hyro right in the face. And the system tells us that the protagonist's arm has been imbued with the power of the giant, and since he has low vitality, the gigantification will only happen partially. The protagonist lands a powerful punch to Hyro's ribs, and he falls with such force that he even breaks the ground. With a single blow, Charlie shows the difference between him and Hyro. And Hyro falls, bleeding from his nose, writhing in pain. Charlie, standing over Hyro, who is writhing in pain, tells him that the reason he wasn't chosen by the celestial demon is actually very simple. "You're weak, you're very weak." And he asks all the lords if what he's saying isn't true. And the mustache guy with the sword starts looking seriously at Charlie, pretty hesitant. But then, a small smile appears beneath his mustache, and Mustache says that for the first time in a long while, he got to see something truly interesting. They realize that Charlie is strong, because he showed a lot of strength. Even so, without using a sword, he defeated his enemy with just his fists. And that lord over there, who I think is Du Dao, the one in yellow, keeps wondering how that fight would have gone if there hadn't been the tower's penalty. And the lord of the fist, the one in red, says to him, "What's the point of thinking what if? Just look at Charlie. Just look at him. He's way better than Hyro." And Mustache Guy, looking pretty happy, tells them to give Hyro's prize, the Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere. And so, the system informs us that Charlie passed Hyro's test and that he received a Scarlet Blood Medicinal Sphere. They tell Charlie that it's not such a great item, but he should accept it anyway. And our badass protagonist replies that since he didn't have to put in much effort, this prize is actually pretty good. The Lord of the Fist asks Charlie if he knows the true value of that elixir. He says that this is an item that most players who just reached the 10th floor will never even get to see. And Lord Du Dao says that Charlie acted like this test against Hyro was just child's play. And because of that, he can't tell if Charlie is just showing off or if he's actually really brave. The mustache swordsman asks Charlie if he learned any martial arts, because he couldn't recognize which school that fencing style came from. But it's really good, and he was pretty impressed by the way Charlie blocked Hyro's sword. And our badass just said he was simply copying. The mustache swordsman says that Charlie's performance left him speechless. And right after, he says he'll announce the details of the next test. And going against what they had decided earlier, he says, "Lord of the Fist, you talk to him." Lord of the Fist gives a big smile, and says that the second test will be a fight against him. And the system tells us that the name of the Lord of the Fist from the Heavenly Demon Club is Pung Bakelin. And we'll refer to him as either Lord of the Fist or Bakelin. The Lord of the Fist says that the test won't be a normal duel. He says that Charlie will only have to withstand 3 of his techniques. And he says the test will take place in 3 months. And then he says that, except for high-rank elixirs and martial arts, he'll have everything else he needs. He also says that the training location, grain balls, clothes, and anything else he might need, just let them know and they'll provide it. And Charlie, as he observes the Lord of the Fist, knows that his abilities are the weakest among the 4 celestial lords. However, each of his attacks is so monstrous that it rivals those of the other lords. And he also knows that there will be a penalty from the tower in his favor. But even so, it's a fight against the ranker, and so the protagonist keeps thinking about this challenge, because getting into the celestial cult is extremely difficult. It's basically designed so that no one can pass. So Charlie starts to think that there are only 3 techniques he'll have to avoid or dodge. And then the badass shows just how badass he is. With Charlie still passed out behind him, he looks at the Lord of the Fist and says, "Hey Bakelin, why don't we just start right now?" Everyone there gets chills when they hear the protagonist's challenge, and the Lord of the Spear speaks harshly to him. "Hey Charlie, unlike the captain you just defeated, the Lord of the Fist is a ranker, and by saying that without thinking, it makes it seem like you're underestimating him." So don't underestimate the celestial demonic cult. And Charlie apologizes, because he truly didn't mean for it to come across that way. But he's definitely not underestimating the cult. Then the Lord of the Fist says, "Alright then, if he wants it that badly, let's get this over with." And starts raising his chi. The dashing mustache of the sword tells the Lord of the Fist to stop, because this is a test set by our Lord, the celestial demon. And this test is not the same as the one that just happened a little while ago. And the dashing mustache looks at them very seriously and says, "The only one who can change the rules is the celestial demon." Acknowledging this, the Lord of the Fist says that they will only fight 3 months from now, and he gives Charlie some advice. During this time, he should train and find a way to counter the 3 techniques of the Lords of the Fist. So Charlie nods and thinks to himself that there's no other way. He's going to have to wait the 3 months. The scene shifts to a large hall where a bunch of gossips are talking about Charlie. There he is, that's him, he's the one walking by. And the extra, who looks just like the other one, says that he's a foreigner who is dumb enough to underestimate the Lord of the Fist. And as he walks through that hall, they notice that Charlie doesn't look like a crazy person. But he really did say that to the Lord of the Fist. And both of them agree that this outsider definitely doesn't know about the skills of the 4 celestial lords. And Charlie, looking sly, walks right through the middle of all of them. He thinks to himself, this celestial cult seems more like a gossip cult. Everyone here just loves to gossip. But on the other hand, the Sword Lord, Mr. Prominent Mustache, is second in command here. And he's really honoring me, since he's personally escorting me. And Charlie can't tell if that's out of curiosity or just pure hostility coming from the Sword Lord. So he asks Prominent Mustache if personally escorting him was an order from the celestial demon. And Mustache says no, he's just doing it for fun. It's been a long time since he met a foreigner. And after seeing him fight in person, he has high expectations for him. He says he thinks it's possible that Charlie will pass their test. And Charlie thinks to himself that, hearing those words, it sounds like the Sword Lord actually wants him to pass the celestial demon cult's test. And as Charlie walks along that long path, he realizes that what the Sword Master wants is completely different from what the other martial arts schools want, because they want people to fail, while he, on the other hand, wants him to pass. After a long walk, they finally arrive at a large door, and he says to Charlie, "Hey, if you needed to prepare anything, you should have gone to the armory or the martial arts library first." And he asks Charlie why he wanted to come to the medical house. And Charlie is blunt and says he'll check out the weapons and books later. And as he takes the last steps to enter that place, Charlie asks him if what he said is true, that they would give him everything except for high-rank elixirs and martial arts. And Mustache Guy says that's right, and Charlie tells him, "Then you're going to regret having said that." And so the rascal's quest begins. We're then shown the medical house, where several people are preparing herbs and healing products, and among them are dozens of high-quality and very rare items. The system tells us that the person attending to the protagonist is the chief doctor of the celestial demon cult, Kim Yuwon, whom we'll just call the doctor. And the doctor remembers Charlie talking to him. Charlie says, "I want all of this here, from here to there, send it all to me." The doctor starts cursing, because the protagonist is basically emptying out his entire stock of medicinal items. Meanwhile, Charlie is thinking that there are at least 100 kilos of medicinal herbs there, and all those medicines are enough for the demon cult and the war against the Martial Alliance. That's a lot of medicine there. And the doctor, looking pretty down, keeps wondering how Charlie plans to use all of that by himself. And the doctor, being very insistent, says to Charlie, "Hey, let me tell you something. I'll say it again. Whatever is left after 3 months, you have to return it to us." And he says, "Look, only you can use it, okay? No one else. And besides, anything that gets damaged and anything that's left over, you'll have to return. And whatever you damage," Charlie interrupts, "Okay, I know. I'll have to reimburse you out of my own pocket. I know already. I'll pay you back." And Charlie looks back and says, "Alright then, I'm off. Since I took everything, I emptied out your stock. See you guys in 3 months." And the doctor is back there crying. "Don't forget to return it, okay? Whatever's left, you have to bring it back, alright?" And Charlie, being a bit of a wise guy, keeps thinking that he already heard that, but he's sure there won't be anything left over. The scene shifts to a secluded spot nearby, still on Paradise Mountain, and then to a cave where several torches are lit, and the system tells us that this is the training chamber of the celestial demon cult. And the protagonist, wearing clothes provided by the cult, thinks to himself that the place is set up to only open from the inside, so no one will bother him by coming in uninvited. And so, without wasting any time, let's take the 100 kilos of medicine out of the inventory. After that, Charlie sits down on the floor, surrounded by all that medicine. And so, he starts by eating herbs, and the system notifies him that he ate gall herb, which increases poison resistance for 24 hours. And then, he eats poisonous root, and then Bangkok flower. And after a long time eating, the protagonist gains resistance to 98 types of poison for 46 hours. And he's cursing a lot and almost throwing up. And he keeps thinking that he's never eaten so much medicine until he was full. And he finds it way too disgusting. And it's so hard for him that he'd rather get stabbed in a fight. The narrator even remembered his late father-in-law. "My father-in-law once took so much medicine. It was about 10 different pills he had to take, all different kinds. And he said, 'I just finished lunch after taking so much medicine. My stomach is actually full, so when's dessert?'
But let's get back to our story. Charles has a stomachache because so many medicines have mixed together, and he knows that if he's not careful and mixes the wrong medicines, he could die from poisoning. But with a lot of willpower and a strong stomach, he gets ready for what's coming. And so, he takes the 8th Orochi heart out of his inventory. And now we can understand why he wanted so much medicine. He's going to try to consume that 8th heart, which has an incredibly powerful poison. The protagonist, thinking about the risky move he made, wondered where he could get enough medicine to neutralize the extreme poison from the Orochi's heart. So let's thank our friends from the Celestial Demon Cult. Thank you, my friend, you really are a friend. And Charlie is very happy because he was really lucky. At that moment, Mazova opens his mouth and Charlie says, "What? Are you seriously in my mouth, you bastard? Hey, you idiot, even after what you did, if you dare think about that again, I'll fry you and eat you." And Mazova gets really scared. He shrinks back. And so, the egg goes back to sleep. And Charlie gets ready to endure yet another ordeal. And the system informs them that the badass protagonist has consumed Orochi's 8th heart. And at that very moment, Orochi's poison spreads throughout Charlie's entire body. And then, it's the same ordeal as always. Death seems like the only certainty. And Charlie, who is full of medicine, tries to resist the effects of the poisoning. And with the help of all that medicine, his poison resistance increases by 1 more point. On the other hand, the protagonist's arcane power, which was at 70 before, starts to rise rapidly. And the protagonist starts cursing, because that poison is more powerful than he expected. And throwing up ketchup, he tries to resist the poisoning. And he realizes one thing. He needs more medicine. So, while the tough guy's body increases his arcane power, he now starts popping medicine by the handful. Because he can't die like this. And so, more and more, his arcane power keeps rising. The pain is so intense that the protagonist bangs his head on the floor, but he doesn't stop taking medicine, doesn't stop throwing up ketchup, and doesn't stop gaining arcane power. And Charlie, in the midst of all that pain, keeps thinking that the increase in arcane power isn't normal, it's way above what he expected. And he keeps remembering that he gained a master mana skill, so that must be why he's absorbing way more arcane power than usual. And Charlie, who once wondered what that meant, what it meant to govern mana, now has his answer. It seems like the mana is following him of its own will and starts to enter his body. And now, he's certain that with this master mana skill, he'll be able to fully absorb the mana from Orochi's heart. So, with a handful of medicine, it's time to start popping pills. Charlie never thought he'd reach this point, and even as he's gaining all that arcane power, Charlie wonders if this is going to take much longer, because it hurts like hell. And so, another arcane power, and another, and another, and another, and another. The scene shifts to 1 month later, at the entrance of the cave where Charlie is. The 2 guards are talking, saying it's been a month since he went into that cave. But he still hasn't done anything. One of the guards says he thought Charlie would at least come out to grab some secret martial arts techniques. And Ramage thinks that anyone who made it to the 10th floor wouldn't miss the chance to grab a secret technique and learn about it. But that guy just stays in there, doesn't do anything else, but he knows Charlie is smart. So what could he be doing in there? On the other hand, the Fist Lord also went into another secluded chamber for training. And he's training so hard that every day Paradise Mountain shakes from his blows. But this challenger Charlie is a complete mystery. And he's been in there so long that I think he might have died inside. At this point, we see that the second guard is Hyro, who got beaten up by the protagonist, and he asks Remuge what he thinks Charlie is doing with all those medicinal ingredients he took. But suddenly, the door starts to open and the 2 stop talking, because after an entire month, the chamber door opens, and Charlie is standing there and asks them if they came to greet him. And the 2 of them are really scared by what they're seeing. Why? Because the scene changes and the protagonist is eating like a monster, devouring everything in sight. Looking like Goku or Luffy, the protagonist is eating a ton, as if there were 10 people there. And the 2 of them just watch, amazed and really shocked, wondering where all that food is going. One of them asks the protagonist if he spent the whole month without eating anything or something like that. And they mention that inside the chamber there were a lot of grain balls, so he could have eaten those. And he says that since he planned to leave the training chamber only once, he wanted to eat something tasty for a change. And Ramig is so shocked and stunned that he starts wondering if the protagonist has 3 stomachs or something like that. And Hyro, being a bit sharper, says, "Hey, did you really spend the whole month just eating medicine? Why did you do that?" And the protagonist smiles and says, "Mischief managed." Ramig starts looking the protagonist over and says, "Hey, you don't have any wounds and you don't look poisoned." Then, at that moment, he remembers something and gets really surprised. And he thinks, poison? Of course, that's it. It's an antidote. He keeps thinking that there are elixirs so rare and so incredible, but they're hard to consume because all of them have a strong poison. And most people aren't crazy enough to risk their lives trying to consume these elixirs. However, if someone gets free medicine, then it all makes sense. And he keeps wondering just how powerful the poison was in the elixir that the protagonist took. And another thing, what kind of elixir is it that required more than 100 kilos of medicine for the protagonist to survive? Charlie, on the other hand, doesn't answer their questions and says, "I'm out of here. See ya, I'm gone." And Ramig asks where he's going, if he's heading back to the training chamber. And the badass says no, and asks where the martial arts library is. The scene shifts to the martial arts library of the heavenly demon cult. And Charlie notices that the security is really tight, since everyone there is pretty strong, and he wonders if they're all players. And many of them seem to be as skilled as rankers. Charlie knows that the martial arts library is the most important place in any martial arts school. And it's in this place where all the roots and foundations of the schools are truly preserved. And the heavenly demon cult school produced the strongest martial artist of all, the heavenly demon. After Charlie thinks all this, the library attendant asks if he is Mr. Charlie. And he says that he will be Charlie's guide from that point on. And so the two of them start walking through the library, which is really huge, by the way. And inside that place, the guide starts showing Charlie everything. And the guy asks if he can read any book that's there. And the guide says yes, any book. However, he points to a door up ahead. Beyond that door, there are several books. You can't read the books past that door. So, as long as you don't go through that door, you can read any book here in this place. So, just make yourself at home, okay? I'm heading out. You can read whatever you want and take as much time as you need. And the guy stands in front of thousands of books, not knowing where to start. So, he might as well start with the closest one. But he knows that in this place, there are only lower-rank martial arts books, and they're mainly made for foreigners like him to read. And there are so many books here that it's 4 times bigger than the Namgum clan's library. Charles is looking for a specific book, and he knows he still has 2 months until the Lord of the Fists match. However, he has to find this book in at most a month, and so he starts reading. He picks up the first one. That's not it. The second one. That's not it either. The third one. That's not it either. He's reading those books, but none of them are what he's looking for. And he knows that if he doesn't find that book, it's going to be very hard to hold off the Lord of the Fist, because in the martial realm, he's one of the top 10 strongest. Charlie moves to another spot and heads to a different shelf. He starts reading somewhere else, trying to find the right book, and he knows the book is in that room he's in. And in this book are the roots of the celestial demon cult. And there lies the beginning of the martial arts that the current celestial demon has mastered. And the name of the current celestial demon is Cheon-Yoon. So, our badass protagonist finds the book of the celestial demon spirit. The scene shifts to 2 people talking, and one of them says, "What? A whole month?" And we see that it's the guy talking to the guy with the prominent mustache. And he answers yes, that Charlie used the training chamber for the entire month, and then spent another month reading books in the martial arts library. And he says that when he went to see Charlie, it looked like he was going to read every book in that place. And he knows it's impossible to read all those books in 3 years, let alone in 3 months. But he doesn't know that our badass protagonist was only looking for 1 book. And Mustache Sword says that his actions are really peculiar. It's just like when he took all those medicinal herbs, and the guide says his actions are more than just peculiar. It's as if he's wasting time. And the guide concludes that, based on what Charlie's been doing, the Lord of the Fist doesn't even need to worry about him. And Mustache, holding his tea, says that he also can't understand or predict Charlie's actions, and that's why he has a lot more hope, because that guy is unpredictable. And the guide remembers the conversation he had with Charlie, that around noon he was passing by the library and said, "Hey, are you leaving already?" And Charlie says, "Yeah, I am. I found what I was looking for." "Oh, okay. It's just that I find it strange because yesterday you left at midnight and now it's noon and you're already leaving?" And Charlie, with a big smile on his face, says that he finally managed to find what he wanted. And so, the protagonist went back to the training chamber and a whole month went by, while somewhere else the mafia kept running around. They said that Charlie spent a whole month in the training chamber and another month in the library. And then it's revealed who the people talking are. It's the Lord of the Fist, covered in scars, very muscular, clearly a tank of a man, and his assistants inform him that Charlie spent the last month in the training chamber, and that's all he did for the 3 months. And the system informs us that they are in the waiting hall of the martial arts training field, which means they're close to the ring. The Lord of the Fist asks his assistants if they think, by any chance, that he spent these entire 3 months training unnecessarily, since he went into seclusion for 3 months to train and his opponent apparently didn't train at all. It seems illogical. After that, the Lord of the Fist finishes getting dressed by putting that thing on his arm. I'm not even sure what it is, but as he listens from afar to everyone talking, it sounds like they're really excited about the appearance of a new star. And so, the Lord of the Fist promises to do his best not to kill Charlie. Wow, huh? This guy really thinks he's something, doesn't he? He must really be strong. And now, the scene finally shifts to the martial arts training field, and the twin extras are saying that it's going to be a great match to watch. They know it's not every day they get to see the Lord of the Fist show off his skills, and the other odd extras start talking about how they've heard that Charlie is also really famous, and that all the big guilds are trying to recruit him. And the Lord of the Fist starts coming down the stairs, looking really imposing, and he begins to hear all that murmuring. And everyone keeps saying, "Wow, it's the Lord of the Fist." Huh, the Lord of the Fist? He actually came in person, didn't he? He's huge, isn't he? Look at the pressure he's putting out. He's really huge. And as the Lord of the Fist looks at the crowd, he realizes that the cult of the heavenly demon has become weak and full of weaklings like them. So using mana to amplify his voice, he orders everyone to be silent and says that the duel about to take place is not an ordinary duel, but a test from the heavenly demon. And so he commands them to show respect and keep quiet. And so, he finishes descending into the middle of the arena, but the protagonist knows how to make an entrance in style. He arrives at an incredibly high speed, something falling from the sky. It happened so fast I couldn't even see it, but one thing's for sure, it kicked up a lot of dust, and there he is, with that protagonist flair, dust swirling around him and ready for battle. Seeing all that around him, he says, "What's with this atmosphere, huh?" And on the other side, the Lord of the Fist says, "Hey Charlie, you're late, huh?" And using all his protagonist swagger, he says he arrived at the perfect time, because the protagonist always has to be the last one to show up. And the Lord of the Fist starts laughing and says, "Is that so? So you still know how to brag, huh? Alright then, let's start right away. I'm curious to see how much you've improved over these 3 months." And the system informs us that the second trial of the heavenly demon cult is beginning. And Charlie tells the Lord of the Fist that he's going to regret giving him a whole 3 months to train. And the system, very politely, tells Charles to dodge or block the 3 techniques of the Heavenly Fist Lord. Bai Qian. And Bai Qian doesn't waste any time. He charges straight at the protagonist, jumps high, and throws a massive kick, crackling with lightning, getting ready to land a lightning punch on the protagonist. Whoa, this scene right here is even better. At the bottom, the name of the first technique appears. The protagonist, in turn, widens his eyes and, on top of that, activates the gray monkey eye. The Fist Lord throws a punch and unleashes a barrage of lightning, destroying everything in front of him. And the system tells us that the name of that move is Heavenly Destructive Lightning. And the attack left a huge gash in the ground, because in this scene here, you can see the size of the crater compared to the protagonist, who lets out a big sigh after dodging that move. And he thinks to himself, for that to have been just the first technique, it would have been really dangerous if he had tried to block it. And Bai Qian, with his fist crackling with lightning, realizes that Charlie managed to dodge his attack really well. He tells Charlie that if he had decided to block instead of dodge, he would be dead right now. And the protagonist thinks that in the martial realm, they call mana chi, and he knows that for someone of Bai Qian's rank to use that much power, he must be using every resource available and is also taking a lot of damage from the tower. However, this is the second time he's facing a ranker, but now it's completely different. He accepted the challenge, so the penalties from the rank are drastically reduced. He remembers that when he fought Chris got really hurt by the tower's penalties, but he knows that here, it won't be like that. Not to mention that Chris was much weaker than the Lord of the Fist, and Bai Qian isn't in the mood to wait around. He gets ready for his second strike, his second technique, and says to Charlie, "Hey, why don't you try dodging this one now?" And he starts chanting, "Et du l'état, le petit petit pola, Nescafe with chocolate, on the little avocado leaf, pull the armadillo's tail, the one who's out is you, daughter of the armadillo."
Put an end to this story if you're afraid of dying.
And then he unleashes a flurry of punches on the protagonist, shouting, "100-step lightning fist." By the way, I think he should have said, 100-punch lightning fist. But at that moment, the protagonist already had his hack activated, his eyes gray, and he was in battle prediction mode, anticipating all of Baekeland's punches. And so, just barely, he manages to dodge all those 100 punches. And because it all happened at such high speed, we could only see the first punch and the last punch, which was so fast that not even a second passed. And the Lord of the Fist is really intrigued. He says, "What? You dodged again?" And he starts thinking, "This kid doesn't just seem fast. It's like he's reading my moves." And he looks at Charles and starts thinking, it must be that ability he used with his eyes when they turned red. There must be something weird about that. And he keeps thinking that an ability that can read your attacks explains why Charles is so confident. But then the Lord of the Fist starts laughing and says that Charles is using cheap tricks, and he gets even angrier. The Lord of the Fist prepares his third technique and says that the world of martial arts is far too vast to be dominated by a single ability from the protagonist, which is battle prediction. And so, the Lord of the Fist raises his hand and begins to cast a spell. And that spell doesn't seem to be instantaneous, because he starts gathering a huge amount of chi. And while the Lord is casting that powerful spell, he says to the protagonist, "As long as you're under the same sky as me, you won't be able to dodge this." And suddenly, the weather starts to change, looking like a 7-tier spell from Overlord. And the other lords, who were there watching, realize that the spell he's casting could even affect the spectators. And a very dense storm cloud starts to form above him. And suddenly, everything goes dark. Bigadinho, who's quick on the uptake, says to the guy with the spear, "Hey, we need to create a barrier to protect the audience." And the Lord of the Spear says to leave it to him, that he'll make the barrier. He heads out, and Charles, who's down below, starts to notice what's happening. He sees that there's some strange movement among the lords of the celestial demon cult. And one thing he's sure of, the technique that's coming next must be very different from the ones he's used so far. And he looks up, and it seems like a whirlwind of clouds and lightning is starting to form. And Charles realizes that the next attack will cover the entire training field, so he won't be able to dodge it. But he knows that if the attack is that wide, it won't be as strong as the first two, because to gain in area, it will lose in power. So the protagonist is certain. This ability he'll have to block, and he uses gigantification to withstand the blow. And once again, the system tells us what we already know. Lord Baekeland, seeing that Charles has changed his stance, asks if he's decided to dodge, and he tells Charles that this is definitely the best choice he could make. However, he says, his end has just arrived.
His eyes glow an even more intense green, and he's about to unleash his powerful strike. He says, third technique, pointing his hand toward the protagonist, Lightning Storm of the Savant Genius. And a cascade of lightning crashes down onto the training field, flooding the area with thousands or even tens of thousands of bolts, spreading the deadly energy all over the place. That's it, right? The narrator has gone crazy. Let's move on to part 7. After all that explosion of energy, the arena is filled with sparks of lightning, and there are extras knocked out everywhere. And those two down there got shocked so badly, they almost died. The extra with his hand over his mouth is holding his soul, and so it doesn't leave. And the guy with the long hair in the back is just blown away by the level of power of a celestial lord. They're left wondering what happened to him. And the badass is still standing there, completely electrocuted, but on his feet. And the system tells us that he managed to block the Lord of the Fist's third technique. So he passed the second test of the Celestial Demon Cult, and Charlie is really impressed, because the power that the Lord of the Fist just showed is truly worthy of a martial artist who climbed the tower all the way to the top and earned his place in the rankings. Charles is happy that he was able to block that skill. However, the combination of martial arts and abilities is something incredible, and the Lord of the Fist is surprised, because Charlie actually blocked his strike. The Lord of the Fist did expect Charlie to be able to block his attack, but he didn't expect him to be in such good shape afterward, since he's calm and in really great condition. And so, the Lord of the Fist starts to smile, because he realizes that Charlie is strong, and this makes his desire to fight grow even more. While the tower's restrictions on his body increase further, the Lord of the Fist asks Charles if he wants to keep playing with him. The system informs us whether he wants to continue the test. Charles, looking at Bakelin, notices that the penalty is sparking on him, because he's increasing his chi and his desire to fight someone much weaker than himself, and the tower increases the penalty on Bakelin. He knows that if he accepts, things are about to get really serious. But go for it, that's what I wanted. Come at me. And so, the protagonist activates a strange mana throughout his entire body, and when the Fist Lord sees that, he's both shocked and curious, and asks Charlie how he managed to obtain the Celestial Demon Spirit. None of them there have that spirit, only the Celestial Demon does. And Charlie says that the ability he's showing right now isn't very good, and can't even be called the Celestial Demon Spirit. He says this ability is simply an incomplete shell. And then the Tao Lord in the back quickly says that he heard Charlie spent the whole month in the library, so that's what he managed to get from that place. Both the Tao Lord and the Fist Lord are shocked to see that Charlie managed to get something they didn't have, and the Sword Master, whom we affectionately call Little Mustache, realizes that this is the basic form of the Celestial Demon Spirit. He explains that it's also known as materialized mana, and this mana has its own form and will. Watching from a distance, he notices that it's just the basic form, but it's starting to take shape. Even so, it can already be called the Celestial Demon Spirit. He's really impressed to see Charlie materializing the base form of the Celestial Demon Spirit, and he wonders just how far Charlie can go. And Charles saw that the Lord of the Fist was just standing there, and said to him, "Hey, aren't you going to come at me? Then I'll come at you, take this." And Charles shot forward like lightning toward Bakelin, and the two collided, Charlie with his stolen sword and Bakelin with his fists. Using the Celestial Demon Spirit technique, Charles realized it was really effective, and he thought that if he had mastered it completely, he could have beaten Bai Qing easily. And once again, Charlie blocked another technique from the Lord of the Fist, and the Lord starts cursing, because he keeps thinking that maybe it's just a shell of the Celestial Demon, but to him, it feels really wrong to go up against the Celestial Demon art. And Bai Qing notices that the technique Charlie is using is quite different from before, because gradually he's getting weaker, and the Lord of the Fist tells Charlie to fight fair. And the protagonist, smiling at him, says that he never thought he'd hear that in a fight between a player and a ranker. And Bai Qing, with his fists trained in the Celestial Demon Cult, punches a mythical sword with his bare hands, and the fight heats up again. And so, that arena looks more like a battlefield, as the explosions of power go off everywhere, and Charlie successfully blocks the Lord of the Fist's 59th technique. And for the first time, Charlie seems to be getting overwhelmed, as fatigue starts to set in, because the Lord of the Fist is an absolute powerhouse. Charlie is stunned, because the Lord of the Fist's power is truly incredible, and he realizes that, as time goes by, the Lord of the Fist is getting into the rhythm of the battle, and he starts wondering if the Lord of the Fist has already gotten used to facing the Celestial Demon Spirit, or if he himself is getting weaker, and the Celestial Demon Spirit is losing too much strength. The Lord of the Fist is really pumped up, because Charlie has just blocked yet another technique, the 59th one, which is a very powerful move, and so he starts to go into a rage, his blood fury igniting even more. We can see in this image that ketchup pours out from every part of his body, because the tower's resistance increases further, as the blood networks and chi surge grow exponentially on Bai Qing's part. As he does this, he says to Charlie, "I want to see if this will really last much longer," and raises his fists, boosting his power and enduring even greater pain atop the tower. He says, "Don't you agree? I bet you won't be able to handle it." And the protagonist, who is already wide-eyed, opens his eyes even wider, because after seeing all that punishment, he knows this next attack is going to be monstrous. So, of course, the protagonist, not being stupid, uses gigantification to protect himself from that next blow. Now, I'm not even going to talk about the partial gigantification anymore, but Bai Qing doesn't even wait to say anything and charges in, throwing ketchup at the protagonist, hitting him with all his strength, and Charlie takes that hit and falls backward, tossing 3 grenades, right? 3 little mana explosion balls fly toward the Lord of the Fist, but the Lord of the Fist Fist is way smarter than that demon at the beginning of the story who took the mana explosion ball right in the face, Seruta, and now Bai Qing changes the color of his eyes because the chi and the hack are activated at the maximum level, and seething with rage, he starts to attack with his famous move, Shoo Fly. He dispels those 3 mana balls, Shoo Fly, Shoo Fly, Shoo Fly, and the balls disappear. But you guys remember what happens after they disappear, right? They explode, and that fills the whole arena with a ton of explosions and a lot of compressed power. The smoke in the arena starts to clear, and the Lord of the Fist is still there, standing tall and imposing, and he looks at Charlie with admiration, because even though Charlie has a weak celestial demon spirit, he's just a rookie who just made it to the 10th floor and is facing him at such a high level. He realizes that Charlie is unusually strong, so he gets ready to unleash an even more powerful attack, and Bai Qing starts thinking that he's not exactly normal either, because he's really enjoying this fight, and then he casts the gigantic spell right at the protagonist. The Lord of the Fist is fighting seriously, really enjoying himself, and even though he's dealing with some restrictions, they're pretty manageable since Charlie accepted that duel. All the penalties are drastically reduced, and Bai Qing, showing he's really fired up, tells Charlie to go all out. Charlie, pretty exhausted, realizes the guy just doesn't get tired at all. Charlie realizes things are about to go south, so he charges at Bai Qing before Bai Qing can make his move. And the Lord of the Fist asks Charlie what's going on. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Out of nowhere, instead of defending himself, Charlie started attacking, but the Lord of the Fist has no intention of just standing there getting hit, so he gets ready for a serious punch. A really, really serious punch. And Charlie, who wasn't expecting that sprint and that kind of charge, realizes he's not going to land his hit, and takes a massive blow to the chest that even rips up some concrete. The system reports that Charlie blocked the Lord of the Fist's 89 technique. But you and I both saw what really happened, right? He blocked it with his chest. You know that saying, I'll break your hand with my face? And with his hack activated, Charlie realizes there's another torpedo coming straight for his face. And this time, if it hits, he's done for. The punch comes at him so fast and with so much force that it almost makes Charlie go bald. But Lord of the Fist realizes he's got the upper hand because his physical stamina is way higher than Charlie's. And Charlie realizes he can't keep the Celestial Demon Spirit technique activated much longer. And after just getting hit in the chest by the Lord of the Fist, he knows that if he takes another punch like that, he's going to die. He tells the Lord of the Fist, all sweaty and bleeding, that things are starting to get less fun for him, because this is the first time in the story that the protagonist has taken a beating since he went back in time. But he's not getting beaten by just anyone. He's up against a ranker who climbed 100 floors of the tower, while he's only on the 10th floor. He and the Lord of the Fist are locked in a really intense fight. But when the Lord of the Fist hears what he said, he tells him he shouldn't talk like a weakling because they're just getting started. And Charlie, realizing he can't land a hit on the Lord of the Fist, who simply can't be hit by him, just keeps dodging. The Lord of the Fist, who attacks relentlessly, asks if Charlie is just going to keep dodging. Then he tells Charlie that it's fine. He can keep dodging if that's the best he can do, because he, the Lord of the Fist from the Celestial Demon Clan, is also giving it his all. Charlie starts to think that if this fight keeps going the way it is, he's going to end up losing, since he's at a huge disadvantage. So the protagonist starts thinking of a way to close the distance between them, so he can stop his opponent's movement for just a second, and then they manage to find an opening, and Charles, with his battle prediction hack activated, realizes where the next strike is headed. So, using gigantification, he plans to stop the Lord of the Fist's punch. And Charles, who had already taken a punch from the Lord of the Fist, becomes even more alert, focusing all the power of gigantification into his right arm. This way, he's able to block the Lord of the Fist's punch, because in his mind, he knows he just needs one opening. Charles converts all the strength he has into vitality so he can survive that, and the impact of the blow he just stopped is so intense that it cracks the entire ground around them. Charles knows he only needs a second. I'm lazy, I'm tired. My nephew is going to narrate for you. Charles, holding firm, manages to stop the Lord of the Fist's punch, but it wasn't easy because he's shaking from the force of that blow, and the blow made Charles's fist bleed. The Lord of the Fist is extremely surprised that Charles managed to block his punch from that distance, and he keeps wondering how that's even possible. The protagonist slyly tricked Bai Qing, and when Bai Qing realized the protagonist had switched the sword to his other hand, he thought, I'm screwed, and the protagonist slashes him across the chest with the Tramontina move. Bai Qing doesn't even know what to think, because if the protagonist had been a little stronger, he'd be dead. And Charlie, completely exhausted, realizes he landed a semi-critical hit on the Lord of the Fist's chest. Hey, narrator, I'm going to unsubscribe from your channel if your nephew keeps narrating. It's just that I want him to make his own channel, but it's been tough to get him to do it, you know? Speaking of which, if 1 or 2 subscribers are interested, I can teach you how to make a channel too, okay? But just 1 or 2, and you have to have been subscribed for a long time. Otherwise, it just won't work. And another thing, we're in January 2024. If you're listening to this after February 2024, it won't count. Back to our story. And now, with the sweet and charming voice of this twisted, cruel narrator. Charles has his arm all messed up, practically almost destroyed, since he got shocked, took blunt damage, but the arm is still okay, alright? In 5 years, he'll be able to move it. The Lord of the Fist keeps thinking he can never believe what just happened, since he got hurt in the fight against the player, and he's a top-tier fighter just like Char. He starts to smile, and smiles a lot, and he keeps thinking that he gave the protagonist an opening, but it was actually the protagonist who created that opening. He thinks that if things keep going like this, of course he'll get in a few moves, but he knows this is just a test, not a real fight. It's a test from the cult of the heavenly demon, and if Charles had a little more time and his attribute levels were a bit higher, he comes to the sad conclusion, lowers his head, and says that he lost. And so the system informs us that the Lord of the Fist, by Kling, has accepted defeat, and there's a kind of tension throughout the arena, because the Lord of the Fist admitted defeat and many don't believe it, while others can't believe what's happening. And he knows that a miracle has happened. A player from the 10th floor has won a ranking match. Mustache Guy realizes that yes, this really is a miracle, that this young man might actually have what it takes for what they need. And one of the lords said that this test even went beyond the rules. However, Mustache Guy says no, because their job there is just to observe, and he mentions that the celestial demon himself is now watching everything in person. Once again, the system announces that he has completed the second test, Celestial Demonic Cult, perfectly, and also informs that Charles has gained a new skill. And this skill is the spirit of the celestial demon. Another cheat, the protagonist. The scene shifts to inside the cult hall, and the lords of the celestial demon cult ask Mustache Guy if it's really okay to just leave things as they are. And we see that the one speaking is the Lord of the Spirit. He says that after the fight, everyone there rushed to the martial arts library to obtain the spirit of the celestial demon. And Mustache Guy says it's all fine. And he says there must definitely be a reason why the spirit of the celestial demon was in the low-rank martial arts section of the library all these years. It was there and no one noticed, because when you read it for the first time, the spirit of the celestial demon technique is nothing more than a breathing and cultivation technique. And Mustache Guy asks the other lords how many people they think actually have the discernment to realize it's the spirit of the celestial demon just by reading it. And he concludes by saying that, not to mention that manifesting this technique is a whole different story, it's even harder. And the Tao Lord says that's what he doesn't understand, because just finding and learning the spirit of the celestial demon is a test in itself. And the Sword Lord tells the Tao Lord that he's right, and he says that Kling doesn't need to feel embarrassed just because the technique was there all this time and he didn't notice. And not only that, but nobody else noticed it was there either. And they're all really amazed that the protagonist managed to find and learn the spirit of the celestial demon in just 2 months. And the Fist Lord, who's a huge, muscular man, starts smiling awkwardly and says to the other lords, embarrassed. Me, then he bursts out laughing, and the other lords have no idea why he's laughing so much. Kling tells the other lords that Charles was looking for an opening, and he searched so much that he ended up finding one. And there's one thing he's sure of, one day, Charles will become a high-ranking lord. He even thinks Charles has the potential to surpass his own lord, the celestial demon. He finishes by saying that fighting that young man was the most fun he's had in years. The Lord of the Tao scolds him, saying that what he's saying is really inappropriate and warns him not to speak so carelessly about it. And the Lord of the Spear, seeing Kling smiling so much, admits that his face doesn't look like the face of someone who just lost. After that, the Lord of the Fist says to the other two lords, hey, what do you guys think about fighting Charles? He says that having a duel with their future lord would be an honor. And the lords get annoyed with the Lord of the Fist, saying that he's too loud. He's really annoying, in their words. However, the Lord of the Sword, who is second in command in the Heavenly Demon cult, starts thinking that soon the Heavenly Demon will come looking for Charles so he can take the final test. And now, we finally get to see how much arcane power the protagonist has. Before consuming Yerish's heart, he had 70 arcane power, and now he's at 98. That's an insane increase. And Charles is there, recovering from the fight he just had, with his arm bandaged and being treated so it can heal much faster, since that arm took such a beating from the Lord of the Fist's punches. Believe it or not, the protagonist is complaining because his arcane power still isn't in triple digits. What takes a lifetime to level up, he did in a month, and he's still whining. He must be hoping for an Invincible King cheat code or something. It just can. He remembers that the cut he made on Kling's chest was actually pretty shallow, and he admits that if the Lord of the Fist hadn't been brooding over his defeat, he definitely would have lost. And Charles realizes that the gap between him and the Lord of the Fist was huge, and it's not just a matter of strength. He knows that to win a fight between ranks, he won't just need strength, but also a lot of skill and technique. For those who didn't get it, hey, you're going to need more hacks. And Charles, now sitting on his bed, feels pretty relieved because he managed to pass the second test. And he knows that in 2 days, at most, his arm will be healed. And he remembers when he went to the doctor to get that arm bandaged. The doctor was complaining a lot, saying that they're in the middle of nowhere, not even the lackeys come here often. And the doctor keeps complaining that Charles took all his medicinal ingredients and used them all up. And Charles, feeling really awkward, thanks the doctor for those ingredients. However, he needs treatment for his arm and the doctor tells him, all I have is that bandage, really. He's happy. And with a clueless look on his face, he's really happy, because if his recovery were that fast, he'd have to go to the doctor several times to change his bandage and listen to all that nagging, all those complaints every time he went there. Anyway, he got an overpowered skill, the Celestial Demon Spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, please, stop and read this skill. It's insanely overpowered. It creates a clone, and this clone is sentient. In other words, it can think for itself. It's made of mana, and it's not just any skill, it's an A-rank skill. And he obtained this skill in a different way. It wasn't through a reward. He got it through his own efforts. Charles knows that this skill, the Celestial Demon, was materialized almost to perfection. And he keeps wondering again if, in the final test, he'll see the celestial demon in person or, like last time, through an illusion barrier. In the meantime, someone knocks on the door and says, Hey Charlie, are you there? The celestial demon is calling for you. Dress up nicely. The scene shifts to the celestial demon's mansion, and the guide tells Charlie that the celestial demon ordered that only he should enter. So he'll wait around there. And Charlie left and said he's going into the Lord's mansion. And inside, it's all dark, really dark. And he keeps wondering where the Lord is, since he can't sense his presence. And Charlie keeps walking further into the mansion, but he thinks it's normal not to be able to sense the presence of someone of such a high rank. The darkness is complete, and at that moment, left Mazovo bares his fangs. And as Charlie looks ahead, he sees someone sitting on a throne, and now he's sure this must be the place where the celestial demon starts emanating his chi, the celestial demon chi. And he says to Charlie, So, you've arrived, huh? Welcome. And the system informs us that this is the true celestial demon, Xian Mujin. And Charlie, with great reverence, says that he's there answering his call. He says yes, that he called Charlie, and then asks about his arm. How's your arm doing, Charlie? And Charlie, showing his arm, says, As you can see, look, take a look here. At that moment, the Twilight Blade activates its effects under the influence of the night. The protagonist's regeneration speed starts to increase and it goes to something absurd, 102% more. The celestial demon has quick eyes, starts looking at that sword and says, What a sword, huh? Hey, Charlie, this sword is really good, huh? Good enough that I want it for myself, huh? And Charlie keeps thinking that even though he's high rank, he's still greedy for swords, but that sword is different from all the others. It's bound to the protagonist. And Charlie apologizes, because what the celestial demon is thinking is already crossing the line. If he loses that sword to the celestial demon, there's definitely an old man he knows who's going to kill him. And Charlie says that the old man will kill him just because he failed to protect his own weapon. And Mujin, who is the celestial demon, asks if that sword was made by Prefest, because if it was him, then he definitely has the right to say that. And the protagonist says yes and asks if he knows that old man. The celestial demon says no, but he did have the chance to wield several swords made by him, and they're incredible. But enough talk now, let's get to what matters. Let's start the final test now. And Charles says, no. What do you mean, now? No. But my arm, man, look, my arm is like this. See, it's like this, it hurts. Charlie, didn't you just say your arm was fine? Stop making things up. Charlie says he has no problem moving his arm, but he won't be able to fight with it like that, and the celestial demon says that doesn't matter, because he won't need his arm in the cult's next test. And Charlie realizes that the celestial demon is doing exactly what he wants. However, Charlie had planned to take the final test in his best condition. Charlie hesitated as the celestial demon vanished into the darkness. After he disappeared, another illusionary barrier appeared, and from inside, the celestial demon asks, Hey, Charlie, what are you doing? Come on, get in here already. Are you scared? And Charlie, who isn't afraid, starts analyzing that barrier and realizes it's much more complex than the previous one. From the outside, he activates his gray eyes and tries to resist the hack barrier. However, at that very moment, his gray eyes fail to resist the hack barrier, and Charlie feels different and starts complaining, because with his eyes he can't break through that barrier and ends up staying outside. Suddenly, a hand comes out from inside the barrier and says, Come here, kid, come on in here. And the celestial demon pulls Charlie inside that barrier, and the system informs us Charlie has entered the celestial demon's cave, and the final test, the celestial demon cult, will begin now. And the protagonist is trying to adapt to the hack, and shortly after, he's already more adjusted and starts to open his eyes. Soon after, he realizes that the celestial demon is already much farther ahead, and the lord of the demonic cult says the following to Charlie. So there they are, the lord of the demonic cult walking in the dark and Charlie following behind with a light on. But as we get a little closer, we notice that Charlie isn't holding a torch in his hand, he's actually making his colossal fire float. And the celestial demon asks Charles if he has managed to master the spirit of the celestial demon. And Charlie says yes, but that he also obtained it later as a reward. And the celestial demon tells Charlie that from now on, it will be much easier to use it. He tells Charlie that the world has become a much better place, with abilities and much more. The celestial demon praises Charlie, saying he's an excellent fighter and should take good care of it. However, Charlie doesn't understand him. He keeps asking, take good care of it. What does he mean? Take good care of what? It would be easier if this old man just said what he wants without riddles. At that moment, Mazovo bares his fangs and starts to drool. And the protagonist's eyes go wide, because in front of him there's something he can't understand. The celestial demon took him to the place of the final test, and there it is, a pink and black fire blazing in the middle of nowhere. Charlie, who has fought against the outsiders thousands of times, is sure that this power came from outside the tower. He can sense it only briefly, but he's certain it's the power of an outsider, and now he understands why Mazovo has been acting that way ever since they entered the celestial cult. And the colossal fire ability is shaken in the face of this mysterious power. It seems to go out. The celestial demon, looking at Charlie, says that this is the sacred fire, and that's what they call it. So, get your popcorn ready because he decided to tell a story. He says, a long, long time ago, the religion of the celestial demon cult discovered this fire here, on Paradise Mountain. And so they decided to stay here, because the cult exists to protect this fire and, most importantly, to find the master of this fire. And he says that the first celestial demon, the second, the third, the fourth, and even his own master, all of them searched for the master of the sacred fire. They all lived for this purpose and also died for this purpose. and he tells Charlie that the same goes for him. He is there to protect that fire and to find its master. And Charlie, very skeptical, says to him, "So what? Do you really believe in prophecy? Do you actually believe in that?" And the celestial demon answers Charlie, saying that the celestial demon cult was a religion long before it became a martial arts school, and he says yes, he believes in it. That religion is something that ends as soon as faith leaves those people, and that they, right there, have faith in God. And the celestial demon continues his story. So go ahead and eat your popcorn. He says that after an infinitely long time had passed, many strong factions, even bigger than the celestial demon cult, appeared, and as the celestial demon, he had no choice but to use this trick to protect the sacred fire. And the trick is this: from now on, anyone who wants to join the celestial demon cult must take the test, the demonic cult trial, to prove their worth. And Charlie asks the celestial demon if he created the test with the sacred fire as the reward, and he says that's right, he was the one who created this test. He explains that he managed to hide and protect the sacred fire by making it part of the test, and because of that, the difficulty became what it is, almost impossible. First stage, a barrier that no one can get through. Second stage, fighting against the rankers of the celestial cult. And the third stage is the one we're about to see. After that, Charlie asks the celestial demon if anyone has ever made it as far as he has. He says yes, that the mustached sword Lord V managed to reach the third stage and even got to see the sacred fire. However, the fire is extremely powerful and he couldn't overcome it, so he ended up failing in the final stage. And the celestial demon, raising his hand toward the sacred fire, says that the final test is about to begin. The sacred fire then starts to spread throughout the entire cave, and the celestial demon explains that this is the test. He must withstand the flames of the sacred fire and be acknowledged by it. The system informs us that the protagonist has to withstand the sacred fire, and also says that if Charlie gives up, the test will end and he will fail. The celestial demon knows that this is something extremely difficult because he is telling Charlie to step into a raging fire, a fire that devours everything, and he starts thinking about the legend of the great sage Yuwon. At first, he kept resisting this fire for 40 days inside the cauldron of the 2/8 trigrams. I tried to say it fast, but it didn't work. Trigrams. Try it fast. Trigram. However, Yuwon is really sneaky. He saw that he wasn't going to be able to overcome this fire, so he kicked it under the tower, and that fire ended up there. And legend has it that this fire was a test from the upper floors, but the sly Qigong realized he wouldn't be able to overcome that fire and threw it way down to the bottom of the tower. The celestial demon keeps watching Charlie and wonders if he'll be able to survive, because he knows that withstanding that fire is almost impossible. After all, not even the great sage Otsong managed to do it. He knows that even though Charlie was able to obtain the celestial demon spirit and block the hateful punches of the fist, in the face of this mysterious power, all his achievements so far become meaningless, because this fire and its test are practically impossible. Anyone faced with such fire becomes nothing more than a mere human. The holy demon notices that Charlie is walking toward him, and the bold Proto, very confident, walks right past the celestial demon to step into the sacred fire. This fire grows, feeding on itself, and the bold one, who is very used to fire, starts to use his gray eyes. The gray eyes withstand the sacred fire, and not only that, Peruania's cloak also resists the sacred fire. Charlie knows that the sacred fire isn't really fire, it's a power that takes the form of fire. He knows exactly what that fire does, because while it devours and burns people, it only does so to those who fear it. So, Charlie steps fully into that fire, and the celestial demon can no longer see him. And there, inside that furnace, Charlie keeps telling himself that he has to convince his mind that the fire isn't hot, because only then will he be able to overcome it. However, inside, our friend Mozuva Lefty opens his eyes and shows his fangs, and Charlie tells Mozuva to stay quiet and shut his mouth right now, because that fire belongs entirely to him. He knows that if Mozuva eats it all, there won't be anything left for him, and he needs the power from that fire. Charlie puts his hand on his heart, because he knows that this feeling he's having is something he hasn't felt in a long time, but he recognizes it. It comes from the externals, those beings capable of creating a fear far greater than death, beings beyond ordinary senses. These externals are the reason he went back in time, and as he endures that fire, he keeps thinking that every day he faced the externals, it was just like this, when so many felt fear and hopelessness. He clenches his fist and thinks that if he fears this power, he won't have the right to wield it. The fire starts to seep into Charlie, and his eyes begin to change from the gray monkey's hack to the colors of the sacred fire. Charlie speaks loudly to the sacred fire, saying he doesn't know what it is, but he's seen externals many, many times, enough to get tired of them, and he's sure this is a power of the externals. Feeling confident, Charlie walks to the center of the fire, thinking that the only thing that got weaker when he went back to the past was his body, because the endless war he fought against the externals lasted a long time, and he gripped his sword tightly to survive. But the world ended up in ruins, and all that time, Charlie's fighting spirit grew many times over. Now, after thousands of battles against the externals, he's a fierce warrior with one goal, the destruction of the externals, and nothing in this world can stop him. He remembers the despair that reaches the heavens, the sadness trapped in the swamp, the one who cannot be born, chaos, the worst of all the external gods. Charlie knows that while he fought countless battles against those externals, he made a decision in his heart, a decision based on the thousands of times he fought alongside his companions, their blood spilled on that battlefield. Now, Charlie has returned to the past with the firm purpose of climbing the tower from the very lowest floor. He's very different now, because his heart was forged on the battlefield of endless wars against the impossible-to-defeat external gods. However, one thing became much stronger. Charles says there's only one reason why he came there, and with an angry and very confident look on his face, he says to the holy fire, "I came back to defeat all of you." After that, the holy fire becomes much more intense, but black particles and lightning can be seen throughout the holy fire. The holy fire intensifies even more, and cracks of darkness also spread through all that fire. Charlie starts to feel agonizing pain, but he's holding on, and all those cracks and the intense speed of the fire start to decrease, and the pure divine crystal of darkness also begins to react with the holy fire. Right after that, the system informs us that Charlie has passed the Celestial Demon Cult's test, and after that, Charlie obtains the title of Vice Leader of the Celestial Demon Cult. Now the system finally tells us that Charlie has earned 100,000 points. You could get really rich with that, huh? His strength, agility, vitality, perception, and arcane power all increase. And the system announces that Charlie has just acquired a much higher tier skill, which was colossal, and so the skill is colossal succumb. Charlie looks at those three flames above his head and realizes that the skill is changing, and then the system tells us that Charlie has obtained the holy fire skill. Now, having passed the cult's test, he has the right to go to the 11th floor, so whenever he wants, he can teleport there. The protagonist still can't believe he passed the test, because earlier he thought the fire was trying to fight him, but it seems that wasn't the case. Only now does the protagonist realize that he really did obtain the holy fire. On the other side of the cave, the celestial demon notices that the flames are slowly dying down, and he starts wondering if Charles gave up. Then his eyes widen because he thinks maybe the protagonist died to the holy fire, and as the flames die down even more, from a distance the celestial demon keeps wondering if Charles survived, since the fire is behaving in a strange way. Looking ahead, he realizes that the holy fire isn't returning to its original state, and so he understands that Charles wasn't killed by the fire, but he still doesn't know how the test went. After that, he asks the protagonist how the test went and notices that something is wrong with Charles, since he looks stunned. As Charles walks past the celestial demon, he gets a bit dizzy and almost falls to the ground. The system then informs us that the ability Charles received is called Vice Lord of the Celestial Demonic Cult, and it's a rank B ability with a typical classification. The protagonist is really overpowered, right? He gets another S+ ranked ability, which is the Holy Fire, and this fire is insanely powerful. It acts just like the power of an eternal god. So, that's another cheat code for the main character. More video, right? I think I'm going to have to make an opening, I think I'll have to make an opening to get about 10 seconds of intro, and for those who asked for part 8, let's start part 8. The celestial demon keeps remembering everything that happened the day before. He keeps going over it again and again in his mind, and he stays like that for several days because now he doesn't know what to do with his life anymore. His life's goal was to find an owner for the sacred fire, and now that he's done that, he doesn't know what to do. I guess he could play bingo, or maybe try to take over the entire martial realm since he has the power for it. Lost in his thoughts, when suddenly the door to the hall where he is starts to open, and of course, our protagonist Charles Silvio Azevedo sees the old man and asks him, "So you've arrived, huh?" Well, Charlie, being very polite, didn't even bother to answer him, because it would probably have been a 6th grader's comeback. A few moments later, they go outside to enjoy a nice cup of tea, and the celestial demon. Upon seeing Charlie, he tells him that he looks great, that he doesn't see any kind of burns on him. And what's even more surprising is that he woke up really quickly. And Charlie, very politely, says that he's fine, and that now, there's no reason for him to stay there anymore, at Paradise Mountain, and on the 10th floor. Then, Charlie asks the celestial demon a question. He says, "Hey, now that I have sacred fire, isn't your job as celestial demon finished?" And the old man says that it's hard to let go of certain habits, and so he doesn't feel comfortable going to other places. After that, Charlie tells him that he got a title, the title of Vice Lord of the Celestial Demonic Cult. And the celestial demon tells him to just accept it, both the title and the sacred fire, because he deserves them all. And Charlie is very straightforward. He tells the celestial demon that after he becomes a rank, he won't return to that place. And the celestial demon, who already knew that, tells him to do as he wishes, because on that floor and in that place, there's nothing left tying him there. And the fire, and the title, are rewards that you earned very fairly by passing the test. And now, it really seems like the old man is starting to set a goal. He says that they're not in the glory days of the celestial demon cult anymore. However, they do have some enemies there in the martial realm, so I think the old man is about to go all out. After that, the celestial demon tells Charlie that the title he received is a position that allows him to command everyone below him there in the celestial demon club. And that's when Charlie realizes that it was the system that gave him this title, not the celestial demon's choice, because he thought the celestial demon had chosen him to be his successor. And this makes Charlie feel really relieved and happy, because now he can leave without any guilt. So, right? The badass starts to get up and says, "Alright, I'll gladly accept this title, I'm heading out." And the lord of the cult asks if he's really leaving already. He says, "Yes, of course, I've finished everything here, but I plan to come back during the time of the great martial arts tournament." And the celestial demon asks if he's thinking about participating. And Charlie, being pretty modest, says that if he can, he definitely wants to. "Alright then, I'm heading out now." I went. And so, the celestial demon is left there alone, sipping his cup of tea, because his duty as the guardian of fire has been fulfilled, and the chains that bound both him and the entire cult to that mountain have been shattered, and after centuries, he is finally free to go wherever he wants. He closes his eyes and wonders, what should I do now? He's just like Saitama, wondering what to eat now. What am I going to eat now? He's there, thinking about what to do next. I bet he's probably thinking about subscribers and thanking people for subscribing to the channel because they watched the whole video and don't subscribe. But the celestial demon is really serious. He opens his eyes and says that there's that thing, because the celestial cult has been after it for a long time, way before sacred fire even showed up. So, that will be the next goal of the celestial demonic club. Hey, guys, pack your bags. It's time for us to go back to the martial realm. Things are about to get wild. The scene shifts to the 11th floor in a place called Taklon. And it looks very peaceful and calm there. Everything is at peace. And there's a person with their hands clasped, saying please, 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 please. And the system tells us that this is a player named Halaman, and we can call them either Halaman or Little Green Quika Hair. And it's him who's in his prayer, saying please, 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 please. And suddenly, a system message pops up in front of him, saying that the test for the 11th floor has just started and the teams have been formed randomly. In total, there are 416 participants, half on one side, half on the other. And he's happy, because it finally started, and he begins to look at his group and sees, Lascara, Mendidi, Zoe, the Zoria, the Ovidos are here too, Zumbigo is here too, the narrator's nephew is here too. So many names, huh? There are a lot of names here, but I don't know anyone. And he's in shock. What a mess, huh, because that team is crap. There's no way he could be this unlucky. What a bad team this is. He sees that the team is full of strangers. Guava Bug, White Anu, Waterfall, Pink Navel, and Reclining Pink Topknot. What is this? And he realizes that his list even has some players on the blacklist, because they're trolls, they mess around during the event. Among them are Honeymoon, Hashixim, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Anvil Head. And then he thinks, oh no, let me check Team B. There must be some bad players there too. Let's click. B, the first on the list, Roll, the Angel, or Angelica. And besides being a knockout, she's a player with rare healing abilities. And he notices that on her team there's the player Poro Sang, Nangung Hoon. And those two alone are extremely strong. He starts looking through the entire list of Team B, which has some pretty famous people, and the vast majority of those players he's at least heard of once because they're so strong. And with the status window open in front of him, he starts saying, oh, bad luck, oh life. Oh, bad luck. How could I be so unlucky to end up on a team like this? Even Korkavinha is here. I better stop looking, or even my brother-in-law will show up here. I can't believe it. I've already failed this test 3 times and now I landed on a bad team. I'm just so unlucky. This is terrible. Then he says, there must be something wrong with this team. I'm going to read them one by one. And there it is, Zoid Pomo, Salami Vesco, narrator's nephew. Oh, this one is good. Narrator's nephew is good. And looking a little further down, he gets to Charlie, Kim Yuwon, who is Charlie. He sees Charlie's name and says, hey, I've heard of this player before. He's pretty famous. This guy is amazing, but there's no way a single player can make a difference because there are 200 good people against 198 bad ones. I bet this Charlie guy has some damn bad luck too. The scene shifts to a guy slamming the table and saying, 30 points. Are you ripping me off? And the guy at the bar is talking to the bartender. Hey, why is it so expensive? This is way too expensive. I want a cheap drink. And the bartender says, hey, you must be new here, right? On this floor, these are the prices. That's the normal price. And if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Meanwhile, the badass protagonist is walking around with the system open. It's just like you, walking down the street looking at your phone. Or even worse, your neighbor who rides a bike or a motorcycle while reading their phone and texting on WhatsApp. The protagonist is doing exactly the same. And he's doing just like the other guy, checking out both lists and noticing that Team B is full of strong people who are going to be famous later on. He also notices the 2 purebloods, Roll and Nangung Hoon. Those 2 are good players. Now, my team, I've never heard of these guys in my life, not even in my past life. The only one who stands out here is the narrator's underline, but he's going to move up a level automatically. As for the rest, who are in the story, I've never heard of them. Hairy Hand, Yellow Hand's cousin, Snake's armpit, and Bakurao. All the untalented players ended up on Team A. He remembers that the examiner for the test on the 11th floor is an Olympian ranker named Hypnos. And he realizes that this is how Olympus wants to make him pay for what happened last time with Hephaestus. And he realizes that this is a trap, because they're not just expecting him to fail. And Charlie starts wondering if Olympus also wants him dead, since Olympus is playing every card. One thing he's sure of, the Olympians are completely corrupted. After that, looking over at the bar and seeing that the attendant is finally free, he goes to talk to him, since he's next in line. And Charlie asks if there are any rooms available, and the attendant says the only one left is up in the penthouse, a very luxurious room for 100 points. And Charlie says, doesn't matter, I'm the boss here, I'm on it. And the attendant doesn't even take his hand off his chin to talk to Charlie, just stands there with a blank expression. But Charlie knows how to scare him. Besides, can you exchange this for me? He reaches into his inventory and pulls out a bundle of Asgardian bills. The guy jumped quick, stood straight and said, of course, sir. Yes. What kind of bills are those? Just a few. It's only 374 Asgardian bills, and each one gives 1,000 points. He says he wants to exchange them all for points. Of course, after deducting the tax, right? From the conversion fee. The clerk sees so much money in front of him that it's like it's shining like sunlight, and he, totally smitten, says, whatever you wish, sir, whatever you wish, your will be done. And so the system tells us that Charlie has acquired a fortune, 366,320 points, and now the protagonist is almost a millionaire because he has 931,000 points, with 420 as change. Right then, he opens the system window and is asked if he wants to summon a lackey. He says, of course, let's go, I want to let you know. Suddenly, a little fairy, either a cheerful little fairy or sprite, appears, very happy and content, smiling, and says, oh sir, how can I help you? And he does this already inside his luxurious penthouse room, and he realizes that this is the kind of creature the administrator of the 11th floor likes, but he thinks it's way better than those damned blood-soaked clowns. And Charlie tells that little fairy, or sprite, that he wants to use the shop. Well, I'm going to give that little creature a name. I'm not going to keep calling it fairy or sprite. It'll be Pink Dot, and Pink Dot asks Charlie to go ahead and do whatever he wants, because he has everything, except for what he doesn't have. So all Charlie has to do is say it, and Pink Dot will get it for him. And the protagonist wonders if he's really that friendly, or if it's just because he smelled his money. Charlie says he just wants to take a look around the shop, and Pink Dot replies, of course, sir, let's open the shop. And so he opens the shop panel right in front of the protagonist. And Charlie starts searching through it. He looks one way, then the other, but he can't find the item he's looking for, because they say that item doesn't exist. Mother-in-law's heart. So he moves on to something else. He keeps searching, because what he wants is adamantium, since he needs that material to complete the divine dark crystal. And after searching for a long time, his eyes go wide, because he finally found 1.5 kilos of adamantium, and not just a little, there's a lot of adamantium there. And with a poker face, he says, hey, how much does this cost? Pingosa said, we.
Doctor, speak clearly because I didn't understand anything. Oh, okay. How much does this cost? And Pink Pingu says, now I get it, you silly, pervy narrator. And Pink Pingu, oh, Charlie, so you're looking for adamantium, huh? That's great. That's an excellent item. And Pink Pingu starts to glow phosphorescently. And Pink Pingu starts questioning, asking Charlie why he wants to buy an item that's not finished. There are several better items, and all of them are for sale right there. And Charlie, with a blank look, replies, all of those are finished items, man. I want something cheap. So I need raw material to make an item for myself. And Pink Pingus said he understands that. And widening his eyes, he tells Charlie that adamantium has a different value from other regular materials, because it's a material that never breaks, and on top of that, it has great mana conductivity and can even amplify your mana. And Pink Pingu, very pleased, asks Charlie if that's not great, because he bets there's no other material in the world that can compare to adamantium. And Charlie, with a blank stare, looking like a fish, thinks to himself, this bastard, he knows so much about the item. There's no way I can fool him. And Pink Pingus says that as long as Charlie can refine it, he'll make an amazing item. And Charlie knows that everything Pink Pingus said is absolutely true, and because that material is so hard, there are fewer than 10 blacksmiths in the tower who can refine it. And because this material has such strong properties, it's called the blacksmith's dream. Pink Pingu tells Charlie, not to mention that Charlie is friends with Hephaestus. And the protagonist, changing his poker face a bit, asks Pink Pingu if that matters, if it has anything to do with the purchase he's making. And Pink Pingus says of course it matters. With this material, you'll take it to Hephaestus, and he'll make a high-quality item for you. That matters a lot, because most people have a hard time even finding a blacksmith. And even then, with this material, after you find the blacksmith, you'll still have to pay a fortune for them to process and refine the material for you. And then, that little rascal Pink Pingus shows the Pink Devil and tells Charlie that the value of adamantium is much higher for him. So, he concludes that 1.5 kilos of adamantium will cost Charlie 1.5 million points, and Charlie says he doesn't have that much money. That's a lot of money for him. Little Devil Rosa says that there is no need to worry, as he can take out a loan with a very friendly interest rate of 11.5% per week. And Pink Devil tells Charlie that if he needs a lot of money, he can even give him a discount on the interest rate, making it 10% per week. And as Charlie looks at the Pink Devil, shimmering like alum stone and sand, the Pink Devil tells Charlie that he's making the right choice. Charlie says, a loan? You think I don't have another choice? And he keeps smiling, telling Charlie that the loan interest will be really good for him. And the protagonist, who isn't dumb or crazy, says he doesn't want it. He's going to buy somewhere else. Thank you very much. And Pink Devil is shocked and says, what? And he says that in that case, he can give the protagonist a discount, because adamantium is a very valuable item and really hard to find anywhere else. And Charlie says, no, it's fine. I don't want it. I don't need it to climb the tower right now. I'm only on the 11th floor. Thanks. And Charlie says he has plenty of time, since there are minions on other floors, not to mention the auction house. That's when he hit Pink Devil's weak spot. Pink Devil starts sweating bullets and thinks to himself that this isn't how things were supposed to go. And Charlie says, You can go now, I'll buy it somewhere else. And Pink Devil just hangs around Charlie. And the protagonist tells Pink Devil that he's sorry, but their deal ends here, and he can leave now. Pink Devil says, no, wait a second. Just hold on a moment. And Charlie starts getting pissed and says, oh heavens, you're really annoying, aren't you? You're super irritating, you know that? Just go away. I already told you I don't want to buy anything. Pink Devil thinks Charlie is a really cold guy, because with that blank expression, he's being really cold to him. And so, Pink Devil starts lowering the price. He says, alright, I'll sell it to you for 1,300,000. What do you think? Charlie says, forget it. So what about 1,200,000? I already told you, man, I'm not going to buy from you. Just forget it. And Pink Devil says he can't lower the price any further. 1 million is the biggest discount he can give on that item. And Charlie says, man, you're so annoying. You want to sell it so badly. I'll buy it from you. I'll give you 850,000 for it. Pink Devil gets really upset and even pouts. Right there, look, he's pouting because he knows that the damn protagonist is really good at negotiating. And that item has been with him for over a century, and nobody has the money to buy it. And he keeps thinking that he doesn't know when he'll find another buyer with money like Charlie. So, Pink Devil agrees and says he'll sell it for 850,000 points. And then, putting on a cute face, he says, so, how about 900,000, huh? What do you think? Because if I sell it for 850,000, I'll be taking a loss. And Charlie puts on an even more blank expression. Pink Devil, knowing he wouldn't be able to get another cent out of the protagonist, agrees to sell it for 800,000. And he says to Charlie, hey, stop making that cold face. You're going to hurt my feelings. And so the deal is made. 1.5 kilos of adamantium goes one way, 850,000 goes the other. However, Pink Devil is crying on the inside, because that item was actually worth more than that. And Charlie keeps thinking that he managed to buy 1.5 kilos of adamantium for way below market price. And so, Pink Devil asks Charlie if he wants to buy anything else. He says, no, that's all. And Pink Devil turns into a little pink drop, oozing with charm, and leaves. Speaking of which, if you need him, just call. And Charlie knows that Pink Devil definitely didn't like this deal, since he took a loss of more than 50,000 points. And Charlie, before putting it away in his inventory, says that now he just needs to do one thing, take this adamantium to Hephaestus so he can process it. After that, he keeps thinking about what those bastards from Olympus said during the test, and there's one thing he's sure of. He can't go to that place without the divine crystal of darkness, because refining adamantium, even for that old man, is really difficult. It could take anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and that's time he doesn't have. So, Charlie plans to take the test first, and then bring the adamantium to the old man. However, the test doesn't start for another week. So, Charlie's just hanging around, making plans, wandering about, and seeing what happens. The system introduces us to a pure blood from the Nangang clan. This guy is a noble, and his father is an executive in the Martial Guild, which is a medium-sized guild. Within the guild, there are some very strong people, but Nangang Run is considered a genius because he's amazing, with both talent and skill. On top of that, he has really strong leadership and works very hard as well. The scene shifts to a cave far away from there, and several spiders are being killed. The system tells us that this is the hardest dungeon on the 11th floor. It's the Acrea Labyrinth. And one of the extras down there keeps wondering if this really is the hardest dungeon, but they're complaining because people said it was hard. But in reality, it's extremely hard and they're having a lot of trouble clearing it. And the two of them keep bragging, saying it wasn't that hard. But the truth is, the two of them alone wouldn't be able to do anything. The one who's basically killing everything by himself is that guy in the back, Nangang Run. And I'm going to change his name, okay? I'm not really liking this name. And the system introduces him to us, saying he's Captain Nangang Run. And he tells the two extras who are helping to hurry up, because they need to finish that dungeon, since the test for the 11th floor is about to start. And the extra, feeling pretty full of himself, says that it looks like he doesn't need to prepare for this test, because the team division is terrible. And the other extra says that it might be terrible. But on the other side, there's that guy Charlie, you know, he's really strong. And Captain who says that Charlie is one of the good ones, because he even heard that Charlie passed the test for the Heavenly Demon Club. And the Pink Power Ranger, just dying to get wrecked, says, so what? He's got terrible luck. Look at that lousy team. Andal Chest is there. That guy is awful. And Captain Who, staying focused, says, hey, cut it out and focus, okay? No matter what the situation is, we have to do our best. And so, they head deeper into the mill, chatting away, because they're counting on the captain's strength to take down any creature that shows up. Everyone there follows the captain blindly, because he's a really trustworthy person. And he keeps thinking, Charlie, who is this guy, anyway? I've never seen his face, but I keep hearing his name over and over. And I don't even know where he came from. I just know one thing, he's really skilled. So, he keeps going deeper into the dungeon, and there aren't any creatures around. Lost in thought, he hopes he'll get the chance to face this Charlie guy during the test. At a certain point in the dungeon, he sees something really strange in the distance. It looks like a different kind of fire. It's a fire that's pink, green, and black, shimmering, swaying from side to side, and it doesn't go out. Really strange. He notices it and says, "Hey, something's not right over there." He raises his hand, signals everyone to head that way, and tells them to move forward much more carefully now. And they start looking up at the ceiling, and the ceiling is covered in pink fire, and they can't figure out what it is. They keep moving deeper into the dungeon, wondering what that thing is, and if it really is fire, since they've never seen fire like that before. And Captain, who keeps staring at that thing, wondering if it's dead up there on the ceiling. Alright then, let's go.
Go away.
He went up to see what that thing was. There's nothing like getting close to something you don't know and giving it a good hard knee. That's exactly what he did. He mean a creature stuck to the ceiling. And just like that, the creature let go. It fell down like a chamber pot full of something, and they wonder if this lump of kolo is Bria, the boss of this dungeon. Looking closely, seeing her snout full of teeth, it looks like her, seems to be Aunt Gria. One extra asks if anyone has ever cleared that place. The other says Gria is more than just burned, she's completely charred. However, on the floor and ceiling there are no signs of fire, and they wonder what kind of ability could do that. Captain Ho, examining the boss's corpse, realizes she didn't die just from burns. As a weapons expert, he notices she was killed with a single blow from a sword about 1 meter 30 centimeters long.
I see.
He realizes the person softened Gria up with fire, then finished her with a single slash, like a Tramontina knife. He's left wondering who could have killed the boss with one blow. The only thing that comes to mind is it could only have been a ranker. But it's strange for a ranker to be on a raid on that floor, since it's a lower level and rankers rarely go there. Captain Ho knows there's only one conclusion. A ranker was there and killed that boss. Now, we see the body of Madame Spider, with the pink flames around her fading away. Ho makes a wise decision and says, "Alright, everyone, let's get out of here. Let's go. Gungeon's gone. Already clear. The boss is dead. That's it. It's over. Let's go." Nearby, the system informs us that someone has collected Gria's threads. And the Gria isn't any spider. She's queen of spiders. And that thread is as tough as metal. Plus it has high mana conductivity and is super elastic. And of course it's prop, right? Let's stash it and put it in the inventory. By the way, doesn't his inventory have any weight limit? It reminded me of the bug I used to do in Black Desert to transport tons of stuff on horses like it was nothing. Charlie knows that thread is expensive, about 1,000 points for that thread. Holding his little baby, that pink flame, he says it exceeded his expectations. Since there's no way to fully use that fire, Charlie had to test it first, and Agria and her little ones were the test subjects this time. Charlie explains that this fire isn't that powerful yet because his proficiency is still at a low rank. But this is not the most important thing, because this fire grows stronger by feeding on the opponent's emotions. Charlie knows emotions are hard to control, and if someone is really scared, this fire gets much stronger. Prop says that this aspect of the external's abilities has always been terrifying, because all of them have powers like this. But now he also has an external's ability, and with that, Charlie admits he couldn't wish for a better power because it's perfect. He says this ability will become many times stronger. As his arcane power grows and his skill increases, it will become unbeatable. Charlie also says that with all the time he's had, he's managed to significantly increase the completion rate of the Sky Slaying Star. The system informs us it's at almost 92%, and Charlie is pleased, because he accomplished a lot on that floor and knows his journey is long, but his progress is moving much faster than he imagined. Then the scene shifts to Prop, who is enjoying a week of peace and quiet, and hopes things will stay that way. However, as he heads to his room, a bunch of random people surround him along the way, and Dream Quika Head catches his attention, saying, "Hey, man. Hey, I need to talk to you. Are you by any chance that guy Charlie?" Charlie thinks he's never seen these people before and responds bluntly, "Yeah. Why?" Green Quika Head introduces himself as Halaman, saying the narrator gave him this ugly nickname. And Quika Head says that everyone there is also a member of Team A, and he's heard a lot about Charlie. He's sure Charlie knows that the team split wasn't very good, and he says that half of his team's players already quit before things even started, but the other half still hasn't given up, and Charlie just stands there, listening to those scaredy cats talk. And Quika Head says that none of them have given up yet because they've heard his name and know he's a famous and really strong god. The tough guy Prop says, "So what? What's that got to do with me?" Hearing this, Quika Head trembles, but keeps talking. He says Team D is full of skilled people, but he's sure Charlie is stronger than all of them. Those random guys say they haven't given up yet because they're counting on Charlie. Charlie is straightforward and tells them, "I know why you haven't given up. It's because you don't have any points. You're out of points, and the selection fee is expensive since it can range from 100 to 1,000 points. And that's a lot. And you guys, I'm looking at your faces. You're all broke, just extras of extras of extras. I bet you're all out of money." Charlie says that 1,000 points is almost a fortune on the lower floors. Charlie tells them he's sure they thought giving up would just waste points. At that moment, the guy with green hair looks even more shocked because Charlie says they're all trying to heal themselves through him and asks if he's wrong. The green-haired possum head says Charlie is being really rude with that accusation. The possum head is really weak, but he musters up the courage to talk to Charlie and says he wanted to discuss a strategy with him so they could pass this test. And the tough guy, heading to his room, says to them, if you value your lives, just give up now. There's nothing up there so amazing that it's worth risking your lives for. And the green-haired possum head loses his last bit of hope, and Charlie tells him that what they're doing isn't very nice, you know, because they were standing at his door waiting for him to arrive. And he doesn't know anyone there. Everyone is a stranger to him. Charlie is almost inside his room when the green-haired possum head asks if he'll give up, and the tough guy says no, he's going to take the test. People are surprised and say, what? Wait, you're not going to give up? So why are you telling us to give up? And looking at them with a superior attitude, he says that this advice only applies to them because they're weak, and the weak leave really upset since Charlie didn't want to form a little group with them. Nearby, some people from Group A say that Charlie is really annoying, they didn't like him, and another one says he's going to quit because he'd rather do that than die, and someone else asks, hey, Possum Head, are you going to quit too? Possum Head answers him, Possum Head is your mom, only the tough guy can call me Possum Head. Not you, you're just as weak as I am. We came here to try to cooperate and ended up with our pride hurt. And Charlie, who was Possum Head's last hope, let him down. And he's just like this, super sad. The scene shifts to Hypnos's room, and he's looking over the list of groups, knowing there's a huge gap in levels and skills between Group A and Group B. And there's one thing he's sure of, they're going to curse him out and talk bad about him for a long time, because this test is being extremely fair. He keeps thinking about Charlie, who had such a bright future, but is now being marked by Olympus. And the system informs us that this is the examiner for the 11th floor test, Hypnos. And he keeps thinking that the order he received from Great Olympus was to eliminate the player Charlie. He knows that as long as he does a good job, he'll be well rewarded. Lucky for Hypnos his name is famous, or I'd just call him Blue Chicken. Hypnos starts to smile, because he'll carry out this order with great joy. Let's go kill prompt. So, he mounts his bull and gets ready to set off. While he's on that bull, he opens a tablet, trades 200 full dollar contracts, and scores 50 points. You guys didn't get that, did you? But a member of the channel, Vamos Investor, knows exactly what I mean. And he's riding on his wild bull when suddenly, his ball-shaped phone starts to ring and vibrate. He says, dang, who's calling me now? Texting me right before the test. Let me check this out. Wow, Lady Hera, what does she want? Let me check this out. The gossip stayed just between them. They didn't say anything to us. The scene shifts to the Black Forest in Eli Lawn, and everything's balanced there. Team A, 51 people. Team B, 200. 8 people dropped out. Charles is really surprised by the number of people on his team, and realizes there are a lot there, because he thought after he said what he did, even more would have quit. But he actually has a lot. 51 is a lot, because he knows this test is a trap for him, and he was hoping there wouldn't be unnecessary casualties, since he's sure they're going to try to kill him, and in the process, all those innocent people on his team will get killed too. Suddenly, everyone hears a very loud voice saying, hello everyone, let's begin our test. There he is, Hypnos, greeting and introducing himself as Hypnos, the examiner for the 11th floor test. Salvador tells him he is the big son of a bitch and very sly. He says the number of participants in Team A has dropped a lot, but there will be no change. It will be 51 against 200. He says he will get to the point and give a brief explanation of the test. He takes a flag from his inventory and says the test is capture the flag. Then he explains the rules. They are simple. If you have one flag, you have 1 point. If you get 2 flags, bring them together like this, and they merge into a single flag with the number 2, showing you have 2 flags. Then he says, just look at the number on the flag and you'll know how many flags that person has. And he says this with a lot of excitement, claiming that this is a state-of-the-art Tabajara product. After that, he plants that flag at those 2 really unbalanced groups and says he bets they're wondering where they can get those flags. He says that this forest is a very special place, created a long time ago by the administrator of the 11th floor. And this forest, it's vast, it's full of all kinds of monsters at different levels. There are weak, strong, and powerful ones, and all those flags are scattered among the monsters. All you have to do is defeat a monster and take its flag. Each monster has a flag, but if you're lucky, you might find flags elsewhere too, like in the road, on a hill, or up a tree. Still, the most reliable place to find a flag is on a monster's body. And Hypnos said it was a lot of work to put all those flags in such remote and scattered places, and especially to put flags on every single monster. After that, Jo Sinhul from Team A stands up and asks, hey, where did you put those flags on the monsters? And Hypnos, showing off several flags, says it's a secret. You'll have to go check the monsters yourself. Your job is to collect as many flags as possible. And one of them asks Hypnos, so the team that wins is the one with the most flags at the end, right? And Hypnos starts smiling at him and says, wow, we've got a genius here. Then he looks sly and gives a really sinister grin. He says this test isn't about collecting flags, it's about capturing flags. And that's very different, because in this test you can take your enemy's flag and it will count as yours. Now, how are you going to collect those flags from your enemy? That's up to you. You can steal, you can kill, you can threaten, you can even gut someone. Everything is allowed. Do whatever you want. At that moment, Butin Hull from Team A starts to freak out because things are about to go south, and Hypnos presents them with the last rule of the game. Each side will have a king, and that king will be chosen at random, and every flag in the king's possession will be counted again. And he explains this isn't a chess game where if you lose the king, the other team wins. Not like that. If you lose the king, the game goes on, but there won't be another king for that team. So, this game is a game of luck, since it depends on who the king is. If no one goes after him, he's safe, but if he's weak, he'll be easy prey. The tough protagonist, noticing this, thinks luck is nonsense, but he used his right. Luck? No way. He's sure that a really weak guy from his team is going to be chosen, and Hypnos starts using his magic to begin that test. He's going to choose who will be the king. Two giant circles appear under almost all participants, since a few are out, and the system tells us the 11th floor test, Capture the Flag, is about to start. This test will last 24 hours, and the rest I'm not going to read. I'm feeling lazy. Then it talks about the king, which I already told you about, and shows a scoreboard, 200 on one side and 0 on the other. Suddenly, some random guy glows with golden light and wonders, what is this? And we see that the green Quika head was chosen to be the king of Team A. He's a really lucky guy, isn't he? If I were him, I'd grab the teleport crystal and disappear. I don't even know if that's a thing in this place. And Green Quika Head isn't a total coward. He asks everyone what they'll do. Meanwhile, the tough guy thinks he knew this could happen. Charles, who's already made it through 10 floors, knows this is tough. So how did someone as weak as Green Quika Head reach the 11th floor? Charles is already heading way ahead, and Green Quika Head runs after him. Hey Charlie, where are you going? You need to protect me. You know that, right? I'm the king. Without even turning around, Charlie says, is that how you say, please save me? And the tough guy keeps walking, saying he's going to find flags and gives a warning to Quick Ahead. If he doesn't want to die, he should stay right there and not move, because if he stays put, he won't run into Team B and there's no chance he'll die. And so the protagonist activates his Hawkeyes and says that now it's his turn to start running. The scene shifts to the other side of the forest and we see Captain Rue, who's on Team B. He also knows this test, this division, is suspicious, and many already count the test as won, because they are stronger and their group is 4 times bigger than Group A. And so they start the hunt, since they've already planned to go out drinking at a bar until they drop once it's all over. Captain Rue is very down to earth, and he notices that no one there is nervous, because their team is 4 times bigger than the other one. But letting your guard down is something you should never do in a competition like this. And he walks off pretty annoyed, since the difference between the teams is just so obvious, and someone with a really smooth voice asks him, hey, are you nervous or not? And Captain Rue looks back to see who's talking to him, but he already knows her name. It's Ro, and she's considered an angel because of her healing abilities, and she says, oh, I'm so flattered. You know my name? Of course I do, Queen of Buffs. At that moment, the lovely Ro gives him a bunch of buffs, and he just stares at it totally shocked. Wow, the woman just buffed me. Now I'm full of power. She's healing and buffing me. Man, really? I like this. Huh? This woman is AMA. No, I'm not gonna say that. Let's focus on the story. Hold on a second. Now Captain Rue understands why her nickname is Angel, because her abilities are really rare, and among support players, she's definitely one of the best. And Angel tells him not to get nervous, because she's not hitting on him, and she knows the difference between Team A and Team B is just ridiculous, which is why her teammates are so laid back. Captain Rue asks her if she finds it strange, since if something was decided randomly, why are all the strongest people on his team and the weakest on the other? And she tells him it's not a coincidence, because in the world she comes from, there's a saying, there's no such thing as coincidence in the world of the strong. Delicia, with her blue eyes, asks if that isn't the case. Anya asks if he knows who the king of his team is, since it seems nobody knows, maybe just an ordinary player. Rue is very straightforward with her. He says who cares who the king is. Our team is better than theirs, but something bothers him, something he just realized, because he remembers seeing someone shining, but can't recall who. Stranger still, he never forgets anything. He has a memory, he remembers everything that's ever happened in his life. I don't remember this person, only that he passed by, and I can't recall his face. That's weird, because I know where I ate on Thursday, February 27, 30 years ago. I remember, but I can't remember his face. All we see is smoke. The king of Team B wears a cloak and has his hood up. Captain who saw his face, but can't remember it. On the other side of the vast, endless forest is the king of Team A watching the two teams' flags. He's wearing clothes with the target symbol, because with that light, even in the dark, eyes closed and back turned, you'd still hit him. Someone comes up to the king and tells him there are fewer flags near the road than expected, because most are with the monsters, but even so, they still manage to gather quite a few. He says with the flags they have, if they hand them over to the king, they'll be able to pass the score threshold. And he knows there's someone on their team who makes a difference, because so far they found 59 flags and he's sure that a good portion of them are with the player Charlie. Then, Green Click Ahead remembers that when he first started with Charlie, Charlie didn't seem willing to cooperate. But now that he's the king of Team A, he's sure that Charlie won't be able to defeat Team B without protecting his life. Green Click Ahead knows Charlie left on his own, but Charlie told him to stay and he plans to do just that. Sure, Charlie will come back. Suddenly, a random guy comes up and says, "Hey, this forest is huge and hard to get around." So they decide to walk through the forest. They keep walking, talking. One asks if he knows where Team B's starting point was, and the other says he doesn't. Want to rest? I'm tired of walking. After midnight, we'll keep walking, but you're definitely not following Team A's plans. They hear a noise in the bushes and get really scared. He asks, "Hey, who's there? Show yourself. Who's there?" And yes, it wasn't monsters there, but the enemy team. One player comes up with a big smile, saying he told them to be careful. The system informs us that the people who just arrived are the enemy team, and the system tells them to protect their flags so they don't get stolen. One of the enemies says he had a bad feeling when he saw that Charlie was on Team A, but what can Charles do now if he's left without a king? And he says that capturing the enemy team gives a lot of contribution points. Bald Mace Guy pulls his mace out of his inventory, shows he's got guts, and tells his team not to be afraid, that it's 10 against 11 and he knows it's possible to win. At that moment, the dagger slices across his throat. But that wasn't all. When he thinks of screaming, the stealthy assassin slashes him to pieces before he can defend himself. The king, seeing all the blood, goes into shock, and the assassin says, 10? I don't see 10. No, I just counted, and there are only 9 alive. So let's start part 9, which picked up with the assassin saying there are 9 now, and after that there was total chaos. They might have been 9, but 6 ran off. One was indecisive, another is the targeted team, and there's a tough guy beside him. Meanwhile, the enemy team is all psychos, and with blood in their eyes, they yell at the others, asking where they think they're going. The only brave one next to the king realizes someone is coming from behind and tells the king to look back quickly because someone's approaching. But suddenly, and ketchup flies everywhere, almost hitting the king's face. He just stands there, stunned, not knowing what to do. The enemy warrior tells him to move and delivers such a powerful blow that he splits him in half. The force of the sword swing knocks the king down. The enemy says the king's head is his alone, and the green Klika, still on the ground, can't get up because he is so scared. The enemy is too strong and his legs won't respond. The enemy, eyes full of bloodlust, stands before the king, ready for another deadly blow. Instead of fighting back, the king starts screaming. Then his eyes were closed. He was ready to die. But when he hears that noise, he slowly opens one eye to see what's happening. He sees Proda right there close to him, and 2 other guys, the top half and the bottom half. I count that as 2, right? I even blurted out there so it wouldn't look like the enemy was multiplied by Proda. And Charlie, really pissed off, looks at the king and says, "Didn't I tell you guys to stay put and not go wandering around? Why do you never listen to me, huh?" It's very likely that the place where they started was a safe spot, but green-haired Mophead doesn't know whether to cry, to be grateful, or to tremble. He can't even speak, because he definitely just crapped a whole kilo, and Charlie strikes a protagonist pose while the king keeps thanking Proda for saving his life. It all happens so fast the enemy's body falls. Extra 1 asks Extra 2 if that's Charlie, and the other says, of course. Who else would split our buddy in half? Our friend was strong, got taken out in a single blow. So they use the classic hero move, sacrifice themselves and run away. But one stayed behind to face the protagonist, and Charlie hits them at such high speed his blur rushes by, they don't have time to react. And just like that, 3 of them are already down, and the protagonist moves forward mercilessly toward the rest who try to face him. The bravest of them all calls his friends half-assed, since there are way more of them than Charles. So he tells everyone to come back, because they're going to kill Charlie once and for all. With that, he jumps at the protagonist, using the venomous fawn attack, and suddenly, Charlie lands a single blow on the enemy, and the sword strike was so fast that the dead man, still on his feet, even had time to say something. And Charlie keeps giving a math lesson. What's 1 divided by 2? His buddy, when called to the math lesson, starts shaking all over and even pees himself right there, because the protagonist is pure rage at this point. So the protagonist's sword moves toward that coward, and just as he's about to, he drops to his knees at the protagonist's feet. "Please, Mr. Charlie, please, have mercy on me." I only have 2 flags, but that's more than most of those guys have. Take them, but don't take my life. I'll give you the flags, so have mercy on me and don't kill me. When Charlie hears that, his bloodlust calms down a bit, and so the system announces Charlie obtained 2 flags and thus earned 20 points. The other enemies around Charlie, who thought his death was certain, realize what that brave guy just did. And the protagonist, looking at them, asks, "And you guys, what are you going to do? Are you going to run away after giving me everything you have, or do you want to keep fighting?" What a sentence. What? Keep fighting? And the other one can't speak, he trembles. The one in the back started calling for his mom. "I want my mom." They ask Charlie how much they have to give him, but since this is a family-friendly video, it's just the flags. Just like that, Tough Guy Prota collects several flags, managing to get a total of 8 flags there. Green Clique ahead is shocked, but keeps thinking and feels grateful to be on Prota's team. He's really happy to be on Prota's team. If he were on the other team, he would have been taken out already. Charlie looks at the king and says they've finally reached the halfway point, and the team says, "Huh? It's already over? Halfway through? What do you mean?" And he starts thinking that only 4 hours have passed, but inside that instant's game, 12 hours have already gone by. Charlie asks Clique ahead where the other teammates are. He says that they all split up because they said they needed to do that to capture more flags. Charlie tells Clique ahead this was their best decision, since if they stayed together, they would be wrong.
He says, "Quick ahead, look how many flags Charlie has in his hand. There are 27 flags. Quick ahead is really surprised. That's a lot of flags." And he asks Charlie how he managed to gather so many. "There are a lot of them there." Charlie says, "What? Just this? This is nothing. It's very little." He says the whole team A has 64, and adding his own makes about 67. And Charlie starts thinking that they've finally reached the part where they capture the flag. And Charlie knows how the other group is going to act, because that's exactly how he acts. Because once you're past the halfway point in a game, it's easier to steal the enemy's flag than to keep hunting monsters. And he tells Kabika de Quique that from this point on, a lot more people are going to want to kill the king. And the king starts to stutter, saying, "Mmmm." And the tough guy gets closer to him and says, "Do you realize you're the only king here?" "Oh, right. That's true. I'm the king. Huh. Don't you want to stay with the king?" "That's not how it works, dummy." And Charlie warns him that from now on, he can't be more than 20 meters away from him. And he tells Halloman that even without the king, it would still be very hard to beat him. And Charlie knows that even so, he's going to have to try really hard because the difference in numbers is huge. And Charles comes closer and says, "Hey, Drumhead, you said your name is Halloman, right?" He says, "Yes sir, my name is Halloman, but you can call me whatever you want." And the protagonist says, "Hey, did you really understand what I said? You can't get more than 20 meters away from me, or else they'll kill you." Well, now the real game is about to begin. The scene shifts to another spot in the forest, and the team that ran away from Charlie is telling their other friends that they only managed to escape after giving up their flags. And the one explaining this is the Pink Power Ranger, and he tells Captain Who that Charlie's skills are incredible. He's not a coward, but there was just no way to fight that guy. He's really strong. And the Pink Power Ranger says that even Kai and Mac, who are way stronger than him, were defeated with a single blow. And now there are 2 Kais and 2 Macs, because they were sliced in half. And another background character next to them says that Charlie's sword was so fast you couldn't even see it, and that the captain is there, eyes closed, listening to all of this. To wrap it up, the Pink Power Ranger says that the protagonist's eyes looked like a ghost's, it even gave you chills just to see it. Captain Who thinks all of this is pathetic, since Team B is mostly made up of highly talented and very strong players. And he keeps wondering just how strong this Charlie is, because it was 10 against 1 and all 10 of them were pretty strong. The Pink Power Ranger says something that makes Captain Who open his eyes. He says that for sure, they can be defeated even as a group, because that Charlie is really strong, and one of them says yes, there were 10 of them, but even so, it didn't help at all. The only thing they could do was run away. At that moment, the lovely Ariel shows up and asks if it's true that Charlie just met with the king of Team A. And Anya says that now it's very likely the 2 of them will disappear together, since Charlie will protect his king. At that moment, she gives an order for them to contact all the highly talented players from Team B, because they're going to come up with a strategy to catch Charlie. And Captain Who asks if she's thinking of using that strategy, and she says there's still plenty of time left, that they can't just keep running away from Charlie. And she says they've only lost a few people, but Team B is practically an army and is full of talented people. And she starts buffing everyone around her. And she says they're the strongest ones there, so they're the decisive variable. So they decide to go ambush the protagonist. And while buffing everyone there, she asks Captain Who if he has a better idea. And all the extras are left speechless, because they know she's right. And so, the woman made all the decisions, and she told everyone that they would start now and put the plan into action. And the hottie, overflowing with buffs, looks at me and says, "Narrator, I'm yours." No, that's not what this guy said, no. She said that now they only have one thing left to do, go kill King Charlie. And the other one says, "Kill who?" "Kill the king and Charlie." Oh, okay, got it. And so, the system informs us that 12 hours have already passed since the start of the test. And Charlie is still playing tag. He grabs a flag here, another flag there, one flag here, another flag there. And his enemies come at him like sitting ducks, hand him the flag, and run away. And green quick ahead, because you can't even call this a team battle, since it's basically 200 against 1. And that one is Charlie the monster. Quick ahead knows he's not doing anything, he's basically just dead weight. And this caricature of dead weight turned out really cool. Now, it's time for the credits. Credits to the translators of this wonderful work. A thank you to everyone on the team, and now, let's get back to the action. Charles already has a total of 100 flags, and that's a lot. And he stands there counting that he already has 100 flags and a total of 1,000 points. He knows he has a lot of flags, but it's still not time to turn them in. Charles, looking at the dead weight of the king, realizes he's going to have a lot of trouble, because besides fighting other people, he also has to protect the dead weight. But Charles has no other choice, because it would be much worse if they killed his king and stole the flags he already has. And if that happened, it would be an irreversible situation. He will definitely lose. So, the tough guy decides to only hand over his flags to the possum head at the end of the event. The possum head tells Charles that the enemies are so scared that instead of fighting, they just hand over their flags and run away. And Green Possum Head says he doesn't know what's going on, if it's just pure survival instinct or if someone is telling them to do this. And Charles starts thinking about it too, because now that he stops to think, it's weird, since it's been a long time that the player from Team B just hands over their flags and runs away. And that really is strange. And he keeps wondering if the players know who he is or if they've shared information about Charlie's location. And by doing this, they're able to keep track of him. And Possum Head says, I don't get any of this. Charles says he thinks everyone on Team B already knows that the king and he are walking around together. And that way, they're on WhatsApp communicating in real time about the protagonist's location. So, they must have also come to an agreement not to get themselves killed. As soon as they see me, they hand over the flags and run away. And the king seems a bit sharp and says, hey, why would they do that? If they do that, they're going to lose, for example. Now we've got a bunch of flags. Charles says he's sure they're planning something. And at that moment, Charlie notices something, because even though he's talking, he's not distracted, and the 6 monkey eyes became even more alert. When suddenly, the badass protagonist catches an arrow that was being shot at the king at lightning speed, and he looks toward where the arrow came from. And the king, who back then had shitted a kilo exactly, now shitted 2 kilos exactly. And Charlie, holding that arrow just an inch from the king's eye, shows that he's not there to mess around. Meanwhile, the possum head is frozen with fear and can do nothing but tremble. He was so startled that the possum head actually fell on his butt. And he asks Charlie what just happened. Meanwhile, the badass snaps the arrow in his hands. And now, Charlie finally understands what happened. Everyone was handing over their flags to save their own lives and keep as many members of Team B alive as possible. By doing this, they have enough people to keep the formation tight. And the badass knows this is an old tactic from the Martial Kingdom. So, he sharpens his senses even more to see what's going on around him. And then, he realizes that he's completely surrounded, as if he had fallen into a spider's web. This technique is known as the web of heaven and earth. And Charlie, realizing he's fallen into a trap, starts thinking that maybe he should have killed all his enemies who handed over their flags and ran away. That way, they wouldn't all be surrounding him now, ambushing him. Green-haired Kuika gets chills, because the protagonist scares him a lot. He's a coward. People want to kill him and they don't want to kill anyone. That Kuika head. But Charlie didn't like what he said. He raises his sword, and Kuika head is still lying on the ground. He says, wait, don't do this to me, please. And Charlie, without a hint of remorse, draws a circle on the ground around green-haired Kuika. The protagonist loves circles and boundaries. And green-haired Kuika had both hands in front of his face, begging not to die, and didn't even see what the protagonist did. He just heard the sound. Only after the protagonist stopped, with him sweating a lot, did he start wondering what that was, if it was a line, and the tough guy gives him an order. Hey, don't step out of this circle, no matter what happens, don't leave. If you step out, consider yourself dead the moment you do it. And green-haired Kuika says, what, are you asking me to die here? You're really a softy, man. Charlie looks him in the face and says, did I stutter? When did I tell you to die? I just told you to stand right here and not move. That's all. And the tough guy looks him straight in the face and says, didn't I tell you this at the very beginning? I said the same thing and you disobeyed me. Now, if you keep ignoring me and wandering around like a free gazelle, you're definitely going to die. That I can guarantee you. And Green Bull Cut swallows hard. And all scared, he says, so sir, I just need to stay inside this circle, right? And the protagonist says, yes, just stay right there, but if you leave again, I won't help you anymore, you're going to die. And Green Bull Cut still has the nerve to ask the protagonist if he'll survive by staying there. Man, I already told you yes, just stay there. Charlie turns to leave and the king asks the same thing again. Hey Charlie, do you really promise I won't die if I stay here? Do you promise? The tough guy doesn't even answer, he just stops what he was doing and keeps walking. Meanwhile, Green Bull Cut runs after the protagonist, trying to leave the circle. He says, hey Charlie, come here, don't go. And the tough guy, turning around quickly, points his sword at Green Bull Cut, who gets startled and says, huh? What is this, Charlie? And Charlie tells him, I already told you not to leave the circle. Are you crazy or do you eat grass for fun? Hey, dummy, I'm going to say this one last time, don't leave this circle. And if you leave and come after me, I'll kill you myself. Not far from there are several enemies talking among themselves, so, because someone tried to kill the enemy king, and they were on lookout, but they just can't keep quiet. And one of them says, so, they sent 55 people just to kill one guy. This guy Charlie. And the other one says, yeah, just so you see how tough this guy is, and our strategy is to keep him busy and at a huge disadvantage while he fights us and protects his king. And we see that there are 3 people talking. This bald guy here has already shown up in the story. I'll give you 2 seconds to remember where he's from. 1, 5. Here he is. Look, lost the courage to fight, remember. Now you remember, right? Did I show the picture? But now Pocketelius is much braver, because he got a boost from Rail, and he says that even though Charlie is really good, without his king he will definitely lose. And the guy next to him says, hey, keep it down. He's heading into the forest, but they just can't keep quiet, and one of them says, look, he's coming alone, he left his king behind. What is he doing? The other one looks and says, what, alone? Yeah, the king is way back there. Suddenly, the third extra who hadn't run into Charlie yet says to them, hey, you two, get out of my way. And as they look back, they realize the guy is really bold and ready to do something stupid. This player doesn't have a name, but if you look at his face, his name is written all over it. He's Rooster Crest. And Mr. Rooster Crest says that Team B is just a bunch of famous players. Everyone there is really strong, and the most famous ones in his group are Captain Hu and Angel Hale. And he keeps thinking that the big guilds must be watching that competition, and whoever stands out there will definitely land a good sponsorship. So, thinking he's really strong, he raises his spear and gets ready to deliver a deadly blow. He's more than 500 meters away from the protagonist, but he's good with a spear, so he goes for it. The spear flies out at an extremely high speed, way faster than the speed of sound, and Krista de Gallo, as he throws his spear, says that arrows are just too weak. So his spear is what's going to make the difference. And he keeps thinking that he's going to become a star and everyone will admire him as the guy who killed Charlie. And his throw is definitely heading straight for the protagonist, but suddenly, Charlie vanishes, leaving only his shadow behind, while the spear keeps flying at an incredible speed. Suddenly, they realize that the spear is just suspended in midair. And Krista de Gallo is really confused, because he has no idea what's going on, when all of a sudden, the spear comes flying back at high speed. It was so fast that they didn't even notice when it came back. They only heard the noise, and the warrior standing next to Krista de Gallo died instantly. At that moment, Krista de Gallo turns around, his butt cheeks clenched, because behind him there's a lot of noise like, ow, oof, ow, I'm dead. I've never seen a dead man talk. And we see that it's the bald Highlander being lifted into the air by an invisible hand. And for sure, the protagonist is there using the invisibility from the dark crystal. The invisibility this crystal grants can't be detected by detection magic, and when using this crystal, the protagonist's presence is really faint, so people can't sense him or his ki either. And that's ridiculously overpowered. The only things that can detect this invisibility are the monkey eyes or the eyes of truth. And as Charlie finishes giving Pocketella a neck massage, he puts him to sleep for all eternity, and says that everyone there is just a worm, just weak people. And Charlie left Krista de Gallo for last, since he tried to kill him, and Krista de Gallo is shocked when he sees the protagonist coming out of his invisibility and thinks, I'm dead. But the badass isn't there to mess around and says to him, tell me now, where is Nugung Hun? In the direction that Krista de Gallo had pointed, there was another group lying in wait, and they're talking among themselves that Charlie disappeared again, and the guy who was watching says that Charlie's invisibility is really high level and he can't see even a hint of him. And another one says, what do you mean? I don't get it at all. Is this invisibility really that good? He says, man, if he was standing right in front of me I wouldn't be able to see him. She's good that way. And then he asks if this Charlie guy has the assassin profession and if he's using the nameless sword skill. What an ugly technique, it makes no sense. So of course I checked the Chinese version, right? And the name of the technique is 1,000 Miles of White Eyes. And the player who's watching Charlie says he doesn't think Charlie is an assassin, because assassins don't use long swords and they always wear dark clothes. At that moment, someone comes out of invisibility, attacks the observer, and says, that's cool, huh? You're using the 1,000 Miles White Eyes skill, right? Very cool. I loved your skill. You're approved. At that moment, everyone is startled because the badass was right in the middle of them and they didn't even notice. Vic wonders when he even got there. Charlie says that their scouts who got there first are really good, because instead of just watching, they decided to attack, and that way he was able to see the strategy they're using, which is the web of heaven and earth, and it's a good strategy. But, since there are so few of you, your formation is full of holes, and the player who was using the White Eyes of 1,000 Miles ability says to Charlie, what? Isn't there a bunch of people? Are you sure? Look around you. And Charlie, who had always been keeping an eye on his surroundings, realizes that they finally arrived, and we are shown Captain Hu and the Angel Hale. And Hu already shows up with his sword in hand and asks the protagonist, hey, did you abandon your king and just wander off like that? Or did you give up on the test just so you could fight? And Captain Hu tells Charlie that whatever his situation is, he's sorry. Sorry that it's come to this point. And Charlie is just standing there, not understanding what he's talking about. Captain Hook tells Charlie that it wasn't his intention, but in the end, he's got an excellent team. While you, Charlie, your team is ridiculous, it's terrible. But just so you know, Charlie, I'm not ashamed of this situation. This is just a game. And the tough guy, sword in hand, just listens to him talk. And Captain Hook concludes that this game is a test of luck. But this time, luck isn't on your side, Charlie. And Charlie says, what are you talking about, man? You're not saying anything, talking. Get straight to the point. And Captain Hook says he likes Charlie, because he likes that. Getting straight to the point, no beating around the bush. And Captain Hook says it loud and clear to the protagonist, so I want you to quit the test, Charlie. I don't want to fight you. So all you have to do is give up. And the tough guy starts to smile because Charlie finally understood what he was planning. He was trying to corner Charlie, making him scared so he'd give up, since he's surrounded by enemies and has no way out. And Charlie replies to Captain Hook that he's very different from what he'd heard about him. The boys said you were pretty quiet, but actually you talk way too much. And so the protagonist raises his sword, showing he has no intention of giving up. And Captain Hook thinks to himself that he was already expecting this, but even so, he's surprised, because Charlie, even surrounded, is really going to stand up to him. So Captain Hook draws his sword and thinks that now he has no choice but to fight Charlie. And feeling very confident, Captain Hook gives an order to everyone there, hey, everyone, step back. I'm going to face them alone. And the tough guy, the background character Crusher, says to Captain Hook, so, you want a duel? Because I don't care, you know. Everyone can come at me. You can all come at once. I'll take all of you on. But Captain Hook says no, that he'll let this one slide. He wants to fight them alone. And at that moment, they charge straight at the protagonist. And Charlie, with his hack-activated eyes, waits for the captain to get close to him. And then, the two swords clash, causing a terrible explosion of power. And Charlie is pretty happy and says, look at that, there's a strong player, there's a strong guy here. I like him. Charlie keeps thinking that he's really curious about Captain Hook's stats. And the captain, with sparks in his eyes, gets ready for another sword strike, even more powerful. The battle is extremely fierce, and Captain Hook is giving it everything he's got because he plans to finish Charlie off right there, defeat him, and crush his self-esteem. Captain Hook knows he's wielding an imperial sword from the Nangung clan, and that sword alone is incredibly powerful. It's big and heavy, and just by being swung, it creates a tremendous pressure in the surroundings. That sword is very hard to block, because its strikes are extremely powerful and heavy. But Captain Hook starts to sweat because something very strange is happening. He's being pushed back. Charlie's sword is much heavier than his. Charlie's strikes are much stronger than his. Basically, the protagonist is overwhelming him because the difference is just too great. And Charlie isn't even sweating, he's smiling and playing around with him. And he keeps thinking, even wielding the imperial sword, he still can't match Charlie because he's even losing to him in strength. At that moment, a green light covers Captain Hook's entire body, and he becomes faster and much stronger. However, he keeps getting pushed back, and the system informs them that the captain has received the Archangel's blessing, which strengthened all his attributes, increasing his strength, vitality, speed, and regeneration. And Captain Hook looks back, really pissed off. Clashing his sword against the protagonists, he yells at Royal from afar, hey, what kind of cowardly act is this? Did I ask you to buff me? And she says, I already buffed you several seconds ago, and even after my buff, you're still losing. So, doesn't that mean this fight is already over? And she tells Captain Hook to look at Charlie and see if he thinks this fight is over, because Charlie keeps coming at him. And Captain Hook, really pissed off, stops fighting, looks at Royal, and says, hey, what do you mean it's already over? I'm still fighting. But while he was saying that, pink flames start to appear around the protagonist, and Captain Hook immediately looks scared and starts thinking, what the hell is that fire? I've seen those purple flames before. And then he remembers Aunt Agria, the boss of the hardest dungeon, was killed by those flames, and as he looks at Charlie, he realizes it can't be a coincidence. There can't be two people with those flames on that floor, so it must have been him. And Charlie just stands there, not sweating, completely clean, looking like he just woke up. And that's when it hits Captain Hook. It wasn't rank, it was him. He killed Agria, and with a single blow. However, he still has doubts, because there's something really strange about Charlie. The fencing he just showed is very different from the swordsmanship that cut through Agria's body. And Charlie looks pretty stylish with that pink fire swirling around his body. And Captain Hook keeps thinking about the difference between the fencing the protagonist is showing now and the fencing that killed the boss. It's almost as if it was a different person who did it, because with the strength of the attack he's showing now, there's no way he could have killed Agria with a single blow. And he keeps staring at that strange fire, thinking he must be seeing things. But no, he opens his eyes even wider and keeps watching. And he thinks, either that's it, someone else killed Agria, or up until now, he's been going easy on me. It's only now that he really understands what's going on. And off in the distance is the snorter, snorting at the others. She can't see anyone without wanting to snort at them, and she's wondering why they stopped fighting. She keeps snorting, but the two of them are just standing there, facing each other. Suddenly, she hears through telepathy, let's fall back. Everyone, let's retreat. The snorting angel's eyes go wide, because the telepathic message is ringing in her head and Captain Hook is saying that it doesn't make sense for them to keep fighting, because if they keep fighting Charlie, they'll be slaughtered. Everyone around starts asking if Captain Hook is admitting defeat, and they wonder why, since the fight seems pretty balanced, and Captain Hook breaks the silence of glances and waiting. And he asks Charlie, hey, can I ask you something? Were you the one who conquered the Agria dungeon? And the tough guy answers, and if I was, what's it to you? And Captain Hook says that now he understands. And Charlie realizes that the captain has lost the will to fight. And he really did lose the will. He saw that he didn't stand a chance. He grabs his sword, puts it on his back, and says, alright, I'm out. He turns his back to the protagonist and walks away. And there's a buzz in the place. And some people say, Agria. Isn't Agria the hardest dungeon on this floor? And another one says, yeah, that's the one we tried to take on this week. And some start talking among themselves, that can't be possible. Could it be that Charlie was the one who conquered it? And as they all watch their captain walk by with his head down, they ask him if something's wrong, because they know it's not like him. And the most hot-headed of the group says that he gets their opponent is really strong, but now, giving up before even fighting. That's what I don't get. And he tells the captain that they might have a chance if they all fight together, and the captain says, what's the point of winning like that? Everyone ganging up on just one guy. If you think about it, this game is about teamwork, but it's 200 against 1, it's everyone against him alone. And that's not even the worst part. He's making up for the entire difference by himself. So, if anyone here deserves to move on, it's definitely Charlie. And he tells the others, hey, whoever wants to fight him can go ahead, but my team and I are leaving. Attention everyone, let's pull the car. And Roll tells Captain Who that he's very different from what she heard about him. She heard that he was really brave, but right now, he looks more like a coward. There are two types of women, the ones who push you forward and the ones who hold you back. But Roll was a third type. She's the kind who pushes men straight into the grave. Captain Who says to Roll, you can say whatever you want, call me a coward, call me a chicken, but I really value my life, okay? I value my comrades' lives too. I'm not throwing their lives away. We don't stand a chance. Announce. And Captain Who's followers say that he's really stubborn. But that's a shame, because they wanted to face Charlie. But that's also what they like about the captain. He thinks about the whole group instead of just himself. And the captain says that's how it is. You can leave now, because we'll definitely take this test another day. And with that, Captain Who leaves, taking the 8 members of his group with him. Meanwhile, Bufenta is filled with anger and hatred, because there are dozens of people by her side, more than 40 are with her. Bufenta steps up to the front lines and gets ready to face Charlie. And that's when Charlie remembers what the gods told him before he went back to the past. Hercules says he's just saying this as a precaution, and he asks Charlie to kill as few people as possible, because it's not good to see an enraged adult fighting among children. And the other god says, yeah, that's true, because these are the people who will help us face the outsiders in the future. So Charlie, when you go back, spare as many lives as you can, because some of the people you meet along the way are destined to become rankers. And there's no reason for us to lose allies for no reason at all. And that was advice given by the demigod Hercules. And Charlie keeps thinking, if Hercules were in his situation, he's sure Hercules would have avoided killing anyone, because Hercules is a true hero. But he knows that Hercules never breaks a promise, because he's a great hero. And that's what Charlie liked about Hercules. However, Charlie is not a hero. This guy is just too dumb, he's definitely going to kill. And the protagonist starts to smile and says to all of them there, hey, I thought you guys were going to retreat with the other troops, but now I'm not so sure what's going to happen. And he keeps thinking that he'll try not to kill, but if it comes down to it, he's not the one who's going to die. If someone's going to cry, let it be your mother. Bufenta starts casting an ability, Sacred Blessing, and a warm light fills the whole place. And she huffs and buffs everyone there, with an even bigger buff, and yells for them to attack all of them at once. And all those more than 40 warriors charge at the protagonist. And Charlie, with holy fire surrounding his body and grinning widely, tells them that he thinks it's time for them to join the kids' fight. And he activates the holy fire, making it spread throughout the whole place. And the holy fire clashes head-on with Roll's buff. All the warriors are left confused, not understanding what kind of ability that is, and they realize that this fire is really strange because the fire blocked all their abilities. And Bufenta, the third type of woman, the one who carries the coffin, shouts to all of them, hey, all you have to do is go through. Charlie is over there. If you're a woman watching, you might think I'm being sexist. Sorry in advance, this is just a video. I don't want to offend anyone or put anyone down. And when I say woman, it's to say woman. But I do know how to say woman. So, let's get back to the action. Everyone was scared out of their minds, but Bufenta's buff is surrounding all of them, boosting all their stats. But she was supposed to boost their courage too, right? Because they're lacking courage, since the sacred fire manifests itself in people's fear. And for them, fire takes the shape of a demon. And they're so scared that they can't even move. All the warriors are shouting, it's a demon. Look over there. There's a demon over there. It's a giant demon. Run. And Charlie finds that pretty intriguing, since the sacred fire appears to him as a demon. And the fire keeps growing, feeding on all their fear. But there's one guy who's kind of brave. Even though he's shaking a lot, he charges at Charlie. Charlie, seeing that everyone is scared out of their minds, starts thinking that if the fire keeps growing like this, it's going to get hard for him to control it. So, he needs to put an end to this as quickly as possible. Near Charlie, there's a guy who's shaking all over, surrounded by that fire, which hasn't consumed him only because Charlie hasn't commanded it to. And even though he's trembling, he says he has to kill Charlie, and he raises his sword to strike him. And Charlie, seeing that those two manage to get close to him, realizes they only did it with the help of the buff. And the tough guy keeps standing there, letting his mind on fire do the attacking. And Charlie, looking at Roll from a distance, thinks she must have a bunch of buffs to use. And that's really impressive, because she doesn't just have 1 or 2 buffs, she uses several buffs. And the buffer is there, raising her hands and saying, angelic wings, strength of a giant, and kept buffing everyone. and she, using all her power, unleashes all her buffs onto her allies. And Charlie notices that this last buff is quite different from the others, so he doesn't plan to let this go any further and grabs his sword. And the angel, seeing that the protagonist is finally going to attack, widens her eyes. And when she realizes it, the protagonist shatters her buff with just one sword strike, and she keeps wondering how he managed to do that. Little does she know that the protagonist's sword is covered with the crystal of darkness. Bufenta, seeing Charlie physically break her buff, says to herself that this is impossible. There's no way he could do that. What just happened? And yes, the protagonist completely blows up the gigantic buff that was being used in that place. Moments later, only pieces of the buff are falling like cactus, because the battlefield was totally taken over by Charlie and Bufenta's buff was forcefully stopped by his sword strike. And she looks around and sees all the soldiers who were with her trembling with fear. That's when she remembers Captain Hu's words. Let's retreat, because it doesn't make sense for us to keep fighting. If we keep fighting Charlie, we're all going to die. She remembers that she called Captain Hu a coward, and he replied that she could say whatever she wanted, because he values the lives of his comrades much more than his own pride. And that's why he retreated. And Anya, who no longer looked angry because she knew there was no way to win, was sure of one thing: Captain Hu was right to retreat. There's no way to defeat a monster like that. Dozens of people are lying on the ground, defeated by the fire, but they're not dead. And Anya Bufenta speaks telepathically, telling them they don't stand a chance and that they should fall back. She tells them that if they all die there, even if some of them manage to get their king, it won't mean anything. They would have lost their lives for nothing. She orders everyone to retreat. And the protagonist is just standing there, looking at them, not doing anything. But he realizes what's happening to him. So, seeing that they're about to run away, the protagonist yells at all of them, "Hey, if you want to run, leave your flag behind. That's the only way I'll spare your lives." Bufenta gets really scared and asks Charlie if he heard his telepathy. And he says, "No, I didn't hear anything. He's just looking at you guys. Are you all scared out of your minds? You're definitely not thinking about running away. Just look at your faces." And Bufenta, being pretty bold, says, "So, what are you going to do if we leave and don't give you anything?" Charlie says, "I don't look like a fool. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. That's not going to happen. Don't waste your energy for nothing. Just hand it over and leave. If anyone tries to leave without giving up the flag, I'll kill them." And just like that, flags start raining down on the protagonist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bufenta, she had 8 flags with her, and she gives them to the protagonist. And as Bufenta hands her flag to the protagonist, she asks if he's not going to kill anyone. So, there were more than 40 people there. All of them had a flag. The protagonist definitely made quite a haul. After that, Bufenta tells the protagonist that they may have lost their flag, but they can also collect a lot more. And he's alone, and on top of that, he's without the king. And over time, her team will gather way more flags than Charlie's team. Charlie says, "I don't get you. What do you want? Do you want me to kill you? Is that what you're asking for? Explain yourself, woman." She says she heard that he turned down sponsorships from all the big guilds. However, Zion, which is her guild, is on another level. Zion is a huge guild, and Bufenta assures Charlie that if he joins Zion, he'll get much better treatment than what she gets. And Charlie says, "No thanks, I'm not interested." He keeps thinking that this is just another guild recruitment, but he doesn't want to go. And Bufenta, who's not used to being turned down, is left looking dumbfounded since she was rejected so quickly. Was the rejection really that quick? But Bufenta doesn't know how to give up. She says, "Alright then, give me your phone number." And he says, "Nope, not giving you anything either." And Anya, who has all the men at her feet, asks Charles why he's acting like that. She says she's rethinking what his future will be. She says the way Charles is acting is really strange, because the fact that he took part in a test that was totally unfair to him and didn't give up is something she just can't understand. And when she sees Charles doing this, she realizes he has a very clear goal, but she doesn't know what that goal is. But Bufenta doesn't know how to give up, right? She goes on again, "So, you can't climb the tower alone, you need good companions, you need a strong guild, and we at Zion are going to give you our full support." And she says that even with the support of the Zion guild, it's still very difficult to climb the tower. She tells Charlie that someone at his level definitely knows it takes much more than just your own strength and skills to climb the tower. She's straightforward and asks him why he's trying to climb the tower alone. Charlie realizes that Bufenta doesn't know how to give up or take no for an answer, and she just stands there staring at the protagonist with those beautiful blue eyes, trying to win him over. He thinks it must have been this attitude that helped her climb the tower so quickly, never giving up. If the protagonist lets his guard down even a little, she'll jump at the chance to change his mind, and Charles keeps thinking that sponsorship from the guilds will only get in the way of what he needs to do from now on, since all the guilds fight among themselves in the tower. He knows that the guilds can ruin everything with their pride, greed, and lack of trust, and he doesn't want any part of that. That's why he doesn't want to belong to anyone, to any guild, or even accept their help. He knows that the path he has to walk is the path of the strongest, and he has to walk it alone, because he carries the entire burden of the tower on his shoulders so that when the worst moment comes, he can become the center of the tower that everyone relies on. And Charlie snaps out of his thoughts and asks Anya why everyone is so eager to know about this, and I bet you've already forgotten, right? After that little story I just told, huh? Know about what? Know why he wants to walk this path alone, and he answers her, "Oh, there's no reason, nothing important. I just know I can climb the tower by myself. I don't need a team or a guild, thank you very much." And for Roll, that's impossible. But Charles says no, that it's not impossible to climb the tower alone, because what he has to do has to be done this way. Do what? Is it already part 10? I can't believe it. And the chapter starts with a very dense forest and someone is cursing. Hell, when is he coming back? Huh, it's been so long since he left. And we see that the one saying this is the king. And there he is, full of fear of medicating the forest and still inside that circus. And everything is scaring him. Birds flying, the sound of branches breaking. And he's on high alert because the forest is terrifying at night. And Quick ahead, full of fear and really terrified because the dreams in the forest at night are awful. And so 1, 2, 3, 4 hours go by, and he's still in that place. And he keeps wondering how much longer he'll have to wait for the protagonist to come back. Suddenly, he looks toward the middle of the forest and sees a golden light coming his way. And he can't figure out what that light is. And the light gets closer at high speed, and when it gets really close, he sees that it's
a fireball. But then, you know, that's just too much. It's already right on top of him, and somehow, inside that tiny circus ring, he manages to dodge that attack by a miracle. And now the ugly part starts, because he begins to hear voices saying, "Dude, he dodged it. Look at that, he's got a possum head, but it seems like he's got good reflexes." And Green Possum Head is terrified when he hears that his enemies are getting closer, and he can't run or escape because he has to stay in that circus. I counted 6. 6 enemies come up to him and ask if he wants to die or if he wants them to kill him, because he threw the fireball from a distance, and then just stood there, not running, not doing anything. Is he crazy or something? And one of them says he's going to finish this quickly, because even though the other group has Captain Ho and Angel role, they're still having a hard time dealing with Charlie. And another enemy says that Charlie must be one tough bastard to be giving such a big group so much trouble. Meanwhile, the king stays inside his circle, and while he's almost stepping out of it, he keeps thinking that Charlie really is fighting against Team B all by himself. And he knows there are a lot of skilled people there, a whole lot. And there, inside that little circle, he remembers the protagonist's words. "I already told you, okay? If you step out again, I won't be able to help you. I've already told you, don't leave this circle." And he stays there, remembering the protagonist's words without stepping out of the circle. Kabika Dakwika knows that even if he tries to run, the others will catch up to him really fast because he's a walking target. He glows in the dark, and he thinks that if he tries to fight all those skilled guys, he's definitely going to lose. But Kabika Dakwika shows that he's got guts. He clenches his fist, because now it's time. He tells himself that he's going to stay in that circle and buy time for Charlie, so that he can come back or save him, because Kabika Dakwika is sure that Charlie will return. And so, he puts all his trust in the protagonist, opens his inventory, pulls out his sword, and gets ready to fight inside that small circle. And he, showing his courage, shouts from inside the small circle, "Hey, come at me, you bastard! Show me you've got guts." And a random enemy starts laughing in his face and says, "Man, what a joke! What are you trying to do? You're way too weak. You're not going to be able to hold us back. You can't hold back any of us." And the other enemy says, "Hey man, just ignore him. He's definitely lost his mind. He saw us coming and didn't even try to run away. This guy's crazy. And don't forget, okay? We're here to split the points, and it's going to be equal." And the other one says he gets it and promises to split the flags properly, then focuses completely on King Green Quick ahead. And he says, "Hold this," and 2 kunai fly at full speed toward Green Quick ahead. But this guy shows he's got good reflexes and manages to defend himself from both, even though he's shaking. However, the kunai came so fast and so hard that they knocked the sword right out of his hand, and the impact was stronger than the team at King expected, and he was almost thrown out of the circus. And Quick ahead shows that he didn't lose his sword, since he's holding it with just one hand, but the kunai were just a distraction, because the enemy who threw them is already above Green Quick ahead, ready to strike him, and his guard is wide open from the impact of the kunai. Quick ahead takes a huge kick to the face, and now, for real, he loses his sword and falls to the ground like a sack of crap. However, he stays inside the circus, lying on the ground, while his enemy, striking a martial artist pose, says that was way too easy. Right after that, he grabs Quick ahead by the shirt, and Quick ahead is shaking all over, saying, "No, I won't. I won't leave the circle. As long as I don't leave the circle, I can't leave the circle." And the enemy attacker says to him, "Hey man, what are you saying? What are you mumbling there, so quietly? Speak up, I want to hear you. Hey Harley Moan, it's nothing personal, okay? But I need to win this game. So I'm going to have to kill you." And as he pulls out a dagger and pins Quick ahead to the ground, he tells him to just think he was unlucky and ended up on the wrong team, and gets ready to deliver a fatal blow to Green Quick ahead. However, something starts to feel different in that place. And suddenly, smoke fills the whole area and hits the attacking enemy so hard that he's instantly knocked out, dead. The other attackers are all on high alert, because their friend was thrown far away and killed with a single blow. Quick ahead has no idea what's going on, looks to the side and says, "Huh, what is that?" And his enemies are looking at the same thing and saying, "What the heck is that? What is that over there? Is it a ghost?" And the system informs us that it's the Celestial Demon Spirit skill. I've already told you guys, right? That this skill is way too overpowered. It's sentient, it thinks for itself. And there it is, a copy of the protagonist made out of mana. Charlie's Arcana had left the Celestial Demon Spirit to protect Quick's head inside that circus. And as he looks at it, he says he doesn't know what that is, but at least he survived. Thank you very much. At that moment, far away from there, the protagonist feels that his skill has been activated, and he knows that something is happening on the other side of the forest. And that's when he remembers the conversation he had with Bufinta. He told her that in many ways she was an amazing person. She already asked him to buff her. And he says that the next time he meets her, he hopes they're on the same team. There you go. At least he didn't turn Biafenta down. Just don't go to war with her, okay? Because she likes to criticize others. And Charlie says goodbye to Biafenta and walks through the forest toward Green Creek ahead. He keeps thinking that he ended up taking too long, since Biafenta's intense conversation lasted way longer than he wanted. But he's happy. Everything turned out fine, and he didn't have to kill anyone. And he knows that as long as Hellman, who is the Green Creek ahead, keeps his promise to stay inside the circus, he won't have any problems. Then Charlie looks back and thinks that all that's left is that. He looks into the middle of the woods, into the middle of nowhere, and says, "Hey, you can come out now. Everyone else is gone. There's no one else here. You can show yourself now." And suddenly, a golden aura starts to appear, just like the one around the Green Creek ahead. And the person who is still invisible asks Charlie when he realized they were there. Charlie says it's been a while. Then the masked person drops their invisibility and tells Charlie that his intelligence lives up to the rumors. And this masked person is the king of Teammate, since he's surrounded by the king's aura. He keeps looking at Charlie and everything around, thinking that Charlie used a truly impressive fire, since there are no scorch marks or burns anywhere. And the tough guy is standing there, right in front of him, as he approaches the tough guy. And the masked man keeps thinking that the power of that fire is impressive, since he's never heard of an ability that can burn specific targets. It's a fire with a will of its own. This fire only burns the target it wants to. And for sure, that guy would want to have this ability. And the ugly fool doesn't talk to the guy. So annoying. Charlie looks at the hooded and masked man and asks him what the test examiner is doing there. And he gets startled. He says, "Huh!" And he answers Charlie, "You can see my face?" And the tough guy says he can see it clearly. The hooded man is really shocked and starts wondering if Charlie has an ability that lets him see through a rank illusion. And he thinks that the rumors about Charlie weren't exaggerated, and he's really surprised that Charlie can see through his ability. The enemy king tells Charlie that he was really surprised, because he thought Charlie would go after the enemy king right away, and Hypnos is there, laughing at the situation. He says he was really surprised. Charlie is all alone against Team B. At that moment, Hypnos starts casting a dark magic that begins to cover the whole area, and Charlie becomes even more alert, knowing that he's being attacked. And he recognizes Hypnos. He knows that he's a ranker from Olympus and also that he's very famous for his illusion skills. And there's one thing Charlie is sure of, for a ranker to interfere in an official test if the administrator finds out. And considering what happened on the first floor, Olympus is definitely going to pay a steep price. And Charlie is absolutely certain that Olympus wants blood, so he starts unleashing his sacred fire to try to fight off that dark mana that's closing in. And he tells Hypnos that they set up a pretty clever trap to catch him, and Charlie covers himself completely with sacred fire while Hypnos is releasing his dark mana. When Hypnos hears Charlie speak, he's shocked, because any normal player would have fallen asleep the moment he released all his mana. But Charlie is still standing there, talking to him. He starts thinking that Charlie's stats must be really high, to the point where he can resist his mana. Or maybe Charlie is just managing to stay awake through sheer willpower, and Hypnos doesn't know the answer. And now we're shown the earlier gossip, the message Lady Era sent to Hypnos on WhatsApp, and I've left it here for you to read. She says, "Kill Charlie at any cost and use any means necessary." At first, Hypnos thought it was overkill to send a rank after just an ordinary player from the 11th floor, but now that he's seeing Charlie, he can totally understand why the higher-ups are so anxious. And we're shown that Hypnos' dark mana is spreading even more throughout the area, clashing with the protagonist's holy fire. This ability is called Dark Night, where there is absolute darkness. Charlie gets nervous, because that mana starts to touch him, and Hypnos says that the Dark Night ability casts an illusion on every living being in the area. All of them are forced to fall asleep. Hypnos used this powerful ability because the first one wasn't working. So, the Dark Night ability hits the protagonist even harder, and Hypnos asks him if he's really sure he'll be able to resist this power. Charlie starts to feel dizzy with sleep, and Hypnos tells him to stop resisting and just give up already. Hypnos tells Charlie that he's going to give him a wonderful dream, and so the protagonist falls asleep. Hypnos then walks toward the protagonist, who is now sleeping under the influence of his power, and as Hypnos grabs his dagger, he speaks to the sleeping Charlie, saying that if a lower-tier player like him went around telling people he fought against an Olympus rank A, everyone would call him a liar. He tells Charlie that, whether he's skilled or not, no one would ever believe him, because a nobody like him would never have any chance of meeting the great Olympus. And so Hypnos brings his dagger to the protagonist's neck, and he tells the sleeping protagonist that Charlie could really brag if he somehow managed to get out of there alive. Then he puts the dagger to Charlie's neck, because he knows that's not going to happen, but it's a shame. Meanwhile, all around Hypnos' body, a lot of marks from the tower's penalty start to appear, because the murderous intent he's directing at the protagonist is really intense. The protagonist draws his sword and slashes Hypnos in the chest, sending him stumbling and completely caught off guard, not even knowing what hit him. He's left there in pain with a wound on his chest, and he says to Charlie, "Damn it, you bastard, you were faking it, weren't you? What kind of cheap trick are you pulling? Pretending to be asleep?" And Charlie realizes that the blow he landed on Hypnos was actually very shallow. And the badass tells Hypnos that he's in no position to talk, since he's the one using dirty tricks. Charlie says he has no intention of bragging about having fought a ranker. Although, Charlie says he wouldn't mind telling the story about how he fought the cowardly Olympian, who fought dirty and was also the former test administrator. And Hitna says he's not going to fall for Charlie's provocation, because nothing is going to change here. He's going to kill him. And with his sword drawn, Charlie says to him, "Oh, really? Nothing's going to change, huh? I thought it would." And his sword starts to radiate the power of darkness, and the system informs us that Charles, affected by the Dark Knight ability, has his vitality recovery rate increased by 200%. Charles, smiling at him, says, "It is going to change." And the system informs us that the protagonist's mana recovery has also increased by 200%, and his mana amplification has gone up by an incredible 100%. With the moon behind him, he looks Hypnos straight in the face and says, "Hey, the night doesn't belong only to you." And we see dark mana flowing both from the sword and from the divine dark crystal that the protagonist is equipped with. And Charlie starts smiling, because in this situation, affected by the Dark Knight skill, the synergy is perfect and this sword is the best item for situations like this. Charlie knows that Hypnos is a close-range mage, and that he uses mana with the darkness attribute, which is perfect for illusions. Charlie knows that managing to injure Hype was a big step, but he's still an Olympian ranker and Hypnos is there, furious, with the tower's recession increasing even more. But his little blue pompadour hair is still the same. Charlie gets ready to fight for real, and by using his sacred flame and gigantification, he's prepared for battle, because he knows that a close-range enemy who uses the darkness attribute is the perfect opponent for him to face. The two stand still, facing each other, analyzing one another, waiting to see who will make the first move. And Hypnos, he charges at the protagonist with the intent to kill him. However, he starts walking, and the protagonist sees that he's walking, so he also walks toward him, but then he decides to run and prepares a sword strike with all his strength aimed at the protagonist's body. And Charlie prepares a counterattack to defend himself from that blow. The two are face to face, starting a deadly battle. And the explosion that happens when their two swords clash is enormous. The entire ground in that area is torn apart by the impact, with chunks of stone flying everywhere. Hypnos doesn't care at all about the tower's collapse and charges straight at the protagonist to kill him. And Charlie, wielding his sword with the weird name, also advances toward that ranker. Hypnos tries to cut off Charlie's head with a very quick strike, but Charlie dodges the attack and prepares an even more powerful counterattack with his sword imbued with pure darkness. Charlie lands a fatal blow on Hypnos, but it turns out to be a clone, leaving Charlie swinging at nothing. With his battle sense, he feels an attack coming from behind, so he moves forward to try to land a critical back attack on the protagonist. However, the protagonist has already turned around and is charging at Hypnos again. Hypnos' sword gets close to the protagonist's neck, but Charlie uses holy fire to defend himself. There's so much fire that it starts to cover the entire area, and Hypnos realizes that this attack is really powerful and gets pretty anxious. He feels that the fire is hot, really hot, and starts taking damage from that ability, so he pulls back. But the fire grows even more and moves toward him, and he sees that strange fire coming right at him. He knows that this fire isn't normal, and right away he realizes that the power of that fire changes depending on how scared someone is. So, he starts to control himself, and his eyes shine even more intensely. Hypnos knows that Charlie's ability is really troublesome, and he can't let himself get hit by it. So, he uses all his mana and a lot of darkness to dissipate the fire and push it away from himself. And Charlie realizes what Hypnos is doing. He's creating a huge vacuum where Charlie's sacred fire can't reach. But Charlie had already expected this, since he knows that Hypnos is someone who climbed all the floors of the tower and became a ranker. Even so, the protagonist didn't think he would be able to put out the sacred fire in such a simple way. So Charlie goes in for melee again and leaps toward Hypnos, with battle foresight activated and his sword ready to strike. Both of them, their auras radiating, get close to each other and try to settle the fight with another decisive sword clash. However, when their swords meet, it's a draw, since both of them are incredibly strong. But this time, Hypnos is thrown back, because Charles is overpowering him. But Hypnos isn't going to give up. After all, he's a ranker and Charles is just a player from the 11th floor. Hypnos starts putting pressure on Charles, landing several sword strikes and pushing the protagonist back. And the fight looks evenly matched, because Charles is so powerful that Hypnos actually admires him. This guy is really talented, and the badass is just standing there, staring Hypnos down, battle foresight activated, actually enjoying the fight. Hypnos thinks to himself, if time passes and Charles becomes a ranker, what kind of monster will he turn into? After all, he's only on the 11th floor, and he's already going toe-to-toe with a ranker. And he knows that this is exactly the scenario Olympus needs to avoid at all costs. So, Hypnos uses his best ability, the Dream of the Moon, and a gigantic moon appears in that space, because he knows Charles has to die right there. He can't let him get any stronger than he already is. And the magic starts to activate. The moon in the sky begins to shatter, covered in cracks all over. After that, the magic makes the moon explode, not the real moon, but the magical one, and stones start falling from the sky because of that spell, with Charles caught right in the middle of it. During that fight, Charlie looks at Hypnos and asks him if he's not afraid of the administrator. He says no, because his only loyalty is to Olympus. Charles says, "Oh really? You're lying, aren't you?" "Of course you're lying. I can see it on your face you're lying. You're scared." Hypnos tells Charlie he can say whatever he wants because he's an idiot. He's not afraid of the half, and Hypnos is doing this, trying to kill him. He knows Charlie will never understand it. And Charlie, with all those rocks coming down like a meteor falling on his head, starts thinking about this greater cause that Hypnos mentioned, and he laughs at the situation, because he bets that Hypnos has no idea about the burden he has to bear for having gone back in time. He bears the weight of the entire tower. And then Charlie starts to remember the sacrifice that Kronos made, because in order to send Charlie back in time, he sacrificed his own existence. And anyone who goes back to the past will have to carry the whole tower, since millions of people died in the fight against the externals. And Charles wants to change everything. He remembers all the gods talking to him, saying that whoever goes back in time will need to be able to bear the weight of the tower and achieve their goals. And now they've told us what the weight of the tower really is. Hundreds of worlds coexist inside that tower, and billions of life forms exist within it. And the person who goes back has to reverse the despair that happened, because the whole tower ended up in despair. Everyone died. And Charles has a single mission, to become strong enough to put an end to this despair and face the outer gods. And Charles gets really pissed at Hypnos, because he's the one who went back in time, and he thinks you can't just talk about a greater cause so openly like Hypnos is doing. And so Charles snaps out of his thoughts and tells Hypnos that he might not know about this greater cause he's talking about, but there's one thing he definitely knows. Charles goes on to say that the beauty of this greater cause is that you can only talk about it when you're sacrificing yourself, not others. And Hypnos, with ketchup pouring out of his body because of the tower's collapse, has no idea what Charles is talking about. And Charlie truly knows what a greater cause is, because he went back in time to repeat all the hellish battles he went through before. And that is a greater cause. And Charlie says it's way cooler. So if I become cooler, will I get stronger too? And with that, all the stones from the Y skill start falling on the protagonist, and Charlie gets buried under the moon stones that keep raining down on him nonstop. And Hypnos, in the middle of all those stones, starts laughing because he really defeated Charlie, and he says to Charlie, "Cooler? What do you mean cooler? You don't even understand the great will of Olympus, Charlie. You don't know what you're talking about." And there's one thing Hypnos is sure of, that the actions he's taking, killing a player, are definitely a serious and unforgivable crime inside the tower. And as he closes his eyes, he knows he's doing all of this for Olympus. Suddenly, Hypnos takes a critical back attack in such an unexpected way, because the protagonist plunges his sword into Hypnos's back. And there it is, the ketchup show. Hypnos is spilling ketchup from his chest, ketchup from his mouth. But wait, isn't that where the heart is, or some important arteries and veins? Hypnos is writhing in agony, grabs the protagonist's sword, and realizes it was Charles who struck him from behind. And the guy is furious and completely focused on this fight against Hypnos. But Hypnos is a rank and he's really strong, and he uses a lot of power and a ton of mana to throw the protagonist far away, and everything around gets turned upside down by Hypnos's power. Even with a gash on his chest and a hole in his torso, he calls Charles a bastard, because he knows that the ability he used, Moon Dream, turns a person's fear into reality. And he's sure, even though Charles's eyes can see through his illusions, she seems to have been affected by this ability. And he keeps thinking there's no way Charles wasn't scared when he saw all those rocks falling on him. Then he asks Charles, "Hey, what's up with those eyes?" And Charles says, "They're good eyes, stop hitting on me." Hypnos starts cursing and says it's not over yet, because if his illusion abilities don't work, there must be another way, and he knows he can beat Charles. And Charles says, No, you can't beat me." Charles knows that his gray monkey eyes still aren't the golden monkey eyes, they're incomplete, but for illusions, it's the best ability, and that's why Charles is so confident in this fight. And Charles tells Hypnos, "Hey, the fight's over." But Hypnos thinks it's not over. He raises his sword and gets ready to attack the protagonist. But you guys see it, right? You see who just showed up, right? He doesn't even notice, but there's a giant behind him. Hypnos tries to use force, but his sword won't budge. He realizes something is holding his sword from behind, and he looks back to see who it is. Found him. The administrator is standing there with a Kamehameha ready in his hand, about to blast him, and Hypnos gets totally freaked out, and his ketchup spurts out even more. Right away, he does what he has to do and kneels before the administrator, and the administrator, looking very imposing, says to him, "You better explain all of this, and explain it properly." He looks at the protagonist, seething with anger, and starts explaining to the administrator what happened, but in reality, he's thinking,
"He really did snitch. He really did snitch."
In the middle of the fight, the protagonist ratted him out to the administrator. Charles is there with his arms crossed, listening to Hypnos's explanation. The first thing he does is apologize to the administrator, and the great administrator says to him, "Oh really, huh? So at least you feel bad about it, right? So was this an order from Olympus?" And the administrator asks, "Who gave that order? Ares, Hera, Zeus, who was it?" And the liar says no, it wasn't Olympus, it was his own idea. He was the one who made that decision. And the administrator says to him, "What? Your own fault? So you want to take all the blame yourself?" He says, Yes, sir, I'm the only one to blame." And the administrator says to him, "Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Even if that were the case, that you alone were to blame, Olympus still wouldn't get away from all this blame." And Hypnos is there bleeding, and he's not even crying, right? But remember, he took a sword to the sternum from behind. It definitely went through his spine, cut through arteries and veins. But he's just there talking, having a conversation like nothing happened. But let's move on, it's just a story. The administrator starts to punish him, says that his position as the test examiner has now been revoked, And he's also going to remove all the authority that was given to Olympus on the 11th floor. In other words, Olympus is being punished too, and Hypnos is there like, sir, please don't do this. The administrator, furious, absolutely furious, yells at him, how dare you raise your voice? The narrator already said you should be dead by now, but you're still talking, huh? So I'm going to tenderize your flesh. Come on, narrator, narrate it. And I definitely don't want to get crushed by the administrator, right? I'm here to obey, not to get smashed by the administrator. Let's narrate. The administrator gives Hypnos a holy little kick right in the sternum and sends him flying several meters away, and he hits the ground like a sack of crap, feeling that massive blow, but the administrator doesn't stop. He grabs his face and shoves it into the ground and says to him, "You're a worm, messing with a participant during the test, even though you're the examiner. That's an unforgivable crime, but I know how to punish you. You will be punished for thousands and thousands of years in a state between life and death." And while doing this, he's massaging his head as he beats him down. After that, the administrator lets go of his head and Hypnos raises his head, still trying to speak to the administrator. "Sir, don't do that, sir! Don't do this, sir, please!" And now, the drawing didn't even want to show it, but the administrator is giving him a really nice, relaxing back massage, and Hypnos starts to agonize because he's never felt so much pain in his life. The awesome massage keeps going, and Hypnos looks at Charles and says, "You bastard, you damn snitch, you were the one who ratted me out, weren't you?" While he yells Charles's name, covered in blood, Charles says, "Goodbye, man, and Godspeed, Blue Banks."
Was snitch. He was a snitch. Yes, he was a snitch.
After that really nice massage, IP faints and is sent somewhere else to suffer his punishment, spending thousands and thousands of years between life and death. And the administrator says to Charlie, "So it's you, huh? You again, huh?" He stands there, arms crossed, in front of Charlie. "You again, Charlie." He tells Charlie the rumors were true, that he wasn't just an ordinary guy, and says he doesn't know why Charlie thought he could take on the rancor. But the protagonist interrupts, saying, "Look, I had a few problems, but they were because things weren't managed properly." The administrator is left with a huge look of surprise. Charlie knows he can talk like that because the administrators are the ones who control the tower, and they have powers that rival even the top rankers. There's one thing Charlie is sure of: as long as he doesn't break any tower rules, he has no reason to fear the administrators. Charlie says to the 11th floor administrator, "Hey, didn't you think from the start that dividing the teams was really unfair?" Charlie goes further, saying if he's not mistaken, the test examiner is basically like the administrator's prosecutor. The big administrator responds, "So, are you saying it's my fault?" Charlie says, "Someone's got to take responsibility, right?" The administrator clenches his jaw in anger and says, "Wow, kid, you really are bold, huh? Anyway, you're right, you're not wrong, and I promise I'll reward you. I'll give you a fair reward when the test is over." Charlie, with a mischievous look, says, "Hey, administrator, you're not going to go back on your word, are you? You're not going to back out, right?" The administrator gets really pissed and says, "Hey, I'm the administrator. Don't treat me like I'm that bastard IP." The administrator finishes by telling Charlie that since there's a big audience, he thinks they've talked enough, then leaves. We notice someone behind Charlie, but the tough guy knows too, since he already sensed the presence of everyone there. And as the administrator enters his dimensional portal, he laughs a lot and says, "There's a big wave coming, really a big wave. Samurai Charlie is coming to this tower." And Charlie looks back and realizes that Captain, who was listening to everything they were talking about. Captain, who keeps thinking about that place, because he believes he saw the king of his team there, but he ended up witnessing something unbelievable. And he says to Charlie, "Hey Charlie, so all of this was really manipulated?" And the others there are really shocked, because Olympus really did manipulate everything, and the other participant who's in Mania says that even if it was just the actions of the test examiner, it's still a very serious matter. The other says, "Hey dummy, something like this isn't just one person's doing. I'm sure the higher-ups and Olympus are involved." Meanwhile, Captain, who keeps watching and observing. And one extra says to the other, "So do you think we should keep this a secret?" "Of course not." The other extra says, "Of course we have to keep it secret. If these rumors spread, the tower will fall into chaos." Now, Captain, who finally speaks, "Hey, all of you, you know if you talk, the Martial Kingdom will become an enemy of Olympus. Is that what you want? A war between the Martial Kingdom and Olympus?" And he says, "Look over there, look at this guy, this Charlie. He fought against a really strong rancor, and that rancor is strong enough to become a test examiner, and he's still alive." And Charlie is thinking, what the H? And I left Charlie's thought for you to read, because they're saying all this right in front of him, and he's thinking, you know, I can hear you guys, right? Captain, who knows this isn't the first time a rancor lost to a student, because Y's son Ryukon also defeated a rancor. But Charlie didn't just defeat any rancor, he defeated an Olympian rancor. Captain, who, still thinking, is sure Charlie will cause even more trouble than Y's son Ryukon did when he defeated a rancor. After thinking so much, he decides to talk to Charlie and says, "So, what are you going to do now?" Captain, who says he's sure that after this event, Olympus will be keeping a closer eye on him. He tells Charlie that the massive Olympus Guild will see him as an enemy. And he asks Charlie how he plans to deal with so many enemies. And Charlie replies, well, I'm going to fight them until I defeat the king of Olympus, Zeus. I'm going to take them all down. Captain, who is shocked because Charlie said this so confidently and in front of many people, and he asks Charlie what grudge he has against Olympus. Charlie says all he did was help a blacksmith who didn't want to make weapons for Olympus, and since then, Olympus has been after his head. Captain, who starts wondering which blacksmith could be connected to Olympus. He gets scared when he realizes it's the legendary blacksmith Hephaestus. Captain, who remembers hearing from many doubts about incidents in the tower, and standing before him is the central figure behind them, Charlie, the fierce one. Captain, who says he can now understand Charlie, and as he turns to leave, he tells Charlie to be careful, because no matter how unprecedented his strength, he still needs caution since his opponent is Olympus. With that, he leaves. Lega, I went, bye. And a random extra asks Captain where he's going now. Of course, he has to gossip, right? He grabs his phone, enters his dad's name, and says, I'll call dad to give him the latest news since it's almost time for the big tournament. So, he needs to know everything. Captain, who tells his subordinates he's heading back to his clan. The scene shifts to the king of Team, who's very emotional as he talks to Charlie. Hey Charlie, I thought I was going to die. Charlie, I really thought I was going to die. It was so hard here. And the tough guy says, but you didn't die, did you? He says, yeah, that's true. I didn't die. Green Klika thinks Charlie is like that, straightforward. It's a beautiful scene to see green hair in the center of the circle, and the protagonist's sister is around him, still there, with many bodies sleeping forever. After that, Charlie looks serious at the king and says, but you, king, but what? What did I do wrong this time? Charlie, the tough guy smiles and says, man, you did a good job. You held on for a long time and didn't give up. Congratulations. Harimo, the tough guy, held out. He didn't move his foot for even a second from where the protagonist told him to stay. Then Charlie grabs his flag and collects 618 flags. Harimo comes up to him and says, 66600? What is this? He, who had already failed 3 times, widens his eyes, because if Charlie gives him those flags, the number of points he'll get will be massive and the rewards will be huge. And Harimo is both worried and proud, because he was helped by Charlie, the guy who defied all the odds and achieved something incredible, 200 against 1. Harimo, better known as Green Creek Ahead, is shaking as he raises his hand to take the flags from the protagonist, and as he grips that flag, he's sure this time he'll pass the test on the 11th floor. Just like that, flags in the king's hand are doubled, and he racks up 1,236 points. The system says Charlie handed over 218 flags to the king. There's a lot going on, so just read it yourselves, because I'm feeling lazy. I just had lunch, my stomach's full, brushed my teeth, and came back to Reddit. And Team A earned 12,360 points. Then several pop-ups appear saying the test is over. And that's how the test on the 11th floor ends, and the system announces that in the final count, Team A captured 1,236 flags, while Team B only got 2. Team A is declared the winner, and their king Harimo is happy. The system announces that, for unknown reasons, Charlie, the tough guy, got an extra points reward, so he ends up with 10,000 points. Charlie is really surprised, since 10,000 points in that competition is huge, like having 10,000 flags. Then, they read the usual announcements, the 11th floor ranking is updated, and Charlie now has the right to go to the 12th floor. There's something new, the system notifies Charlie he can now use the points shop, and with that, the sun rises and the day brightens, marking another victorious day in the tower where the fate of thousands of worlds is intertwined. There's the scoreboard. 4th place, Odin with 8,000 points. 3rd, Hercules with 8,500. 2nd, Zeus with 8,800. But in 1st is Charlie with well over double, almost triple, the others holding 22,360 points. And we see that Charlie is in a small inn on the 12th floor. He's surprised. 20,000 points is a lot, and on that floor he changes into a stylish black outfit. Charlie thinks if he'd gotten 10,000, he'd have broken the record, but 20,000 is far more than he imagined. He realizes this must be the administrator's doing, since he said he'd reward him. The protagonist finds the number of points he got unbelievable. I'm reading it, right? Let's dig around. Where did Harimo end up? Harimo finished 36th, a high rank among many gods, and with him, only top rankers. And Charlie thinks that this reward is well deserved for him, since he risked his own life and did the job right. And Charlie started checking out other people's stories and sees that Wukong only managed to get 11th place. That's a low rank for him, because Charlie knows he's stronger, but he gets why. He's not sociable, doesn't like to team up, and prefers being on his own. And the caricatures down here are cool and funny. So now he checks Argon's ranking, and Argon is in 6th place with 7,860 points. Bravo, Charlie knows.
Argon was already very talented, but with the glove he won for coming in 2nd place in the tower tutorial, he's even stronger now. And Charlie keeps wondering if Argon is doing all this because he was inspired by what happened in the tutorial and on the first floor of the tower. But let's wrap this up here and stop meddling in other people's lives. And Charlie, you're really curious to know just how strong Argon is becoming. Let's start the part where I admit that making one video a day is pretty exhausting. What gets in the way of making videos the most are the others with Nabe Mawar, because I love watching Mawar, and please, leave your like and let's get to the video. The scene starts with the Nangang clan's pavilion, and they're the second largest organization in the Martial Kingdom, because the Celestial Demon Cult is the largest organization. However, since the Celestial Demon Cult stayed on Paradise Mountain for centuries, the Nangang clan became the most important and the center of the world on the 10th floor, and the Nangang clan leads the martial guide. And that's not all. The Nangang clan is also very famous for having produced several rankers, and that guy sitting there, reading, is the one who brought the clan to this level. Because before him, the Nangang clan was in decline, but now it's at the top among the best clans in the martial realm. And the system tells us that this is the leader of the Nangang clan, Lord Nangang Jinhun. Or just Jinhun, to make it easier. We see that his son, Captain Ru, is talking about everything that happened. About the test on the 11th floor, and his father concluded that the test was a complete mess. And his son agrees, saying that it got to the point where the administrator had to step in personally. And Captain Ru shows that he's really smart, because he tells his father that he couldn't say this over the phone, which is why he came in person, before the time he had agreed on with his father. And Jin Ru found out from his son that the Olympian doesn't have one, Hephaestus, while he was preparing for the Gigantomachy, and that they only didn't bring Hephaestus with them because of the interference from charm. And so, he adds a little more charm to his cup because the conversation is really good. What kind of tea is this? I think it's EPA tea. What about you? Comment your thoughts. The guide master concludes that Charlie is definitely being a thorn in the Olympian's side. After German comes to this conclusion, he asks his son if one of his teammates is being sponsored by Argon. He says yes, that the guy's name is Gibbons. And so, the head of the Nangang clan concludes that it's only a matter of time before Argon finds out what happened on the 11th floor. And he just sits there, philosophizing. Charlie, yeah, for sure, a new star is rising in the middle of a huge storm. And one thing the head of the Nangang clan is certain of is that this year's Martial Steel tournament is going to be chaos. And the scene shifts to something being blown up in the sky by the protagonist's sacred fire, and we see Charlie channeling his sacred fire around a spear. And there it is, several targets appear in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the protagonist gets started. He picks up speed and throws a spear at the targets. But to do that, of course he uses the hack so he can hit right in the center. Every single time, he did. And Charlie manages to destroy all those targets with a single throw, hitting them precisely, right in the center. Of course, I'm thinking that this hack definitely came with an aimbot built in. And more targets start to appear, and Charlie with extreme precision unleashes his destruction. And the bystanders are amazed, saying, wow. Does this guy miss the center of the targets? He hasn't missed one. And another one says, I don't know how, but he's throwing faster and faster and only hitting the center of every one. Charlie takes out target after target. It's been hundreds. And the extra, who I don't know if they're a boy or girl, is surprised. And asks their friend, how many targets do you think Charlie plans to break? The other one says they don't know, but for sure, if he keeps going like this, he's going to break the record and set a new one. And the protagonist looks like he's hacked the game and turned on aimbot, landing a headshot on every single book. And the system tells us that Charlie has destroyed 1,000 targets. He's basically the perfect test for you to practice your aim. That was some next level marksmanship. But it's the first time he's used the spear, controlling the sacred fire along with it, and now we find out that Charles has passed the 19th floor test. And with that, the protagonist levels up. His strength, vitality, and perception each increase by 1, and with that, the protagonist earns 50,000 points because he destroyed 1,000 targets in 5 minutes and 12 seconds. And Charles knows he still has 5 more minutes to throw the spear, but no more targets are appearing, which means he maxed it out. The absolute record is looking like that time when he killed the female worm, which no one expected would be killed, and Charles wasn't happy with the reward. Because, to pass that test, he only needed to hit 100 targets, but he managed to hit 10 times that amount and thought that, because of that, his reward would be bigger, and better than it actually was. The scene shifts to the room where Charles was staying, and he calls up the shop and immediately spends 20,000 points. The fairy shopkeeper is surprised, since it's been a long time since she's seen a player with so many points, and we're not shown what Charles bought. However, he's thinking that he's really happy because he's been earning a lot of points, and that's really helped him a lot with how fast he's growing. It's going way better than he had planned. He starts walking. And as he's walking, he thinks about how every 10 floors, the tests get a lot harder. But the rewards get better too. And he's sure that from the 20th floor on, his points will grow exponentially. But he keeps thinking that the test on the 20th floor is kind of a hassle. So, for now, he's going to stop climbing the tower. And the system tells us that Charles has 99 arcane power, and he knows he's going to need a lot more arcane power to keep climbing the tower. But there's one thing he's sure of. Right now, where he is, it's the best time to increase that power. Arcane. He knows there's a very efficient way to increase his power. Arcane. And the method is simple. It's to consume an elixir. A high-level one, but he knows this elixir is worth millions of points. But the elixir he wants is created only once every 3 years in the Martial Kingdom. And he tells us that it's the Great Medicinal Sphere, Scarlet. And it is given to the winner of the martial arts tournament, which takes place on the 10th floor. Richard, who just broke another record, realizes that there are only 3 days left until the martial arts tournament begins. So, since it's a gigantic tower, if he wants to get there in time, he has to start heading down now. And that's exactly what he's going to do from now on. The scene shifts to the martial kingdom, on the 10th floor, one day before the start of the great martial arts tournament. Very well organized. And down there, look, that's the arena of the martial kingdom. And there, everyone is very happy, because people from various floors of the tower have come to attend the great tournament. And everyone is having a big celebration, since this is the biggest event in the martial kingdom. And the gossip started, with everyone eating and chatting. And they say that the big favorite in this competition is Nangang Han, since he's the great genius of the Nangang clan. And the other replies, oh yeah, there's him, for sure. However, the martial guild isn't one of the biggest. The other guilds, even bigger, are also sending their representatives. Come on, let's eat some tasty chicken. Hey you crazy, that's not chicken, that's a sauce, a little rice sauce. The other replies, what are you talking about? You know the narrator is nuts, he just made up that name. Don't ask tough questions, man. He was going to say it's chicken, but it doesn't look like chicken. And they keep gossiping, saying, oh, then it can only be that guy from Olympus, Argon. It must be him. I heard that Argon is already on the 25th floor, and the only reason he hasn't gone higher is because, from that floor on, no one can compete in the grand tournament. That's why he stopped there, just waiting for the grand tournament. Wow, is Argon really that strong? Yeah, he really is, super strong. That's pretty scary, because if he keeps climbing the tower like this, he's going to make it into the rankings. In less than 10 years, suddenly, your neighbor comes running by, really running, stops, slams her hand on the table and says, dude, let me tell you some hot gossip. Do you know who's going to be in this tournament? Guess, Charlie, this is some seriously hot news. He's going to be in the tournament, and the other one says, what? Charlie is going to participate? No way, then for sure this tournament is going to be one of the best, and there's no way I'm missing it. And now, that makes 3. With the gossip going around, he says he thought Charlie would just keep climbing straight up without stopping for anything, and he's going to speculate whether he's interested in this tournament, but he doesn't know that what Charles really wants is the winner's reward. And the third one says, I think it's for the prize. Maybe Charles Yacht can win this tournament. And one thing is true. Every big event and every big rumor, Charles's name is always in the middle of it, and they make a bet to see how many in a row will go after Charles. When they find out he's on the 10th floor and will join the tournament, one comes to his senses and says, hey, since we're at the bar, why not stop talking and start drinking, and eat a lot? Right after, the scene changes. And the Poro is there. No, I refuse your guild. Go away. Stranger appears. And he says no, I'm not interested. I already told you can leave. I don't want your guild. The other one says you like elves. You're a weird bird. I don't want your guild, you can go. After that, another one appears. And Charlie talks to him. Go away. I don't want your guild either. And then we're shown that this is the master of the guild of the 12 earth gods. And I thought he was an ox. But he's actually a dragon descendant. And his name is Bronil, and he tells Charlie that it's really rude of him to dismiss people like that without even listening to them. And the guild master, Bronil, starts talking to Charlie about all sorts of etiquette rules, and he's standing there with his arms crossed. And in his mind, he's thinking this guy is super annoying and that his secret move must be annoyingness. But suddenly, someone shows up saying, well, if it isn't you, Bronil, the master of the guild, one of the 12 earthly gods, and the guy who arrives is already gossiping. He says, hey, Bronil, isn't your guild that guild that's really struggling? Looks like it really is, huh? Because for the guild master, who personally is a decent person, things must really be going badly in his guild. And he looks back to see that it's a nosy gossip who just showed up. And he's surprised and says, Serial? You? A man arrives, blonde, green-eyed, and very full of himself. He says, you're Charlie, right? I'm from the Zion Guild. You're not going to kick me out too, are you? Stop at 1,000. Seeing Serial in that place, he starts thinking that Charlie must really be someone very famous. Because for Argon, who's about to become a high rank, Charlie really must be very talented. And Charlie says, yes, I am. You're already the 13th person I've turned down today. And Serial, forgivingly, says he does. So, he takes Gilhoshan's business card and says, Charlie, I've changed my mind. Here's his contact information. I always ask him at Gilhoshan. But inside, he's cursing Charlie, calling him an arrogant son of a gun. And Charlie, being arrogant as ever, says, look, if you give me this, I'll never get in touch with you. Suddenly, someone with quick hands snatches the card from Serial's hand, and the person says, I knew you were going to say that, Charles. That's why I like you. And we see that it's Argon. He talks to Charles. So tell me, Charles, are you going to fire me too? And like that, Argon, grinning, winks at Charles, who was furious about the Gilda CO card. He says, long time no see, friend. Charles replies, I want you to leave. You can go. That was a flashy entrance. Argon looks surprised and says, what? Are you serious with me, Charles? Yes, I'm serious. You can go now. And the guy, who's the dragon descendant, now, he's not even showing up on the boat. They became friends during the tutorial. But it looks like that's not the case. Argon had thought it was true. Look at what she said to him. Oh Argon, I'm just kidding. Of course you can come in, you're my friend.
And Argan says to Charles, "Man, you really don't know how to joke, do you? Your jokes are really lame." And so, Charlie and Argan go into Charlie's room so they won't be disturbed. And Branell's assistant says that Charlie was really rude because he should have invited him in for a cup of tea instead of turning them away like that. And Branell tells him to stop talking because his guild wasn't the only one that got rejected. And the Archangel Serio leaves there really pissed off. The scene shifts to inside Charlie's room. Argan thinks his room is really cool since it's big and spacious. Argan asks how many points that room cost, and he asks if Charlie has a lot of money. And Charlie says he managed to get a good amount by climbing the tower. He's on a break from climbing the tower. Since he has plenty of money, he's resting in style. Someone knocks on the door and calls Charlie, saying he doesn't need to talk to him. Argan looks startled, thinking it might be some kind of emergency. Charlie talks to him. He says to ignore it, they'll leave soon. If it really is an emergency, people know they can break down the door. And he talks to Charlie. Charlie, what's the point of paying so much for a room like this, spending money and not having peace? People keep knocking on your door all day long. Charlie replies he is, seriously, they knock all day. He says as the tournament nears, it gets worse, because all the guilds are on that floor. After that, Argan tells Charlie that it was really easy to find him, since he's so famous now. He just did a quick search and found out where he was. And the tough guy says, why didn't you just ask? I would have told you. Did you forget your friend's name? And Argan says, where's the fun in that? It's always good to surprise a friend. After that, Charlie asks about Argan's teammates. He says that they're all doing very well. And Charlie asks if any of them have ever failed a test. He says no, that everyone there is very competent. For sure, they have what it takes to become one. After that, Argan tells Charlie that he heard he's been causing a lot of trouble. He asks him if he was the one who stopped Olympus from taking the party. Richard is surprised by that question. Argan says that he's not Olympus's favorite son, but he hears about almost everything that happens up there. That's why the trouble Olympus caused reached his ears. And he asks Charlie, when did he decide to make Olympus his enemy? And Charlie says, Argan, even with you knowing all of this, even so, you still came to see me. Argan replies that he doesn't care about the things happening around him, and besides, it's Hera's faction that's the most upset. So, I want to know from you, what happened at that event? Charles asks him, what does Jesus know about all of this? And he says that Charlie is the only person he knows who says his father's name so directly, like it's no big deal. He says that his father doesn't know anything, because he's on the top floor of the tower. He's in total concentration for the trial on the final floor, and he's been up there for a long time now. So he's distanced himself from all the matters of Olhinho and doesn't know anything about what's happening down here. Charlie starts thinking about the final floor. At that time, everyone thought the 100th floor was the last floor of the tower, as no one had ever completed the 100th floor. And that's why they call the 100th floor the final floor. And all the players who climbed up to the 100th floor are called ranks and Charlie. He keeps thinking about what their faces will look like when they find out there's a ceiling, way above the 100th floor. Charlie stands up and starts to leave. And Argan tells him that, because he rescued the criminal from Olympus, it's a party. Olympus has taken up arms and is after Charlie, and he tells Charlie that he wants to demolish the pure time, but that's for later. He says he'll talk to his father to see if he can get Charlie's sledgehammer. And Charlie asks Argan, you think old man is a criminal, right? What? What do you mean? And Charlie doesn't even answer. He gets up to leave. Argan, there's somewhere I need to go. Wanna come? And he says, alright, I'll go with you. You can join the IE. I'm going to meet this so-called criminal. We're not shown Argan's response. But we are shown the criminal. It's a party. He kept the dark crystal, refining the Paraxa as he climbed up to the 19th floor. The scene shifts to Hephaestus's workshop. There he is, hammering away, and, tired from so much hammering, he puts away his 6-kilo hammer and grabs a 4.5-kilo one and gives it another whack. He's tough, not even wearing safety goggles. He uses it. If a safety inspector ever visits while he's working, his workshop is going to get shut down. Ephesian, tired and sweaty, takes a deep breath. Finally, he managed to forge another piece of armor. And so, he takes it back into the furnace to heat it up so he can shape other parts of the armor. And he keeps thinking that his hands can only stay steady when he's working and hammering on the anvil. Hephaestus is passionate about making weapons, but he decided not to make them anymore, because if it were up to him, he'd make a new weapon every single day. And as he wipes the sweat from his brow, he keeps thinking that his decision is the right one, not to make weapons anymore, because the sword he gave to his savior is surely the last weapon he'll ever make in his life. And we see Ephesians making armor and more armor. And don't be fooled, because all those armors lying on the ground are class S or higher. Then, he remembers Charles's promise to come back there soon. However, ever since Charles has been on the first floor, he's been hearing news about him. So he's climbing the tower in style. Suddenly, he looks toward the door because he senses a presence. Someone says, is anyone there? I'm coming in, okay? And Hephaestus recognizes that voice. It's definitely Charles's voice. And it's the brave one, and Hephaestus greets him as usual, pretty gruffly. So, you just open the door instead of knocking. Then why do you keep asking if anyone's home? But behind the brave one is Argan. And he withdrew into the whole workshop. However, Argan has all the traits of his father, Zeus. And it's hard to hide who his father is, so Hephaestus gets suspicious and says, hey, who's this you brought with you? What's his name? Where did he come from? And Argan introduces himself and says, my name is Argan. I had already heard about him and he says, right? So you're one of my father's sons, huh? Argan replies, wow, is it really that hard to call me your brother? I am your brother. I don't need to say I am one of your father's sons, no, and Ephesians speaks the truth with him, right? The fighting between our brothers has been really tense, too tense for me to be friendly with one of my brothers. After this, Ephesians begins to expand his hand, preparing for battle. And he says to Argan, so you came here to try to catch me, huh? And Argan says, no, of course not. Are you crazy? Of course not. Are you crazy? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't catch you, and I don't even have the skills for that. I just wanted to meet you. You're Hank, and I'm just starting to climb the tower. Now, Ephesians speaks to him. So, you want to meet me? Why? He says something that surprises Ephesians. Argan says it's because he doesn't trust Olympus. And this makes Ephesians very surprised, because of all the possible people. Therefore, a son of Zeus cannot trust Olympus, and this leaves Ephesians very intrigued. Argan tells him that ever since he was born, he's always heard that his older brother, Hephaestus, is a criminal. After that, I heard from the Olympians that my friend Charles saved you. So, I wanted to meet you, because Charles is the guy who opened my eyes to how Olympus really acts. That's why I wanted to meet you in person, to judge what kind of person you are. Hephaestus is a son of Zeus who's nothing like Zeus. But Argan is a lot like Zeus. Hephaestus keeps thinking that Argan inherited more of their father's blood than any of the other siblings, and the party goes on. So, what do you think about me? And Argan says, I don't know, I just met you now. What's interesting is that Argan isn't feeling hot in the workshop's heat. That's really interesting. Argan starts reading and talks to Ephesians. So, you're already making armor, huh? I see a weapon there. And one thing I know is that it wasn't always like this, because up on Olympus, there are hundreds of weapons made by you, and Ephesians says that he has good eyes, because there are no weapons there, and Argan asks Hephaestus when and why he stopped making weapons. At that moment, he lowers his head and looks sad, and Charlie knows what's coming next. He answers Gamma, when I stopped, well, I'll tell you what happened. Richard, lowering his head, he knows it's a very sad story. Hephaestus says, it was after the Gigantomachy. For those who don't know what the Gigantomachy is, it's the slaughter of the giants. The giants were the race that ruled over the tower for a long time, because they were naturally very strong and their bodies were enormous. Everyone was very afraid of the giants, because they were all those things I just mentioned. However, Olympus only became what it is because of the giants. That's why only Olympus stood by the giants, and for that same reason, the giants saw Olympus as an ally. But they saw us as much more than that. They considered us friends. Next. And I also saw all the giants as my friends. But I saw my friend die right in front of me, cowardly attacked from behind by the Olympians. And it wasn't just the one who was in front of me. Almost all the giants had their hearts and their strength pierced by the weapons, the ones I forged, and to this massacre, Olympus gave the name Gigantomachy. And the foundation for all of this happening was my weapons, and that name, Gigantomachy, was given by Zeus and Olympus. And so, all the giants of Olympus were marginalized and exterminated. And the reason behind this war was simply politics. Because the Olympians wanted the giants' territories. And so, with the marginalization of the giants, the power of Olympus was no longer shared with the giants and became theirs alone. And this didn't happen only on Olympus. In Argan as well, the giants were exterminated. After the extermination of the giants, ranks from various guilds fought to claim their territory. A massive war began, and with each day, the war grew larger. This war swept through the entire tower. You could hear the clash of swords, sounding like thunder everywhere. The carnage was so great that the land in the tower was soaked with the blood of countless people. And the Festival of Rivers, all of this started with the sacrifice of his friends, the giants. And the problem was that this slaughter had only one purpose, to increase. The Olympians, cowardly, betrayed all their friends without giving them a chance to fight. And Ephesio tells Argan that he was so dishonored by this, by the baseness of Olympus, and by the disgrace of betraying a friend, that I, Ephesio, the blacksmith of Olympus, stopped working for Olympus. And that's why they say I became a criminal, because I didn't want to work for them anymore. And also, it was around that time that I stopped making weapons. And Charles was standing there, listening to the whole conversation. He remembers that, when Ephesio told him this story in his past life, Ephesio would say this in tears and break down in vinegar. But now, he's not crying because he's in front of Argan. But I'm sure he's using everything he's got, just to hold back his tears. And so, he keeps up his tough old man appearance. But his heart was broken and shattered during that Gigantomachy. After that, Hephaestus says that a few decades ago, the Olympians came looking for him again and tried to force him to make weapons once more. And I'm sure they want these weapons to completely wipe out the remaining giants. After that, Argan asks, are they planning another Gigantomachy? Hephaestus says he's 90% sure that this is just preparation to start a second Gigantomachy. He finishes by telling Argan that this is his side of the story. Now, it's up to him whether he believes it or not. He tells Argan, and Argan might think he's wrong, and who knows, maybe he is. But he believes he did the right thing. Argan, eyes wide open, is shocked to hear about such barbarity from the Olympians. And Hephaestus says that even so, he will fight against Olympus, because they are dishonorable. After that, he says to Charlie, hey, the new guy, you didn't just come here to introduce him, did you? Come with me, I have something in the warehouse you need to see. Charlie, go over to Argan and check on him to see how he's doing. And Argan is there, lost in his many thoughts about what they just heard. Charlie goes back to the party, because he knows Argan needs some time alone to process what he just heard.
And Argon, still processing, the genius Sid, created by Olympus, clenches his fists in anger because he takes pride in being an Olympian. But what Epheso just told him is completely dishonorable for the one Olympus pretends to preach about. The scene shifts to the sunrise over the workshop, and Epheso tells Charlie that Argon seems like a good kid, and now he doesn't understand why he brought Argon there. After that, Epheso asks Charlie if he's going to keep traveling with Argon. Charlie says he's not sure, but after hearing what a good kid he is and coming from the old man, it's hard to hurt someone. Maybe I'll think about it. Then, the two of them start bickering like brothers. Epheso says, sure, you overthink things, Charlie. Charlie, tell him, and you don't? I know you still don't fully trust him. You overthink things too. Hephaestus says that Argon is at an age where he can be easily influenced. And so, since there's no way to tell which direction he'll go, Hephaestus says he only has one more leaf left as he looks at Argon again. Hephaestus says that Charlie is really annoying in conversations because he always tries to dominate them. After that, Hephaestus breaks the seal that was placed on the chains, opening up that very well-protected place. And when he does, a dark mana starts to seep out from that place. And Hephaestus tells Charlie that he did everything just as he asked. However, something very problematic ended up being created. He explains what the problem was. He says, hey, Shark, you're really bad at naming things. You ruined that sword. So, I'm never going to let you name anything ever again. That's why I chose the name for the weapon. Her name is Kini. And then we are shown a glove. Because he made a glove for Charlie, the pure jewel of the stars was transformed into a glove. Kini is the Greek name for the helmet of invisibility. So I went to look up the tradition behind that, right? And the anger. Kini means wrath. Or anger, and Charlie is pretty surprised, because that was the same name Hephaestus gave to the helmet before he returned. However, it is a completely different item now, and Charlie finds all of this very interesting. Hephaestus explains he used all the leather he brought, 1.5 kilos. Then Hephaestus says the divine crystal of darkness was imbued throughout the entire outer part of the glove. The core can't be seen. The glove is there, sealed as a result. After that, Charlie asks if he can use it, and Hephaestus says of course, I didn't make it for you. It's already finished. Hephaestus says the glove is incredibly thin. It's so thin that it doesn't even seem to be made from Mother's Day, and so, Charlie puts on the glove. Hephaestus knows Shark is tough, since he's faced Hank since the first floor. However, the problem with that crystal isn't a matter of wherever it was, whether this charm is worthy of being used or not, and he keeps wondering, will the charm be able to get along with this? After that, Charlie turns to Hephaestus and says, oh, Hephaestus, how did you shrink so much diamond to fit into a glove? At that moment, Charlie realizes what's happening around him. He's amazed, because within the darkness, the sky, he doesn't know what's going on. The darkness was so great that Ephesus disappeared. It's as if he had been transported somewhere else. And suddenly, in the middle of all that darkness, a gigantic eye starts to open. And that eye, looking just like Sauron's from the Lord of the Rings, opens up across the screen and starts to stare at him. And Charlie feels really intimidated by that gigantic eye staring at him. And there he is, surrounded by darkness with a huge eye in front of him, not knowing what to do. And the eye speaks. And Charlie, upon hearing this, thinks that he should be the one asking that question. But he's quick and soon realizes that this must be Kane's test. So, he introduces himself and says, I'm Charlie, nice to meet you, and Kane responds. Charlie is immediately startled because he wasn't expecting that, and he thinks, wait, another time, this thing is talking. How did I end up back in the future? And he's amazed, standing before that being. Charlie asks Kane, what are you? And what do you want? And Kane says, I am I, mouth does not speak. And Charlie says, are you saying you can't talk because you're an eye and not a mouth? Charlie finds this very frustrating, and the narrator thinks this is really crazy because the eye is talking to him. Charlie keeps thinking that not much is known about the 3 sacred treasures of Olympus, and that includes Kane, which was made from a divine crystal of darkness. These weapons disappeared during the invasion from the outside. And the only information he has about these weapons is what he heard from Kronos. That's it. Charlie knows that Kane was the helm of Hades in the past. That's it. But now, it's a beautiful glove. And he keeps wondering if this thing in front of him is sealed inside the crystal of darkness. Or, even worse, if maybe this thing is what's in the darkness, and Charlie, lost in thought, keeps saying he wishes he could use this chance to better understand Kenny's power. But the way things are, with the eye saying it's not a mouth and can't talk, nothing's going to come of it, because like this, he could just have a straightforward conversation with Kenny. And at that moment, the eye, which isn't a mouth, says this. Miyasuki I Miyazu where Muzo? And Charlie gets startled again, because that strange entity is asking about Mosov at that moment. Mosov, who was cowering. He stands up, and Mosov, who's always bold, shows up without Charlie. He summons, as always, and Mosov looks really imposing. He even seems bigger, but Mosov's incubation rate is still the same, 13.58%. Suddenly, Mosov lets out a scream. Kane's eye reacts to that. The protagonist feels Kane's pressure, and the environment grows even darker. For the second time in this story, the protagonist is completely terrified, as the darkness is just too overwhelming. And he's not going to just stand there, waiting for his death, because he knows this is extremely dangerous, and his body could succumb just from being touched by that darkness. At that moment, Charles strengthens his defense with the divine fire of darkness, and he knows he has to dodge this no matter what. However, the darkness is so close that he thinks it might already be too late. So, Charles expands his sacred fire as much as he can, trying to block that thick darkness. But it's useless.
The darkness keeps advancing toward him, but suddenly, the darkness passes right by him, and Charles looks back to see what's happening, and only now does he realize that it wasn't an attack. That wave of pure darkness starts to enter Mosov. The system informs us Mosov's incubation rate starts to increase, going up to 14%, then 15%. Mosov looks huge, and it keeps going up. 17, 18, 19. Is the hatching rate of my eggs incredible? 41%. Richard is stunned. And at that time, the left Mazovo sings. It's just like a rooster in the trash. The left mouse is very happy. Richard, with that astonished look, realizes that the incubation rate of the Mosov increased by 30% in the blink of an eye. And that was way more than when he ate Orochi's body. And he looks at the Mazovo and asks what? Did you wake up because you were hungry? And the Mazovo is there, singing. Happily, singing. Because it just ate and filled its belly. Richard is certain of one thing, that this egg definitely came from an outsider, and he keeps wondering what it could be. Tecmo is cyber. Where the outer gods came from. After that, Charlie looks at Kenzai and asks, so, do you know what this egg is? And Kenzai. And he replies, leaving him hanging. But Charlie keeps insisting, and says anything. Anything will do. Say something about that egg. And the eye says this, and starts to close and disappear into the darkness. And it closes even more, in the midst of that gloom. And Charlie is left there in the void, without his answer. Charlie shouts for Kenzai to wait, because he has so many things to ask him. But at that very moment, he chickens out and there's a sledgehammer with lightning coming right at his face. And he screamed, man, what are you doing? You crazy. And the sledgehammer stops just inches from his face, and the protagonist almost gets sent to the afterlife. Ephijo was channeling a powerful spell to hit that spot. And he stops his attack. However, the entire environment is affected by the power of that magic. It was supposed to hit the protagonist's head, but then it spread to the whole area. Only then does he speak. Charlie, are you there? Ephijo asks Charlie if he's okay. Because suddenly, the area was filled with an evil mana. That's why I did that, because he couldn't see anyone. Charlie is there, scared out of his mind, because the Grim Reaper just brushed past him. Not even a Wi-Fi signal could get through. It's just like a party. He doesn't start laughing at him, and asks Charlie if he's okay, if everything is okay with him, and Charlie is there. Lost in his thoughts. I almost died. I almost got wrecked. If that sledgehammer had hit me, it would have been over for me. After that, Ifez asks the protagonist, what does cane feel like in your hands? And Charlie says it feels really good. That honestly. It was made with great material. It's almost as comfortable. As if he were holding nothing at all. But Charlie is really shaken. After the encounter with Zoid Kane. And he can't think about anything else, just the scare he went through. And he keeps thinking, that Kane's I said it was going to watch over something. And Charlie is sure of one thing, most of what Kane's I said to him, he barely understood any of it. And Charlie shows us the glove he's wearing. And says that the Divine Crystal of Darkness is also called Kane's Fragment, and he's pretty surprised, because he didn't know that the Divine Crystal of Darkness was hiding that secret, and Charlie remembers that it didn't exist. There was only the Crystal of Darkness, there were 3 of the fragments, and he, who already had that goal, the goal of getting this fragment, is now even more certain that he needs to collect all the fragments to understand what's going on, and Charlie already knows which fragment he's going to get his hands on next. And now, the prosthesis is pausing for a photo and asks if he looks good. I didn't find it. Didn't think he looked good, but that's not what Charlie is thinking, okay? He's thinking that his next payment is going to be Poseidon's trident. The 2 of them leave and head upstairs, and Argon comes out asking, so, what was going on? The whole workshop was shaking. It felt like the world was going to end. What happened? And the party walks by and says, who knows? I don't know. Ask Charlie. All I did was hit it with a hammer a few times, and Argon is shocked, saying you hammered? Killed what? Charlie, what happened? Charlie. Tell us. At that moment, Argon looks at the glove. He starts thinking, could it be inside? Right after, he asks Charles, are you okay? What is my brother talking about? Why did he tell me to ask you? And Charles gives the same answer as Ephijo. Who knows? Argon says to Charles, are you going to give the same answer as him? You two had a fight, didn't you? And Charles says, of course not, man. If I fight with Ephijo, I'll go straight to hell after you hit me with a hammer like that. I definitely wouldn't survive, and Ephijo says, that's true, if I hit him, it's over. Ephijo tells Argon that he doesn't need to worry about anything, because he doesn't know what happened either. That's why they answered that way. After that, Charles asks Argon if he's managed to process all the information he got from Ephijo, and he says not yet. But there are some things he can't understand, and Charlie says, which siblings are you talking about? Because Zeus has a ton of kids. Which ones are you talking about? And Argon replies that he's talking about his brother Apollo and his sister Artemis, and Charlie remembers Apollo and Artemis very well, and that those two, just like Argon, are children from Zeus's extramarital affairs. And those two are among the best students. For ranks of Olympus, and they were key participants in the first Gigantomachy. Charlie knows that these two have a lot to discuss with Argon, since they're directly connected to the Gigantomachy.
And Charlie looks at his friend and realizes he's trying really hard to understand everything that's going on. And Arghon starts to change the subject and says, "Hey Charlie, anyway, I'm going to focus on the tournament for now. Besides, there's the prize, right? The tournament prize is really good. I need to boost my fame to have more influence in Olympus." And Charlie says to him, "Oh, Arghon, you care about that? About fame?" He says, "I need to increase my influence in Olympus. I'm not like my brother Ares. Ares created a faction in Olympus to follow him. But I don't have that choice. I have to keep proving my worth." And Arghon goes on to say that this year's tournament has more amazing competitors than usual. So, the level of rank and the guilds that will be watching will be much higher. And Arghon concludes by saying that there's no way he can miss out on such a perfect stage. He starts to smile, sparks flying all over his body, really happy. He tells Charlie if he knew that more than half the ranks are keeping an eye on him. Charlie thinks Arghon is way too excited. After that, Arghon shares a secret with Charlie. He says, "By the way, Charlie, word is going around that someone really important is going to take part this time." And Charlie asks, "Who is this person?" And Arghon acts all mysterious and says, "None other than the Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult." Then Arghon asks Charlie if that information managed to spark his competitive spirit. And Charlie stands there thinking, that guy, the Vice Lord of the cult. It's him. And so, once again, let me show you what the system tells us about the Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult. Did you ask for part 12? Alright, let's go to part 12. The Vice Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult is the position that allows you to have control over the other players who are part of the cult, except for Loki. The cult is in decline because it spent centuries hidden away on Paradise Mountain, fulfilling its mission to protect the sacred fire. And after fulfilling that promise, the cult is now free to go wherever it wants, and they will definitely become a powerhouse in the martial realm once again. And the Celestial Demon, being the great strategist that he is, chose the Grand Martial Arts Tournament to reveal to everyone in the tower that the Celestial Demon cult is back in action. And Charlie keeps thinking that old man is a lot more cunning than he thought. And Charlie is certain that the Celestial Demon cult coming back will be a huge help against the outer gods. And that's the scene. This is a conversation that Charlie and Arghon are having inside Hephaestus's workshop. And Arghon continues his explanation, saying that the Vice Lord of the Demon Cult is probably someone very skilled. And he asks Charlie, could this guy be a ranker? But he quickly takes it back, since he knows a ranker can't participate in this tournament. And Charlie says, "No silly, I'm the Vice Lord of the Demon Cult." And then he's totally shocked and says, "What? You? I'm telling you, it's me, I'm the Vice Lord." Then he lets out a classic anime-style scream that shakes the whole workshop, because that was the last thing he expected. Hephaestus, hearing this, thinks to himself that this kid is way too loud, since he just won't stop yelling in his workshop. Arghon asks Charlie if the position of Vice Lord is basically the same as being the vice leader of a noble clan. Then he asks if that was the reward Charlie got for passing the Demon Cult's test. And Charlie thinks to himself that the reward for passing the final test was actually the sacred fire. But technically, the title is also a reward, though he doesn't say that to Arghon. And Arghon just stands there, all bitter about it. "Man, I should have taken that test. I should have at least tried." After that, Arghon tells Charlie that once everyone finds out he's the Vice Lord, his value is definitely going to skyrocket even more. And Charlie replies to him that even so, he doesn't plan on joining any group. And Arghon's like, man, how can he turn down that kind of money? We're talking gold bars. Seriously? What a workshop, huh? Arghon tells Charlie that he knows that, but the other guilds are going to see things very differently. And he starts smiling at Charlie, saying that tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun. The scene shifts to the next day, which is the day of the opening ceremony for the Great Martial Arts Tournament. And this one has a competition to see who is the strongest among 10,000 players. The audience is packed with players, all really excited, because many rising stars will be at that tournament. And they start betting on who will be the champion and, most importantly, who will get their hands on the item worth millions of points. And there she is, a beautiful green-haired player wanting to be on the cover of this manual. And so, they start announcing that the tournament is about to begin right now. And with that, it's announced that the preliminaries are starting. The ring is truly gigantic, surrounded by an audience in several galleries across multiple floors. And the system tells us that 10 players will get on stage at the same time, and only the last one standing will move on to the main stage of the tournament. The system also says that anything goes. There are no restrictions on combat methods. Since you can't read Martian Kingdom language, I'll read it for you. Smoke Popsicle, Karkara, Isola, Little Tooth, Broken Hand, Seisai's Cousin, Mother Toon, Sourpuss, Vonal, and Charles. And all these players head toward the center of the arena. And they all keep their eyes on the big guy from the noble clan, Seomun, young Vonal, from the Sapphire Sword School. And many of them are really surprised, because that bastard is really strong. And he walks in, full of himself, right in the middle of all of them, with his big sword and his imposing presence. The other participants are pretty scared, because they know how strong he is. And he keeps thinking that these guys are all bastards, for getting used to the nickname he hates, but the reward is worth it. Vonal keeps thinking that he's already made it up to the 18th floor, and so he feels really confident, because he knows how strong he is. And he says what we already know, that only players up to the 25th floor can participate in this tournament. And he thinks that the 18th floor is pretty high compared to the other players. And in order to please the leader of his school, he promises to get a good ranking and show off the power of the martial arts his school teaches, boosting its reputation. But then, someone dressed in red starts walking by, and Vonal feels like he's seen this train somewhere before, because those clothes and that face, he thinks he's already been run over by this train. That's when he recognizes him. It's that son of a gun, the ice sky truck driver, Charlie. He yells out in front of everyone, calling Charlie a bastard. And then everyone notices that Charlie, with his bright red hood, is right there in that place. And the tough guy finally steps into the center of the ring. People start to tense up, because the big boss is here and everyone knows things are about to go south. Vonal, who was all confident before, almost craps his pants, because he's in trouble. He ended up with Charlie and the tough guy in his prelim group. And the referee starts the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Vonal yells at Charlie, "Hey, you in the red cape, I'm going to beat you, you idiot." And Charlie looks at that big, loud guy. Meanwhile, the countdown keeps going. Before it hits 0, he grabs his sword and starts pulling it off his back, and asks Charlie if he remembers him, because he hasn't forgotten that Charlie humiliated him on the 10th floor. And so, the countdown reaches 0, and the games begin. Vonal doesn't waste any time, yelling and shouting, philosophizing before facing Charlie, and says that 2 enemies are destined to meet on a narrow wooden bridge. And the tough guy is just standing there. Meanwhile, Vonal charges at him. Vonal, with his not-so-stylish beak, realizes that something really fast hit him and his breaker starts to shut down. He passes by the protagonist, but actually, it was the protagonist who passed by him. And Vonal keeps moving forward, because a truck just hit him in the jaw, and he has no idea what's going on, but his breaker is shutting down, and he goes down hard, straight to the ground, knocked out. And Charlie says to him, "Who are you again? I don't remember you, man. I don't remember you. Sorry, okay?" And Vonal, who should already be knocked out, is thinking, "Man, this guy doesn't even remember me. He ran me over twice and doesn't even remember me." And so, the brave Vonal, who was just a throat, is knocked out on the ground, and the other 8 participants stay in their places, not moving from there. The guy with the ponytail, with the nice hair, because with hair like that, a woman would be a hit, huh? He starts looking at Charlie and says, "Black hair, black eyes, pyromancy cloak, must be that Charlie guy." We see that this guy is Chang Seomon, from the Seomon clan, and he's pretty famous, considered one of the favorites. And Charles Azevedo looks really mad and says, "Hey, everyone can come at me. Don't come one by one, all at once, I'll finish you all off quick." No one is mad to face him. And he grabs that weapon. Do you guys remember that weapon? Who remembers that weapon there? Leave it in the comments. Charlie tells them, "If you aren't coming at me, then I'm coming at you." Everyone gets scared, and the tough guy doesn't waste time. He goes after them. But there's a problem. Charlie is super fast and quick. They can't even see him. They only realize it when they've been hit and fall to the ground. Their breaker switched off. The tough guy doesn't give them time to scream, because in less than a second, 3 are down the drain, and they start talking. "Hey, he's coming back." "No, wait, he's back. There he is, coming back. Right, west. No. Charlie takes down a whole squad. Chang realizes Charlie is too fast. He can't keep up with his eyes. He sees players in front of him getting hit and falling before his eyes, but he has no idea where Charlie is. He's too fast. He keeps thinking, is he coming this way? And, holding his sword out in front of him, he tries to strike at nothing, because it's just him and Charlie left. Finally, Charlie stops moving at lightning speed, but by the time Chan realizes it, Charlie is already standing right in front of him. And the badass doesn't even swing his sword at him. He just taps him lightly on the head with the blunt side of the blade. Chan, before falling unconscious to the ground, thinks that Charlie didn't even use the edge of the sword to fight them. And he understands that Charlie didn't even attack him directly. And so, after being struck with the back of the sword, he comes to the conclusion that Charlie is just toying with him like they're kids, because they're all too weak. And with that, he goes flying dozens of meters, screaming and already passing out. 2 seconds later, after Charlie starts his attack, 9 players are already on the ground and Chan proves he's somewhat tough, since he's still conscious. He spits out a lot of ketchup. I even crossed it out for you guys because it's just too much ketchup. Chan is left there grumbling on the ground. Since he can't even move, Charlie broke several of his ribs and he doesn't even know how he got hit. And as he looks ahead, he sees everyone bleeding and writhing in pain, but no one is dead. That's when he realizes the level of Charlie's skill, knocking out so many players while holding back so he doesn't kill them. He sees Bravo walking victoriously among them. He says, "Man, this can't be a coincidence. This guy definitely took a scam from us." And that's when it's announced that the player Charlie, or Bravo, will move on to the main stage, and the crowd goes wild. Meanwhile, Charlie strikes a hero pose, and Bravo starts thinking that now he'll have to wait for his own preliminaries, since he remembers clearly that his group is up next. Then the scene shifts to the next group, and everyone is getting taken out, because Arghon is making his way through them with ease. And just like that, 5 seconds later, all the competitors are on the ground and Arghon, standing in the center of the ring, is declared the winner and the one moving on to the next round. And Charlie, who watched Argon's entire fight, realizes that he's gotten a lot stronger, since as he climbed the tower, his strength increased considerably. Charlie realizes that Argon's rate of growth is extremely fast, and he heard that Arghon is already on the 15th floor. After watching that fight, Charlie is certain that, in terms of skill, Arghon is on the same level as the players from the higher floors, but in terms of potential, he has way more potential than they do. And Charlie keeps admiring Arghon. He has mana, talent, control over electricity, tons of skills, and even his looks are handsome. He's the spitting image of Zeus. And Bravo starts thinking that maybe it would be worth having Arghon as a friend when they move up in the rankings. After Argon's fight, Charlie goes down the stairs, and someone says, "There he is, look." Bravo looks ahead and someone calls out, "Hey, wait up, I want to talk to you." We see it's Vonal. But Charlie says to him, "Hey, who are you? I know I've seen you somewhere before, man, but I don't know where." Vonel is fuming with anger and says, "Man, I'm young Vonel from the Sapphire Sword School." Then he tells Charlie that they just faced each other in the challenge. And also, they met on the 10th floor when he got there. And, really mad at Charlie, he says, "Hey, how dare you do that to me?" Suddenly, someone approaches him, puts a hand on his shoulder, and says, "Hey Charlie, I want to apologize, okay?" A well-dressed person tells Charlie that one of his school's disciples was rude to him. We realize that the person who just arrived is Vonel's master. Charlie also notices that he has a really strong presence and starts wondering if he's the rank. So, Charlie says, what did you say?" He arrives and introduces himself very politely. He says, "My name is Moon Sobik, I am the leader of the Sapphire Sword School." And the system tells us the same thing. He tells Charlie that he came here hoping to recruit him for the Sapphire Sword School. And Charlie realizes that yet another martial school is trying to recruit him. But now, standing right in front of him, is the leader of the Sapphire School himself. And so he concludes that to be the head of a martial school, he must certainly be a ranker as well. Charlie tells him he's not interested, and he replies to Charlie that he figured Charlie would say that, since he heard that Charlie had already turned down offers from several big guilds. And Charlie asks him why he came here then, even knowing all that. He says that technically, the Sapphire Sword School isn't a guild. That's why he came. He says that they are part of the martial guild, but they're not primarily a martial school. So what are they, then? And he starts rambling, saying that they have a very long history and that they're not weak, and he talks about the tradition of the Sapphire Sword. And Charlie, the tough guy, thinks to himself that he's never even heard of this school. So that means they're not famous and probably never will be big, and that the guy in front of him is probably the only rank that school has. And Charlie turns his back and leaves him talking to himself. Charlie tells him that he's going to keep going on his own, so he says goodbye. But Seobheek puts his hand on Charlie's shoulder and holds him back, saying, "Hey, looks like you're getting something wrong." He looks straight into the protagonist's eyes and says, "This isn't an offer." And Charlie starts thinking that sooner or later someone would try to recruit him by force, and he asks Seobheek if he knows what will happen if the Namgung clan finds out he's messing with tournament participants, right in the middle of the tournament. Then he asks him if he's not afraid of the Namgung clan, and Seobheek says, "What? Namgung clan? Oh, I see, huh? So that's why you're so confident, right, Charlie?" He says that the head of the Zug clan is his blood brother, and that clan is just as strong as the Namgung clan, so of course he's not afraid of the Namgung clan. That's how Charlie figures out that it's because of the Zug clan's support that the leader of the Sapphire Sword Martial School is so confident. After that, Charlie asks Seobheek if the leader of the Zug clan knows that he's using his name like that. He says sarcastically, "Hey, don't get so worked up, Charlie, I just want to have a good relationship with you, that's all." And he says this with the fakest smile in the world. And with all that cynicism, he tells Charlie that he's sure Charlie will love the Sapphire Sword School because it's a place where he'll grow a lot. But at that moment, he feels a sharp pain, because Brabo deepens his voice and says, "Hey, I thought I made myself clear. I refuse your offer." And he grabs his arm and forcefully removes it from his shoulder. Seobheek realizes that Charlie is very strong since he had already heard about Charlie's abilities. However, Charlie is much stronger than he had imagined. So, he starts thinking that it's not going to be easy to break Charlie. And he begins to prepare himself for the penalties he'll face in the fight against Charlie. And Brabo says to Seobheek, "Hey, you asked me if I trusted the Namgung clan." Charlie puts even more strength into it, starts twisting his arm, and answers him that no, he doesn't trust the Namgung clan. He tells Seobheek that he only trusts himself, and so, Charlie Brabo completely removes Seobheek's hand from himself. And Seobheek jumps back, already drawing his sword and getting ready to fight, because he wants to recruit Charlie no matter what, even if it means using force. And Seobheek, feeling his wrist hurting, says to Charlie, "Not bad, huh? You're pretty strong." So now he knows it won't be easy to overpower Charlie, since he thought Charlie was weaker. And he knows one thing. The tournament is going full throttle up there, so it will take a long time for anyone to get to where they are. And until then, he plans to convince Charlie with a good sword fight. Seobheek keeps thinking that the penalty is going to be really high, so he intends to end this with just one strike. After that, Charlie interrupts his thoughts and says, "Oh right, Seobheek, I almost forgot. Actually, there's something else I trust." And then the Lord of the Fist appears, one of the strongest in the entire martial realm, and says, according to Charlie, "Yeah, I figured as much, right, Charlie? You were taking too long. I thought something had happened." Seobheek's eyes go wide and he freezes up, and the Lord of the Fist, walking past him, greets Charlie by saying, "Welcome, Vice Lord." When Seobheek hears that, he starts trembling even more, because he just heard one of the martial lords of the Heavenly Demon cult showing respect to Charlie and calling him Vice Lord. Up until then, he thought Charlie didn't belong to any martial school. And that's when he finally puts two and two together, because the only place where someone holds the title of Lord is in the Heavenly Demon cult. And even after hearing that, he keeps wondering, could this Charlie really be the Vice Lord of the cult? Because he had heard that Charlie was the only person in centuries to pass the Heavenly Demon cult's test. The Lord of the Fist walks up to Charlie and says, "Hey, Charlie, are you really the Vice Lord of the cult? Is that guy giving you trouble? What do you want me to do with him, sir?" And the Lord of the Fist starts warming up and asks Charlie, "Hey, can I just kill him right now?" And Charlie replies to the Lord of the Fist that they haven't even started fighting yet. But you know what? Whatever. Do whatever you want with them.
Say it out loud if you dare. Say it out loud.
Seobheek starts trembling, because he knows that the Lord of the Fist isn't just any ranker, and if he faces this Lord of the Fist, he'll definitely lose. And he knows that even if he wins this fight against Bakeling, who is the Lord of the Fist, he'll have made the Heavenly Demon Cult his enemy. That's not good at all for his small martial arts school. So, the coward lowers his sword, tucks his tail between his legs, and says, "Hey, I'm sorry, okay? That wasn't what I meant to do. Please forgive me. I didn't know he was the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult." Co. Beck, after apologizing, says he wouldn't have tried to approach Charlie if he had known Charlie was already with another martial arts school. Bakeling raises his voice and says that they're not a martial arts school, and he shouldn't compare the Heavenly Demon Cult to his little school. Co. Beck, now starting to sweat, turns his back and says, "Goodbye, okay? Sorry, okay? I didn't mean to. I'm leaving now. I apologize, alright? Will you forgive me, huh? Bye. I really didn't mean to, okay?" And Charlie, the tough guy, just stands there watching. Co. Beck is such a coward, he can only face someone he thinks is way weaker than him. After that, the protagonist asks Bakeling, "Hey, was it you guys from the cult who spread the rumor that the Vice Lord was going to participate in the tournament?" And the Lord of the Fist can't hold it in and bursts out laughing. He tells Charlie that a lot of members of the Heavenly Demon Cult are really excited to be back in the martial realm. Maybe some of them might have said that around. And Charlie comes to the conclusion that yes, it was the Heavenly Demon Cult who spread that rumor. And Bakeling can't hold back and says, "Vice Lord, I spread it too, okay? I'm really excited. Please, just let this one slide." And Charlie just makes a shell-shocked face and definitely let it slide. A bit further along their walk, Charlie tells Bakeling to investigate the Zug clan, since they supported the head of the Sapphire Sword School in what they just did. So, it would be best to thoroughly investigate both of these clans. And the Lord of the Fist perks up and says he'll take care of it. After that, the Lord of the Fist tells Charlie that they're going to have dinner with the Nangum clan and asks if he wants to come, since that's where they're going to smooth things over. And the tough guy, putting on his glove, says no, he's going to sit this one out, because it just seems like a social event, and that's not really his thing. And with that, he arrives at his destination, and the person says, "Come in." And inside, the Heavenly Demon is there, waiting for Charlie. He says that Charlie did a good job, and then picks up a teapot to pour himself some tea. Charlie asks him if he's going to watch the preliminaries that he participated in. He says no, he'll never watch them, because they already knew Charlie would make it through the preliminaries. So, he saw no reason to go there and watch. After that, he says to Charlie, "Am I wrong? Was I supposed to go there and watch that thing?" And Charlie doesn't even answer, just keeps holding his mug, waiting for the tea that's coming. When the tea starts filling his mug, Charlie answers the Heavenly Demon that he's right, that he doesn't need to go there. But then, something starts to happen in that room. Charlie notices that the Heavenly Demon's mana is filling the entire room, putting incredible pressure on him. And there he is, just sitting still, not knowing why that's happening. And Charlie notices something else. The mana that's flowing from the Heavenly Demon is pouring into his cup along with the tea, and it makes him feel like he's standing under a waterfall. That cup in his hand suddenly feels like it weighs a ton, and he starts wondering if this is some kind of test, because if it is, it's a really tough one. But the brave one knows he has to endure it, since that mug is very fragile, and he himself is very strong. So, Charlie realizes that the test is not to break the mug, even while that immense pressure is being put on him. Suddenly, the mana from his glove, Qian, starts to leak out as well, and Qian's mana pushes away the mana coming from the Heavenly Demon because it responded to Charlie's own emotions. And then, the Heavenly Demon picks up the teapot and puts it back in its place. Then he tells Charlie, "Yeah, this confirms everything." "Confirm what?" "I don't know. I didn't get it. Did you guys get it, subscribers?" "I sure didn't." Charlie didn't get it either. Nobody got it. Whoever understood, raise your hand. After that, the Heavenly Demon asks Charlie why he's participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, since he's way too skilled to be getting involved in kids' fights. Charlie knows that, and he tells the Heavenly Demon that he needs the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere, which is the winner's prize. And he explains that since he's not a great martial artist like the Heavenly Demon, the attributes given by the systems are crucial for him. Then, the Heavenly Demon says he understands, because the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere is a good elixir to boost the Vice Lord's attributes. And the Heavenly Demon says that the martial arts tournament is only as big as it is because of the prize, which is excellent. After that, Charlie asks the Heavenly Demon, "Sir," should be the one asking, "what are you doing here?" The Heavenly Demon, very serious, replies to Charlie that it's time for the Heavenly Demonic Cult to descend from Paradise Mountain. And so, they will accept new cultists. What's more, they will make sure these new members pass the test, because that way they'll strengthen their forces, allowing them to put down even deeper roots and regain the former glory of the Heavenly Demon. He concludes that they will establish themselves in the martial realm, leave Paradise Mountain behind, and create a test that isn't impossible for people to pass. It will be a test that actually makes sense. Charlie asks the Heavenly Demon if it's really okay for him to serve as the Lord of the cult, because as he mentioned before, once he becomes a ranker, he won't return to the Heavenly Demon cult, since he has no intention of staying trapped there. And Charlie brings this up again to the Heavenly Demon, because he thinks the cultists will strongly oppose it, since he won't fulfill the responsibilities of Vice Lord, while still having the advantage of holding the power of the Vice Lord of the Heavenly Demon cult. And the Heavenly Demon replies to him that no one will do anything. Since he accepted Charlie as his Vice Lord, no one will be able to oppose it. And Charlie says to him, So, even if through my actions, I might destroy the heavenly demon cult, and the heavenly demon asks him to explain that further. And Charlie talks to him about the Gigantomachy. And the heavenly demon says that he didn't witness the Gigantomachy since they had been isolated on Mount Paradise for many centuries. However, this was an event that everyone in the tower had heard about, even those who were isolated. After that, he asks Charlie if he's planning to stop this second war. And Charlie says yes, that's basically it. And with that, he becomes an enemy of Olympus. And since he's the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult, he could bring the entire cult with him. And that's exactly what Charlie is worried about. So, for the third time, Charlie asks the heavenly demon, "Are you sure you want me to be your vice lord and have Olympus as your enemy?" And the heavenly demon starts to get philosophical and says to Charlie, "We can't let the fear of the storm stop us from setting out. There's no choice but to face this storm." Charlie knows that he's a foreigner in the heavenly demon cult. And he knows this is a very hard path to follow, because everyone will be following a foreigner into a fight that isn't theirs. He keeps wondering why the heavenly demon is doing this, letting them join so easily as the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult. And so, the heavenly demon explains to Charlie, "Charlie, if you can't understand, remember one thing. And what I'm about to tell you is the most important thing of all. Nothing else matters besides this. And you need to always keep this in mind, that from now on, you, Vice Lord Charlie, you are the heavenly demon cult." And so, Charlie realizes that he's not just another person, but actually the embodiment of the cult. The scene shifts to a very luxurious room, filled with many jars, scrolls, and books. And someone in the room is drinking water. I think that's water. And he asks Seo Beck why he looks so sad. He takes another look at his water and makes a sour face. After that, the person reveals that this year's tournament will be better than the previous ones, because they're getting even more promising newcomers this time. And a third person says, "That's right. Look, we've got the Prince of Olympus, a descendant of Asgard, an angel from Zion, and then there's that guy." Another one says, "Yeah, that guy, Charlie." And they conclude that Charlie is very tempting, and start considering the possibility of recruiting him for their martial arts school. Meanwhile, Seo Beck takes another sip of that water and makes a face. And the other guy, who's already had so much of that water that he's a bit tipsy, says loud enough for everyone to hear that he heard this Charlie guy pass the test of the celestial demon cult. For sure, if he did that, he's an unbelievable guy. Then, they tried to give that water to a bird, but the little bird didn't want to drink it. And Siabheek says that Charlie is the vice lord of the celestial demon cult. And the resident gossip among the water drinkers keeps saying, "Huh? What do you mean, Siabheek? How do you know that?" He says he saw a ranking from the celestial demon cult referring to Charlie that way. And then he plays the victim. He says he tried to introduce himself really cheerfully, but he was threatened by such a strong killing intent, and after that, they told him to leave. Poor Siabheek, so innocent. And the other guy gets scared and says, "Siabheek, they did that to you? Well, you just wanted to talk to them." He says, "I just wanted to talk, nothing more. You know how it is, right? That's just how that evil cult is." Meanwhile, in another part of the room, someone drinking water says that apparently those damn cultists never change and never will. And the Martial Alliance will always be like water and oil when it comes to the celestial demon cult. Siabheek, very cunning, knows that the celestial demon cult is a direct threat to the Martial Alliance, because he only has this power since the cult withdrew from there. And he keeps smiling, because he just did something wicked, since he knows that no one in that place will believe Charlie is a good person. After that, Siabheek starts trying to play the role of the devil, stirring up trouble, and he says that Charlie is the top favorite to win this tournament. So, how could they allow the vice lord of such an evil cult to become the winner of their tournament? And another water drinker asks Siabheek if he has any solution. He says no, but suddenly someone throws a knife at a chicken and says that he has the solution. And he says to apply his solution in the main stage of the tournament and thus change the tournament rules. The scene shifts to 2 days later and Charlie is walking.
That's a lie.
Because the main stage of the tournament was postponed. Not to mention that, all of a sudden, they turned the tournament into a battle royale. And it's Argan who's saying this. And he tells Charlie that he thinks the Martial Kingdom is going through changes, and asks him what he thinks about all of this. Charlie said he doesn't really think anything, but he wonders the same thing. But he's happy and says, "This way is better, it'll be over faster." And Argan agrees, because if it were a one-on-one duel, it would take forever. After that, Charlie asks Argan where his team is, and what he's doing there with him again. Argan replies that his team went out to have fun, eat, do some sightseeing, just hang out. They went to make the most of it, since today is the last day of the tournament. And Charlie asks if the people on his team aren't going to compete on the main stage. Argan says, "Of course not. After they heard you were going to participate, everyone gave up. They said they didn't stand a chance." And Argan starts to smile and says, "They were really smart, they wouldn't have had a chance anyway." And so, Argan, looking at his phone orb, sees that there are 5 minutes and 30 seconds left before the final part of the tournament begins. He says to Charlie, "Hey, let's go. It's almost time." As he stands, his outfit automatically equips, which is very useful. Charlie says, "Let's go." And he notices that Argan is really excited, since he had been looking forward to this day. And so, the system informs us that the Great Martial Arts Tournament has reached the day of the main stadium. And there they are, 1,000 players waiting for the signal to start the tournament. Everyone looks around and says, "Hey, isn't that Charlie?" And next to him is Argan. "Yeah, those two." And Charlie and Argan walk through the crowd, looking impressive. Charlie notices that a lot of people are looking at him, and he thinks it's Argan's fault, since Argan is pretty flashy and his golden outfit really stands out. And he knows that Argan is quite a chatterbox. However, since he left the room, Argan hasn't said anything, so he is sure of one thing: Argan is in complete concentration. After that, someone appears behind Charlie and says, "Hey, Charlie, do you remember me?" And the system tells us that it's Captain Hu, a noble member of the Young Clan. Charlie says he remembers, since his face is hard to forget. And after that, Captain Hu asks Charlie who the guy next to him is. And Captain Hu introduces himself, saying that he took the 11th floor test with Charlie and they were on opposing teams. And Argan says, "What? Charlie's enemy? I'm really surprised. How did you manage to get out alive?" After that, they greet each other, and Argan says his name and that he is the great successor of Olympus. And Captain Hu says that he's heard a lot about him. After that, Argan makes a joke, and Captain Hu, not knowing how to respond, just says he understands. And Charlie realizes that he's not very sociable either. Captain Hu starts looking at Charlie because he finds the whole situation very intriguing. And he remembers the water fountains they would pass by without drinking, saying that he's sure this Charlie guy is the vice lord of the demonic cult, and that based on the timeline of events, it fits perfectly. So, it's definitely him, because the celestial demonic cult only started to make moves after Charlie passed his test. And now, that damned cult is planning to win the tournament, even though they're not part of the Dematial Guild. So, they keep gossiping and talking about the cult, calling them miserable bastards. And in that place, they're saying that the tournament format should also be changed because of the demonic cult. And there was someone there who sat down and said, "Hey, can I talk to you guys?" And suddenly, everyone looks back, startled. Standing there is Captain Hu. He asks everyone if the celestial demonic cult broke any rules, or if they used any dirty tactics to win the tournament. And he says, "Hey, what's the problem with skilled people winning this tournament? You can't look down on someone just because they're not part of the Martial Kingdom's group. That's not fair." And the person lighting his pipe says that Captain Hu is just too nice, because if he's afraid of Charlie, he'd better leave. And the system tells us that the one speaking is a noble member of the Zug clan, Lord Zug Jin Xiong. Captain Hu knows this guy is a snake, and he's sure that if he's acting this way, it must be under orders from the Zug clan. And he concludes that if the second largest clan in the Martial Alliance is acting like this, it's probably because most of the other clans are already on their side. However, Captain Hu is certain that all the plans they're making will definitely be crushed without mercy by the fierce Charlie. And Charlie, noticing that Captain Hu is staring at him lost in thought, asks him what's going on, if he wants to say something to him. And Captain Hu is unsure whether he should warn Charlie or not. He tells Charlie that he's not too worried, since he's already seen his skills in person. But even so, "Charlie, you better be careful with this main stadium, okay?" And Argan doesn't understand why he said that. And the tournament announcer says that the main stage will begin soon and instructs everyone to head to the arena. And Charlie turns his back and starts heading toward the grand arena, while Argan asks Charlie what he meant by being careful. "You know, Charlie." But Charlie just ignores him and keeps walking. After that, Charlie says to Argan, "Hey, Argan, let's go. Don't fall behind." And so, all 1,000 competing players take their positions in the grand arena for the start of the main stage. And Argan, looking ahead, starts to smile and says, "Oh Charlie, now I get who you were talking about. Look over there." And as Charlie looks ahead, he sees that everyone, without exception, is staring at him, and Argan tells Charlie that he's really popular. That's when Charlie realizes he now understands Captain Hu's warning, because people are plotting against him. There's even the trap competitor. I have no idea what that is, if it's a man, a woman, or both, but I'm sure the subscriber knows. Hey, subscriber, hey, what is that, anyway? Is it a man, a woman, or both? And Argan, putting on his hacking gloves, tells Charlie that in that place, he's the only one who can match him, and he warns Charlie, "So you better not lose to anyone else, only to me." And Charlie, with his super stylish sword, tells Argan not to worry about him, but to worry about himself. At that moment, the two of them do a fist bump, getting ready for that big battle royale. And the tough guy shows just how tough he is and tells Argan there's no way he could lose to anyone there. The scene shifts to someone walking quietly down a large hallway, and the people nearby seem to be the tournament organizers, because they're saying they like the change they made, so they should keep the format this way, more dynamic, and make it permanent. And the system lets us know that the person saying this is the head of the Zung clan, Zung Jin. And right next to him is Siabhik, sucking up to him as always, saying how amazing he is, and that because of a small slip-up, they almost let that evil cult steal all the glory of their great tournament. And so, the water drinking continues, with one saying he wants to visit the other's school and the socializing.
It's all over the place. However, there's one person sitting in the corner, away from all of them, while they laugh and celebrate what they've put into practice. And that person, hearing all of it, distances himself even more from them. And we realize that this person is the head of the Nung clan, and he's absolutely certain that everyone in that room is rotten to the core. The Martial Guild is completely rotten, and that's how the Martial Kingdom became a place like this, where you get things through cunning and words, not through your skill with the sword. And the fact that someone as corrupt as Jean just keeps gaining more and more power only shows that everyone there is completely without character and morally ruined. And the head of the Num clan can't do anything, because he's being limited by the influence of the head of the Zoom clan. So he decides to change the entire tournament so that what is happening today won't happen again, and to restore respect to the great tournament. At that moment, the room starts to fill with mana, but they still haven't noticed anything. Suddenly, the mana intensifies even more and everyone is startled, because someone is releasing a very powerful mana there. And the only one who hasn't noticed that a really powerful person has just arrived keeps talking about Char. Meanwhile, everyone else is standing still, staring at the person who just arrived. And the person who hasn't realized that the heavenly demon has entered the room, and is still facing away from him, asks everyone there how he couldn't even defeat a single boy. And the guy in front of him says, "Hey, keep your voice down, someone just arrived." And the heavenly demon finally speaks. He says, "It seems my vice lord is giving you gentlemen quite a bit of trouble, huh?" And all of them shudder with fear, because the heavenly demon himself is there, the highest rank in the martial realm. He apologizes for being late, but says he came there at the invitation of the Nun clan. And then the scene shifts to the grand arena, where Charlie is standing with several bodies covered in ketchup scattered around him. While Charles is fighting hundreds of people alone inside that arena, the heavenly demon arrives in the room where the event organizers are and introduces himself, saying that he is the lord of the heavenly demonic cult, Xianwujing. I worked all night long, but even so, I made this video for you guys. Did you ask for part 13? So let's get to part 13. Everyone in the room is startled by the presence of the heavenly demon. Seobek, shaking badly, repeats the name of the heavenly demon and asks him what the heavenly demonic cult is doing there. And the head of the Nun clan, in the back, welcomes the heavenly demon, saying he was expecting his arrival. And so, with his sincere gratitude, he says he is very thankful that he came from so far away, and everyone in the room slowly starts to draw their weapons to take out the heavenly demon. And he, with all his authority, showing that he's also the tough one here, says this to Seobek, who's closest to him, and tells him, "Hey, I promise you, if you draw that sword, I'll kill you with these very hands." Seobek, showing a lot of courage, puts his sword away and walks past the heavenly demon, trembling all over. The heavenly demon pats him on the back and says, "You made an excellent choice, chicken." And then he says to everyone in the room, "Hey, from what I can see, the vice lord of the heavenly demon cult would have easily won this event if he had kept going the way he was." And he asks them, "Wouldn't that be good? For me, that would be excellent." And then he repeats what they said earlier. How does the heavenly demon cult dare to win the great martial arts tournament organized by the Martial Guild? And everyone there is really scared, not knowing what to do. And the heavenly demon starts messing with them, saying, "Hey, what's with those looks? Why are you all so scared? There's no need to be afraid of me. Look at me, I'm even smiling. Do I look angry? I'm not going to kill you. Relax, you guys are all mistaken, okay? Now, explain to me why I would be mad at you." And the heavenly demon, with eyes the color of sacred fire, says there's no way he could be angry with them, because the game they work so hard to steal will be completely destroyed by the cult's vice lord. And then she shows us the badass dodging the axe that flies past him at high speed. However, Charlie is much faster than that, and he analyzes the axe as it passes by him. And when that axe hits the ground, he realizes that everyone has started attacking. From now on, he's going to have to be even more careful. He looks back, in the direction the axe came from, and starts thinking that sword was an arcane sword. But then he remembers, no, that's not an arcane sword. That was an ability known here in the martial realm as materialized ki. And for someone to use such an ability, they must definitely be very skilled in the martial realm. And he knows that now everyone is going to come after him. So, he uses battle foresight and realizes that something is approaching. A warrior attacks with all his strength at the protagonist's back, but he manages to turn around and defend himself from the blow. But the warrior thought he was going to put pressure on the protagonist, except Charlie starts using way more strength, and the guy realizes things are going south for him. With incredible ease, Charlie throws him backward and does 2 flips in the air before landing on his feet, ready to fight. Charlie speaks to the whole crowd around him. "Hey, ugly guys, are you really all just going to attack me? From what I see here, you're all standing side by side and nobody's attacking each other. I'm the only one getting attacked. Or am I seeing things? Are you guys taking this personally or what?" Then Trap says the Celestial Demonic Cult and Martial Alliance have been enemies for a long time, so the protagonist gets ready to be attacked. Trap keeps analyzing the protagonist, because now he sees the protagonist is strong, and it was because of him they changed the rules of the game. I think this Trap is a guy, because does he have an Adam's apple? Oh right, Adam's apple, right? Let's be cultured. Trap gets happy, because this is a simple plan, but effective. Gather strong warriors to gang up and attack one person. All around chaos is breaking out, because some people have nothing to do with this. They're fighting each other. Trap notices that hundreds of people are involved in different fights, so it's only natural that several of them would team up to try to kill someone even more skilled than they are. And in this way, the Martial Alliance's cunning plan will be completely hidden by all the fights happening around them. And Trap kept looking at Charlie, thinking that people were really going out of their way just to kill a single person. But Charlie interrupts Trap's thoughts and says to everyone there, "Hey guys, you can attack me, okay? I won't take anything personally. Are you all really just inferior worms?" And so the protagonist channels mana into his great sword, and the system informs us that the arcane sword skill has been activated. However, there's a mysterious power almost completely blocking the mana, so the effects of the arcane sword were partially reduced. I'd say they were brutally reduced. And Charlie shows everyone his mana sword. Miss Trap, upon seeing the protagonist's huge sword, now understands why he's so famous. It's because he has a really big sword. Miss Trap is practically drooling. Trap says that to create a key sword that big, a person can have, at most, 60 arcane power. So, he concludes that, contrary to the rumors about Charlie, he doesn't have enough strength to be a rank, not even close. And so, after carefully analyzing the protagonist, Trap concludes that they will definitely be able to defeat him. And Charlie stands there holding his sword in the middle of everyone, waiting to see who will attack him first. Trap, with her battle fan, says she's finished her calculations and gives an order to all her people. He orders everyone to attack the protagonist together, and so they grab their weapons and rush toward him. At that moment, lightning starts striking down from the sky at incredible speed, and everyone near Charlie is electrocuted and knocked out instantly. And it's Argan making a grand entrance. Argan manages to clear an opening among all the warriors with his lightning ability, grabs everyone's attention, and says, "Hey, you weaklings, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? 150 against 1, and Charles just stands there, looking clueless, because now the real fun was about to begin. Trap says to Argan that, based on what he just did, he must be on Charlie's side, right? And Argan replies, "And what if I am? What's it to you?" Some people told Argan that their clan wanted to have a good relationship with him, and Argan says he doesn't know who came up with that idea. But this whole thing of gathering everyone to surround and attack Charlie is the idea of someone really stupid. After hearing that, Trap frowns and makes a pouty face. Argan, noticing this, says to Trap, "Huh, what's wrong? Did I hurt your feelings? Did I hit a sore spot, huh, worms?" Apparently, the Zug clan is really famous for their shark tongues. But now I'm sure of one thing, the Zug clan left you hanging. And some people from the Zug clan ask Argan how he can say something so rude about his own clan. Argan argues that he's just speaking in a language they can understand, the language of worms. And Argan doesn't just stand there, he sprints forward at incredible speed. By the time Trap realized it, the air of Olympus was already in front of her, winding up for a huge punch. And the punch was so strong that Trap was thrown several meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust where she landed. Trap starts trembling and thinks that Argan's power is incredible. At that moment, Trap drops all her elegance and says, "Hey, leave this guy to me. Just beat Charlie already so you can come help me." And Argan says, "Hey, why did your voice change like that? You had a high-pitched voice and now you're talking all deep?" Arhan pulls out his own from the 9 and lands a really strong punch to Trap's chest, and Ketchup even comes out. And Trap definitely felt that second punch. However, he shows he's a true warrior, and after being knocked back by that huge punch, he stands up, ready to fight. Trap says to Arhan, "Hey Arhan, they told me that Olympus and Charlie were enemies." And Arhan asks him, "How do you know that?" Arhan starts thinking that the Zug clan and Olympus are definitely working together, and he bets that all of this is happening under Olympus's orders. Charlie had definitely already noticed this, and Arhan keeps thinking about how rotten Olympus and the Zug clan could be. At that moment, he sprints at lightning speed toward Trap again. This time, Trap defends himself with his pure Nato fan, showing that he's not just any warrior and manages to dodge several of Argan's attacks. But his fan is starting to deteriorate from the heavy blows it's taking from Arhan. And Trap keeps wondering what's going on, because it's normal for Zeus's son to be strong, but he's a martial arts prodigy, and will definitely lead the martial realm in the future. He's also pretty strong, but Arhan is way stronger than I am. Meanwhile, Arhan starts throwing punches. Punch to the chest, punch to the chin, punch to the side, and the ketchup is starting to flow. And Trap, now with a tough look and no sparkle in his eyes, keeps wondering why he can't go head-to-head with Argan. Arhan lands another strong punch to Trap's chest, but he blocks it with his hands and gets knocked back again. But once again, he manages to stay on his feet. Trap says to Arhan, "If he hadn't intervened, they could have easily taken Charlie down." And Arhan stops and says, "Huh, what happened? Are you crazy? What do you mean easily? Do you really believe that? Do you honestly think it would be the difference needed to beat that guy? You're fighting me so focused that you haven't even noticed what's going on around you, have you? Look at the dust back there." And the badass steps out from all that dust, showing off his cane sword. And Charlie moves through with ease, hitting everyone attacking him with the back of his sword. It's basically a beatdown with a club. The badass is having fun, not even breaking a sweat, and even smiles at the whole ambush situation. And he doesn't give them a chance to catch their breath. While he knocks one to the ground, he hits another in the face and kicks a third in the knee. Meanwhile, on the other side, Arhan keeps saying that their plan is just embarrassing. "Look behind you, Trap. You guys are getting crushed by a guy who's not even trying. He's not even breaking a sweat." And Trap, with ketchup coming out of his mouth, shows that he's in top shape since his arms are completely muscular. And he says to Arhan, "Hey, what do you mean by that?" And Arhan puts even more precision into his strike and manages to break Trap's fan, then lands another super fast punch to his chest. As Trap is thrown backward at incredible speed, she's certain she won't be able to defeat Arhan. And there's one thing he can't understand, because Arhan keeps saying that Charlie is much stronger than him. That can't be, since he analyzed Charlie and Charlie seems so weak. And then, we get to see Argan's punch to Trap from another angle. And as Trap is flying through the air, she keeps thinking that Arhan is a monster. But if Charlie is really much stronger than him, then he's an unparalleled monster. And it's a ketchup festival. Trap hits the ground and a bunch of ketchup spills out from on top of her body. Trap falls to the ground, defeated and covered in blood. And the people who came with her keep saying, "I lost. Please ask Charlie to stop," because they're tired of getting beaten with the back of the sword. So, they throw their weapons on the ground and say they give up. Without exception, all those warriors who were attacking Charlie surrender in unison, because there's no way to beat a monster like that.
Run.
Then all hell breaks loose, everyone running, staying in the center of the arena. Charlie, Arkham, trapped full of pain. Is that Joa Zinho over there? Could it be Joa Zinho? I saw it's not Joa Zinho. It's you, the one who's not subscribed. Who's there? And so, the scene stays in the fight. Charles, in turn, looks at Arkham and says, Hey Arkham, looks like it's just the two of us left, huh? Can we start now? Because Trap is over there on the ground groaning, and the non-subscriber. Wait, where's the non-subscriber? Where? Non-subscriber? Hey, where are you? Ah, must be hiding or maybe hit the subscribe button. Shall we start our fight? And Arkham comes over banging his fists together, super excited. He said, I sure do. Oh, I waited a long time for this. I'm going to crush you. And then, Arkham decides to get philosophical while flashing a big smile. He says, a fruit that's only picked when it's perfectly ripe is the sweetest of all. And Arkham, really pumped up, starts banging his hands together again and begins walking toward Charlie. And Charlie says to Arkham, Oh, Arkham, I know you've been waiting a long time to be with me, but I want to ask you 2 things. And Arkham gets really pissed and says to him, You're not going to keep me waiting, are you? You're a star, let's do this. That totally killed the mood for the fight. Go ahead, you pain. Just ask already. And Charlie asks Arkham if he doesn't regret going against Olympus. He says no, that he's not an idiot. He doesn't regret it, because he knows the consequences of the actions he just took. So Arkham, being really patient but wanting to fight Charlie, went ahead and beat him up. He said, Charlie, next question, last question. Go on, say it, say it, say it. And Charlie says to him, So Arkham, here comes my second question. The second question, okay, Arkham? It's the second question. Yeah, almost the last one. Yeah, I said I was going to ask 2. But yeah, this is the second and the second is the last one. And Arkham is already bouncing with anger. Just say it already, you donkey. And Charlie says, Have you already forgotten the last time we faced each other, when I beat you with a single punch and you went flying through the air? And Arkham remembers that fateful day when he took a punch from the protagonist and the protagonist defeated him with a single blow. And Arkham is really focused for this fight, because of course he can't forget. It was the first time he ever lost to someone who wasn't a ranked fighter. He also notices that Charlie has been using a different sword than the one he usually uses. He also keeps thinking that the condition of the arcane sword he's using is worse than what he normally uses. So Arkham concludes that Charlie is holding back his power, and after thinking all this, he slams the ground hard, scraping his body, and says that he remembers very well, because how could he forget the only defeat he ever suffered at the hands of a player? At that moment, Arkham walks confidently toward Charlie, stomping firmly and making sparks fly from the ground. He says to Charlie, Oh, Charlie, do I still look the same as before to you? And the badass, with his sword in hand, says no, he actually looks even smaller. And Arkham, quite pleased, tells Charlie that he heard him loud and clear, but internally he thinks that Charlie is trying to hide his true power from everyone. But he's going to attack Charlie with such force that Charlie will have no choice but to show everything he's got. And at that moment, he sprints at high speed toward the badass. And the badass charges at him too. Arkham tries to strike Charlie, and Charlie defends himself with his sword, but both of them are using a lot of power. The clash between the fist and the sword creates such a massive explosion of power that chunks of concrete and bursts of energy go flying all over the arena. The people who are fighting off in the corner get scared, because the power they're using is just insane. They stop fighting and start protecting themselves. One asks the other if those two are really just players, because they seem like rankers, they're just that powerful. And the tough guy with his arcane sword keeps defending himself against Arkham's attacks. Arkham throws punch after punch, each one stronger than the last, and Charlie just keeps defending, holding his sword up in front of him. Arkham gets really annoyed and says, Oh, Charlie, come on, use more of your powers already. So Arkham channels even more of his power, trying to force Charlie to reveal his true strength. And the tough guy, not even breaking a sweat, keeps defending himself against Arkham's attacks. But Arkham doesn't stop, throwing punch after punch. The force of the blows is so intense that it starts to warp the floor around them. At this point, the non-subscriber has already hidden away, and Trap tries to drag himself out of there because he's really beat up, leaving the stage in the center pretty much just for the two of them. The clash of their powers creates a massive shockwave, kicking up even more dust all over the arena. Arkham powers up even more, making his lightning reach even farther, and everyone who wasn't pressed up against the arena wall feels the impact of Arkham's attack. Except for the non-subscriber Moida, everyone surrenders, including Trap, who begs to leave and calls out for his mom. Captain who was over in the corner, says he hasn't surrendered yet, that he and the wait, where is he? And the non-subscriber Moida still hasn't surrendered. This hair you see getting squished here, look, belongs to the non-subscriber Moida. Captain who, still shaking from the shock of those powers, realizes that this is finally a match worthy of being called a final. He keeps thinking about Arkham, since he's heard a lot about him, but he didn't know he was this strong. The guy looks like a monster, and the things he heard about Arkham are that, besides being the son of Zeus, he was often considered the genius of his generation. And Captain Who admits that he even felt a sense of rivalry toward him, but with all that power he's showing, there's no way he can stand up to Arkham. And so, Captain Who lowers his sword. From a distance, he sees the blows that Arkham is landing on Charlie and realizes that with all that power, even if several players at his level joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat Arkham. And so, Captain Who surrenders and leaves the arena, because as he watches the fight between Charlie and Arkham, it looks like Charlie is having a hard time overcoming Arkham. and he realizes that Charlie is being overpowered by Arham, since Arham is attacking like a madman and all Charlie can do is defend himself with that ordinary one-handed sword. And Captain Hu, before leaving the arena, keeps wondering how Charlie managed to defeat Aranka with those skills. Arham throws another punch at extremely high speed toward Charlie's face, and the tough guy puts his sword in front of him for the 1000th time to defend himself. The punch was so strong it pushes Charlie backward, and Arham follows up with another sprint toward the protagonist. Charlie thinks Arham is way too fast and wonders his agility stat is. Meanwhile, Arham is coming at him like lightning, and Charlie defends himself again with his sword, this time turning the blade so Arham punches right into the edge. And Arham tries to catch Charlie off guard, throwing another punch right after the last one. And just like that, a really loud bang echoes through the place. Charlie and Arham are now close to each other, and Ketchup flies up into the air. Charlie, with just one hand, grabbed Argam's head, and Arham is there, like an angry bull, saying, "You bastard, you got me, huh?" And Charlie seems to be having a great time, because he finally starts to smile. Arham didn't like that at all and unleashes even more power, a colossal mega lightning bolt. If anyone had been standing nearby, even close to the wall, they would have been hit. The only one who wasn't hit was the unregistered Moida. I don't know what he's doing, but he definitely wasn't hit. He must have gone underground. Charlie realizes that the blow was so strong that his sword is now full of cracks. And he says to Arham, "Hey Arham, you're pretty strong, huh?" And Arham, in turn, says to Charlie, "Oh Charlie, that scrap metal you're holding looks like it's about to break any second, huh? It's all cracked, isn't it? Are you sure you'll be okay?" And Arham questions the protagonist. "I don't get it, Charlie. You broke records, climbed the tower, even set a record on the 19th floor. What have you been doing all this time? Because a lot of time has passed, and I'm not seeing all that power in you." Suddenly, a wound opens up on Argam's arm and a lot of ketchup spurts out. And only then does he realize that he was attacked by the protagonist. It was so fast that he didn't even see it. Charlie says he wasn't just standing there getting hit, that he attacked once, and Arham gets really pissed about it. Arham starts to look Charlie over and notices that after he got hit by the mega lightning bolt, he's still unharmed, because that electric attack he used is really powerful. And Arham finds it really frustrating to have to admit it. But Charlie's physical abilities are way above his own. However, Arham knows his arcane power is much greater than Charlie's so far. So Arham stops thinking, starts bouncing to warm up, and says to Charlie, "Hey Charlie, we should keep going, right?" Charlie replies, "I'm too tired to keep going. Whenever you want, I'll be waiting for you." Arham has one thing on his mind. The first thing he's going to do is break Charlie's weapon, so he plants his feet firmly on the ground to get a solid stance. Arham gets up close to the protagonist so fast, his eyes and fists sparking, and at that moment he throws a serious punch at Charlie with all his strength. The punch is so strong that it creates a vacuum in that spot, and then a shockwave crashes down, shattering everything around, and this time the protagonist's sword can't take it. The cracks spread even more. Arhan keeps punching nonstop, and the blows are so powerful that they actually break off pieces of the sword. Finally, on his 43rd punch, Arhan manages to break the protagonist's sword. He starts laughing, because he finally succeeded in breaking the protagonist's sword, and the sword falls from the protagonist's hand. Charlie says, "Pretty good, huh? That was impressive. I like seeing that, Arhan." He says, "What? Your power, Arhan, has really grown. Congratulations." And when Arhan hears Charlie say that so calmly, he thinks that he should be the one with the upper hand. But it seems like Charlie is even calmer now that I broke his sword. Something's wrong. At that moment, the protagonist lets out a huge amount of his mana, and the mana he releases is truly colossal, pushing away all of Argan's lightning. Arhan realizes that all the electricity in that area was pushed away by the dense mana the protagonist is emitting. And for the first time, Charlie decides to attack and uses gigantification on his hands. And it looks like Arhan is just standing there in front of him. But all of this happened in less than a millisecond. And Arhan curses in his mind, because Charlie's fist is coming at him so fast that it's too late for him to dodge. And Charlie lands a massive punch right in Argan's face, sending him bouncing all over the place at full speed. He bounces here, bounces over there too, jumps out of this panel and bounces into that panel over here, and ends up right here. Look, in this last panel, look, he bounced so much that he stopped right here. Arhan went down like a sack of potatoes, and Charlie, the grown-up, was having a blast among the kids, since it only took him a single punch to defeat Arhan. Arhan kept attacking nonstop, thinking the protagonist was giving it his all, but in reality, Charlie was barely using any of his power because he didn't use the burn, or his actual power, let alone the sacred fire or any of his strength abilities. Suddenly, Charlie looks over at the unregistered guy hiding on the ground, stares right at where he is, and says to him, "Hey, looks like you're the only one left, huh? Come on, we don't have all day." The unregistered guy gets so scared that he has a heart attack and collapses on the ground. And just like that, only the badass was left standing in the center of the ring, while the other 999 had been defeated, and the strongest of them all, Arhan, was taken down with just one punch. And the system announces that the winner of the Great Martial Arts Tournament is Charlie. His face appears on several giant screens, showing that he's the only one still standing in the middle of that defeated battalion. And Charlie picks up his nameless sword, since it was really useful. That sword is really good. He liked it a lot. Charlie is a bit upset, because that sword was perfect for mana control. Too bad it broke so quickly, even faster than he expected. He tells us that the sword had the worst possible mana conductivity, and he specifically asked Hephaestus to make it that way for him. That grumpy old man said he'd only make it because Charlie was asking, and since he was the one making it, he'd make it the worst possible. Charlie's plan was to have his arcane power suppressed so that everyone there would think he had abilities similar to the others. The whole reason Charlie did this was to try to fool the ranks who were watching the match, so he could hide his true strength. But there's a problem. He thinks he went overboard by defeating Arhan with a single punch. And then he makes this pouty face down here that you guys can see. At that moment, the announcer of the Great Martial Arts Tournament appears, saying that the winner of the 834th Great Martial Arts Tournament is Charlie, the badass. And he starts to interview the badass and asks, "How does it feel to win?" And Charlie replies, "It was fun." The little guy standing in front of Charlie says, "Ha, that's it. You're not going to say anything else?" He says, "Yeah, that's it." And without further ado, the little guy brings out the grand prize of the martial arts tournament, thanks Charlie for the interview, and hands him the prize. As Charlie holds the prize, he knows that with it, his arcane power will increase. The little guy in front of Charlie says that the grand prize is the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere, and that this year's version turned out practically perfect according to the Shaolin monks who made it. As Charlie holds it in his hands, he realizes there's a lot of power inside it, and that it's going to take a lot of work to absorb all of it. Everything Charlie needed to go to the 20th floor is finally ready. Now he just has to do one thing, extract as much arcane power as possible from that medicinal sphere, and the system gives us all the details about the Great Scarlet Medicinal Sphere. If you want, just pause and read. Thanks. The scene shifts to the administrator's room, where the Celestial Demon is listening to Charlie's interview, and the others can't stop trembling in fear of the Celestial Demon. Just look at what he looks like. Trap and her father, the head of his UG clan, and Trap's father is really losing it, because Arhan has teamed up with that bastard Charlie, and he's really confused, since Arhan is Zeus's son, and Zeus is from Olympus, and Olympus is Charlie's enemy. So what's going on? Why did they team up? At that moment, everyone there starts laughing and clapping, because the big favorite just won the tournament and secured his victory. The suck-ups have already switched sides, they're sweating bullets and clapping, and that phony in brown in the back said that once again the tournament was a success, and others agreed, saying yes, it was a success for the Martial Kingdom. And they start laughing because the Martial Kingdom won this tournament. And the Celestial Demon realizes that everyone there is a snake, because just a moment ago they were being completely rude to the Celestial Demon cult, but now they're even calling the Vice Lord the Lucky Charm of the Martial Kingdom. Trap's father asks the leader of the Nangam clan if he's planning to jump ship to this evil cult, and he replies, "Evil cult? That's not a very polite way to refer to them. They're not an evil cult, they're the Celestial Demon cult. And besides, I didn't jump ship to their side, but yes, I did offer them an alliance, an official alliance." And Trap's father says that's exactly what he's talking about. How can the martial alliance ally itself with the demon cult? And Jinwoo, who is the head of the Nangan clan, responds to Trap's father by saying that it's much better than what he's doing, which is allying himself with Olympus. And Trap's father turns blue, pink, green, beige. He thought no one would ever find out about that. And Jinwoo says that the affairs of the martial realm should be resolved by the people of the martial realm. "Or are you, Trap's father, planning to hand over our world to Olympus?" And the gossips, water drinkers who would pass the BP, start spreading rumors about Olympus. "What? Olympus? What do you mean? What does that mean? Could it be that they were allied with Olympus, and we didn't know?" And so, Jinwoo starts to push his narrative and says that's right, they are allied with Olympus. He tells Trap's father that he should be ashamed of himself, and the Celestial Demon realizes that it was all a setup by Olympus, and that Olympus is trying to take over the entire tower, since this seems to be their era. And Trap's father is thinking that he, Zug Jin, chief of the martial army and strategist of the Martial Kingdom, never would have thought this would be his end. And he says to everyone, "Yeah, this is definitely my end." And the Celestial Demon says that this must be the worst family feud he's ever seen. And then he addresses all the tremblers. "Hey, I have one last question before I leave." He glares with eyes full of hatred and says, "Who is this Seo Beck guy?" Yutiko, who is already frozen, starts to lock up and tremble even more. And Seo Beck knows he's done for, because everyone is looking in his direction, and he thinks to himself, "I'm dead." The scene shifts to 2 days later in the Nangan clan's training chamber. "You guys don't see the camera? It's right there, look. Hey, is that the road that goes right up the hill? Alright, let me zoom in so you can see. There, look, it's up there, see? Now you can see it, right?" And the tough guy is inside, ready to start his training. And as he looks around, he thinks he's really lucky to have gotten a place like that, because if he had to rent somewhere similar for 10 days, he'd spend an absurd amount of points. Charles remembers that captain who told him they gave that place to the tournament winner so he could absorb the elixir without any worries. And Charles remembers that when he first entered the tower, his dream was to become a rank in the Gung clan, which at the time sounded really impressive to him, but now that clan feels pretty small to him, since his ambitions go beyond even the outer gods. Charles sits down and opens his inventory, and the large scarlet medicinal orb floats out and into his hands. And we are shown that Charles has 99 arcane power, and he knows that for what he needs on the 20th floor, he needs to have 100 arcane power. He thinks to himself that it won't be easy to get just one more arcane power, since in his past life he remembers hearing about this. He heard that the effects of the Great Scarlet Orb vary a lot from person to person and depend heavily on who consumes it. He remembers that in the martial realm, people talk about chi flow and breathing techniques, but what really matters for absorbing even more from the Great Medicinal Orb is focus. And Charles, coming out of his thoughts, puts the medicinal orb in his mouth and keeps thinking that the biggest problem here will be how much mana his body can handle. So the guy starts to focus, clearing his mind, and a flow of mana begins to move toward him. That elixir makes all the mana in the environment head straight for the protagonist, and he can feel it,
he notices that mana of high purity is filling his whole body. He feels all that power and tries to absorb it as best as he can, and because the purity of this mana is so high, its energy is also pretty wild. Charles starts to realize that, somehow, this mana is obeying him, and he figures it must be thanks to his mana master ability. But he doesn't want just that, because that's not enough. So he clears his mind even more, stops thinking about bills, the kids' glue, car taxes, school supplies, and the protagonist says, "Come on, Nardo, you're messing up my focus. I'm already sweating just thinking about bills. I need to clear my mind, think about nothing, gets in." And Charles starts getting stressed because he thought that with a 50% chance, he'd gain one more point of arcane power, but it seems like he's losing his focus. If he keeps going like this, he knows he might fail and not even get one more point of arcane power from that orb. At that moment, Charles clears all the waifus and all the elves from his mind, and then that densely pure mana flows through his entire body. It feels like a river is pouring into him, and his arcane power is still at 99, but that river keeps overflowing into him. The scene shifts to the 20th floor, to the maritime kingdom of Portugia, and the axe strikes the ground with great force, splattering a bit of ketchup from someone who had been cut by it. In this maritime kingdom, there are 12 islands, and the one currently being shown is the island of Neft. And someone is saying, "Please, uncle, please, let us go, let us leave, what did we do wrong? What are you doing to us? We didn't do anything." And the person says to him, "So are all giants like this? Are they all cowards like you, crying like little babies? You guys are only big, right?" And then we see two giants who are only 10 years old, but they're 4 meters tall, and there are people there scaring those giant children, saying that as they grow up, it gets harder for them to hide. He says that the giants should have behaved while they were being helped by the Asgardians, but you giants decided to side with the demons, and that bullying against the children just keeps going, with some people saying, "Hey cowards, you guys are really scared, huh?" And the pirate up front tells them to cut it out and kill that scum, and then they ask the giant, "Come on, say it already, I want to hear it." And the boy replies, "Say what?" And the system tells us the name of the person who's asking. He's a member of the Crimson Wolf Guild, Harain. And he asks the two of them where the sea stone is. That stone the legend says is in Portugia, and we're told that there's a famous legend in the maritime kingdom of Portugia. It says that whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the sea, and we're shown the fragment of the sea. The giant says that's just a rumor, that it's just a myth. And the attackers say they don't believe that, because they've also heard another rumor that the giants are hiding the sea stones somewhere, and the attackers say it was Olympus who spread that rumor, so it must be true. And the giant child tells their attackers that if it comes from Olympus, you can't trust it, since everyone knows the giants of Olympus are sworn enemies. Harang says he knows that, but even so, he's going to skin them alive until he gets an answer. Pointing his weapon at the giant, he says that the entire 20th floor is under Olympus's control, so of course Olympus wouldn't care if 1 or 2 giants died. As the giant girl is about to enter the giant boy, Horag gives an ultimatum and says, "If you don't want to die, tell me now." Suddenly, they hear someone shouting from far away, "Are the forces of evil at work these days?" Everyone turns around to see who's talking and only sees a silhouette coming from a distance. Horag says, "Hey idiot, turn around and leave, don't try to play hero, okay? Get out of here." Suddenly, the person approaching gets closer and steps into the light, and Horag is startled because he realizes it must be that guy with the red cape walking through the forest. It's Little Red Riding Hood, or Charlie the Brave. The system informs us that Charles is using the Grey Eyes ability, thus activating battle prediction. And Charles notices that his senses are increased by 10%, and then his senses are increased by 25%. And then he remembers what happened in that cave. He was there, fully focused, and all his senses were heightened by 25%. However, an incredible amount of mana was flowing into him at an absurd rate, and he knows he can't slow down the absorption, because that mana wants to become his, and so on. And finally, the protagonist gains another arcane power. At that moment, the system notifies him that he has reached 100 arcane power, and with that, he gains an innate ability, which everyone receives when a certain attribute reaches a specific amount. In the case of arcane power, it's 100 arcane power, and so the protagonist's pig-like eyes, which previously had enhancements of 10 and 25%, are now upgraded, starting at 30 and then going up to 50% enhancement of perception. With that, Charlie gains a new ability, Sensory Field. This ability allows Charlie to obtain information about all objects and all forms of life within a 50-meter radius. And everyone there on the 20th floor recognizes that face. They're sure that guy is the great winner of the martial arts tournament, so everyone starts sweating and their nerves are on edge. The giants look at that person, and everyone there says that, yes, that is definitely Charlie. Charlie draws his sword and says, "What do you mean, playing hero? Is that what it looks like to you?" At that moment, Charlie moves so fast that he practically disappears from in front of them. And with his battle prediction activated at extremely high speed, he gets ready to strike those guys. And he tells them all, "I'm going to show you that I'm not here to mess around." And then the system informs us about Proto's sensory field. And it's also announced that this is the end of the first season. Well, since you all want a second season, let's start the second season. And also part 14. We left off at the scene where Charlie rushes at high speed to face the people who are trying to kill the giant children.
and all of them go on high alert. And Pirate grabs his big axe and gets ready to face Protan. And Charlie trades blows with Pirate. He realizes that this player is really strong, and he keeps wondering why this newbie is so powerful. These warriors aren't players from the 20th floor, because they're way above that level. And Pirate, who still hasn't recognized Charlie, keeps cursing and demands that he reveal which guild he's affiliated with. And he tells Prota that he doesn't know which group he's from, but what he's doing isn't right. And he says to Charlie, even those guys over there have rules. And when Pirate is about to say which group he belongs to, his boss starts analyzing Charlie, because he's not sure if Charlie is faking it or not. But he stops the fight and says, hey, stop attacking each other. And his subordinate, the Pirate, immediately stops trading blows with Charlie. And he asks the tough guy, hey, you're Charlie, right? But the protagonist doesn't let go of his sword, and the Pirate, in turn, doesn't put away his axe. He tells Charlie that he's surprised, because he never would have imagined that the Vice Lord of the Celestial Demonic Cult would be there in that place. And the giant kids look a bit scared, because standing in front of them is the infamous Charlie. And the system tells us that the giant Buer and the giant Nair seem to be afraid of Charlie. The Pirate starts to act all cool, saying that he's just a guy who can barely make it to the 20th floor, and he tells Charlie that they're not pushovers like the people he fought in the arena. His boss says, hey Pirate, let's fall back, let's get out of here. And the Pirate says, why? His boss leans into his right ear and whispers, dude, that's the Vice Lord of the Demonic Cult. There's no way he's here alone. There must be a bunch of cult guards just waiting to ambush us. Let's pull back, man, this is a trap. And Pirate hears this and starts shaking, because just hearing that celestial cult rankers might be serving as his bodyguards makes him scared out of his mind. And so the three of them turn their backs and leave. And Pirate tells the damn giants that they can consider themselves lucky, because this time someone showed up to save them. The leader keeps looking at Charlie, and is really surprised to running to him, because Charlie has been a thorn in Olympus's side, and this is definitely the perfect opportunity to snitch on Charlie and make Olympus owe him a favor. And the leader of that trio thinks of himself as a very lucky man. And the leader, grinning slyly, already knows exactly where he needs to go now. He goes to the office on the 20th floor, where the Olympians run things, and he's going to snitch on Charlie's location. That place is huge, with lush trees and really wild nature. And the giants, who are supposed to be 4 meters tall, are actually the same height as Charlie. But they're just kids, right? They're only 10 years old. The girl, very shy, says to Charlie, sir, thank you for saving us. And Charlie talks to the two of them. Even though they're young, it should be pretty easy for them, as 2 giants, to defeat a few humans like those. And Charlie asks the pair why they didn't fight. Buer, who apparently doesn't like Charlie, tells the protagonist that he seems to know something about giants, right? He asks the protagonist who he's affiliated with, whether it's Olympus or Asgard. The girl calls her brother's attention and says, brother, this guy just saved us. And the boy says yes, but this guy here, he's a human. And do you think he helped us without having any motive in mind? And Charlie says, at least you're smart, huh? And Buer says to Charlie, see, that's what I thought. I bet you're after the evil stone too, aren't you? And Buer is pretty upset, saying that all people are the same. No one believes him, because he doesn't know where that damn stone is. And he asks Charlie why everyone he meets wants to fight them based on stupid rumors. And the tough guy says he knows they don't have the evil stone, that the business, he needs to take care of theirs with other giants. Charlie says he needs to talk to Ulfa. And the 2 giants, upon hearing that name, are a bit surprised that this guy wants to talk directly to Ulfa. And Charlie says he wants to meet with Ulfa, their elder. And Buer starts shaking with anger, and says that the elder doesn't meet with just anyone, especially not a human. And he says to Charlie, you know what? Get out of here. Just like you said, if I wanted to, I could have crushed that guy, and they're just like you. Buer says that even if they come as a group, it would be easy for him to destroy all of them. Charlie knows that the giants are definitely not weak at all, since all of them are born with tremendous power. And he realizes that these 2 in front of him, even if he could fight, they held back on purpose, because they know that if a fight breaks out there, the conflict could quickly escalate, and that could lead to another massacre of his people. Charlie liked the giant because he may be young, but he has great tactical sense. At that moment, Buer calls his sister. Let's go, Nair. And she says to her brother, hold on, brother, I need to do something. Buer is amazed to see that she pulled out her Abalaphone 15. And he says, hey sis, you haven't contacted the elder yet, have you? She says yes, that this man saved them. So at the very least, she could deliver the message on WhatsApp to the elder. Nair is very surprised, because the elder was online and immediately replied to the question she asked. She told Charlie that being able to contact the elder isn't something we can choose, only the elder can. And she shows the message on her Abalaphone to Charlie. And he, who can read from a distance, keeps watching the elder's reply. And there it is, a new message. Yes, you may allow him to come, because I want to meet him. And another thing, only those who are cute and good-looking can read this message. If you're looking here and can't read anything, you're not cute and good-looking. The scene shifts to someone running by really fast, and we see several wolves. And the 2 giants are riding their wolves, which are also gigantic. And Buer is all puffed up, because he can't understand why the elder would want to see someone like him, just a simple human. And the protagonist looks super stylish riding his giant wolf. I even put it on the cover. It turned out really good. Nair is really surprised, and she asks her brother, could this Charlie guy have the ability to tame beasts? Or maybe it could be some kind of illusion ability? because she's really shocked that this guy managed to get the giant wolf to obey him so easily. Her brother over there is cursing, all puffed up. But me, since I'm a true otaku, I know how to speak wolf language and I'll translate it for you guys. Proto got close to the wolf and said, "Hey, little wolf, I know a she-wolf. You should see her. Smooth fur, pointy ears. She gets all fluffed up and she smells really nice too. What do you think about introducing yourself to her?" The little wolf immediately. You. He got all excited to meet his she-wolf. And now we know what Charles said to the wolf to convince him so easily. But the giantess thinks Charles can't be just a normal guy, no way, because she heard stories about how amazing he was at the big martial arts tournament, and her brother, all feisty, says, "So what? I don't care about that. He's not even ranked. I don't like him. I just don't vibe with him. And another thing, he's really suspicious. How does he know the elder? I don't get any of this." And the giant kid, Boa, is all pouty and even makes a little pouty face. Nia, the girl, knows her brother really well and says, "Hey bro, I know what you're up to. You want to fight him, don't you? But you know you can't." And her brother, who's smart but blunt, says, "I know that. What a shame." Meanwhile, they keep riding at top speed. They reach the cliff. But their path is straight ahead, and the wolves know what to do. They leap right over that cliff. When they reach the other side, they're already in the land of the giants. And all around, in the middle of the forest, sparks start flying from several of the tower's barriers, scattered among all that brush, because there are a lot of giants, looking pretty mean, hiding there. And so, they finally arrived at the giants' hideout. And Boa, way out in front, turns to Proto and says, "Hey, we made it. You can get off the wolf now." Boa almost gets a shock when he sees the wolf being super affectionate with Charlie. He says to the wolf, "Cut it out, you bad wolf. Don't lick that guy, no. He's dirty." And Charles is there, looking all offended. "Dirty me? I'm not dirty at all." And the wolf is just thinking about the foxy she-wolf that Proto is going to introduce him to. And so, Charlie knows that the next objective is right in front of him, because facing the outsiders depends a lot on the success of this mission he's about to undertake. And then they say, "We're here." And it's not just a gigantic tree. It's a colossal tree, and the system tells us that this tree is the giant tree of Adam. Boa says to Charlie that it's impressive, isn't it? It's a tree that never burns and will never fall. And Boa tells Proto that the elders of his tribe say this tree descends from the world tree, but he doesn't know if that's true or not. And Charlie knows very well that even the tree known for being impossible to burn or bring down. Then we see the scene of the tree catching fire, and the massacre happening at its base. Charles says that before his regression, this tree was completely reduced to ashes. And this happened during the second gigantomachy, where all the giants died. Charles was zoning out, staring at the tree, and Boa says, "Hey, what's up? Come on already. What are you doing over there?" And Charles says, "I'm coming, relax." Boa warns Charlie to be very careful, because if he steps in the wrong place, he could get trampled by one of the giants. And so, they start to go inside the tree, which is very beautiful, because there's a lot of sparkle and light near the tree. The scene shifts to the giant city, which is located inside the tree, and the giants are kind of surprised, because there's a human there, something they've never seen before. And everyone starts gossiping, because it looks like he's a guest, since he's being brought in by Boa and Nir. And another one says there's no way, that's impossible. No human has ever been to that place. Nir tells him to ignore everyone, because he's a guest of the elder. So, there's no need to be afraid of anything. The scene shifts to the elder's house, which is located a bit higher up. And we can tell that this one really is a giant, because even the steps to his house are enormous. And Boa, outside, seems to be afraid of the elder and says, "Elder, are you there?" The elder opens the door and says, "You can come in." "Of course I'm home." And Charlie is happy, because he's finally going to meet the giant. Since the door is open, right? Let's get closer. Charles knows that this is a high-ranking figure, someone who has existed since well before the first gigantomachy. And judging by the size of his house, we can already imagine how big this giant is. And Charles knows exactly who he is, because he's called the living history of the giants. And so, the brave one steps inside the giant's house. And the system tells us that this is the elder of the giants. And on his lap is a giant wolf, as big as the one Charles was riding. And Ufa speaks to Charles. "It's a pleasure to meet you, human child." Charles tells the giant that it's a pleasure to meet him. And he looks around and sees that the house is absolutely massive. And Ufa says to Charlie, "Hey, young one, what was your name again? I'm getting a bit old and my memory isn't what it used to be." And Charlie says, "I'm Charlie, how's it going?" And then Ufa says, Right, that's it. Charlie, right? I've heard a lot about you. That boy, Hephaestus, won't stop talking about you." And Charlie thought to himself, "Boy, Hephaestus? That guy is almost 400 years old." And Ufa goes on, "Oh, Charlie, I heard about you taking on Olympus. That's pretty amazing, because for a kid who isn't even ranker yet, and who just made it to the 20th floor, to pull that off is something else." And Ufa keeps petting his pet, a giant wolf. And he looks straight at Proto and says, "But this, Charlie, isn't bravery, it's just recklessness." And he gives Proto a warning. He says, "Oh, Charlie, if you value your life, give up fighting him, because even the lightest sneeze from him could kill you." And that room is filling up with the giant's mana. And Charlie responds to Ufa, saying, "Oh, Ufa, I heard you're a pacifist, right? Well, I never thought you were a coward." And the tough guy says this, looking the giant right in the face. And Ufa gets even more serious, starts staring at Proto, and releases even more mana into the room. Ufa, a high-ranking one, says to Charlie, "How dare you talk to me like that?" And that giant, without even getting up from his chair, completely fills the room with an even denser mana. And this time Proto felt it, because everything in there even got blurry. The mana is so powerful and so dense that Charles is pushed down to the ground and his feet start to sink into the floor. While this is happening to the tough guy, he starts talking and tells Ufa that he must have already heard about it, right? Because Olympus is getting ready for the next gigantomachy. And the tough guy, with his fist clenched, keeps staring at the giant and says, "Are you just going to sit there, waiting for the complete annihilation of your race?" Suddenly, all that mana pressure dissipates from the room and Charlie realizes that the giant has stopped intimidating him with his mana. And Ufa says to Charlie, "You're right. If we keep hiding like this, our annihilation will only be a matter of time." Ufa says he doesn't know when that annihilation will happen. It could be in 10 years, 100 years, or even tomorrow. They don't know. After that, he changes the subject. He tells Charlie that Hephaestus told him he's looking for the Stone of the Seas. And he adds, he tells Charlie that, contrary to the rumors, they don't have the Stone of the Sea. However, I know where it is. And Charlie replies to Ufa, "Hey, why are you giving me this information so easily?" Ufa says he has 2 reasons. The first one is Hephaestus. He speaks very highly of Charlie, and that makes him believe Charlie isn't part of Olympus. And the second is because, and the giant starts looking in Charlie's direction, and his eyes even begin to shine, and Brabo notices where the giant's eyes are looking. Ufa is staring at Cain, Charlie's hands. And Charlie goes up to Fi there, hiding it in her hand, because Cain started to shine brightly while the giant was looking at her. The scene shifts to outside Ufa's house, and Charlie is already leaving, taking Cain with him, going down those gigantic steps. Charlie keeps thinking that Ufa was staring at Cain so intensely, in such an excessive way, that it even bothered him. And he remembers what Ufa told him, that the second reason he was giving this information to Charlie is that, without a doubt, he is the strongest player of this era. And for those who don't know what an era is, it's 1,000 years. Charlie knows that a lot of what the giant said is because of old Hephaestus. But he thinks the giant is overestimating him, because Sun Wukong also exists in this era. But if Ufa said that Charlie is stronger, then so be it. And he keeps thinking that maybe what happened inside Ufa's house was some kind of test to judge whether he was worthy of the sea stone or not. And there's Charles, walking along the tree branches, jumping from one side to the other. Just letting you know, there's no water in these scenes, okay? There are only tree branches with a really strange color. The tough guy knows one thing. One way or another, he's going to find the sea stone soon. For those who don't know what Charles is doing, he's heading to a specific spot on Adam's tree, and getting there is really dangerous, because there are a lot of obstacles. And he looks at that gigantic tree and realizes that everything there is huge, and he keeps thinking it would be so much easier to get around if he had Wukong's staff, called Rei Jingyu. But at Proto's current level, he can't even scratch that tree. So he knows one thing, he can give it his all in that place, and nothing will get damaged, and Charlie summons dozens of holy flames above his head, intending to train. He knows he still can't control that much holy fire, and that soon the fire will get out of his control and fall randomly. So that's the training, dodging the fire that's going to fall. Charles activates the Grey Eye's ability to read the path of the fire that will fall randomly, and his eyes look like that because he's planting a Lanira, upside down. And Charlie, who's already using the Grey Monkey Eyes hack, takes the opportunity to do a combo, activating the sensory field as well. So, the badass Charlie activates 2 hacks at the same time, and he's able to sense the path of the holy fire. His perception of the environment increases by 50%. And Charles skillfully sees the fire he himself is creating along the path, making it a great training session. And Charles is really enjoying it, because that dodging training, combined with the illumination from the holy fire and also using 2 high perception abilities together, makes for a very satisfying training, and as a result, his perception grows. However, that headache hit, that sharp pain in his brain, and Proto realizes he's getting dizzy because he used 2 very high rank abilities at the same time. So, feeling a bit woozy, he puts his hand on the ground to keep from falling face first, does a triple backflip, and lands on his feet in a superhero pose. But from all the random holy fire coming at Proto in a back attack. Holy fire? A huge swirling beam of fire strikes right where the protagonist is standing, and the wood doesn't even get singed, because we know this fire has a will of its own. It only burns something specific, and the target to be burned is the protagonist himself. And Charlie came out a little singed from that, because he barely managed to dodge that fire. The protagonist is pretty happy, because combining the monkey vision hack with the sensory field hack made him see the world even more clearly, and he realizes there's a perfect synergy between the 2 abilities. There's just one problem. With this increase in perception, his brain gets overloaded with so much information in such a short time, and now the protagonist wants a new goal, to practice these combos a lot. And suddenly someone comes up behind the protagonist and says, "So it was here, right? This is where you were hiding, right?" And the giant who shows up there is furious, and he says that Charlie isn't even a human. No, he takes it back and says Charlie is a worm. And the system tells us that this giant's name is Kavant. The narrator mentions that he's had several Kavats before, which were dogs in Warframe. And of course, my mastery level was pretty low there, level 29, not modest at all. Back to our story. Kavant tells Charlie that he's heard he's really famous, but he's not sure if Charlie is actually as strong as the rumors say. Kavant's friend says, "Hey, Kavant, don't mess with him, okay? He's here because the elder called for him. And you saw, just like everyone else, that he got here escorted by Bois." And Kavant says, "I don't care, man. What does that matter?" And Charlie thinks to himself that the giant called him a worm, so they definitely don't respect him. At that moment, Kavan makes it clear that all humans are his enemies. The scene shifts to UFO's house, and he's there, dozing off in his chair, zoning out, having that same strange dream. In that dream, he hears many voices saying that humans are enemies, that humans are enemies. He's there dreaming, eyes closed, with lots of voices in his head, all saying the same thing. Humans are enemies. Humans are our enemies. All humans are our enemies. In his dream, he sees a lot of water covering the whole forest. In his dream, the tree of Adam appears behind him, with water surrounding everything and thousands of giants slaughtered on the ground. And in his dream, he sees himself exclaiming, "Cursed ones from Olympus, you're all bastards, you killed our species." Meanwhile, the sound of rushing water gets closer, like waves crashing, and UFO sees a flood approaching him. In his dream, UFO sees himself trembling and realizes it's a tsunami, and many giants who are still alive are shouting for everyone to run because they're coming again. He notices the god of the sea is there, riding that colossal tsunami. He sees Poseidon, who is the one leading that whole massacre against his people. At that moment, he jolts in his chair and wakes up startled, and his giant wolf is there, calmly lying on top of him. And UFO is shaken by that dream. He keeps petting his wolf and says, it's okay, little wolf, you can go back to sleep." And the elder of the giants keeps thinking that he can't remember how many times he's had this dream, but today it felt more real than ever, and he wonders if it's this real because of that human child, Charlie. And UFO finally wakes up from his dream and decides to stand up, but he's still thinking that Olympus and Charlie are connected to his future. Suddenly, the elder hears a commotion coming from outside and people are saying, "Hey, did you hear? There's a fight going on outside." "What? Who's fighting? Who's fighting with who? Tell us." "The one fighting is that Charlie guy, the human who just arrived in our village." And UFO realizes that it has already started and that Charlie is his great hope, because he is certain of one thing. Things are not going to go the way you want them to. Seek God. Poseidon. The scene shifts to the spot by the tree where our fierce protagonist is, and we can tell by the silhouettes that it's not just the three of them there anymore. Other giants have also arrived at the scene. And that's how it is. One hand gripping a closed fist. And we see that Charlie is effortlessly holding a giant's fist. Kavan is shaking, because Charlie is incredibly strong and our tough guy isn't even trying. He's even smiling. Meanwhile, the giant is there like, "Hey, you bastard, let me go. You think this is funny?" And Charlie grabs his hand and squeezes even harder. Charlie says, "No, it's not funny at all. But do you know high pain? Well, here, take some pain." And he twists his arm. The giant starts howling in pain, gets really mad at Charlie, and asks how an insect like him dares to do this to him. And the giant puts in even more strength. And Charlie takes advantage of the fact that he's using all his strength, gives him a little help to go all the way, and throws him to the ground like a sack of crap, and the giant collapses face first on the floor. Charlie shows he's the tough guy and says, "Alright, I'm only counting to 5. Go call all your friends. I'm going to fight all of you." Green stick giant and shaky giant can't even move, because the one who fell to the ground is stronger than both of them. After that, Charlie tells them, "Hey, stop shaking. I'll play with you guys as much as you want, so go ahead and call everyone." After that, a really strong giant shows up at the place, and the gossip is spreading fast, because Charlie has already defeated several giants. Boar and Naya are left speechless when they see two very strong giants, Tolka and Vulcan, and they're fighting the protagonists, but they're also about to lose, and the giant Naya has no idea what's going on. But that guy is really strong, and we see Charlie's hand grabbing the kimono shirt of a giant, because to do what he's doing, it looks like a judo move. He grabs the giant by the kimono shirt, lifts that huge giant off the ground, and gets ready to slam him down. And Charlie shows that this move has nothing to do with judo, because it's actually more like a shot put throw. The giant hits his head on the ground so hard that he even bounces, but he's tough. Even while shaking on the ground, he keeps cursing at Charlie, calling him a bastard. And Charlie didn't like that, so he bends down and puts his hand on the giant's shoulder, and the system informs us that Charlie's arm has been imbued with the power of a giant, but the gigantification will be partial. Then Charlie starts giving a very gentle massage, squeezing just a little, so gentle that the giant barely felt it, except that his soul left his body twice from the pain. The tough guy shows he's even tougher than they thought. And he says, "Hey, there are a lot of you here and you're coming at me one by one. Don't you get what's going on here? Everyone jump in, come at me all at once. I'll crush all of you at the same time. Let me count how many giants are on the ground." There are 6 giants on the ground, defeated, and up top I counted 31 giants, and down below there are 30 giants including Boar and Nair. And Boar is like, "Hey, Nair, I know you told me not to fight him, but he's challenging everyone. We can't just let this go on." And the giantess Nair also seems like she can't hold back anymore, and her brother says, "He wants us to fight him, so I'll just be granting his wish, because he wants us to really fight him, right?" And Nair is there, thinking about all the arguments her brother is making, and she says, "You're right, my brother. Let's grant him his wish. Let's go fight him." And so they walk towards the protagonist, and everyone around them starts talking. "Oh, are those 2 giants going to fight? Are they really going to do it?" And another one of the giants from the epic gets really excited, because he never thought he'd see the descendants of the giant gods in a fight. And the protagonist has never heard of these giants, so they're definitely not famous, or they died during the Gigantomachy. And looking at the 2 of them, both fully focused on the fight, he realizes they're way more impressive than he thought, and Boar is just standing there, all full of himself, and he says to Charlie, I've been itching to beat you up. Ever since the first time I saw you, I've always wanted to punch you. It's time to see what the famous Charlie is made of. I'm going to beat you senseless. And Charlie says, bring it on, step up. And the badass, activating his hack eyes, starts laughing at him and says, you won't last long anyway. Come here, little giant. And Boar starts sparking with his abilities. And he says he really likes Charlie's boldness. Then he sprints at super high speed toward the protagonist, delivering a double hammer blow like a giant. The badass waits down below for the hit to come, but of course, the gray hack eyes already know the trajectory of the attack, especially when combined with the sensory field. And Charlie, with his battle foresight activated, already knows where the blow will land and how to dodge it. At that moment, Charlie takes a step back and Boar smashes the ground with an incredibly powerful punch. But he doesn't stop there. He immediately sprints at the protagonist again, and Charlie is fully focused on the fight. Now Boar shows that he's a capoeira fighter. He puts his hand on the ground and tries to land a kick on the protagonist, all at extremely high speed. However, Charlie manages to block his kicks with his hand, and the protagonist realizes that Boar is much stronger and much faster than he expected, and his hand actually felt the impact of that blow. Suddenly, Boar says, "Hey, now." But of course Charlie already knew, since his sensory field has been activated for a long time. At that moment, Mia comes up from behind and throws a giant's punch at the protagonist. However, he puts the Twilight Sword in front of him, which intercepts that massive punch. But the punch is much stronger than Charlie expected, and he gets pushed back. Even so, he manages to stay on his feet as he's pushed, and Charlie thought to himself, wow, who is this girl? A girl stronger than a bull. He realizes it's going to be really tough to fight this duo using only brute strength, without any mana. Still, the guy is treating this fight like it's just training. So, he's just going to keep relying on brute strength. Yeah, brute strength plus 2 hacks, but Charlie plans to keep training. And once again, Bure's punch whizzes past his face at lightning speed. And he says to Charlie, hey, do you know why I can't fight back against my sister? It's because she's way stronger than me. While Bure says this, he attacks from the front and Nair is coming at Charlie with full force from behind. The guy is stuck there between the two of them, getting punched from one side and kicked from the other. And at that moment, there's a huge burst of power in that spot, and debris goes flying everywhere. Nair realizes she punched a tree and didn't hit anything. And Bjorn notices he kicked the ground, and they start asking themselves, wait, who was just here? Where did he go? Did he just disappear? Where did he go? At that moment, we see the protagonist jumping into the air, while the two of them are confused about where Charlie went. And there he is, floating in the air with his stylish boots. And the system tells us that these are the steps of Hermes, and it's a pretty overpowered shoe, since it increases jump capacity by 50%. And with it, the person is able to double jump in midair. That classic trick of jumping again, while you're already in the air. It also grants the user the Sky Steps ability, but only once per day. You might remember the moment when he bought these boots, but he still hadn't used them, let alone trained with them. So, since he's in the middle of training with the giants, it's time to get used to the steps of Hermes. Proto explains, for those who don't remember, this is the item he bought when they were on the 11th floor at the point shop. So, Proto keeps thinking that since he's already used the steps of Hermes and tried out the double jump, there's only one thing left. He needs to activate the skill, Steps of the Sky, and gain extremely high speed on the ground, causing a massive explosion. And the giants feel the impact, because Charlie came down at an incredible speed. And Nia, who was the main one hit by Proto, looks at her arm because Charlie cut her. It happened so fast that she didn't even see when it happened. Her brother asks if she's okay, and she says she is. At that moment, Charlie starts walking away at incredible speed, and Bure starts cursing at him, calling him a treacherous bastard. He calls his sister so the two of them can corner Charlie. And the duo seems to be really in sync, and they set out to carry out their plan. We see Charlie on one side, the green streak, and Bure on the other, the white streak. Both are really powerful, rushing through the middle of the giants, trading punches at incredible speed. And we can see that it's not just Charlie and Bure. Nia is also in this fight. And the giants who aren't in the fight are really scared, because the speed and force of those blows are more than they can handle. Bure and Nia finally cornered the protagonist, but he's still having fun, and at the exact moment they're about to hit him, he makes another huge leap and escapes their attack. Charlie, with his hack shoes, floats in the sky after escaping that ambush. Bure is super pissed and says, damn it, you're so annoying, you just won't stop floating in the air. Come down here. Bure tells his sister that the most annoying thing is that you can't predict his trajectory, because even in the air, he changes direction freely, so there's no way to know where he's going to end up. Mia, on her end, thinks it's really tough to fight against Charlie, because he manages to dodge their attacks even before they land. She tells her brother that it seems like Charlie knows where they're aiming, and we know he's using the monkey user's hack as a battle prediction tool. Bure starts to get truly furious, and the tower's restraints begin to cover his body. He keeps thinking that he doesn't know what Charlie is planning, since Charlie hasn't fought back against them even once. But one thing he's sure of, he's not going to let things keep going the way Charlie wants. So, he stands up, ready to endure the tower's restraints. Nair notices that her big brother is going into serious mode, because she saw that the tower's penalties started to appear on him. She tells him to stop, but he doesn't care at all. And Charlie realizes that Bure is incredible, because he's releasing so much mana that the tower's restraints appeared on his body, even though he's not the rank. And the badass uses his gray eyes again to read the trajectory of the attacks. And Charlie knows that the way Bure is acting means he's going to use all his power. And Buer is there, channeling a ton of mana into his next attack because he plans to hit Charles with everything he's got. And the badass saw that he's about to get hit with full force. And Charlie has a plan. He stands still and lets himself get hit because he's going to face Buer's attack head on. I'm bringing you 3 chapters every day, right? So, the chapter was supposed to end here. But I know you guys would yell at me. Even I would yell at myself. So, on to the next chapter. I don't know why, but Charlie keeps analyzing. Meanwhile, Buer thinks he's found an opening. And those gray eyes just stay there, staring at who knows what, because Charlie had already planned to take this hit. Meanwhile, the giant's hand gets closer to Charlie, and we can tell his thoughts are lightning fast. Charlie finds several ways to dodge that blow, and notices that furious mana tornado coming right at him. But Charlie doesn't want to dodge, because he's going to show all the giants there that he's much stronger than they think. And Buer throws a punch so charged with energy that it looks like lightning shooting out of his hand. Buer thought Proto was going to dodge, but that look on his face is because Proto chose not to. And he realizes that he's actually pretty weak compared to Charlie. And he says, damn. His sister saw that the blow her brother landed on Charlie was a strike prepared with a lot of power, since he even suffered penalties from the tower. But even so, after taking that hit head on, Charlie came out completely unscathed. And the tough guy, extending his hand to the giant, compliments him, saying he has decent strength and that he's looking forward to taking more hits like that. And Nia sits down on the ground because she's given up. There's no way to beat Charlie. She keeps thinking that this guy is so strong, but he called him decent. So be it, because tomorrow, for sure, he's going to face Charlie again and he's going to crush him. And then Buer, from the clan of giants who love to fight, flashes a wide smile, because he knows that tomorrow he's going to finish off Charlie. And so, he greets Proto, saying that the pleasure of landing more blows like that on Proto will be all his. And Buer knows that tomorrow he will defeat Proto. The scene shifts to the giant's home, inside the immense tree of Adam. And Buer is there, staring down Proto and eating a lot of meat to get really strong, since it's already been 10 days that Proto has been with them. And the men are there, boiling with anger, because they're dying for the moment to come when they can fight Proto. And Charlie is already tired of eating meat, because every day the giant's basic meal is a lot. There's just so much meat. And one of the giants slams the table and says, hey Charlie, as soon as we finish eating, I want another rematch, and I'm definitely going to win today. And Buer says to all the other giants, hey, finish eating already and get ready. I can't wait to fight Charlie again. And there's a giant there thinking he's going to end up with indigestion, because fighting after lunch is bad for your health. But Charlie tells them, nah, forget it, there's no fight today. And Buer is really surprised and says, what? Why not? Charlie says, look, tomorrow is the test in the Mundar Desert, so I need to stay focused and get plenty of rest. And all the men at the table are still really worked up, except for Nia, because she remembers when she and her brother faced Charlie for the first time, they thought they could beat Proto. And she keeps thinking that after his defeat, if they fought Charlie just one more time, they would definitely win. But it's getting worse every time, because the last few times we fought him, it was 5 against 1, and we still couldn't beat him even once. She knows that everyone there is a young giant, but a guy who can defeat 5 giants in just 1 minute is just too much for her, and she knows that's not even the worst part. Charlie isn't even using mana, which means he's not even fighting for real, and she keeps wondering just how strong this Charlie must be.
Charlie notices that she's deep in thought and asks, hey, Nier, what's wrong? What's the matter? She says it's nothing. She was just thinking about the battles they'd had. She told Charlie that if you compare him to 10 days ago, he's much stronger now than he was before. He says, really? Is that so? I don't even think I've changed that much. Charlie tells Nier that he still hasn't gotten used to the skill he's been practicing against him, and she gets even more surprised. You haven't? Not yet? That's a good question for Charlie. Anyway, Charlie, aren't you looking for the sea stone? So for sure after the test you'll come back here and only then go to the next floor, right? Charlie says no, he's not coming back there because he's going to find the stone before moving up to the next floor. Boa was surprised and says, what? What do you mean? But the test is tomorrow. When are you going to have time to look for the stone after that? Another giant, who's pretty smart, asks Charlie, hey, do you think finding the sea stone has something to do with the 20th floor's test? And he asks Charlie if Elder Ofo knows about this. And Charlie replies that he kind of knows, but he's sure that Ofo isn't the only one who knows. The giant gods, for example, know where the sea stone is located. He looks at Boa and says, Boa, you guys said you're descendants of giant gods, right? So, it's likely that your father knows where the stone is, he just didn't tell you guys. And Boa makes a disappointed face and asks Charlie if this jewel or stone is really that important of an item. And Charlie replies saying yes, it's very important. Boa says that, in that way, they can monopolize this power. And he asks Charlie, so why did the elder ask for his help? Charlie answers saying he's not sure, but maybe it's because I'm the strongest player he's ever met. Boa, who was eating his piece of meat, gets really pissed off and throws the meat onto the table and says, I can't believe it. How could the elder do this? Even knowing everything that was going on, how could he stay quiet all this time? And the other giant, whose name I already forgot, but I'll call him Fairy Hand, because Charlie shook his hand. Fairy Hand is seething with anger, because everyone stayed silent even though they knew they'd been tormented all this time, and all of this because of a stupid legend. And Nier reminds me of Fairy Hand's name. She says, Kavant, stop it. And Kavant says she's right, because so many people have fought with him his whole life just because of this. And he even came close to dying because of that damn stone. And Kavant, looking at all the giants, says, "Hey, honestly, am I the only one who went through this? A lot of bullying? For sure, we've all been through that." He starts venting, asking if that stupid stone is more important than his life, because ever since he can remember, he has to be careful every time he leaves the house so he doesn't get ambushed because of that damn stone. And Kavant says that the worst part isn't even that, and that worse than living in hiding is not being able to fight back even once, because every time someone messes with him, he has to lower his head and take it all in silence, and he's shaking with anger. He asks the others there what's so important about this that the elder acts this way. At that moment, Charlie decides to speak up. He says that the elder made the right choice. And Kavant, already seeing red, asks why that would be the right choice. Charlie explains that if the people looking for the stone had already gotten it, all the giants would have been wiped out by now. And Charlie asks Kavant, "So isn't staying silent better than having your entire race annihilated?" Kavant slams his hand on the table and calls Charlie a worm, lunges at him, demanding to know what Charlie thinks he knows and who he is to say in front of everyone. But the tough guy dodges and lets him go past, leaving him hanging. After that, he puts a massaging hand on his shoulder and hits him with a judo throw to the ground. Kavant hits the floor like a sack of potatoes, and he fell to the ground, begging Charlie to let him go. The tough guy says to him, "Hey, what do you know about Alpha?" Charlie says that not knowing something isn't a crime, but at the very least you should recognize it and keep quiet. And with that, he lets Kavant go and asks him, "What do you think about that?" Kavant doesn't answer, he just gets up off the ground and brushes the dust off himself. Meanwhile, the tough guy heads for the exit and the giant near says, "Oh, what a shame, he's leaving." Vulcan holds Kavant back and says to him, "Hey, you fought him for several days and you still don't get it? He's way stronger than you, way stronger." And he's really pissed off, saying he doesn't care, because what he really wants is to go there now and talk to the elder, since he wants an answer. And Boa steps in front of him and says, "Forget it, we don't know if he's right or not, we'll only find out the truth tomorrow during the test, so don't stir up any more trouble." And Boa nods and says, "Damn it." However, inside, Boa keeps wondering if that's true, if both the elder and his parents have been hiding the truth from all of them, and he keeps asking himself how much of all this Charlie actually knows. The scene shifts to the giant's house where the protagonist is staying, and he puts his hand on the bed. It's super soft. All I can think about is one thing, resting, and I lie down on that tiny 6x4 bed. I need a bed like this. And Charlie, are you giving me the evil eye? He takes off his boots, lies down on the bed, and lets out a deep sigh, and he starts complaining because he has a terrible headache, since he's been using the gray eyes ability along with the sensory field for 10 days straight. And he knows one thing, he has to rest until the test. But suddenly, Kane starts farting and he realizes that Kane's mana is leaking out again, and he makes that face like he just smelled a fart. Charlie knows that the reason Kane is reacting is because of the sea crystal, the weapon Poseidon used to become the god of the sea. And then was shown the sea stone, which is also known as the trident fragment. Charlie keeps thinking that Kane has been reacting like this ever since he entered the 20th floor, but now she's more active than ever, and the protagonist starts to think that the trident fragment is an item with a similar origin to Kane, which is the divine crystal of darkness. And Charlie has another question, because it seems to him that the fragments are reacting to each other. And Charlie keeps wondering if the three fragments were originally one single piece. That's why Charlie thinks it's only natural for one to react to the other. Charlie starts thinking about another possibility. Since Kane has been reacting this way after entering the 20th floor, he considers using her as a compass to find the next fragment, because it would be great if Kane could find it to pass the next test. And the protagonist closes his eyes and starts to concentrate, because he knows that if he wants to use Kane, he first needs to figure out a way to awaken that thing according to his will, and not randomly. Charlie thinks that being is actually Kane herself. At that moment, we can see a dense, dark mana starting to spread throughout the room. After observing for a while, he thinks that the fragment wants to find its other parts. So, Charlie starts to communicate mentally with Kane and tells her to open her eyes. But I think it's just one eye, since I only saw one, and the tough guy regrets it in his mind. "Open your eyes, open your eyes, open your eyes." And the protagonist imbues holy fire around Kane, because he wants to awaken that being at any cost. And the tough guy tells Kane that he's going to use her so well that Hephaestus himself will dance with joy. And then, the protagonist stops thinking and says out loud, "Awaken!" And at that very moment, the eye appears near him. You asked for part 15. So let's get to part 15. And right now, don't forget to leave your like and, if possible, share this video. The scene starts with Kane opening his eye, and it seems like this being is always sleepy. After that, the scene shifts to Triton Island, the location of the 20th floor's test, and it's basically a rocky island, full of strange mountains, but its wildlife is very diverse and, for the most part, made up of wild animals. And Charlie, upon arriving at the place, meets the giant and says that this island is pretty small, but it's packed with monsters. And Boar says that this island is very similar to the tutorial island, and he thinks that this place therein might have served as inspiration for that tutorial island. Mir starts laughing at her brother and says to him, "Oh Boar, do you remember? Back there you almost died to a chimera. You ran off screaming like a little girl. And Boar is completely embarrassed because she said that right in front of the protagonist. The protagonist stands there with a smug look because there's nothing like witnessing someone else's embarrassment. Boar tells the protagonist they're there to guide him to the test site, but doesn't think anything on this island could actually threaten the protagonist. Boar says that they also took this test, and it was super easy for both of them. And Charlie sighs and says, who knows, right? Maybe this test won't be the usual one. And Nier says that even the Giants' top ranks are keeping an eye on this test. But they couldn't come because they were afraid their presence here would turn this place into a battlefield. Boar asks Charlie if this test is going to be much more important than usual, and Charlie starts thinking that the elder of the Giants made a big decision, because ever since they became giants here, they've been hiding and buying time. However, now they're revealing themselves in this test, and Charlie knows there's no way their biggest enemy, Olympus, hasn't noticed this sudden change. And Charlie is certain that if things go wrong there, the only loss won't just be the Giants' faith, but the end of their entire race. Charlie knows that no matter what, he has to find the sea stone, and the system announces that the test will begin in 10 minutes. Saying goodbye to his giant brothers, Charlie says he's heading out. He's going to get things started, and he'll leave the rest to them. Charlie notices that the situation in the tribe has changed a lot since Ulfo, the elder, sent 2 giants out of their home to guide the protagonist. Charlie gives a warning to his giant brothers. Listen, if things get rough, don't hesitate to give it your all. Boar immediately gets excited and says, don't worry, whatever happens, we'll go all out. Charles had already left, and at that moment, several warriors show up wanting to catch him. Boar, full of courage, tells Charlie not to worry and to go straight to the trial. Pirate, you're so full of yourself. He tells his group not to lose sight of Charlie, because they have to take him down before he reaches the trial site. And looking at the giants, he says that the giants are going to be a piece of cake. So focus on catching. And at that moment, he didn't even finish his sentence, because something hit him, the air. He took a knee to the gut so hard it lifted him up. It even hurt me just watching it. And after that, we see a huge explosion at the scene, and all the warriors get really tense about what's happening. The pirate is on the ground, overpowered by Bua, but he still has the nerve to threaten the giants, asking if they want to die since they're cowards. Bua says, coward? I think you're wrong, huh? That's not true at all. We've been given the green light to go all out. Suddenly, the pirate looks to the side and sees Na, who's way stronger than Bua, lightly knocking on the head of the enemy nearby, hard enough to put him to sleep for good. Na then asks the pirate what he's talking about, calling them cowards. She wipes off all that ketchup that splattered from the guy's head onto her, and her look is no longer that of prey, but of a predator. She shows that even though she's young, she's a towering force to be reckoned with. The pirate starts trembling even more and keeps wondering what kind of look that is, because she intimidated him just with her eyes. He realizes that this fragile giant girl is completely different from before, and Bua says to him, hey, I felt sorry for you, but now we're going to fight. Okay, get ready to get crushed. Right after that, she pulls the pirate closer and says to him, hey, how about we play a little, huh? Shall we start? The scene shifts to another mountain, a little farther away, and the gossip on WhatsApp is spreading like wildfire, and someone, with their Balaphone 16, gets some big news that Charlie saved 2 giants earlier, and the one who brought the information was Horag, who is an executive of the Crimson Wolf Guild. The system introduces us to the examiner of the 20th floor test, Theseus, son of Poseidon, and in the background, his assistant says that he's right, but they've also received more reports. Those giants he had saved earlier are now protecting Charlie on his way to the test island. And Theseus is certain that no matter how skilled that bastard from the Crimson Wolf is, they won't be able to defeat Charlie, because that guy is really strong and clever, and he's already outsmarted them twice. Theseus is standing on top of a very strange mountain. He tells his assistant to send people from the 20th floor office to keep Charlie busy so he'll lose track of the test location. That way, with him outside the test area, the administrator's lackeys will be completely focused on what's happening inside the test, and we can catch Charlie and kill him, since he'll be outside. And the assistant tells Theseus that seeing a giant helping a human is really a strange sight, since most giants hate humans because of the gigantomachy. And he asks Theseus, do you think the giants stopped distrusting humans after Charles saved one of them? And Theseus says, I don't know, and neither do you. And Theseus remembers what he heard from his father, that the giants are hidden in the sea stone, and they order their son to search for the stone while he works as an examiner for the 20th floor test. The reward that Poseidon will give him is to recognize him as his son, even though he is a bastard. And Theseus is certain that the giants are hidden in the stone, because there's no other way. His father's information network is wrong, and he knows that his father is so obsessed with that stone that he's willing to disobey Zeus's own orders. And Theseus keeps thinking how intriguing it is that Charlie, a human, is getting involved with giants who hate humans. Not only that, for the first time since the gigantomachy, the giants have left the forest, coinciding with Charlie's appearance. And Theseus wonders if Charlie is connected to the sea stone, because he's thought about it many times and can't find any other reason for the giants to be moving like this. Suddenly, his Ebola phone 16 rings and someone says, Sir, we failed. Charlie managed to escape from us and made it to the test site, and when Theseus hears this, he makes an annoyed face. And Charlie arrived just in time, because the system informs us that the 20th floor test is starting. The tough guy thinks to himself that there were some setbacks, but he finally managed to make it to the test site, and he's sure that Na and Bua managed to handle things just fine. Charlie bets that the siblings Na and Bua are really excited, since they've been holding back for a long time. And the system reports that there are several sea monsters living on the small Triton island. And the objective is simple. For 12 hours, he has to kill these monsters to collect hearts of the sea, and depending on how many hearts a person gets, they'll receive additional contribution points. Charlie thinks to himself that this test is a lot like the Capture the Flag challenge on the 11th floor, except this time there's no limit to how many people can pass. Whoever gets the hearts passes the test. And Charlie keeps thinking that everyone believes they'll pass this test, since they can form teams and kill the monsters more easily, getting the hearts that way. But Charlie feels really bad for them, because that's not how things are going to turn out. At that moment, Brabo gets ready and jumps off the mountain, thinking that, except for him, no one else is going to pass this test. And Brabo dives into the sea and keeps sinking deeper and deeper. The protagonist seems to be able to breathe underwater because he doesn't have a mask or anything, and he's just down there under the sea. And at that moment, he remembers what Ufa told him, since Hephaestus had gotten in touch with Ufa, saying that Charles was after the sea stone. But Ufa says that, contrary to the rumors, they don't have this stone. However, they do know where it is. At that moment, Charles, remembering all of this, is activating his hack eyes to find the location pointed out by Ufa. And Ufa told him that to awaken it, you have to aim at its stomach, not its back. And we see that Charlie is deep in the sea, with several sea creatures around him, surrounded by darkness. Ufa warns Charlie that he will definitely encounter many sea monsters, in addition to the deep-sea fish. However, even if Charlie manages to get past them and survive, he will have only overcome the first obstacle to obtaining the stone. And we see that the protagonist is surrounded by sea creatures, and he remembers Ufa asking him if he thinks he can do it. And Charlie is recalling all of this while using his hack eyes, spotting a golden point deep down below, and his hack vision zooms in closer and closer, getting right up to the golden point. And he remembers Elder Ufa asking him that, if he will be able to obtain the sea stone. And after remembering all of that, Charlie arrives at the place designated by Ufa. The scene shifts to a very friendly-looking Triton, with blue ink coming out of his chest, and the system informs us that there are 6 hours and 18 minutes left until the end of the test. We see that it was one of the teams that had formed who were killing that Triton, and their leader asks if everyone is okay. And everyone says yes, and they're all really happy because they finally managed to get 15 stones, 1 for each person, so everyone will pass the test. Their leader, holding a heart of the sea in his hand, knows that half the time has already passed. But if they keep up this pace, each person will be able to get 2 hearts, and he's really pleased because that way everyone there will get a bonus reward. In the sky, there's a strange thing that looks like fire around it, and the examiner of the 20th floor test, Theseus, is using it to send mental messages telling everyone there to find Charlie and incapacitate him. And the leader of that group thinks that he's only doing this because it was an order from Olympus, since they have very few people there, and he's sure their numbers aren't enough to catch Charlie. And he starts to smile, because he's really lucky Charlie hasn't shown up there. Getting scolded by his superiors later is pretty easy. It would be much worse if Charlie showed up and wanted to fight them. Getting crushed by the protagonist, that's what's really painful. And he keeps thinking, please, Charlie, stay hidden until the end. And now we see why Charlie doesn't want to join a group, because otherwise, he'll end up just like them, being forced to do things they don't want to do. After that, their leader says they've rested enough and will split the group in 2, because that way they can get more hearts. At that moment, a column of seawater shoots up and everyone there gets really scared, and their boss has no idea what's going on. But the sea suddenly gets rough, and some start wondering if it's a sea monster, but it looks like something is coming straight toward him. The thing that came out of the sea, at high speed, lands behind them, and we realize it's the badass protagonist who just arrived, and they get kind of scared and say, man, you scared us there, someone just came out, right? It must be a player. Wait a minute, why did he come from underwater? And so, Charlie comes up from underwater and takes a deep breath, and the leader of those guys recognizes Charlie and says, hey, that's the guy. And the badass, lifting his head, looks at them and says, hey, are you guys from Olympus by any chance? And everyone there starts trembling a lot, and their boss keeps wondering how Charlie found out they were from Olympus. Could information about them have leaked? Rumors were kept locked up, and the leader of that group keeps thinking that he heard Charlie and Olympus are enemies. And he knows that Charlie is insanely strong, so what's going to happen to him? And the protagonist says to him, hey, that was just a guess. But judging by your face and how scared you all are, I definitely hit the nail on the head. And they say, what? Just a guess? Yeah. But then, why are you all trying to run away? There's no need to run. Look, I have zero intention of fighting you guys. You don't need to be scared, okay? And another thing, I'm not the opponent you need to be focusing on, alright? And suddenly, the whole island starts to shake and several whirlpools form in the sea because a mysterious pressure appeared in that place. And out of nowhere, the Lord African catfish emerges from the sea. He's gigantic, and everyone there is scared out of their minds. Meanwhile, Proto is totally chill. He's even feeling friendly toward the little creatures. The Lord African catfish yells at the narrator, saying he's not a catfish, and tells him to take a closer look. So the narrator decides to take a look at the African catfish, and it's a moray eel. Mrs. Moray looks and says, alright, everyone, let's kill them all. You can come up now. Coming out of the sea are a bunch of sea monsters, including more moray eels. And the leader of the Olympian group realizes that they're actually sea serpents. But why are there so many of them over there? And the guy says, "Hey Akeo, the chief's name. We've got a bigger problem." "No way, man. Nothing's worse than this," he said. "Yes, there is. There's a huge horde of monsters coming our way. Look behind you." And Akeo gives them an order. "Hey, we need to get out of here as fast as possible, because those creatures over there are known as exterminators and I have no idea what they're doing here." He orders his whole group to run, because if they stay any longer, they'll lose their escape route and it'll be impossible to get off that island. And the other guy says, "What do you mean, leave the island? If we leave now, we'll be disqualified." And Akeo says that the test doesn't matter anymore, because something is wrong with this test. But the tough guy answers him, "No, there's nothing wrong with this test. It's finally being fixed. This is the real test." And with that, he draws his sword and gets ready to take on the test. And the system informs us that the test is being updated. And at that moment, Charlie remembers the words of Elder Ufa, when he told her to erase the sun and moon symbol on her stomach and then break the seal, because after that she would reveal herself. And once the seal was broken, the difficulty of the test would change completely. And everyone there receives an update about the test, and Akeo realizes that everything he has done up to now was completely in vain. And the other one is shouting, "Akeo, you madman, get out of there, the exterminators are coming." The badass protagonist keeps walking calmly toward the stampede of exterminators. Akeo throws all those sea hearts on the ground, since they're useless. Charlie remembers that Ufa told him the difficulty of the test would increase a lot, and the system might even ask you to defeat her, and only after that will the reward change to the sea stone. So maybe you'll have to defeat her, because when that happens, the test will stop being controlled by Olympus and the administrator will take over personally. And then, not even Olympus will be able to interfere, and we see a swarm of exterminators running at extremely high speed toward that group. And Charlie, even with that bunch of exterminators near him, keeps thinking about what Ufa told him, and Ufa says to him, "Hey Charlie, you must be wondering how I know all this, right? It's simple. I was the one who created the turtle. I made her swallow the stone and then put her to sleep." And Charlie, while remembering this, is having a math lesson with the exterminators. 2 divided by 1, 4. I think that's right, because there were 2 exterminators and now there are 4, 2 on one side, 2 on the other. The exterminators are way too easy for Charlie, because even though he's fighting, his mind is on what Elder Ufa told him, and the elder assured him that as long as he's in the test, the giant triad won't let Olympus attack him. And he tells Charlie that Charlie's job now is to make sure the sea stone doesn't fall into Poseidon's hands. And for that, he tells Charlie that he needs to get the stone and stop it from falling into Poseidon's hands at any cost. And so, we get to see the math class from another angle. 2 divided by 1 equals 4 parts. Charlie knows the monsters are acting crazy like this because they sense the presence of the sea stone, and now they're all desperately after it. And Charlie is certain, if even the monsters have already noticed that it appeared, then Olympus, which isn't blind, definitely has too. Charlie knows that by now, Olympus must have realized that the test is no longer under its control. And then the system informs us that the test has been updated, and the turtle Maria has appeared, with Charlie right there, in the middle of those earthquakes and a strange hand moving all around that place. Charlie keeps thinking that it's been a long time since he broke the seal, and the turtle took forever to wake up, but now that she's appeared on the horizon, he knows where he needs to go. And the system informs us that the turtle's body has been designated as the test site. So, right? Let's go, folks. Let's head over to the turtle's body. And the system tells us that the objective of this test is to defeat the turtle and obtain the sea stone. The scene shifts to the place on the island where the administrator is. He's reading a message and realizes that people still haven't found Charlie. However, this happened a little before the previous scene, and Theseus keeps wondering how Charlie managed to disappear like that. After all, the island is so small. He knows there's no way Charlie could have escaped the island, and he keeps wondering what could be going on. Theseus knows something strange is up, because the ground has been shaking for quite a while now. There have been constant earthquakes, and all the monsters are agitated. And pretty annoyed, he keeps wondering if Charlie is planning something. At the same moment that Charlie and that group on the beach receive the message that the test is being updated, Theseus also got this message, and the system informs us that Theseus was expelled from the test site for not meeting the requirements. In other words, he's a wanker. He has nothing to do there. So, he and his assistant are kicked out of the test site and teleported to another area far away from there. And he was left looking like an idiot, since he was no longer the examiner for that test. Theseus starts to see the sea getting rough, and something is happening. He sees part of the turtle emerging in the distance. But he can't go there because that's the test area, and that whole island is the turtle, and it's shaking and waking up. So the system informs us about what already happened before, but now it's at the same time from a different angle. He reports that the turtle has appeared and that the turtle's body is the designated location for the test. So it's really simple. You just have to defeat the turtle and get the sea stone. That's it. Super easy. Even I could do it. Mrs. Turtle is kilometers in diameter, and the system tells us that she is a sea turtle, a turtle that failed to become a black turtle, and she is the ruler of the 20th floor, one of the strongest beings in the sea. Theseus starts thinking that the test got so hard that it reached administrator level, and that's why he was kicked out, because the one who will personally oversee this test is the administrator. He stands there really upset because he never imagined there would be a turtle there, that he would have to break its seal, and that the stone he had been searching for would be given as a reward to whoever kills the turtle. And he knows that, since it's a colossal being, that must have influenced the decision to make the sea stone the reward. He knows that all of this is Charlie's doing, right? He grabs his phone ball and sends a message to his dad, telling him to send reinforcements because the sea stone he's been after just showed up. He starts thinking that when this test is over, he's going to tear Charlie in half, and right then, someone suddenly collapses next to him, puff, and we see that it's the people from the Crimson Wolf Guild, and they're there, covered in ketchup, shaking, tied up and roughed up after a good beating. Theseus looks at the captors of those people and says, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen you since the Gigantomachy. How long has it been, Seruta?" And the system informs us that Seruta, a giant ranker, the 31st son of Seruta, has appeared, and along with him several other strong warriors from the giant clan. On the ground are the members of the Crimson Wolf Guild, and Seruta replies to Theseus, "Hey, we're not friends, so let's skip the greetings." And Seruta says to Theseus, "Hey Theseus, I heard that now you make a living as the examiner for the 20th floor test. So if the test is happening right now, what are you doing here, Theseus?" He replies saying that he came over because of all the commotion, and then he asks Seruta why he's causing trouble. Near the test site, the fire giant explains that some children from his tribe were having problems with these guys here, and they weren't respecting our kids, since they're adults, and were picking on them as if they were adults too. If they want a real fight, then fight with us. They tried, but they couldn't do it. They lost control. Even the kids were beating them up. But hey Theseus, do you have a problem with that? And Theseus starts grinding his teeth and says, "Man, this situation just keeps getting worse." Theseus, full of courage, answers Sutra, "Hey Sutra, if you want to fight me, I'm not going to say no. Let's fight then." And at that moment, the reinforcements Theseus had called for come running to the scene. But Theseus says to Sutra, "Remember one thing, you guys are not going to interfere in this test." And everyone there draws their swords. Theseus's team is ready for a fight. No matter who it is, I'll make sure no one interferes with this test. And Sutra starts laughing, because he finds it hilarious that Theseus throws a tantrum over any inconvenience. And he says to Theseus, "Do you really think we giants would ruin this test?" He slams his sword on the ground and says, "Not in a million years would we ruin this test, because we're here following Elder Ufa's orders." And he says, "From now on, we will be supporting the player Charlie. We're on his side." And along with Ufa, there are other really strong giants. Meanwhile, someone is running far away from there. He jumps and makes a really high leap. And suddenly, where there was one Maria eel, now there are two, and the math lesson continues. And the person asks, "If you divide one moray eel by 4, what do you get?" And he slices that moray eel all the way through. And we know it's Charlie, the king of Fantava, because wherever he swings his sword, leaders of Fantava gush out, and the big slice cuts through the monsters, taking them all out. And Charlie, who had jumped really high, manages to notice what's happening far away from that island. And he realizes it's those little green swordsmen over there, that Sutra is there, over on the continent. And he notices that some really strong ranks are gathering in that place. And he knows that Ufa is betting everything on this, that he's going to be able to get the sea stone. At that moment, Charlie makes a huge jump, because he knows he can't let Ufa down, much less the giants, and most importantly, he can't let Olympus get their hands on the sea stone. And while he's in the air, he's thinking that the sea stone will be all his. And we see that the colossal turtle is trying to swallow Charlie. The mouth of that turtle is hundreds of meters long, while the other creatures, even though they're giants, look like ants next to her. And Charlie finally lands on the tongue of that giant turtle and jumps into its enormous throat, entering inside the colossal turtle. And of course, the other creatures are swallowed by the turtle as well. If they got close, they were swallowed. And inside, everything is dark and the special effects of the twilight lamp kick in. So, under the influence of the darkness, the protagonist's HP recovery rate increases by 112%, mana recovery by 56%, and mana amplification also by 56%. And Charlie goes in, slicing up all those creatures that were swallowed along with him, and the Fantava festival goes on. Nothing like a little grilled fish, because Charlie grabs his sacred fire and starts burning all those creatures too. So it's this big combo of slicing and sacred fire. And those sea creatures don't stand a chance against the protagonist. And the system once again notifies Charlie, "Hey, you're just killing these little creatures, right? But you'll only get the sea stone if you kill the sea turtle." And Charlie knows that's his goal from now on. Until he gets to where he needs to be, he's going to tear through everything in his way. The next chapter begins by saying, "Whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the seas." And Charlie keeps up his hard work, slicing through all those massive sea creatures inside the turtle, because he knows this story has been passed down as a legend here on the 20th floor. And he knows it's not a legend, it's the absolute truth. Charlie is in complete darkness, fighting off several sea monsters, and he's able to see in the dark thanks to Hack's eyes, and also when he lights up all the monsters' bodies with holy fire. Lucky for the turtle, because if that holy fire burned her body, that would be some serious heartburn. And after making sushi, Charlie says that's not sushi, it's grilled fish. Charlie knows that turtle is considered the god of the seas, and he's deep in thought when he hears a very loud scream and the protagonist lights up the area to get a better look at what's ahead. Charlie knows that some monsters followed him, drawn by the sea crystal, which is also called the divine sea crystal. And the protagonist is really intrigued, because he heard a very loud scream coming from the place where he entered. Charlie keeps thinking that this place doesn't feel like a stomach anymore, since he's fought so many creatures here that it's starting to feel more like a dungeon. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something above and Hack's eyes go wide, and Mrs. Turtle was thirsty and took a little sip of water. Charlie knows this is going to go badly, because along with Mrs. Turtle's little sip of water, there are also a bunch of sea monsters, and they approach Charlie, hissing and screaming. And Charlie is very polite. He's not going to drink someone else's water, so he decides to run away. And the protagonist is like this. Behind him, a gigantic wave of water, and in front of him, a wave of monsters. And the system informs us that the protagonist has coated his sword with sacred fire, so Hack's sword is now imbued with Hack's fire. And the protagonist shows he's an excellent teacher and hasn't gotten tired of math lesson. He jumps onto that Maria serpent in great style, and with one big slash, he cuts both of them at once, splattering a lot of ketchup in the process, and Fantova too. Charlie is literally playing leapfrog. Big slash here, then he jumps over there. Another big slash there, then he jumps over there. Another big slash here, then he jumps over yonder. But the monsters just keep coming, and the protagonist, in turn, just keeps slashing. Lucky for him, he's got that overpowered sword. Charlie tells us he's using Kane's invisibility. However, his isn't as good as the ultimate stealth that Hades had, but even so, his is excellent. And while he's hiding, the big slash sweeps right through all the monsters there. And so, they keep going at it forever. But while some fall, the others are still there, looking around, trying to find the protagonist. And Dr. Crocodile Serpent has just spotted the protagonist. Hissing at the protagonist, he strikes at lightning speed. However, Charlie manages to grab hold of the creature's fangs. And Charlie realizes he was found by his scent, because even though he's invisible, his smell hasn't completely disappeared. And the badass starts wondering if those monsters are treating him as if he were some kind of virus. But Charlie is a pretty unruly virus and slices up all the creatures that tried to attack him. And those monsters aren't weak, since each one gives 0.01% progress toward the Star Slayer of the Skies. And Charlie looks at that, pretty annoyed, because he thought he'd be able to complete the Star Slayer of the Skies in this 20th floor test. However, he thinks those creatures are giving a bit of XP, and seeing that, Charlie decides to only kill the strong ones, ignore the weak ones, and not stray from his path. And the badass keeps wondering where the divine crystal of the seas is. It definitely shouldn't just be lying around anywhere. And Charlie thinks that the most likely place for it to be kept is also the most important place. And he knows that this place is the core that powers this gigantic creature, its mana heart. Charlie is sure the crystal is there, and the badass starts using Kane as a compass and notices that, as he goes along this path, Kane is vibrating even more, so it's definitely this way. Charlie knows that whether it's the mana heart or the divine crystal of the seas, he's sure the turtle must have set up a defensive perimeter to protect it, because the protagonist knows he's already fought several monsters, but he doesn't know how many more are ahead. Charlie is lost in thought, but suddenly he has an insight and says, "Oh, of course, ever since I entered this darkness I've been using the monkey's eyes to see in the dark, but what if I stop using that and use something else? My battle prediction will be much more effective." And so, he's sure that if he gives up his vision, he'll amplify his other senses even more. And so, the protagonist arrives at the field. He focuses his senses and lights his sacred fire to see what's around him. The protagonist sees, off in the distance, lots of monsters. Then it's time for some roasted fish. He throws the sacred fire at them and lets things heat up. Charlie, after this, starts to hear the monster's screams of pain and says it looks like a cockroach nest because there are hundreds of monsters there. So, the protagonist keeps moving forward, killing one creature after another, and without wasting time, he targets the weakest. That turtle has some really weird creatures inside. This one looks like a new goodbye, but it's uglier. The protagonist performs surgery on it and makes it cute. He splits it right down the middle. Charles is really physically exhausted because the author forgot what he wrote at the beginning of the story, that Charlie wouldn't get tired in the dark while hunting with that sword. But now he's really tired, because that place is worse than any dungeon he's ever been in. He's been killing monsters for so long there, that there are definitely more monsters here than he's faced in his entire journey. And the badass, who's ignoring the weaker ones, kills one, jumps to another, kills another, moves on to the next, and keeps going. And by activating the holy fire, everything gets even easier, because all these monsters become super easy to slice up after being roasted by the flames. And he knows that he's only able to keep fighting there because of the attributes of the Twilight Blade. So, to save time, Charlie decides to use the holy fire even more, just burning through everything in his path. That way, he makes it through another horde of monsters. After that, he feels like he's almost there, but his mana is halfway gone, so he tries to wake up Kane, saying, "Hey, wake up, open your eyes." Charles doesn't know how much longer he'll be able to keep fighting, since he's been battling for over an hour now, and in a really intense way. Then Charlie runs in the direction where he thinks the sea stone is, and keeps telling Kane to wake up in his mind, because at the rate things are going, his mana will run out soon. So all we see is a big slash in the dark and Poto moving through thousands of monsters. And in that endless fight, he keeps thinking about Kane, telling her to show up quickly. Proto is running at incredible speed with his sword when suddenly, after turning a corner, he sees something that makes his eyes go wide. Seeing this, he stops abruptly, because he has finally found the place. Now, he doesn't have to wander around like a blind man anymore, because in front of him there's a lot of light, and there's no way there could be that much light inside a turtle. And he sees the boss's mana heart, and it's colossal, looking like a mountain, because there are thousands of sea monsters on it, and all of them are gigantic. But next to that heart, they look like mere specks of dirt. And Broda realizes that this place has way more monsters than all the places he's been to so far. And the little monsters have already sensed Proto's presence and are glaring at him menacingly. The tough guy shows up ready and says to all those creatures, "Hey, is this some kind of party?" Kane, meanwhile, starts emitting a very intense dark mana. At that moment, Charlie remembers Hephaestus's words, when he said that all he did was create an item, a channeler to channel the powers through Cain. Charlie remembers that Hephaestus told him that Cain is the greatest masterpiece he's ever made, and that it definitely compares to Zeus's lightning bolt, Hephaestus's father. And we can see that Cain starts to open his eyes, and that creature begins to wake up and finally opens his eyes completely. And so Charlie summons Hell, which is an ability that comes from Cain, and the badass, facing those gigantic sea creatures, walks toward them with Hell activated in his hands. And then, with full authority and immense power, he commands all the monsters to get out of his way. And the badass knows that now that he has found the place where the sea stone is, there's no reason for him to hold back his mana, because he will become the master of the divine crystal of the seas. As the new chapter begins, Charlie keeps thinking about our steps, Athena's aegis, all of it crafted by Hephaestus. He also remembers Apollo's sun chariot, and these are some of the works that represent the greatest blacksmith in the tower, Hephaestus. However, if you ask around what Hephaestus's masterpiece is, everyone will say it's Zeus's lightning bolt, because that item is capable of blowing up the entire world with a single strike, or even controlling the weather according to the user's will. And as Charlie thinks about all this regarding Zeus's lightning bolt, he starts wondering just how incredible this Cain must be, since it's on the same level as that monstrous lightning bolt. And the tough guy, looking ahead, sees thousands of gigantic creatures between him and the mana heart, and he starts walking toward them, and those monsters make way for Proto to pass. But even so, they're hissing a lot, wanting to get at Proto. Crazy narrator, you keep saying hiss all the time. What does this mean? Hiss is what a snake does, like this. That's hissing. Hissing? Just talk to your mother-in-law, she's always hissing. Charles remembers what Hephaestus told him, that adamantium is capable of channeling the full power of the crystals of darkness, the seas, and the sky, in an almost perfect way, and he knows that the power of an item depends on its creator. And Cain, previously, was made for Hades. However, the one who made Cain was a disciple of Hephaestus. But now, the version he has was created by Hephaestus himself. And the tough guy puts on an even tougher face, because he knows his Cain is way better than Hades. Meanwhile, thousands of creatures step in front of Proto, blocking his path. At that moment, the mana heart starts to resonate, and all the creatures that were standing still suddenly change their behavior, and open their mouths toward Proto. And then, in unison, they charge at Proto to tear him apart. And Charles, watching what just happened, realizes that the mana heart is controlling all those monsters. And so, he also charges at the monsters and summons Hell, casting a spell so colossal that it looks like it rips a hole in space-time right in front of him. And all the monsters, without exception, vanished, as they were consumed by the flow of mana that swept through, completely erased by that thing. And Charlie, staring at that mass of mana in front of him, keeps wondering what it's connected to, since the creatures that were touched by it disappeared instantly. But after that, there's a backlash, and the hand where Cain is equipped starts leaking a lot of ketchup, because Cain used too much power, and apparently, Proto isn't strong enough to handle it. The pain Charles is feeling is like his hand is being torn in half, and he's surprised, because it shouldn't hurt this much. His arcane power is over 100. But even so, his body just can't handle all that power. Charles knows there are thousands of monsters in that place, so he has to hold on, and tells his body to hang in there just 2 more times. Then Charles activates our steps and makes a huge leap toward the mana heart, and thousands of other gigantic monsters also get in his way. The system tells us that the power of salt increased by 50% when using our steps, and the badass is almost reaching the mana heart, but a lot of gigantic creatures block his path, trying to kill him. And then, for the second time, the badass uses Hell. Literally, every creature that got hit by Hell vanished, either died or disappeared. Charles isn't sure, but what matters is they're no longer in his way. Then he activates celestial steps, letting him walk on air. With that, his thinking speed doubles for 5 seconds, and Proto plans to use this advantage, because there are still thousands of gigantic creatures in that place. The badass gets even closer, and he knows his hand won't hold out much longer, and he just needs one more hit, so he gets ready to use Hell again. However, Proto has to strike in the right spot, so he activates the hack eyes to find the way. And up in the sky, he keeps looking at that mountain, which is actually the mana heart, and he keeps wondering where it is. But hack eyes are hack eyes, they can see through anything. And so, deep within the mana heart, he finds the sea stone, and when he spots it, Cain reacts to a fragment, and Proto knows that's exactly where he needs to strike. With Cain's eyes wide open, he gives Proto the certainty of the spot he needs to hit, and with his hack eyes activated and a lot of ketchup pouring from his hand, Proto knows he's finally found it, and that he just needs one more hit. This time, Charlie, who is already in front of those creatures, uses Hellfire directly on the mana heart. And when that energy collides with the mana heart, it creates an incredibly intense light. And the poor creatures are almost blinded, because it feels like they're staring straight at the sun. Charlie makes a huge hole in that heart, and a waterfall of ketchup gushes out in every direction. That huge heart was blown up by Charlie and is left completely in pieces, with ketchup all around. All the creatures that were being controlled by the heart snap out of their trance, and start trembling with fear, because the tough guy just proved he's the toughest one there. And the nosy neighbor, who is really curious, decides to take a closer look and calls out, "Hey neighbor, come here with me. Let's check it out up close and see what happened. Oh, look at that, a hole."
There's a bit of blood coming out. I'm going to take a closer look. I'm a little scared, but I'll still check it out up close. Okay, neighbor? I'll go see and then gossip to you all about what's going on. The neighbor lady gets even closer, puts her eyes right up to see what's happening. Let me see here if what's going on.
And also, knows too much, Satan.
She gets a big slice that cuts the neighbor lady in half. She does math class on the spot, turns into 2. And the tough guy, striking a superhero pose, says to the neighbor lady, "Stop being so nosy. Nobody called you here. Go take your dindar somewhere else." And Charlie is there, covered in ketchup from that huge heart, and he looks really angry. Suddenly, he says, "Ugh, gross, so much ketchup on me." Did you see that? That woman's guts, ugh, fell on me. How awful. The creatures who were far away start trembling even more, because Charlie, with ease, just did math class with his best friend. Charlie looks at his hand and knows it's completely wrecked. And there's one thing he's sure of. If he wants to use arcane again without suffering so much, he'll have to increase both his arcane power and his vitality, which ends. And only then will he be able to use arcane perfectly. And the protagonist starts to leave, walking past the 2 halves of the neighbor lady and heading toward the monsters, who are trembling in fear of him. And Charlie is now without a goal. He has to focus on leveling up, because by doing that, his attributes will reach the level needed so he won't suffer like this anymore when using arcane. After that, Charlie says to all the monsters, "Hey, you guys better get out of the way, because I'm already really tired." And so, the King of the Seas summons the Sea Stone, which is under his control. The scene shifts to nearby, where those 2 groups are, the group of Theseus and the group of Seruta. Theseus is calling the giant a fool and asks them if they really believe that Charlie will come back with the Sea Stone, and Seruta says, "Of course, he will come back." The elder has already decided that, and Theseus keeps thinking that they're idiots, that there's no way Charlie will pass this test, because there's just no way he can defeat the monster that became the king of the sea. And he knows there's no choice, they just have to stay there and wait. But as soon as the test is over, he's going to kill everyone there. And at that moment, the sea turtle comes out of the ocean and lets out a huge roar. And everyone realizes that this colossal, kilometer-long monster has just emerged from the sea. But then, its eyes lose their shine, its gigantic mouth starts to close, and its body becomes paralyzed. And it falls back into the sea, making everyone wonder what's going on, why it appeared, lost its shine, and fell back into the ocean again. And the system informs us that Charles Dassel Azevedo has passed the 20th floor test. And Theseus is there in shock, because he didn't expect this to happen. His expression quickly shifts to anger, because he knows this should have been impossible. There's no way Charles could have killed that monster. He's just a player from the 20th floor. So, he orders all his subordinates to find Charlie and bring him there right now. But Seruta slams her swords on the ground and says, "No, you're not going anywhere. Stop right there." And she tells her giants to fight with everything they've got, because she doesn't want any of them to even touch a single hair on Charlie's head. And Theseus starts threatening him and says, "So, you're really planning to drag the giants into this mess? Aren't you worried about causing a second gigantomachy?" And Seruta replies, "Oh, stop talking nonsense. You guys are already getting ready for it. Or do you think we don't know? So quit with the empty threats, and let's just get this fight started." And Theseus, with a very sly look, tells Seruta and the other giants that they're really idiots, because history always repeats itself. Then, he puts away his graven ball and summons a weapon into his hands. And the tower's restrictions start sparking a lot in that place. And Theseus, with his water trident, summons Apollo's chariot of fire. The door of the chariot opens and several warriors bathed in fire come out of it. Theseus asks Seruta if he remembers their third fight, where Seruta only did one thing, ran away like a gazelle. And at that moment, Theseus looks Seruta in the eye and says, "So, have you liked this video yet? So, did you guys ask for part 16? So let's keep going with part 16. Seruta realizes that Theseus is coming at him with everything he's got and calls him a bastard. And Seruta asks him if he isn't ashamed to act so cunningly, being the son of Poseidon. And Theseus replies, "Since when has my father ever been honorable? The god of the seas was never honorable, and neither am I." The warriors who came out of Apollo's chariot of fire seem to be really strong and are ready to attack, and that's exactly what they do. They combine their powers and, in unison, launch a massive attack against the giants. There's lightning, explosions, and all kinds of powers flying everywhere, and honestly, the fight starts off with a bang. People are getting holes blasted through them, ketchup squirting out on one side, and the same thing happening to the other group. However, the giants are being overpowered, because the humans who came with Theseus are really strong and highly skilled ranks. And Seruta realizes that once again he's being stopped by that bastard Theseus, and as he watches his people being defeated in battle, he wonders if the gigantomachy is going to repeat itself all over again. He remembers Theseus standing on top of the hill during the first gigantomachy, and below, thousands of giant bodies that were massacred by Olympus. But suddenly, everyone hears a very loud noise in that place, and they start wondering what that noise was. Even so, the fight remains fierce, and they look to the side and see a huge wave approaching, like a tsunami. And they stop fighting, because that wave is truly gigantic, and since they're on the edge of the beach, they would be hit head-on by the tsunami. However, they realize it's not a tsunami, just a very strange wave, and from that wave emerge dozens of sea monsters, all of them gigantic, and among them are two very well-known and greatly feared ones. The first is that big one back there, and the second is this one down here. It's Dr. Alligator, highly lethal and cunning, being a very strong elite monster. However, the monster that was back there decides to raise its head even higher, and everyone realizes that it wasn't really what they thought. because the monsters that were already gigantic look tiny next to that creature that rose up. And the system informs us that this is a high-level sea monster, the famous Leviathan. And they realize that fighting a monster like that is already very difficult. But going up against the Leviathan is almost impossible on that floor. And the Olympians start wondering if these monsters were even supposed to appear on that floor. And they realize that the Leviathan is a named boss. He's much stronger than all those giants they're facing. And that wave of monsters approaches from behind the Olympians. And they're stunned to see so many high-level monsters advancing toward them all at once, since those monsters usually don't live in any kind of order. And Theseus remembers what was said about the sea stone, that whoever finds the sea stone will become the god of the sea. And then he makes a really shocked face, and he realizes that what's happening right in front of him is the reason why his father was so obsessed with finding the sea stone. So he starts wondering if that legend was actually true. Meanwhile, that huge mass of monsters keeps advancing toward them. A few seconds later, that gigantic wave reaches the shore, and from the middle of it, our protagonist emerges, in a very ironic way, apologizing for interrupting them while they were so busy. And Charles says he's really tired now, and with the sea crystal in one hand and his sword in the other, he tells the Olympians to get out of his way. We can see that the sea stone doesn't just control the sea, but also all the sea monsters, and Charlie, using the power of the sea stone, makes the sea he's controlling even more powerful. And Theseus keeps looking angry and calls Charles a bastard. After that, Theseus orders Charles to hand over the sea stone to him right now, and as he says this, he starts casting a water spell. Shouting at the protagonist, Theseus uses his water control and charges at the protagonist at full speed. Charlie, who is still very tired from his fight with the turtle, manages to react just in time and he summons the power of the sea stone again, and in doing so, he silences Theseus, because now he doesn't just have a cane, but he's also the god of the seas. In just a few moments, Theseus is already surfing on the water above Charlie, getting ready to attack him, and Charlie is visibly activating the power of the sea stone. However, it's impossible to tell what he's going to do. Theseus doesn't even want to wait, and with his seriously overpowered trident, he channels all that water into a single point to shoot it at the protagonist, then unleashes a powerful jet of water, strong enough to destroy even rock. But the protagonist defends himself from that attack, and Charlie, still worn out from the previous fight with the turtle, even mocks Theseus and says, "Hey, Theseus, looks like you can't do anything without water, huh?" And the protagonist, always ready to tease, says that he looks like a fish out of water. And Theseus gets even more annoyed and tells him to shut up, because he's nobody to talk to him like that. He's a very strong ranker and Charlie is just a player who made it to the 20th floor. And Theseus knows Charlie isn't wrong because he really can't do much without the water element. And so Theseus realizes that something strange is going on because something is interfering with his water powers. And he gets scared since the power of the sea stone goes way beyond what he imagined. It's such a massive power that it can even neutralize the water attribute itself. And Theseus thinks that it can only be the effect of the sea stone and his hatred grows even more. The restrictions of the tower spark more intensely all over his body, and Charlie, who's no fool, immediately gets on alert. Seeing all those penalties building up in Theseus, he knows Theseus is about to come at him with everything he's got, so he activates his hockey eyes, and the gray eyes read the path, while the dimensional field is also activated. And Charlie must be thanking God that he trained for 10 days with the giant kids. At that moment, Theseus charges at him at great speed, and the protagonist, knowing his move, dodges by a hair, because Theseus isn't just any rank, he's a strong one. But the badass is the badass, so dodging isn't enough. He immediately counters Theseus. The ranker goes on high alert, as a real fight is about to break out, and Theseus defends himself from the protagonist's sword strike, which was so strong it cracked the ground. Still, he's a strong and battle-hardened warrior, and he comes back with another counterattack against Charlie, but the protagonist defends himself from this attack too. Meanwhile, the ground around them takes another beating from the power of that impact. Charlie is extremely worn out and tired, but he knows he has to hold his ground, because the moment he slips up, it'll be the end for him. And Theseus, using his trident, locks the protagonist's sword, trying to rip it from his hand, and he's fired up with rage, remembering his father's words telling him to find the sea stone no matter what it takes. And if he succeeds, he'll finally be recognized as Poseidon's son. And with that in mind, he keeps struggling with the tower's restrictions, but pushes forward, fueled by his rage, and Theseus doesn't care at all about what's happening to his body. What matters most to him is being recognized by his father, so he activates the Salas Arcana, trying to take control of the fight against Charlie. That bastard Theseus can only think about that. If he gets this stone, he'll become a legitimate son, and so he puts even more strength into his attacks, even though he's suffering much more from the tower's restrictions. And the protagonist gets his sword locked by Theseus's trident, and Theseus moves in with the blade of his trident aiming for the protagonist's leg. But when Theseus strikes with his spear at the spot where the protagonist is, Charlie has already activated Earn's Step and vanished from sight. And the only thing taking a beating in this fight is the ground around them, because every attack from these two has immense destructive power. Theseus, completely exhausted by the tower's restrictions, keeps spewing ketchup from his mouth, while Charles stands at a distance. With the help of Earn's Steps, he managed to dodge yet another powerful attack from Theseus, and now stands there, steady and firm. But actually, no, Charlie drops to his knees from exhaustion, because killing thousands of high-ranking monsters and then taking down the mythical turtle drained a lot of his strength, and after making it out of that impossible battle, he comes face to face with Theseus and is determined to kill him at any cost. For the first time, the tough guy drops to his knees from exhaustion, but it's not over, because Charlie has never given up and he's not about to start now. He keeps thinking. He thought Theseus's weakness was his mind, but Theseus remains calm, calculating every move. Charlie knows exactly what's at stake for Theseus, and one thing he's sure of, Theseus will give it everything he's got. So, our protagonist, with his mouth still full of ketchup, spits out a little, and Theseus, full of confidence, threatens Charlie, saying that after he defeats him, he'll kill all the giants. That's when the tower's restrictions start coursing through Theseus's body even more intensely. Theseus almost seems like the protagonist, because he tells Charlie that he picked the wrong opponent. Then he gets back into a fighting stance, declaring that he is Theseus, the son of the great Poseidon. Charlie stands up, showing that he's still tough, and gets ready to face the Olympus-rank Theseus once again. Charlie grips the sea stone even tighter, regretting that he didn't control the cane as well as he wanted to, since his hand took a real beating during those fights inside the turtle, and now it's in shambles. And Charlie gets ready once again to fight an opponent who is many times stronger than he is, and the tough guy tells Theseus that he's going to finish this quickly, and then level up even more. After that, he points his sword at Theseus, already set for another round with him. Meanwhile, in the background, the giants are fighting the Olympians, and things are getting wild, because Theseus and Charlie are kicking up a huge cloud of dust and mana. Both the giants and the Olympians can't afford to watch this amazing showdown, because if any of them lose focus for even a second, it'll be the end for them. The same goes for Charlie and Theseus, who are locked in a fierce battle. And once again, Theseus uses that old tactic of locking the protagonist's sword with his trident to try to finish him off. But this time, Charlie is wise to it. He quickly pulls his sword out of the lock and tries to strike Theseus, who immediately blocks him. So now the two are face to face, one seething with rage, the other with his hockey eyes activated, and both of them spitting out a lot of ketchup from their mouths, because this fight isn't easy for either of them. And the poor ground is suffering the most, since every clash between the two causes a massive shockwave that destroys all the rocks in the area. But Theseus sets up a bait, because he's not going to attack the same way every time. Charlie notices the sudden change in Theseus's style, and to avoid getting hit by this sneaky move, the protagonist dodges again, activating his earned steps. He puts some distance between himself and Theseus, staying out of reach of his spear. Theseus is getting really frustrated now, because Charlie is so slippery, and he realizes that the protagonist is the worst kind of opponent to fight. Charlie is just too quick at dodging, so almost none of Theseus's attacks are landing on him. But Theseus knows that if Charlie were just fast, that wouldn't explain everything. He's noticed that even before his attacks land, Charlie is already dodging. So he stops to observe Charlie and sees that, since the beginning of the fight, Charlie's eyes have been glowing a bright red. Theseus keeps wondering what's up with those eyes. Meanwhile, Charlie still has his hockey activated, his gray eyes clashing with the sensory field, and with the help of the sea stone, he's suppressing all of Theseus's water attribute mana. Even so, Theseus is still managing to use an incredible amount of destructive force. Charlie realizes that Theseus isn't an Olympian ranker like the others. And on top of that, the gap between their levels and stats is pretty huge. At this point, the gigantic sailor monsters are almost able to cross the mountain that's been blocking them from advancing to that spot, and Charlie, with the help of the sea stone, keeps commanding those monsters to come support him. Then Theseus asks the protagonist why he suddenly stopped attacking him and says to Charlie, "So, you finally realize that I'm stronger than you, huh?" And the badass says, "Stop talking crap and come at me." But even though Charlie is exhausted and almost at his limit, he walks toward Theseus and tells him that he's the one who should be asking questions, because after seeing those sea monsters almost arriving, Theseus must be scared out of his mind. Theseus, trying to play it cool, calls him insolent and threatens the badass, saying he'll tear him to pieces so he'll never talk like that again. When suddenly, someone grabs his shoulders and says, "Theseus." He turns around really angry and says, "What is it? Don't you see I'm in the middle of an important fight? So don't get in my way." And the warrior tells Theseus that they need to fall back because things aren't looking good for him, and he says to the warrior, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about? I'm winning this fight against Charlie. They're the ones who are cornered, and of course, we covered everything up, right? Following YouTube's guidelines." But even so, the Olympian, distressed, no longer has any problems in life, because his problems end with his death. And so the Olympian takes a math class. And now we can understand why he was so desperate. It was because he was the one fighting Sutra, the strongest of the giants there. And Sutra is feeling reinvigorated, because with the arrival of the protagonist, he realized he could actually defeat the Olympians. He shouts for all his soldiers to charge at them and not let a single one escape, and orders his giants to cut off the arms and legs of their enemies to take them as trophies. At that moment, the sea monsters had already gotten past the natural barrier that was keeping them from reaching the area, and Theseus's friends urge him to think, because with the strength they have now, they've lost the ability to overpower the giants. They also believe that once the sea monsters reach them, their victory will become impossible. So they plead with Theseus to give the order to retreat, because that's their only chance. But Theseus just stands there, clenched with rage, not responding to anyone. The warrior next to him calls out Theseus's name, shouting for him to wake up and realize what's happening.
And he stands there thinking, what? Me? Run away? You want me to run away? And Theseus, like a rabid dog, keeps staring ahead and sees Charlie, who's holding the object his father has been searching for over 1,000 years. So Theseus hesitates, because the sea stone he's been looking for all these years is right in front of him, and his warriors are telling him to run. At that moment, the protagonist starts to smile, because Theseus's mental state has finally been shaken, and now it would be impossible for Theseus to keep fighting at that level. And the warrior keeps pestering Theseus, telling him to snap out of it, and finally he gives in and says, alright, let's go, let's pull back. However, Theseus is about to explode with rage, because if he had continued that fight against Charlie, he would definitely have won. And so, very reluctantly, Theseus clenches his teeth even harder, because he knows he'll have to make the decision he didn't want to make. So he summons Apollo's sun chariot and orders everyone to fall back. Well, right, since the boss gave the order, that's it. Everyone, all the brave Olympian warriors, gather up all their courage, tuck their tails between their legs, and get into the sun chariot to withdraw from the battlefield. But Sutra isn't happy about the enemy retreat, because he never thought this day would come. The day when the proud Theseus of Olympus is retreating with his tail between his legs. And so Sutra says that this is the price Theseus is paying for thinking he had already won a fight against him, because they, the giants, aren't even going all out yet. And so the fire giant prepares one last attack, trying to hit those who are retreating. Right after that, he unleashes a whirlwind of fire and yells for the Olympians not to retreat like fools, and his attack lands with full force right where the chariot is. Or rather, it was, right? Because when the smoke cleared, we could see that the chariot was already far away, escaping with everyone safely inside. And so we have a beautiful scene. In the sky, the sun's fiery chariot looking just like the sun itself. On the ground, the fire giant and our fierce protagonist. And far off in the distance, the sea still raging from the power of the sea stone, filled with all sorts of sea monsters. After that, Sutra asks the protagonist, did we win? And Charlie, with his fist clenched, answers yes, that they did win this fight against the Olympians. And after that, Charlie says, I think so, because he knows that the power of Olympus is much greater than this. But for now, a victory is a victory. And Sutra says he understands, because in this fight, we giants didn't hold back, and we definitely didn't run away. And the fire giant shouts with all his might. We, the giants, really did defeat Olympus. Hooray! The scene shifts to a toast and lots of cold beer, mead, and victory songs, and we realize we're in the giants' village, where they're calling for another barrel of beer, because today they need to celebrate to the fullest. And in the city of the giants, inside Adam's tree, it's nothing but joy, because they, the outcasts, finally got their revenge. The scene shifts to a glass of water. Someone passes by and doesn't drink it, and whoever does makes a face and says, man, what kind of trip is this? And we see that it's Charlie. And he says that as soon as everyone came back, they started celebrating. Charlie says not to spit it out, because this is a victory they've been waiting for a long time. The giants are really happy, but Charlie isn't, because he knows that if that fight against Theseus had continued, he definitely would have lost. And he also knows that if it weren't for the sea stone, he wouldn't have lasted that long, because with it he was able to weaken Theseus. And then the protagonist keeps replaying every blow, every decision made. Charlie knows that Sutra and the giants were outnumbered and that the result they achieved was truly a miracle, because if they had kept going, all the giants there would have been killed. But thanks to some Olympians getting scared, they were able to pull off that hard-fought victory. And the tough guy looks at his hand, all battered from using the cane, and realizes he still has a long road ahead, because he knows that one day he'll have to fight against the top figures of Olympus. And those high-ranking ones don't even compare to the people he's fought so far. And the tough guy clenches his fist, because he managed to get where he is way faster than he expected. He originally thought it would take at least 5 years to get there. And now, with the divine crystal of the seas in his hands, he's sure he can advance even faster. So let's head over to the giant's little chair and make a call. So, the protagonist opens his inventory and pulls out his eyeball of 15, because he knows what he has to do next. He starts smiling, whistling, and singing at the bar, because he's about to call that person. Suddenly, the blacksmith Hephaestus lets out a huge sneeze and gets goosebumps all over. He starts wondering why he got chills down his spine, since he's in a really hot place right in front of a furnace. And the old man wonders if he's coming down with a cold, or if it's some kind of sign. But suddenly his phone starts ringing and he jumps in surprise and says, "Ha! Who is it? Who is trying to talk to me at this hour? They must be crazy." And Charlie, being super sweet and gentle, talks to him. "Hey, old man, how have you been? I'm coming to visit you really soon, okay? So, I managed to get my hands on something really cool. You're going to love it." And he fills old Hephaestus's phone with cat emojis, and Hephaestus says, now I know what happened. I've got something way worse than a cold coming my way." The next chapter opens with the sea stone, which the protagonist won through a lot of blood and sweat, and old Hephaestus says to Charlie, "Man, I honestly don't know how you keep getting your hands on these things. How do you even manage that, huh?" Hephaestus says that his uncle, Poseidon, has been searching for that stone for over 1,000 years. "So, how did you get it, Charlie?" And Charlie, grinning, says, "Oh, I guess I just got lucky." "Yeah, right, like hell that was just luck." "I doubt it. Don't go smiling like that, as if you just tossed it on the ground like it was a coin." And Charlie puts on a happy shell face. Old Hephaestus tells Charlie that with Olympus losing the sea crystal and his situation with Theseus being defeated by the giants, Olympus will definitely be unable to do anything against you for now. So you gain a little time. And Hephaestus says to him, I bet you're all excited, huh? After what I just said. And Charlie says he's feeling a bit more at ease after hearing that and keeps his happy seashell face. And Hephaestus starts thinking that his father is going to be pretty busy keeping his uncle's anger under control. He keeps thinking that Charlie is really clever, but there's no way he could know about the deep internal politics of Olympus. And Hephaestus is really impressed, because Charlie, without even realizing it, and once again, managed to turn a situation that was against him in his favor. And the tough guy is just standing there, hands on his hips, yawning, while Hephaestus looks at him in awe, because Charlie is a really lucky guy who somehow manages to do things right without even knowing it. Little does he know that the protagonist knows everything and has traveled back in time. And so Hephaestus gets ready to take a closer look at that jewel, because he never would have expected Charlie to find something so valuable. He picks up the stone and starts thinking that it's just as he thought. It's almost identical to the lightning stone that belonged to his father. The only difference is its property, which is water. And Charlie asks the blacksmith Hephaestus if he's able to refine it. And Hephaestus replies that more important than refining it is having the necessary materials on hand to make proper use of that stone. And Charlie says, "So it's going to be the same deal as before, right? How long will it take you to refine this item?" And Hephaestus answers that it will take about 10 days. And Hephaestus tells Charlie that he doesn't know any place where he could get adamantium right now. And the tough guy says that soon he'll bring some adamantium for him as quickly as possible. And Hephaestus asks, "What do you mean bring it back? I don't get it." And Charlie just replies that he'll bring it. And the blacksmith asks if Charlie is rich, if he has a lot of money to buy adamantium. And Charlie answers no, that he doesn't have any money because he spent everything he had to produce cane. After hearing that, Hephaestus asks, "So how is he going to get adamantium if he doesn't have any money?" And Charlie, with a sly little grin, answers that he'll find a way, even if it takes some time. And Hephaestus tells Charlie that he knows he's tough, that he's not just all talk. When he says he's going to bring it, he brings it. And after that, he asks Charlie where he plans to go. And the tough guy says he's going to level up, because like Hephaestus said, Olympus won't interfere in his life for a while. So, he's going to hustle and level up. And here I am, keeping an eye on those gold bars next to Hephaestus. And the tough guy is getting ready to leave. And Hephaestus says, "Yeah, really, huh? You plan on facing Olympus head on, right?" And Charlie says, "If only that was all I had to do." When he hears that, Hephaestus starts sweating and says, "What? What do you mean? You're not planning on causing more trouble now, are you?" And the tough guy doesn't even answer. He keeps on leaving and tells Hephaestus that he'll leave the refining to him, and not to worry about the payment, because the money will be in his account soon. So goodbye. I'm out, see you, we're good. And the scene changes to the city on the first floor. And Charles, walking calmly, keeps thinking that Hephaestus was really surprised to see the sea stone. He wonders if Hephaestus knew where he was planning to go. He would definitely faint. And at that moment, to the delight of many here on the channel who are already missing him, Monsalvo trembles. And Charles is really intrigued, because the egg started moving again. And he notices that after the egg incubated up to 41%, it stays awake much longer than before. And the tough protagonist thinks this must be because of the high incubation rate. And Charles says to Monsalvo, "Hey, just wait a little bit, okay? We'll be able to find your siblings very soon." And Monsalvo, who is very polite, tilts his head. And Charles, in his laid-back conversation with Monsalvo, says that their adventure is going to be a lot of fun, because the rotten parts of the tower are going to start showing up. And he asks Monsalvo if he grows by eating those things. And at that moment, the left Monsalvo nods. And Charles takes that as Monsalvo agreeing and says that soon he'll have to stop eating for a bit, because his food will be waiting for him in that place Odin told me about. Charles starts thinking about the person who wanted to steal Poseidon's sea crystal, and he imagines how pissed Poseidon must be for missing the chance to have the divine sea crystal in his hands. Now, Charlie's hope is that things will play out just as Hercules predicted. After that, Charles remembers the conversation between Odin and Hercules, and the system tells us that Odin, the king of Asgard, says there will be a major retaliation against Charlie after he gets the divine sea crystal, and that Charlie will definitely have a huge target on his back. However, Hera says that he doesn't need to worry, because that's not going to happen, explaining that Zeus, her father, as long as he is king of Olympus, won't let it happen. She is sure that Poseidon won't be able to personally take action against a player who isn't even high rank, just to get the sea crystal. And Hercules continues his explanation, saying that when the king of a main guild makes a move, the other main guilds will respond immediately, and that's what will make things complicated. Then the system informs us that this is Hercules, a hero of Olympus, and upon hearing this, Odin asks Hercules, "So that's how it's going to be? Poseidon won't be able to personally make a move to claim the crystal?" And he says yes, because his father will keep his uncle in check, and that way either of them will be able to move to get the crystal personally. The three great ones of Olympus may be of the same blood, but they are not friends with each other. They are locked in an endless battle for power. The fight between his father and his uncle to see who would be first and second in Olympus was the most unpleasant of all. However, after my father, Zeus, obtained the divine crystal of the heavens, which is one of the three divine crystals, and created his lightning bolt with it, he was able to take half of Olympus into his own hands with that power. That's when he realized that the two remaining stones, the divine crystal of the sea and the divine crystal of darkness, must never fall into his brother's hands. That way, they will always be kept in check, because Zeus will make sure to secure both so he can remain the strongest in Olympus. And so, Charles and Hercules come to the conclusion that they can't let go of the sea crystal, because that crystal will make Zeus and Poseidon take each other down. The scene shifts to a very elegant room, where extremely expensive furniture is being smashed in a fit of rage. And there it is, the scene inside Olympus, where Poseidon is absolutely furious because he just found out that he can't personally go after the divine sea crystal, and that's making him really mad. And the system tells us that the one kneeling in front of Poseidon is his third son, Orion. And there he is, really upset because he lost the empire to the rock-paper-scissors move, and now he has to face his father's wrath all by himself. He keeps thinking that Theseus is a useless bastard, can't even manage to get a stone from a player who's only on the 20th floor. And Orion tells his father that the ruler of the skies, Zeus, is forbidding him, Poseidon, from having a direct confrontation with the giant, because he knows that Charles is taking refuge in the land of the giants. And the system tells us that this little guy here is Poseidon, one of the 3 great gods of Olympus, the god of the seas. And he yells at his son that he wants nothing to do with those damn giants. What he really wants is to take down the one damn player. And Poseidon keeps smashing things and cursing Zeus a lot, because that bastard just doesn't want me to get my hands on that divine sea crystal and become as strong as he is. And Poseidon says that Zeus even dared to get mad at him for interfering in Hephaestus' capture. So now the furniture gets no mercy and all his rage is taken out on it, and he keeps breaking things and cursing Zeus. The furniture is pretty much destroyed, there are only 2 pieces left, and Poseidon, pausing for a moment, asks his son what he thinks about all this, if he agrees that Zeus is acting like a sly snake. Orion dodges the question, replying that someone as lowly as him wouldn't dare to try to understand the minds of the rulers of the heavens. But Poseidon, bouncing with rage, says that the real ruler is the oak tree, because he knows that Zeus's decision has no basis at all, since he's a bastard, cold, and ruthless, and thinks everything is just a game of winning and losing. And there's one thing Poseidon is sure of. No matter how much he squeezes this Charlie, he's just a player, a single player. And of course, instead of Zeus going after this easy prey, he decided to focus on a bigger opponent, me, his brother, who wants to be just as powerful as he is. Poseidon, holding the second to last piece of furniture still intact in that room, shouts that his brother wants him to show great self-control, but he's running on pure rage, because he just lost his excuse to trick Ranki into getting the divine sea crystal, and also lost the divine sea crystal itself. So Poseidon, all tense and furious, lifting that piece of furniture with a lot of anger, keeps thinking about how his brother dares to talk to him like that at the very moment he's lost everything he was after. The scene shifts to Asgard, and their chaos is breaking out, because they heard that the divine sea crystal ended up in the hands of some player. We see that it's Odin, and he's really happy, because the kid managed to get the sea stone, and that's a really good thing. He keeps smiling a lot, and says he bets those damn Olympians are making a huge mess right now. Meanwhile, far, far away from there, in a rainy forest, someone says, "Charles, right? I want to meet this Charlie." And the person goes on to say that this Charlie isn't even a rank, just a regular player. But even so, he's already very talented. And the system informs us that the one saying this is the 3-headed, 6-armed god of battle, Azura. And Azura wonders if he'll ever get the chance to fight this Charlie. Once again, the scene shifts to the Marble Mountains, in another place that's very, very far away from there. In these mountains, there's a spot with a very intense golden glow coming from it, inside a very secluded cave. And another person, with many restraints on their body, is saying, "Charlie, huh? This Charlie is interesting. So you're saying this guy took the divine sea crystal? That's interesting, really interesting." And we see that this person is completely restrained. And as the scene zooms in even closer, we can see that it's the sage, Sun Wukong. He's the one speaking. And he says he thought this Charlie was just a rookie. But now, he's really excited to see what's going to happen. Alright, since you all want part 17, let's get started with part 17. The series picks back up on the first floor of the tower, and guess who steps out of Apollo's sun chariot? Of course, it was our badass protagonist, and he was dropped off in a beautiful spot on the first floor. He paid 1,000 points to use the chariot, and as they were still in the air, the coachman says goodbye to him, saying, "Thank you very much once again, sir. Goodbye." And Charles keeps thinking that both this chariot and the one Perseus used were just replicas, and he wonders how many copies of them the Olympians made. Still, Charles is happy, because thanks to the sun chariot, he arrived at that place really quickly. The system informs us that Charles is on the wall of the first floor, at the edge of the world. He runs his hand along the wall, thinking that no one has ever managed to break through it. Then he remembers the past, because no one could have imagined that this wall would collapse on its own in just a few days. But the protagonist is focused, he has a goal there, and it's not about dwelling on old memories. He remembers that someone told him it was around there, so he activates his gray eyes to try to find it, and takes out from his inventory a fragment of the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. Right after that, he spots in the distance the place he was looking for, so he headed over there, right? The protagonist thinks that the information Odin gave him wasn't wrong, because what's up ahead is an obstacle that shouldn't even exist on the first floor. And that thing shining over there is a dungeon, and it's known as the high rank dungeon, which is ranked number 57. And this high rank is also known as Susanoo, which Charles remembers from his past life, before he came back. This artificial dungeon was created by that guy, but it was only discovered centuries later, and it was only found by the other precious child, because that child is trying to collect the 3 sacred treasures. And Charlie isn't surprised at all, because Suzuno had already figured that eventually someone would find this dungeon, since so many people would be searching for it, because that's where he hid his own relic. So Charlie takes the sword fragment and feels a bit bad, since the guy who comes looking for the cure later on won't find anything. But since the protagonist's goal is to get really strong, he's definitely going to keep that relic. And the system notifies us about the discovery of the secret dungeon, which is called Suzuno's relic. Charlie thanks Kronos, because if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have gone back in time in such a convenient way. And the system starts checking the protagonist's requirements. And so, the protagonist meets the necessary requirements to enter the dungeon. From a distance, it looks like a huge tower under a completely red sky. And Charles is really happy, because now he managed to save hundreds of years in discovering that place. So, let's thank Kronos. Thank you very much, Kronos. And the system informs us that in order for him to obtain the secret relic, he has to complete the tower and can only leave after finding the key. And Charles is there, at the foot of that immense tower, admiring its greatness and height. He's certain that the key and the relic must be inside. And so, the protagonist opens his inventory and stores the sword fragment. But behind him, he starts to hear footsteps, and when he looks back, he realizes it won't be easy to reach that tower. And the system tells us that these monsters are from floors above 40, and they're vampiric hyenas. I thought their faces looked kind of cute. I might give one to my mother-in-law as a gift. And Charles, seeing that, thinks everything is fine, because the more the merrier, since his goal is to level up. And so, the serial goes down smoothly. However, the completion rate of the sky-slaying treadmill doesn't go up once, not even a second time. Only after every 3 hyenas does the completion rate of the sky-slaying treadmill increase by 0.001%. And so the protagonist keeps going, slicing up everything in his path. An elite hyena gets really close to the protagonist, and he tickles it with his sword. I even died so you wouldn't see it, because a lot of ketchup comes out from where he tickles it. After making a huge hole in that hyena, it's time for a massage. And the protagonist grabs the hyena so hard he even cracks a few ribs. Then, it's bowling time. He grabs one hyena and throws it at another with all his strength. And the hyena hits the door and drops dead because the protagonist was just so gentle with her. And to top off his little gesture, he gives her a holy kick, knocking her out of his way. He said, "Get out, you pest!" Tough. And the hyena that was already dead died even more. And the system informs us that the completion rate of the sky-slaying treadmill is at 99.546%. And Charlie realizes that his time there was pretty much useless, since he didn't make any progress. After killing so many hyenas, he only went up by 0.003%. And after a quick comparison, he's really surprised, because when he killed the sea turtle, he went up by 0.5%. But he thinks it would be even more amazing if he could reach 100% after killing that giant turtle. But I think there's something really off about this, because that turtle was a mythical turtle. And after reading this work a lot, I understood that every time you get close to 100%, it gets even harder. So I'm convinced. Let's continue the work. And the system finally shows us what level the protagonist is at. He's at level 80, and these here are all his attributes. Charles is pretty happy, because thanks to the sensory field, his perception has increased a lot. And so, he pushes that heavy door and enters the tower. Inside, it's pretty dim, but since the protagonist isn't afraid of the dark, let's go in. And the system tells us that Charles is entering the Suzuno dungeon. It also tells him to reach the 100th floor. And Charles realizes that the tower is enormous, so let's focus. And the system tells him that he has to pass Suzuno's test. Charles knows that since this dungeon has 100 floors, it almost feels like a miniature version of the Great Tower. And Charles, for his part, has never met Suzuno in person, but he's heard a lot of people speak badly about him. Odin, for example, said that he's the worst person in the world. Sun Ryukong says he wanted to face him because he heard he was a master of the sword. And Hercules says that Suzuno is the biggest piece of trash among all the trash. And Kronos claims that Suzuno has probably killed more people than anyone else in this tower. However, even though all of them had negative things to say about Suzuno, there was one thing they all agreed on: Suzuno was extremely strong. Suddenly, the protagonist goes on high alert, because his inventory suddenly opened by itself and he starts wondering what's going on. But then Suzuno's sword fragment begins to come out of his inventory, and the protagonist notices that something miniature appeared next to the sword, and he keeps trying to figure out what it is. And the little samurai asks Charlie what's happening. And after that, he asks where he is, and if that is the small tower. Then, he himself comes to the conclusion that he died. And after that, the great questioner kept on asking questions. He asks Charlie who he is, and if it was him who brought the Tatsuka fragment there. And the tough guy answers like this: he was the one who brought the fragment. And the little one, full of himself, says, "Really? Look, if you're talking to me like that, you definitely must not know who I am." And Charlie, who had already observed him very closely, can feel a strong murderous intent. So, this person is probably that guy. And the little samurai starts introducing himself, saying who he is. But Charlie doesn't even let him finish introducing himself and already says who he is, Suzuno, that he was a master swordsman. But he wasn't just that, he was a spiritual master and a necromancer, and he was a bloodthirsty assassin in the tower, who reached the 57th rank of the tower. All of that, of course, was when he was alive. And the little samurai says to Charlie, "Oh, so you really do know me?" And Charlie continues, "And you died facing Yamada Norochi." And the little guy gets really pissed off and tells Charlie that he's bringing up unnecessary stuff, and his eyes are practically shooting sparks of anger. And now that the protagonist is already dead, he's going to spill the beans, right? Charlie says that, either way, he was an incredible person. And Charlie asks that little being if he wants to be addressed formally. He laughs at the situation and says there's no need for that. And he concludes that he didn't leave his spirit there over something so trivial. So let's get to the point. Earlier, Charles had said that this little guy's life was really bad when he was alive, but he corrects Charlie, saying his life was actually the best it could be. And Charlie says, "You're not going to brag about having killed more people in this tower, are you?" And Charlie asks him, "So, how many people did you kill?" And before he can answer, Charlie says that he's really glad he's dead. And after hearing that, the third child, who actually has nothing to do with being a child, since he's a high-ranking bloodthirsty type, says he's really surprised that Charlie would talk to him like that, even knowing who he is. He asks Charlie if he's a rank and if he's on his side, and if not, who he's affiliated with. And the tough guy says he's just a player who just arrived on the 21st floor and isn't affiliated with anyone. And the little one says, "What do you mean? Just a player from the 21st floor? And you're still showing off?" And he tells Charlie that a place like that isn't for insects like him. He tells Charlie that there are things inside that tower that can't even be compared to the monsters on the 21st floor. And Charlie says that he fought some hyenas and some of the monsters out there. And the little samurai is really impressed because Charlie, a player who just arrived on the 21st floor, managed to defeat those strong hyenas. And after that, the little samurai says he'll follow Charlie as long as he's holding the fragment, because that's how he was programmed. And the tough guy, already starting to get annoyed, tells him to do whatever he wants and keeps on walking. After that, the being keeps circling around Charlie, bombarding him with questions. "Hey, do you have any companions? Or, are you a pure blood? Although you don't really look like a pure blood." And Charlie, still holding on to a bit of patience, tells him that he doesn't have any companions and that he's not a pure blood either. And the little samurai, who seems even lonelier, keeps on with the questions. "Hey, where are you from? Hey Charlie, how did you find this place? And how did you find that fragment? Tell me." And the protagonist's patience is pretty much gone, because this pygmy just won't stop talking. And the pygmy, all soft-spoken, keeps going, "Hey, answer me. Answer. I'm asking you a question. Come on, talk to me." And Charlie, super pissed off, stops and stares at that little guy and says to him, "Hey, bottle cap, you're being really annoying, you know that? This isn't a footnote, you know." And the bottle cap asks Charlie that he just needs to answer one more question. How did he get the sword fragment? And the tough guy says, "Hey, if you want to know so badly, show me the right direction, because nothing in this world is free. You know why? I hate maze-type dungeons. They're way too long." So, bottle cap, and just to be clear, I'm not talking about the plastic kind, okay? I'm talking about the metal ones. He agrees to guide Charlie, and he says to Charlie, "Go straight here and turn right. All the way at the end, you'll find the next floor. But first, you have to go down that path over there, okay? Go." And Charlie realized that place is a huge, complex maze, and he plans to use this question and answer method so the bottle cap will show him the right way. And just like that, the protagonist gives him the answer he needed. He says he got that sword fragment during the Colosseum test on the first floor. He says, "Colosseum? At the Colosseum? So you're saying that this famous sword was given as a reward for the first floor's test?" And Charlie says yes, but only because that guy showed up in the final round of the test. And Champagne says, "Ha, that guy." Which guy? Meanwhile, the protagonist is infusing the Twilight Blade with holy fire. And at that moment, Champagne realizes who that guy is and says, "No way, there's no chance he was there. Are you telling me that Yamada no Orochi was there?" And Charlie doesn't answer his question and instead opens up a new passage in that labyrinth, because why stay lost in a maze when you can just break through all the walls and go straight through? And the little samurai keeps wondering if this kid really defeated Yamada no Orochi. Meanwhile, the protagonist is slicing up the ghosts, and after he kills all those ghosts, his glove, Kane, starts to emit a very strange glow, and all those ghosts are sucked into Kane after their defeat. And Bottle Cap is really surprised, because he's never seen anything like that before. He starts to smile, and Charlie asks, "Hey, Pygmy, why are you smiling?" And the tiny guy says, "No, it's nothing, really. You can keep going." Oh, okay. I even started to get suspicious of him. However, Bottle Cap is very suspicious of Charlie. He keeps thinking that this kid is really weird. There's no way he could have defeated Orochi, and he keeps wondering how this guy is going to pass the test, and once again asks himself who he really is. And Bottle Cap shows he's a really anxious ghost and asks Charlie, "Hey, why are you breaking the walls?" "I'm telling you the right way, but you keep breaking through the wall. Is there some reason for that?" And Charlie says, "Hey, Pygmy, stop asking so many questions." And so, after killing a lot of ghosts, the system informs us that the protagonist leveled up, increasing his vitality, perception, and agility by 1 each. And Charlie notices that all the monsters he's facing have ghost or undead attributes, and that these monsters here were probably people. So, the protagonist asks his guide if he was the one who killed all these people here. And he says, "Maybe. I don't know, maybe." And Charlie, looking at him, knows that his current appearance has nothing to do with what he was like before, because not only was he an excellent swordsman recognized by Ajura, but he was also one of the greatest spiritual masters of the tower, and on top of all that, he was an outstanding necromancer. So, gathering the spirits of the people he killed is certainly a piece of cake for him. And Charlie tells the little bottle cap that climbing that tower is almost like climbing a corpse. The feeling is awful, and the tiny little creature teases the protagonist and says, "Look at that, an ally of justice." And the protagonist, opening another door, says, "The ally of justice is Carvalho." I've met all kinds of people in the past, but you're the first of your kind. And Bottle Cap asked Charlie, "Hey, how can you say that? You only climbed up to the 21st floor, isn't that right?" And the badass finally reached the 10th floor, and in front of him there's a single enemy. And the system tells us that he has entered room 1. So, all he has to do is defeat the enemy. And there's that classic tower setup. The next room will only open once the first room is completed. And the system also says that after he gets past the 5th room, he can either go to the next floor or keep opening all the rooms. And there's the undead, looking like someone who only works Fridays from noon to 4 and takes a 3-hour lunch break. And Charlie tells the tired guy you don't need to get up. And then the badass protagonist activates the holy fire, and that fire burns the entire body of the undead. And that undead, with tears in his eyes, runs toward the protagonist because he was finally freed from that place. And with that, the protagonist completes the first room. Yeah, I know I've already called this little guy by a bunch of different names, but as things go on, I feel like calling him something new each time. So now, his name is Little Devil, and Little Devil asks Charlie if he doesn't want to say anything to him. And Charlie doesn't even answer. But Little Devil keeps going, saying that, just as Charlie guessed, everyone here is someone he killed while he was alive. And he brags, saying that he gathered all the undead spirits he could find. And the oldest one is probably around 5,000 years old. And Little Devil says it's impossible to save these people, unless someone is a spiritual master or a necromancer way more skilled than he is. However, everyone here is set free as soon as they're killed in this place. And Charlie still doesn't respond, because he sees just how evil this guy really is. After that, Little Devil keeps talking to Charlie and says, "Hey, after room 6, the difficulty is going to get really high. What are you going to do, Mr. Ally of Justice? Are you just going to ignore these guys or move on to the next floor?" And Charlie says that the gods were right. You really are a jerk. And Little Devil gets all pissed off and says, "What? A jerk?" Charlie says that no matter what he says, he already planned to challenge every room, and with that, the badass keeps moving on to the next room. And after clearing all the rooms, the protagonist keeps climbing the tower. 15th floor, 20th floor, the protagonist keeps going unstoppable, and thousands of spirits are killed and set free by him until he reaches the 33rd floor. And on this floor, there are lots of hobgoblins, and he kills them all, letting them rest in peace. The protagonist is clearing each floor at a terrifying speed. However, this tower is much bigger than he expected, and all the undead in that place come running and crying toward the protagonist, begging for help and pleading to be killed, asking Charlie to free them from that endless suffering, because they don't want to feel pain anymore. And so, the system informs us that Charlie has absorbed their resentment. By doing this, he completes the 40th floor, and Charlie starts thinking, "What do you mean, absorb their resentment? I don't get it." And the badass keeps climbing. And finally, he clears the 50th floor. On this floor, there's a reward chest. The system tells us he has discovered Susano's first relic. Inside, he gets the robes of the 4 great elementals. So, the protagonist finally changes his outfit and uses the Little Devil as a coat rack. The Little Devil just stands there, cursing him out, calling him a bastard. And the system tells us that the robes of the 4 great elementals are basically a cheat code, since they give high resistance to fire, water, wind, and electricity. And the resistance can get even higher if the person uses mana for it. And the badass looks super stylish. The narrator can't call him Little Red Riding Hood anymore. Meanwhile, the Little Devil is really upset, begging to get that thing off of him. And Charlie is thinking that the outfit actually looks pretty good on him. The only problem is that he's going to lose a bit of physical resistance. However, he can make up for that by dodging attacks using his sensory field. So, the protagonist retires the pyromancy cloak, since what he just got now is an even better cheat. And the Little Devil is there, all sulky. This tower is huge, and the protagonist has been inside it for 42 days. And ever since he entered the tower, he started hearing voices, the voices of the people he's killed. So yeah, let's keep climbing, while the Little Devil keeps making his life miserable. As he walks up the stairs, Charlie keeps wondering why this mysterious message keeps popping up for him all the time. This thing about absorbing other people's resentment. What could that be? Because he knows that hearing the voices of the dead is something only a top-class necromancer can do. But could this have something to do with Cain? And it's a horrible feeling, really messing with his head. "Throw it out here, man. Give it to me." And the Little Devil says, "Hey, you look so tired. Your speed even dropped, huh? You're moving slow, aren't you? This isn't a dungeon for slackers. But you didn't do too badly, considering you're just a player from the 21st floor." Suddenly, the Little Devil, who is Suzunu's soul, gets really close to the protagonist's glove and says, "Anyway, this glove has a very special ability," and tries to mess with the protagonist's glove. And Suzunu asks Charles why he isn't using that glove properly, and if, by any chance, it's some kind of ace up his sleeve. And Charles calmly says to Suzunu, "Hey, what are you talking about, Little Devil?" Suzunu replies that he and Charles are actually quite similar, and Charles says, "Similar? Of course not. Keep dreaming, will you?" But Suzunu insists on the question. He says, "Hey, Charles, that's what I'm asking you. Why aren't you using that glove the way it's supposed to be used? Or maybe you don't know, huh? I think you don't know, do you?" And Charles says to him, "Hey, so why don't you tell me? Tell me how I should be using it properly." And Suzunu's soul, who's really annoying, answers Charles, "And how would I know?" "I have no idea, man." And Charles replies to him, "So you're just pretending to be a know-it-all, huh? And you don't even know how this works, so stop talking." And Suzunu gets really pissed off because he gave a tip to that damn protagonist and didn't even get a thank you. That's the problem with young people these days. They're all ungrateful. After Susanoo says that to the protagonist, he starts thinking about how he could use that thing properly, since that little devil said he was climbing the tower and hadn't used hell even once. And Charles starts wondering if there's something else about this glove that he still doesn't know, because to be honest, he doesn't know much about Qin. Because Hades, its former owner, wasn't very close to them, since among the 3 great gods of Olympus, he was the one most shrouded in secrecy. And Charlie thinks that the information Susanoo just gave him is really excellent, because this glove must have way more to it than just mana amplification. So the protagonist keeps moving forward, and the little devil Susanoo keeps following him, chattering as always, saying that even though he's much stronger than when he first came in, he's still weak compared to a high rank A. And after that incredibly valuable tip he noticed about his glove, the little devil keeps pestering Charlie, saying it's a miracle for a player from the 21st floor to have made it this far. Finally, the protagonist loses his patience and says, "Hey, stop bothering me, Susanoo. Shut your mouth." And so, in that silence, the protagonist walks up the stairs to enter yet another floor. He's standing in front of a large door that leads to the next set of 10 floors. And Susanoo, even after being told to keep quiet, says to the protagonist, "Hey, this one's going to be tough. I want to see that one." And the tough guy just looks at him without saying a word, and the little devil goes, "Oh, is that it? Now you only remember me, huh? You're paying attention to what I'm saying now, right? Look, I'm not going to say anything else to you, okay? Go on and see for yourself. Bye. You're going to get yourself in trouble." Charles doesn't even respond and says, "Oh, did I hurt your feelings or something? What a pity." And so, the system informs us that the protagonist has reached the 60th floor, and there, it's an empty floor, with nothing around. Charles looks one way, then the other, and realizes there's nothing there. So he activates his hack eyes to see if there's something he's not seeing, but in the distance, there's only one thing. After that, the protagonist zooms in even more with his hack eyes and sees that it's a human silhouette, and as he gets even closer, he realizes that this being is exuding an aura, and with its glowing eyes, it shows that it's not there to play around. At that moment, he spreads his aura throughout the area and fills everything there with his mana, and Charlie puts his hand over his face to shield himself from that strong gust of wind. He realizes that out of everyone he's faced so far in this tower, the killing intent coming from that being is absolutely insane, and there's no way this guy was just a normal person when he was alive. And so the protagonist raises his sword, because there's definitely something big coming up. Suddenly, that being picks up a sword from the ground with a loud noise, and the system notifies the protagonist that he has to defeat the Death Knight. The protagonist widens his eyes to make sure he's reading what the system just put in front of him correctly. And that being, who is now the Death Knight, is none other than the great King Arthur. And Charles is very surprised and says, "Arthur?" At that moment, the brightness in his eyes grows even more. The scene shifts to Arthur's memories, and he's shouting for Merlin as he runs toward his friend and says, "Hey, Merlin, are you going to the library again? Come on, stop reading so many books. Let's do some sit-ups, huh, Merlin? Tell your friend Arthur." No, I'm good, I don't want to go." Come on." And Arthur drags Merlin off to physical training. That's the only way Merlin would put his books down for a bit. And Merlin said that Arthur's loyalty was stronger than anyone else he had ever known. And Merlin said he misses Arthur, because he was the best person he ever met, and he was his friend. And the system tells us that Arthur, the king of the knights, is also the king of Britain and the leader of the Knights of the Round Table. And finally, he, who had been kneeling, stands up and gets ready for battle. Charles never imagined that Arthur was trapped in this place after being killed by Susanoo. And he notices that Arthur's equipment is all intact, even though he's undead, and most importantly, the great Excalibur in his hands remains unchanged and is radiating a lot of powerful energy. And the Death Knight Arthur walks toward the protagonist with clenched fists, ready to kill. Charles knows that during his life, Arthur didn't become a high rank, but he heard that Arthur was climbing the ranks at an incredible speed and that, if he had stayed alive, he would certainly have become a high rank soon. Arthur doesn't wait and charges at the protagonist, because if the protagonist won't attack him, he'll take the initiative. And Charles, seeing him getting closer, sinks even deeper into the snow. Charles notices that Excalibur is wrapped in a cloak of ice attributes. Meanwhile, that sword charges at the protagonist, and where Charles is, a huge explosion goes off, blocking all visibility. But before getting hit, Charles uses our steps and dodges at incredible speed. But we know that the protagonist rarely just dodges, and he does what he usually does. He dodges and is quickly behind Arthur, trying to land a critical back attack. But to do that, he activates the Celestial Steps hack, which does what? It lets him walk on air. And Charlie, who's upside down, clashes swords with Arthur in a huge collision, sending concrete and dust flying everywhere. But Charles starts activating his hacks that imbues his blade with celestial fire, then combos that by activating his arcane sword, so the Twilight Blade tries to overpower the mighty Excalibur. Charles is certain that normally, if Arthur were alive, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But Susanoo, the little devil, who is the master of the undead, died a long time ago. So Arthur is really nerfed now, and his strength is nowhere near what it used to be. Once again, the two clash swords, Charles in the air, Arthur on the ground. Arthur stands still, staring at the protagonist. Charles says, "Hey, what are you looking at?" Arthur keeps staring at the protagonist, then suddenly realizes the protagonist is getting closer, but it's already too late. Charles is already very close to him and lands a powerful blow to Arthur's chest. And Charles isn't just any fighter, because his hack eyes are always activated, and he notices that Arthur created an ice barrier to stop his sword from going through. Charles is really surprised, because it looked like Arthur was just standing still, but he actually created an ice block at incredible speed. But Arthur is definitely going to take advantage of this opening. He darts out from behind the ice at incredible speed, and Charles realizes that he's really fast, much faster than he expected. If he didn't have his hack eyes, he definitely would have been done for, because that sword was aimed right at his head, and the protagonist barely managed to dodge, so the mighty Excalibur almost took his head off, and Charlie got hit on his shoulder. Ketchup starts coming out, and he realizes that Arthur isn't called the King of Knights for nothing. This guy is the model of a knight's skill. He's really good. And Charles is sure of one thing. He only got hurt because he took off the pyromancy cloak, which gave him a lot more physical resistance, but the cloak he's wearing now has way more protections. And Charles finally understands why there was only one person on the 6th and final floor. And at that moment, Arthur starts drawing all the water from the surroundings and making it rise in the shape of a sword. And Charlie realizes that King Arthur is the mid-boss of Susanna's tower. And Arthur created several ice swords while he was fighting Charles. In a matter of milliseconds, he fires all those ice swords toward the protagonist, who is fighting him. The system tells us that the protagonist's body temperature is dropping really fast, and Charlie gets a status condition and suffers from ice burns. But the badass is still there, standing, almost frozen. But it wasn't for nothing that he got rid of the pyromancy cloak, because what he's wearing now is the robe of the 4 great elementals, and it gives him resistance to this ice aura. With the help of his gray eyes and his sensory field, the badass managed to dodge all the projectiles launched by Arthur, but he couldn't block the ice aura, and it's so cold there that he keeps thinking it's like he ate the ice crystal. At that moment, he looks ahead and sees Arthur coming at him, and above, Arthur has already formed several ice swords that are also flying toward the protagonist, and Charlie, to my surprise, says that this kind of attack pattern is very simple. So Arthur once again throws all those ice swords at the protagonist, and makes a huge leap to try to catch Charlie off guard. And Charlie. He continues to be amazed by Arthur's mastery, since all of his attacks are flawless, and Arthur, taking advantage of all the smoke caused by the ice explosion, stealthily moves in on the protagonist. However, when Arthur's sword gets close to the protagonist, a purple glow lights up the entire area, and after that, the system keeps reporting that the protagonist's body temperature is dropping very quickly. But Charlie starts setting everything around on fire, especially Arthur, who begins to resist the status condition, which is the ice burn. And so, after everything catches fire, Charlie successfully resists the ice burn condition. All of this happened while Arthur was making that leap, because it all happened very quickly. But Charles knows that Arthur has already done that once, and now he won't be so lucky, because Arthur's move is already very familiar to him, so the protagonist activates gigantification in his arms. And then, it's that move we all know. He uses gigantification, but he has low vitality, so it only happens partially. The badass, Charles Decio Azevedo, says that this time it's going to be different. Meanwhile, Arthur is face to face with him. Arthur takes a sword strike from the protagonist that tears right through his armor. And that's not all. Wherever his sword hits, holy fire starts to spread. And this fire begins to come into contact with Arthur's body. And we can see that with this blow Charles delivered, infused with the strength of the giant, he cuts off one of Arthur's arms, because now things are starting to get serious. Charles has already activated several hacks. Then, with Arthur's guard down from losing an arm, he becomes easy prey for the protagonist, who charges at him with great force. And Charles, using the sensory field of the hack vision, hack strengthening, and hack fire, catches Arthur with his guard completely down and prepares his sword strike. And the blow was so strong that Arthur was sent flying and even broke the ground. And so, the tough guy who had been killed by Susanna is now defeated by Charles, the tough guy. And Charles tells him that now he doesn't have to fight anymore, that he can rest. At that moment, Charles absorbs all of Arthur's resentment, and that resentment is sucked in by Cain. And Charles lets out loud, "Man, it would have been so great if Merlin could have seen you." And Arthur says to the protagonist, "Merlin, you know Merlin." And Charles, putting his hand on Cain, says, "Arthur, is that you?" And he says, "Yes, it's me. Did you just say Merlin?" And Charles realizes that Cain is sucking out everyone's soul and that Arthur is now inside Cain. And Arthur asks the protagonist for a huge favor, saying that if he does this for him, he'll do anything in return, even serve him for eternity. So he asks Charles for the favor of letting him see Merlin again, because there's something he needs to tell him, that Lancelot, that bastard Lancelot, betrayed Britain. Hey subscriber, try saying betrayed Britain really fast. Go ahead, you'll probably end up saying Britannia instead. And Charlie gets really freaked out because he didn't know that Cain was sucking people's souls, let alone that he could talk to those souls. I don't know anymore. Which part is this now? 18. Alright then let's get started. Part 18. Charles remembers that he's heard that name a lot before, Lancelot, and that he's currently the new master of the Round Table. And this guy is a high rank, and he made the Round Table one of the biggest guilds in that tower. And Charles was really intrigued, because how could someone that strong betray Britannia? And Arthur, who's inside Cain, asks Charles if he's going to grant his request. And Charles says, "Hey, I'm not a necromancer. I can even hear your voice thanks to this item, but I don't have the skill to bring you back to life, you know." And Arthur gets really intrigued and says, how is that even possible? And then Charles says he's going to do his best to help him, because they're not out of options yet. And the badass knows that soon he's going to meet Merlin. Charles keeps thinking that, the way things are going, he'll probably have to kill Lancelot. So yeah, having Arthur as an ally won't be bad at all. And so, after thinking all this over, Charles literally says that he accepts Arthur's request. And just like that, the protagonist and Arthur's spirit make a deal. The system informs us that Charles has accepted Arthur's request, and so a new quest begins for the protagonist, the purification of Britannia. It also tells us that when he completes this mission, he will receive Arthur's absolute obedience. And Charles, who already had the soul of the King of Knights, is told the same thing by the system. However, he's pretty intrigued. Why absolute obedience? Our protagonist thought Arthur just wanted a favor, but he didn't know that the favor he was asking for was actually a well-kept secret. And Susanner, who's really annoying, says to Charles, "Wow, that ended pretty anticlimactically, huh? What a boring and sad scene." And so the protagonist walks toward Excalibur, which is lying on the ground in front of him. And Susanner, being a real jerk, says that Arthur was actually a pretty useful undead, but that's about it. And Charlie says, "Hey pygmy, where were you hiding? When the fight started, I noticed you disappeared, huh?" And after that, Charlie asks him, "Man, what a crazy coincidence that you ended up killing Arthur." And Charlie keeps admiring that sword, because Excalibur is a really beautiful sword. And Susanner doesn't want to answer Charlie's question and says, "Who knows? I don't even know if I killed him, who knows? But I'll only answer that question if you climb all the way to the top." Charles throws Excalibur at Susanner with all his strength. But Pygmy is really fast and manages to dodge, but at that very moment, the sword goes back into the inventory. Susanner asks Charlie, "What are you doing? It looked like you tried to hit me, because I've never seen anyone put things in the inventory like that." Charlie gives a lame excuse and says, "Sorry, my bad. I was thinking about something else. I did that by accident." And Charles tells Susanner that his test is ridiculous. And so, looking at Susanner's spirit, he says, "Let's hurry up. I'm wasting too much time here, because I just want to get this over with and leave." The scene shifts to the 50th floor of the tower, at the Rank Management Association, and it's a beautiful palace with a really pleasant atmosphere. And many of the people there are shaking like a leaf. And the person there is really irritated and says, "That guy, Charles, where did he come from? Where is he now? I want to know everything. Tell me now." And the somewhat blonde guy in front is so scared he can't even speak properly, since he's the receptionist, but he can't say a word. And the person slams the table and says, "Stop stuttering and answer me, you son of a bitch with a soldier." At this point, he's almost having a meltdown like Chavez. Suddenly, someone comes over and says, "Hey, are you going to keep making a scene here, Sun Yuong?" Now we know why they're shaking with fear. The wise Sun Yuong is standing in front of him and is really upset, since he's one of the most powerful ranks. And the person says, "Oh, okay. Now I get it. Or should I call you Sun Yuong's clone? Because you're definitely a clone." And Sun Yuong's clone says, "You've said enough, mind your own business, okay?" And the person introduces himself and says that he's the administrative director, so it's better to be polite with him. Or maybe, Sun Yuong's clone, are you planning to fight the management association? But we know you're just a clone. However, Mr. Yuong, I can't answer your questions, because what you're asking for is personal information, and the association doesn't provide that. And the half-dark elf kid with eyes the color of sacred fire, the system doesn't even mention his name, it just says he's the director. Sun Yuong gets really pissed off, turns his back, and leaves. And he calls these guys a bunch of cheapskates and says to them, "I don't see anything complicated here, I'm just asking for information, just one piece of information that you guys don't want to give me, what a pain, I'm out." And he slams the door as hard as he can and leaves. And only then do all three of them finally breathe a sigh of relief. The almost blonde guy is still sweating a lot and says, "Damn, his presence is really suffocating. Are you sure he's just a clone?" And the dark elf says, "Yes, if it were the real one, the administrator would have to come in person, because that clone doesn't even compare to the original." And the dark elf starts digging through Charlie's data and says, "Anyway, unless he's someone connected to our association, we can't give out information to anyone who's not part of our association. We can only tell them the person's rank, nothing else. You all got that, right?" Everyone says, "Yes, we understand, miss." "Oh, right, she's a girl, right? I didn't even know that. She doesn't even have a chest, must be because she's still so young. I'm only 150 years old." And she, with her lollipop in her mouth, keeps thinking that, anyway, they don't know anything about Charles, he's a complete stranger. And she keeps criticizing, and realizes that she doesn't even have any information about where he came from, and she doesn't think that's a flaw in the system, she just knows that the administrators are keeping an eye on him, they're very interested. And she moves the lollipop from one side of her mouth to the other, keeps savoring it, and thinks about how it's already been 3 months since Charles reached the 21st floor and then disappeared. But she figures he isn't satisfied with just the 21st floor, since that's a really high floor and his potential is way bigger than that. And the elf keeps wondering what Charles is doing right now at this very moment. And the scene shifts to answer the question of the future busty elf. And we see Charles, who has just killed another undead, and with that, wants to absorb its soul. But this isn't just any floor, Charles has just wiped out all the undead and ghosts on the 99th floor. And so, he heads to the last floor, right? But before that, he satisfies our curiosity and opens the status panel, and we see that the protagonist is at level 96, or maybe he just reached 96 or is at 97, since it looks like the level just changed. We can notice that when the protagonist first got there, he was at level 80, and now he's 16 levels higher, and almost all of his stats are close to 100. Charles is really exhausted, since he's been in that tower for 3 months, but one thing makes him happy. He managed to increase his stats a lot, and now he knows that all that's left is the last floor, the 100th floor. Charles starts wondering how hard the 100th floor will be, because from the 90th floor on, the difficulty ramped up a lot, and the little devil is there annoying the protagonist, like, "So, what happened? Why did you stop? Hey, don't just stand there. Come on, let's go. Aren't you curious to see what's at the top?" And the little devil says he's really looking forward to it. You're going to like it. And Charlie, whether he's sitting or lying down, decides to get up and walk so the pygmy will stop annoying him. He crosses his arms and Susanoo says, honestly, I never thought a kid like you, from the 21st floor, would make it this far. I still can't believe it. Even after seeing all your abilities with my own eyes, it's hard to believe. Meanwhile, Charlie keeps climbing the stairs toward the last door. And the little devil says that a rookie like him has golden eyes, can grow giant, and even has some kind of mysterious fire that nobody knows what it is. And that even made him wonder if Charles might actually be a rank. And Charlie, after a lot of talking, slips up and says, no, I'm not. I'm not a rank right now. And then he starts opening the doors, and Pygma keeps thinking about that and says, what do you mean? What do you mean by, And the door opens. Susanoo couldn't even finish his sentence and starts to dematerialize right in front of Charles. And the system tells us that Charles, the badass, has entered the final floor. And the system informs him that if he passes, he will be able to obtain Susanoo's relic. And the 100th room is gigantic, both upwards and sideways. And Charlie realizes that the annoying little devil who was talking to him disappeared as soon as he opened the door. And Arthur, inside the glove, says, hey, the guy is here. Charles says, who? The guy, the one who killed me. He's here in this room. Charles got really worried and says, what? But the one who killed Arthur was, and then he hears a voice.
Hey, kid.
And Charles jumps in fright because he recognized that voice. And a very strong samurai is standing in front of Charles with a really imposing aura, and he says, so, why don't we pick up our conversation where we left off? And Charles is startled and says, Susanoo, is that you? And he doesn't even answer Charles and says, curiosity is one of my biggest flaws. When you said you aren't a rank now, does that mean you used to be a rank in the past? Charles says, I don't know, who knows? I really don't know. And Charlie notices that Susanoo doesn't hesitate for even a second and, even worse, the guy turned into a dungeon boss. Susanoo, who really likes to talk, keeps bothering Charles and says, hey, stop acting like that. Don't you think it would be better if you just answered my questions? Meanwhile, the protagonist already activates his hack eyes and starts analyzing the target's essence. Let's see what he's made of. And after that little snoop, the protagonist decides to make a bet with Susanoo. So, what do you think? Want to make a bet? I have a question for you too. The loser has to answer the winner's question. So, what do you think? It can be any question. And Prota shows that he became the donation champion at school and says, hey, you can refuse if you're scared. And Susanoo grabs his sword, starts laughing hard, and says, what? Me, lacking confidence. You'll see, it almost seems like I'm going to be something. I accept your challenge. A bet's a bet. The money's on the table, you can't take it back. The system announces that both of their bets have been set, and the winner will get the answer to a single question. Charles is really far from Susanoo in that huge hall, but the boss starts walking toward him, slashing all around. And the system says that the answer given has to be true, no lying allowed. And Arthur, inside the glove, feels the presence of countless angry spirits, all filled with deep resentment, and he's sure that all this resentment comes from the people Susanoo killed when he was alive. And Charles says he knows, because he already noticed that, and now he understands why Susanoo left that dungeon behind and why no one cared when he left. And at that moment, the protagonist imbues the Blade of Twilight with holy fire. After that, Charles gets ready to attack, and the holy fire starts to form a vortex toward the enemy. He realizes that Susanoo was really cunning, because he used the system to bring himself back as a boss after his death. At that moment, the holy fire rushes at full speed toward the boss, and Susanoo did all of this so he could keep fighting, because he's obsessed with battle. At that moment, the holy fire starts to surround him, and right where he is, a huge explosion caused by the holy fire goes off, and a gigantic blaze of holy fire starts to consume that area. And with that, the fight officially begins. And the system tells us that Charles has to defeat the Death Knight, Susanoo. And a lot of dust and remnants of the holy fire rise up from the spot where Susanoo was. And Arthur says, hey, do you think he's dead? And Charles, who's really tough, is sure he wouldn't die from just that attack and tells Arthur that saying stuff like that is bad luck. But Arthur doesn't even get what he's talking about. Susanoo, meanwhile, starts laughing, even louder than before. After that, he raises his aura even more. A really strong wind blows past Charles, and it's clear that Susanoo definitely isn't dead. The killing intent of the greatest assassin in the tower increases exponentially, and Charlie realizes that this intent is on a completely different level, like nothing he's ever seen before, because this is the killing intent of someone who has killed thousands of rankers, hundreds of thousands of players, and millions of people. And from what the protagonist says, you can get an idea of how many undead and ghosts he had to face in that tower. Susanoo gets ready to wield his katana with both hands and says, how lucky that someone like you entered my tower. Susanoo then summons around him the presence and souls of several specters of people he killed, all to make himself stronger. And just like that, he charges at the protagonist like lightning and says, don't disappoint me, we're going to have a lot of fun. Charles, for his part, is on full alert since the greatest assassin in the tower is coming to face him. Susanoo is incredibly fast and has been tested in battle millions of times. And that's what he loves and adores. So, in total ecstasy, he jumps into yet another battle. Despite his incredible speed, the protagonist manages to defend himself against Susanoo's attack. However, that attack is so powerful it creates a shockwave that affects everything around them, like electricity sparking everywhere. And the fight is pretty evenly matched. Susanoo attacking and Charles defending. I hit, and you take it. But he still hasn't managed to land a single hit on the protagonist. And he says to Charlie, hey kid, you block pretty well. And Charlie's eyes are wide open as much as he possibly can. And so, his gray eyes track the path of the attack. And fighting with his sensory field makes it all a little less painful. And Charlie, the tough guy, keeps thinking, even though Susanoo is just a decaying corpse now, he's still Susanoo, the greatest assassin in the tower and an excellent swordsman. So, Charles knows that if he makes a wrong move, he'll definitely die. Susanoo keeps attacking at incredibly high speed. The protagonist defends as best he can, unable to land a hit. Susanoo is winning in strength and speed. With this last sword strike, he nearly breaks through the protagonist's guard. He gets ready to hit him with a powerful slash. And Charles, knowing he can't get hit by the next blow, uses another one of his hacks. And just like that, his arm gains the power of a giant. Only then is he able to withstand Susanoo. And the clash of their swords once again creates several shockwaves in the area. The badass, who hasn't deactivated his sensory field or gray monkey eyes for even a second, realizes he's being pushed back. And Susanoo uses a spell with his spirits. And Charlie puts his hands in front of his body to protect himself. And that spell looks like a hand made up of thousands of spirits. But that's just bait so Susanoo can get really close to the protagonist. And finally, he manages to touch Charles's hand and says, finally, I got you. And he stares at Charlie with his glowing eyes and two very sharp fangs. And Charlie says, not really, right? I got you too. And the badass, who has the sacred fire in his hands, lets it spread onto Susanoo's body. And the system informs us that the sacred fire has hit the Death Knight Susanoo. The boss, realizing he was hit by something serious, takes a few steps back, but the sacred fire keeps burning on him. And Susanoo is totally pumped, making a little jump and ready for battle, because that sacred fire on his body isn't affecting him at all. And the badass realizes that the gap between him and Susanoo is huge, because Charlie isn't just losing in strength. He's also losing in speed, mana, and everything else. All of Susanoo's stats are way higher than his, and the sacred fire he put on him doesn't seem to be working because Susanoo isn't feeling a thing. And the boss says, this fire that doesn't burn again, how disgusting. This fire that doesn't burn is a useless fire. Susanoo is almost at his peak because he's finding this situation really entertaining, and he can only remember one other time in his life when he had this much fun. And then the scene shifts to Susanoo's memories, when he was sitting on top of a rock and a strange guy comes up to him, and he's responding to that guy. So, you want me to go there and kill this Arthur guy? This kid isn't even a high rank and you're asking me to go there personally to do this? Nah, I'm not convinced. Why should I do that? And another thing, I don't even know you. Who are you to talk to me like that? And the person in front of him answers, saying, who am I? Who I am doesn't really matter. What's most important is what you want. What you want, Susanoo, is what really matters. And Susanoo gets caught up in that crazy talk and says, what? What I want? What do you mean? I know, Susanoo, that you want war. It's in war that you delight, because if a war breaks out, you won't have to worry about penalties or interference from the administrator, and that way you can just enjoy yourself in the slaughter of a massive war that's about to happen. Don't you think that's fun? So, what do you think of my proposal? Didn't that whet your appetite? And we see that the person talking to Susanoo is someone wearing a hood, so you can't see his face. And Susanoo keeps remembering this guy who really stirred up his desire for battle. But he doesn't understand. How is it that a kid from the 21st floor is able to tank me? Charles and Susanoo keep fighting, and the boss swings his sword so hard against Charlie's block that he's knocked back several meters. Ah, damn it. Who woke me up? At that moment, Kenny starts to open his eyes, since he was the useless one who had been sleeping until now. Charles is pretty amazed, because out of nowhere, even without being summoned, he's starting to wake up. Susanoo comes at the protagonist and says, hey, where do you think you're looking? You're fighting me. Is this fight easy for you or something? Easy enough for you to just turn away and look somewhere else. And wherever Susanoo's sword swings, it tears up the ground, and a bunch of souls are unleashed in his attack. We can see that Susanoo's souls are represented by this bright beam with lots of little eyes. And Charlie realizes that sword is cursed, so if he gets cut by it, bleeding will be the least of his worries. Susanoo is so fast that he even leaves an afterimage of himself behind, and he says to Charlie, hey kid, this isn't fun, you know. All you do is dodge, open up, and evade. And at that moment, he's really close to the protagonist, with holy fire burning on his shoulders, and Susanoo says that this was to be expected from a kid who couldn't even make it to the 22nd floor. So, are you going to keep annoying me like this? I'm going to end this right now. And he swings his sword down on Charlie even harder, using a cross-handed grip. And so, during that strike, he pulls his sword back to try to slash the protagonist's shoulder. However, Charlie, with battle foresight activated, dodges with great skill, looking just like Neo from the Matrix. But the boss is having a lot of fun. And once again, he takes advantage of the protagonist's open guard to try to land a fatal blow, but something different happens. A yellow and black lightning bolt hits his arm. Susanoo is really intrigued by what that could be. And then the protagonist unleashes a massive burst of power, creating another shockwave that shakes the entire room. And the boss is saying, what a pleasure to see something so good. Are you telling me you actually used that? Try not to die too quickly, okay? Here I come. And at that moment, lazy Kenny opens her eyes even wider, almost waking up from her nap. Miss Kenny, who had been sleeping all carefree, was woken up and she's in one of those moods, really annoyed. She's absolutely furious, her PMS is through the roof. Meanwhile, Susanoo keeps firing off questions, saying there are a lot of things he'd like to ask him personally. Kenny's PMS starts to rub off on the protagonist, and he realizes that the reason he's hearing the specters, even though he's not a necromancer, is because Miss Kenny absorbed all the souls, and poor Charlie is only figuring this out now. Even the narrator had figured that out a long time ago, except for him, right? And Charlie, in the middle of that fight, finally starts connecting the dots and begins to understand what Kenny really is, because Susanoo said some pretty interesting things while looking at Kenny, like for example, "Oh, how interesting, this glove seems to have a very special ability. Charles, why aren't you using this glove properly? Oh, right, it must just be a trick up your sleeve, right? Charles, you and I are very much alike." Charlie remembers that the divine crystal of the sea has the power to control all beings of the ocean, just like the divine crystal of the skies has the power to control everything that lives in the skies. So, the divine crystal of darkness. And then Charlie has an insight. He gets an idea, okay? And his eyes even start to shine because he understood what Kenny is. At that moment, Susanoo charges at Charlie at an incredible speed, but Kenny yells out, "Who woke me up?" And Charlie says, "It was him over there, look, it wasn't me." Kenny starts releasing a very mysterious mana that fills the whole place, and it's so powerful coming from the glove that it almost throws Susanoo backward. And Susanoo, seeing that, says, "Perfect. Very good. Now our real fight is about to begin, right? Get ready to die, Charlie of the 2 Ps. Kenny, pissed as hell, opens her eyes and looks at the bastard who woke up out of turn, and she immediately calls him the damn driver of the Ice Skytra. And so, with her one eye fixed on Susanoo, she summons hell itself, and Charlie takes on that protagonist vibe, stretching his hand out to the side. He knows that Kenny is finally about to show her true power. And looking at Susanoo, he says, "Obey me." And hell starts to spark up near him, and this hell keeps growing bigger and bigger, with several eyes beginning to appear from the hellish magic that the protagonist just summoned. Susanoo sees that an incredibly powerful magic is coming from the protagonist, and it ends up filling his entire room. Meanwhile, the wind coming from that magic is almost throwing Susanoo backward. And the boss gets really excited and repeats what he said before, in a kind of redundant pleonasm. "I'm starting to like this, Charlie, our real fight is about to begin now. Oh, this is so good. What a drama queen." However, the sacred fire that had been on his shoulder for a long time starts to grow larger, and he realizes that something is wrong with it. Susanoo looks around and notices that all the souls that were with him have started to disappear, and that really leaves him puzzled. And at that moment, he looks up and sees that Charlie's hell is consuming all his souls, and then he says, really scared, "What is this? What is happening?" He realizes that all his specters are being taken out of his control. Meanwhile, the sacred fire starts to grow even more. Susanoo can't believe it, because that guy is just a kid from the 20th Bin Ladeo, and he asks Charlie, really desperate, "What did you do?" "Hurry up, undo this." And Charlie says, "Hey dummy, you were the one who told me that Kenny's true power wasn't the one I was using, but something else, so, thanks, man. You're a real friend. You told me I was using Kenny the wrong way, so I found out that Kenny has unconditional control over the dead, and that's Kenny's true power. Thank you so much, okay Susanoo, you're a true friend." And Susanoo starts cursing, "What the hell, I shouldn't have said anything to him. Even so, Charlie, I'm a high-ranking one, so how dare you try to destroy me with just that?" And Charlie is still standing in the same pose. But the hell in that room grows even more, and the souls that were with Susanoo all start getting sucked into Charlie's hell, and Susanoo starts repeating himself, saying that this is absurd. And so he goes after Charlie, and the two exchange sword blows again. And Susanoo starts picking on Charlie, saying that he's weak, that he's just a kid, that he can't compare to him, but he already realizes that he's lost one of his fangs. Look at that, is there only one left? And so the two continue that intense clash. And once again, powerful shockwaves ripple through the entire room. And so the last souls that were under Susanoo's control are converted by hell and come under the protagonist's command. And the tough guy, seeing that, realizes that Susanoo has lost all the strength he drew from those souls, and so they exchange another sword strike, with each blade flying off in a different direction. However, when we look at the room, it's completely filled with Charlie's hell, and his attacks are way stronger than Susanoo's. The tough guy, with a wide grin on his face, says, "Unbelievable, you little punk. You're getting way too full of yourself." At that moment, the protagonist raises his arm with the power of a giant and amplifies the hellish summoning even more, and Charlie tells Susanoo that he's just a stone in the road, nothing more than that, a small stone. While fighting Charlie, Susanoo realizes that Charlie isn't just different from everyone else he's ever fought. Not even the high ranks could keep their composure in his presence. While he's thinking this, the sacred fire starts to spread and he looks at Charlie, the badass, and says that this Charlie guy is completely different from anything he's ever seen before. And the badass is there, all powered up and pumped, ready to land another blow on Susanoo. And once again, the two of them exchange another incredibly powerful sword strike. But this time, Charlie isn't being pushed back, and the souls aren't strengthening Susanoo either. Charlie lands a really powerful blow on him and sends him flying far away. Meanwhile, Susanoo tries with all his might to control the few souls still left in that place, and he starts cursing, "Damn it, why can't I control these specters?" But there's a problem. Susanoo was messing with Charlie at the start of their fight, and during the fight, he woke up Kenny, who was PMSing, and Charlie isn't dumb. He told her, "I wasn't the one who woke you up, okay? It was him." Kenny widens her eyes and stares right at Susanoo because he messed with her sleep. And then you know how it goes, right? The fear starts to kick in and he says, "Who are you? What is that eye?" He got scared. The sacred fire starts to spread and grows even more. The sacred fire was burning almost all of Susanu's body and he screams in pain, starting to wonder how this is possible. He's in a zombie body. There's no way a body like that could feel so much pain. And Charlie, seeing that Susanoo is writhing in pain, says to him, "Oh Susanoo, looks like you're scared now." The fire started to spread. "What are you so afraid of? Let me give you a hint, okay? That fire there, it grows by feeding on fear, and if it's this big, you must be really scared." At that moment, I, the narrator, thought Charlie messed up by revealing that secret, but Susanoo, in the protagonist's ear, says to him, "How dare you? How dare you do this to me, make me feel fear?" And then, he comes running like a human torch straight at the protagonist, determined to take Charlie down at any cost. And Susanoo, feeling agonizing pain, says to the protagonist, "Only a reckless kid like you would dare make me feel this much pain." And he charges at Charlie with everything he's got, trying to land the final blow, but the badass shows just how badass he is, starts to smile, and tells him, "Stop." Susanoo, with his body covered in flames, stops at the exact moment the protagonist commands, and his blade goes no further, because the protagonist told him to stop. He's there with his sword close to the protagonist's throat, his body being scorched by the sacred fire. And Charlie, very calmly, keeps standing there smiling, while he yells at Charlie and keeps wondering why his body won't move, why he can't do anything. And the badass gets up close to his face with Kenny, and Susanoo, the greatest assassin in the tower, starts trembling with fear. Charlie says to him, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, I know you were once a high rank, but this is your end, because now you're just a specter, and now, at the end of it all, you're going to have a pointless end. Stella Vista, baby." And he puts his hand on Susanoo's face, and just like that, Susanoo, the high rank number 57, is sucked in by the protagonist's moon, which is really upset for having been woken up. And right after that, the system tells us that Charlie has cleared Susanoo's dungeon and that he also obtained Susanoo's soul, and the badass, completely exhausted after fighting for 3 months, realizes that it's finally over. And it doesn't stop there, because to everyone present, the system goes on. The system announces that he has obtained Susanoo's legacy and that he also received the title of King of the Dead, and Charlie looks around that huge room and realizes it took a long time, much longer than he had imagined. And the system also tells Charlie that if he wants to leave that dungeon, he just needs to use the return command and he'll exit automatically. So, after being conquered, the entire dungeon starts to fall apart, cracks appear everywhere, and that great tower with its 100 floors begins to collapse. The dungeon starts to close, and the system informs us that the dungeon will crumble in just 30 minutes. And then the scene shifts to the wall of the first floor of the tower at the edge of the world. And Charlie is admiring his 2 gifts, the sword Kusanagi no Tsurajijiri. Ugh, what an annoying name. The sword and the title of King of the Dead, which is an S-rank title, and King Arthur's soul is finding all of this very impressive, because he really did kill Susanoo, and the tough guy says, "I didn't kill him, he was already dead. What I did was just separate the soul from the body. I put my hand on his face and sucked out his soul." And Arthur says, "Oh, okay, now I get it." After that, Charlie decides to take a closer look at everything he received. And this sword, it's Susanoo's legacy, because that dungeon was created just to reward someone with this sword. And the system tells us that this is a spiritual sword, and it was given to Susanoo as a reward for defeating Yamada no Orochi. Then you ask, hey uncle, didn't Yamada no Orochi kill him at the beginning or something? I don't get any of this. Did he kill or did he die? He must have killed and then died right after. Charlie knows that spiritual swords make the user much stronger in the moment, but they drain a person's strength and vitality over time, so that's not really his thing. He says, "I dropped it and put it away in his inventory." And next, there's this really interesting part. He looks you in the eyes and tells you everything that the title, King of the Dead, means. And the system tells us that this is a title, and it's S-rank. Whoever has this title is the one who watches over the dead, and with this title, he can control the souls of the dead. He can also put souls that he has into bodies, and he can also summon the bodies of the dead, as well as use resentment, which is what Susanoo used. He can buff these dead. And Charles knows that Ad, in his past life, also had this title, and his strength and ability came from this title. He keeps thinking that the reward of the title he received didn't come from the tower, but simply from understanding how Kenny works and how to use it. And Charlie is really impressed, because that title is a much bigger gain than he expected. Now he is the King of the Dead. He's starting to get loaded with hacks, King of the Dead and also King of the Seas. And Charlie is just there, gazing at his moon, totally relaxed. And Arthur asks him, "What's up, Charlie? Why have you been standing in that position for so long?" He tells Arthur that he got a title related to necromancy, but he doesn't know how to use it. And Arthur goes, interesting. But Charlie, all the undead in Susanoo's tower had soulless bodies, and you got an ability that commands both of those existences. So, how about you start by getting a soulless body? And he says, "Get what? Get a soulless body. Read your title, you dummy. You can summon bodies of the dead using mana if they're possessed. Dingy get it?" And Charlie's there like, body. I didn't get it. Explain. Charlie shouts. Now I get it. Now I understand. And Arthur says, "Understand what?" "Now I get what you meant. Oh Arthur, thank you so much, okay? You're like my necromancer teacher. Thank you so much for your help." And Arthur says, "Man, that's awful. I hate necromancers. Necromancers are all scoundrels. Don't compare me to them, because I'm Arthur, the King of the Knights." Arthur, remember that name. And Charlie starts to smile and says, of course you say that, man, I'm just messing with you. You're the king of the knights, Arthur, King Arthur. And the protagonist begins his training, and the system informs us that he has summoned his first spectre, or his first soul. Then the system asks Charlie if he wants to give a name to the creature in front of him, and he says, yes, I do. It's Arthur. And that creature starts trembling all over, and the system tells Charlie that Arthur has been registered, and Arthur, looking at his body, says, what the hell is this, man? What did you do to me? Give me my body back. I want my body back. Oh, what kind of body was that anyway? And he sits on the ground, throwing a tantrum. And Charlie, making a sheepish face, says that Susanoo's tower collapsed and the body of the King of Knights was inside it. So that's gone too. Sorry, man, I forgot to recover your body. So, please, just be satisfied with this for now, okay? And the great King Arthur, the king of the Knights of the Round Table, is left crying like a child because now he's possessing the body of an orc. And Charlie keeps thinking it's a shame he left Arthur's corpse in the tower, because he didn't know he could do that, put the soul into the body. But he knows that the orc he made isn't bad. Suddenly, another soul tries to leave Kenny, and Charlie says, hey, you shouldn't go out now, should you? So, you need to keep your promise. I'll let you go out for a bit. And now Susanoo's soul belongs to the protagonist. And she comes out inside Ken and stands in front of Bravo. And Susanoo tells Charlie that being the target of your own actions gives you a disgusting feeling. Who would have thought? He, the great Susanoo who used to control souls, is now the one being controlled. And Susanoo asks Charlie, so, did you call me because you were shaken up about what? Is it about that idiot ORC back there? He says yes. And he asks Susanoo who told him to kill the King of the Knights. And Susanoo apologizes to the protagonist. But he can't answer that, because not even he knows who the guy was. And Charlie knows his answer is true. But what an idiot, huh? Killing someone at someone else's request, without even knowing who hired you. And Susanoo says, so, instead, I'll show you this memory. The scene shifts to inside Susanoo's memories. And he's really impressed. And he keeps wondering if he's really inside Susanoo's memory. And he hears the entire conversation between Susanoo and the hooded person. And this person is personally asking him to kill the state of Arthur. And then there's that conversation we've already seen before. And Charlie realizes that the person talking to Susanoo wants a war above all else. And Charlie starts to really pay attention to that guy, because he's definitely someone he knows. And the tough guy realizes that this is a supernatural entity, one that can become anything and do anything. And also, he is the oldest god who infiltrated this tower. And Charlie knows exactly who he is, because he is the outer god Costello, the one Charlie swore to defeat and grow stronger so he could wipe out his entire race. At a certain point in the conversation, Costello, who is not known to Susanoo, asks if war doesn't get his appetite going. And Susanoo says yes, that it's actually pretty interesting. And Costello shows Susanoo 4 seeds and tells him that the death of the Queen of the Knights is just a small seed. But this little seed will soon spread throughout the entire tower. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Susanoo keeps paying close attention to what that being is saying. And then, he smiles, because all he wants is a war throughout the entire tower, where he can kill and shine freely. So, he says he'll play along with that being's tune, who starts to laugh. A lot. Because all he wants is a lot of blood, spilled across a vast battlefield. And Barebo heard everything that was in Susanoo's thoughts, and doesn't even blink, because it's much worse than he imagined. Moments later, Charlie leaves Susanoo's thoughts, and is just standing there, processing everything he heard. Susanoo laughs a lot, because those memories are really cool, and he talks to Charlie. Hey Charlie, how was it? You managed to see everything that happened clearly, right? And Susanoo concludes that he didn't even know he was that person, but not long after, the giant battle began and it was a thrill. That war, however, the fun of it wasn't complete, because she interfered. That was really good, all that blood and flesh being torn apart. Meanwhile, Proto just stands there with his head down, brooding over everything he saw. When Charlie lifts his head, Susanoo says, hey Charlie, what's with that look on your face? It's almost like you know who that guy was. And Charlie says yes, he knows who he was, because that guy killed me and killed my friend. And he's the guy I plan to kill in the future. But he doesn't tell Susanoo his name. The scene shifts to an inn on the first floor, and it's a bright day, with the sun shining. And Charlie keeps brooding over everything he heard and saw, realizing that after he went back to the past, he was wrapping things up really quickly and even thought everything was going really well. However, the outer gods had already infiltrated the tower long before that, and plotting something. And Charlie knows that what he saw in Susanoo's mind happened a long time ago, since it's been over 1,000 years since King Arthur died. So he knows that it's almost time for the seeds that were sown to finally be harvested. And Charlie knows that the current king of Granilitania, Lancelot, is connected to Arthur's death, and he keeps wondering what major incidents happened a long time ago in Granilitania. But in any case, he knows that now he has Arthur's soul. So, he's got a hidden card up his sleeve, and now Charlie just needs to go up to that floor and see what happens, because he knows he came back for everything, to change everything that happened, and become stronger, and make the tower stronger so it can withstand the outsiders. Charlie remembers what happened with his old friends, Merlin and Azura, and how the 3 of them fought side by side against Costello. And he remembers, when he returned from that battle, everyone was asking about Merlin and also about Azura, wondering why they didn't come back. And Charlie tells them that, except for him, everyone else who went to fight against Costello, without exception, not a single one, died. Only he came back alive, and he remembers that external god, a gigantic entity in the sky, saying that all of them would die right there in that place. and the tower's warriors, covered in blood from an endless battle, prepare themselves for another round against Costello. But suddenly, someone passes by him, taking the lead in the battle. And they're all really shocked, because that guy just went past them and is heading in first to face Costello once again. And Charlie remembers Azura talking to him, saying it's really unexpected. He took command just like that. And Charlie replies to Azura that he should have done that from the very beginning, because if he had, he could have saved a lot of people back then. And so, the tough guy charges forward with the infantry to face the outer god, Costello. He then leaps at full speed toward that being of effort. And Charlie face to face with Chaos Fool, who even looks like an Asuvo. I don't know if you remember. Charlie starts talking to that entity, saying that it doesn't matter what world he's in, or what timeline, he's going to kill him every single time. And so, Brevo leaps at incredible speed toward the entity Costello Tolo, the outer god. With his sword in hand, he says this is for everyone, for all those who died.
The color of Pedrinho, the color of Pedrinho.
And Charlie jumps up in bed, because he just had a terrible nightmare, his eyes wide open. Only then does he look around and realize he's in that inn, and that it was all just a damn dream. A vivid one, because that dream was terrible, and he's not angry for nothing. Why? Just because the externals started their plans a long time ago, doesn't mean he's going to give up in despair, because Charlie knows he's only at the beginning of his journey. Meanwhile, Susanoo's spirit is right there, close to the spirit of Arthur, whom he killed. Let's see what they're up to. They're fighting, having a brutal spirit battle. And Charlie plans to go to Ford before leaving the 21st floor, and that old man has probably already finished what I left with him. I can already picture him yelling at me for how much time has passed. If I let him know, I said I'd be back in 10 days, but it's been over 3 months. Suddenly, Charlie gets hit with a sledgehammer blow that could knock the snot out of you. If that had been me, it would have been a closed casket funeral up in the mountains. And Charlie, who just took that hit straight to the chest, is feeling a bit of pain. Because that was one seriously hard blow. He thought the old man would just yell at him, but no, ED hit him with a sledgehammer in the chest. Then Charlie drops to his knees, in a lot of pain, and first says, "What the hell are you doing? Why are you only showing up now? Get out of here, you damn brat. You were supposed to show up 3 months ago." And Charlie says, "And first, calm down a bit. Are you done being mad? It didn't pass, no. Why didn't you dodge, you bastard, you little brat?" And Charlie gives a big smile, and says he didn't dodge, because he thought that way, his anger would go away even faster. Or better yet, maybe you'd feel a little sorry. So, did it work? It's a party to get angry and talk, you damn brat. I heard you didn't even take the 20th Pernanda test. And Charlie doesn't say anything. He starts thinking that the old man actually cared about him, because he knows he didn't take the test. Meanwhile, gold bars appear in the narrator's eyes. Charlie tells Hephaestus he didn't take the test. He was exploring a dungeon, a secret dungeon, and that dungeon was a bit tough. So that's why it took a while. And Hephaestus starts thinking that, for sure, Charlie went somewhere weird again. And with a deadpan look, he says, "By the way, what about that thing?" Thud. Hephaestus throws a box at very high speed towards the proton. Check if everything's alright. I wondered many times if I should just break this stone or do something else with it. And there it is, the sea crystal. Extremely refined, and now it's the pure crystal of the divine sea. In short, it's almost the same as the stars, but this one rules over all the oceans, and it can also summon the sea. And Charlie also notices that the only difference in attribute from the star crystal is that these pure crystals are really dark. And he keeps wondering, what is this? It rules over all the oceans. Hephaestus interrupts his thoughts and says, "Hey, hand it over, let me take a look." And Charlie asks him, "My cane? You want it? Why? Just give it to me already, you big dummy. I'm not going to do anything crazy, just make a fitting on it so you can carry it better." Charlie feels grateful and says, "Yeah, Jossam, you're the only one who thinks about me. Thank you so much, okay?" And he tells Charlie, "It's nothing, I'm just trying to finish what I started." So, wait about half a month. And so, Char hands Cain over to the blacksmith Hephaestus, and Hephaestus starts talking to himself. He says it would be great if Cain could be used for 2 different powers, but unfortunately, you can only use 1 fragment per item. So, he takes the substitute in order to cut the adamant, and Char says he understands everything he's saying. After that, Brevo starts thinking that maybe he could give Hephaestus a tip in the future, and he talks to Hephaestus. "Hey man, can't you just strengthen Cain, make it stronger?" And Hephaestus is pretty annoyed. He says, "What do you mean, strengthen an item? Yeah, you could use another ingredient to make it stronger, couldn't you? Or else, you could strengthen it using mana. Isn't there a way to do that?" Hephaestus's mind starts racing a mile a minute when he hears that, and he can't even blink because so many thoughts are coming to him at once. And Charlie, seeing Hephaestus freeze like that, starts thinking that maybe the old man noticed he knows something, because maybe he was too obvious. But then Hephaestus exclaims, "Charlie, you're a genius, a real genius." And Charlie says, "Oh, what do you mean?" No, nothing, don't forget what I said. You gave me a great idea." "Yeah, looks like you, blockhead. Sometimes it's useful, go party." "You just called me a blockhead again, but I totally heard you before, okay? You called me a genius, didn't you? And at the party, grab your little scalpel and cut all the way to the diamond. Go after Charlie and say, 'You little punk, I never called you a genius. No way. Look here, I'm going to use this scalpel to cut the finger of anyone who didn't like this video, who didn't subscribe. So subscribe." And that's how part 19 begins. A sunny day, a clear sky, perfect for Manhwa. And Festa is thinking about what Charlie told him about strengthening equipment, and so he keeps thinking of a way to strengthen his own kanji. He keeps recalling all the tips the genius protagonist gave him. Like using other ingredients, or even using humans. and Festa is sure that this is possible. However, the person has to be an enhancement enchanter, but all enchanters know that this is only temporary, because you can't permanently alter the abilities of a piece of equipment. But he's got that itch, because his old blacksmith instincts are telling him that it is possible, and he keeps mulling it over because it's not impossible. So, what's the formula for this? How is he going to do it? And he's just there, amazed that that kid came up with such a brilliant idea. Suddenly, I'm eyeing those gold bars next to him, and also those 2 cauldrons with melted gold. But he's not looking over here because I'm looking over there. You're looking this way because over here it's dust. Look at the doorknob up there. Then, someone starts knocking on the door. Since I hadn't started talking yet, and a lot, the person starts knocking harder. Hey, is anyone home? Hey, are you there? Don't hide, are you there? And the party goes on with the commotion and tells the person on the other side. So, who's knocking on my door? Just say your name and the party. Suddenly, he remembers that the only person who comes by is Charm, and so, he stays alert and anxious about who could be knocking at the door. Suddenly, someone knocks a little more gently on the door, and it flies open, and the party quickly gets going. Your Friday made of diamante panado. Why is the week a straight line of Fridays? I'll answer you. It's simple, you know? On a construction site full of workers, there are all kinds of sledgehammers. There's the Friday sledgehammer, which is the biggest one there is. And it's so heavy that you can only use it once a week, on Friday, because the next day you'll be completely worn out. There are other legends about Friday, but only those who've actually worked with it can tell them. So tell us, subscriber, what's it like to work with a Friday? I've worked with it before, it's pretty cool. You feel like Thor, smashing everything. The bad part is when you're breaking a stone, and a shard flies off and hits your shin. Then things really heat up. But let's get back to the main topic. The person who was knocking so politely walks into Alto Ranker FS's workshop and says, huh? What? Wow, what a weird place. Hey old man, do you live here in this place? It's pretty run down here, huh? And FES, holding Friday with just one hand, says, oh right, it's you, huh, monkey? Well, I can tell by your pathetic appearance that you're just a clone, since your aura is really weak. So, little clone, what are you doing here? You broke down my door. Why? So, your real body is fighting with those fools in the Celestial Kingdom, and the wise Sun Young Kong answers with FES, hey, old man, you're so prickly. It's been such a long time since we last saw each other. So, do you want to warm up a bit? Wanna have a fight? Sun Young Kong, or rather, his clone, doesn't even wait for an answer. He says, in here, it's too hot, and it makes me, just say it. This is a blacksmith shop, right? Look beside you. There's melted gold. If it were cold in here, it wouldn't be melted. Everything here is hot. That was calm. Talk to him. Hey old man, do you still live the same way you always have? Hey, what happened to the weapon I made for you? What did you do with it? And why are you carrying something totally different from what I made for you? And the monkey, who loves a good fight and some chaos, answers Hephaestus. Ah, I got something way more amazing. So I threw that other thing away. What I have now belongs to the Dragon King, and they said that this item here on my back was originally a weapon or something like that. But I don't really know what it is, but I took it for myself, and it looks like things are about to heat up. Then, he starts gritting his teeth and says, you threw away the weapon I made for you, and the clone shows he's really tough and says yes. He threw it away, but he wasn't there to talk about that. Hephaestus, seething with anger, starts banging his hammer in his hand, debating whether or not to fight this Hoda monkey. Meanwhile, Sui Khan's clone talks to Hephaestus, who's there looking for someone, and asks him if by any chance he knows this guy named Charlie. At that moment, Hephaestus stops banging his hammer, and the monkey clone starts to smile and says, aha, right? Aha, right? Something's up, and then he activates his hockey eyes, which are even more powerful than the protagonist's hockey, and asks again, so you do know him, right? It's a party. You know those golden eyes are the ones that can see when someone is telling the truth or lying. So he knows he can't hide anything from Siu Kong, and the party knows that this clone isn't as strong as the real body. But even so, he's still a copy of the almighty Siu Kong. Even if I lie, he'll instantly know that I'm lying, and that's how it is, our party, which is tough to talk about. So he already said I don't know, but he didn't actually say no, right? That was the first time he said it. The scene shifts to another place, far away from there. The day is clear, with hardly a cloud in the sky, perfect for the beach. But we're in a cave, and there's none of that here, and the people there keep wondering if it's really him. And another one says, it must be Char. Look over there. Look at the pyromancy cloak. That item costs about 60,000 points. It's definitely him. He's the badass. Man, I'm not so sure. Do you know anyone else on the 21st floor who uses those premium items? Who else has that many points? I don't know, man. Did you hear that rumor that he died? So, that can't be him. I heard he died, you know, during those 3 months he disappeared. And the other extra asks his little friend if Charlie is climbing the tower again, and the guy frowns at him and says, so, who? Who do you guys think you are? Talking about someone right in front of him. Are you trying to get me to take you out? Right away, everyone clammed up. And El Polio on the side starts thinking that this must be Charlie, the tough guy. Because this guy is pretty bold. Even with that cute face of his. I don't know, huh? Could it really be him? And the system tells us that this is the player. Elf Reina is almost a queen, but she is a queen. If you push just a little, she becomes a queen. It's pretty much like that. The system tells us that the 21st floor test is starting. And just like that, the system announces that a crystal has been summoned. So, everyone there has to protect the crystal from the monsters and stop the monsters from getting close to it. And the system also says that, among the players, there are also clones. And these clones are capable of destroying the crystal, and then the system sums it up. It says, basically, the player's leader ends the test. Oh, you really have to be a genius for this, or if the crystal gets destroyed. And the system says that this test is harder than it looks, because you have to find the clones and eliminate them. Only after the last clone is eliminated will the test end. The test is about defense, which is already tough, and now there are infiltrators among them. Now this is a real challenge. Everyone looks the same. The narrator can't believe what the system just told him, because the clones look exactly like real people. There's no way to tell them apart. Meanwhile, the tough guy just stands there in the middle of them, listening to all that complaining. He grabs his sword and says, "Man, you guys are so clueless. This test is way too easy." Look, Charlie the tough guy walks around with his sword in hand and asks everyone there if they're really afraid of the clones. Suddenly, he stops in front of a guy, and the guy doesn't know why he's there and starts sweating, and he smiles back. And he says, "What's up?" "What is it? Why are you here? Everything okay?" Charlie gives a quick slash and basically gives that guy a math lesson. And of course, everything is blurred out so no one can complain about me on YouTube. The head, which was separated from the body, goes flying and spinning, and even in the air, it starts to dissolve, because it was actually a clone. The scene shifts to the horde of monsters coming to attack the crystal, and all the monsters are extremely deadly. There's slime all over the floor and monsters coming out from every direction. And from this scene, we can see that they're lost. Just like headless chickens, because if the monsters were just a little bit smarter, they'd sneak up behind each one of them. And the problem is that, as time goes on, each order duplicates itself. And if this test drags on much longer, soon it'll be impossible to beat it, because there are already almost 100 monsters coming. And the leader of the players tells him not to lose focus, and not to break formation. And we can see that the leader is the guy with the little quiff, Cristal de Gava. And he tells everyone there that he has buff skills to boost the others. And he tells that tank back there to come to the front, because he's going to provide support. And the other guy is freaking out as they haven't finished one horde and another one coming. I've played a lot, and many different games, so I'm sure that spot right there is the best place to farm XP. Just let the hordes come, keep killing them as much as you want until you rack up millions. I told you, man, it's just a bunch of tough monsters, dozens and dozens of them, and the players are almost at their limit. But that random blonde guy up front, he says they just need to focus on the monsters, because Charlie, the brave one, is defending the crystal. The ELF is really happy, because according to her, this test is going great, and she tells Reina that everyone's morale is sky high. That's because Charlie is with them, and Reina says they're not done yet and tells her not to let her guard down and to stay alert. She keeps thinking that, for Charlie's presence to have such a big impact, he really must be the real deal. And at that moment, someone taps her on the back and Reina apologizes, saying, "Oh sorry man, Reina, I was so focused on this battle I didn't even notice you behind me." And the person says, "No problem, it's all good, but the silhouette looks like someone I know." And ELF turns around to see who's behind her. Then, startled, she says, "Charlie? It looks like this guy is Charlie. Are you Charlie?" And the protagonist, who looks like the protagonist, doesn't say anything. He just keeps staring, and he keeps thinking that these two look a lot alike, both the one in the crystal and the one fighting alongside him. And Reina tells Charlie that it was nothing, for him to ignore what he said, and the protagonist says, "Yeah, don't worry about it." Suddenly, the guy who looks like Charlie talks to Reina. "Hey, don't you think there's something wrong?" And Reina says, "Huh? What? What could be wrong?" "That guy over there, the so-called Charlie Char, he only killed one clone and still hasn't found any others. And I think that's off. There's something weird about him." And Reina said that's just how it is, that it takes time to find the clone. But that guy is really amazing, because he found a clone really quickly right at the start. And the guy who looks like Charlie says, "But don't you think that was just a coincidence?" And Reina replies, "Dude, did it seem like a coincidence to you?" "Maybe it was a coincidence, but I think Charlie is just really skilled." And Reigns keeps thinking that this guy near him is really weird, because he's just suspicious of everything, just to find the clones. And Reigns keeps thinking that, for sure, this guy here next to him doesn't have a good eye for this. So, Reina says to the guy behind him, "Whatever the case, as long as Char is guarding the crystal, no one's going to be crazy enough to get close to him. Only 25 hours left. It's just pure fighting to finish that event." Everyone there has been fighting for so long that they're practically wishing for death, and they keep asking themselves how much longer they'll have to keep doing this. So, they agree that they need to catch the clones as quickly as possible. They look back and Charlie is just standing there, has been since early on, doing nothing and looking well rested. He only killed that guy at the beginning, and they do everything for the jerk and keep wondering if that guy is looking for a clone. Look, he's just standing there and the other one says, "Oh, right, and with him there, what chlorine? Is he going to want to get close for what, a salt feast?" And the other one says, "So what, man, I'm so tired. At this rate, the monsters are going to end up catching us." And Charlie gives that little smirk, because he's listening to everything they're saying. Charlie says it looks like the clones are hiding. He says that after they saw him kill the first one of them, they are definitely planning to suppress them by not showing up. That way, we die of exhaustion, and they just sit back and watch. And the other one says, "What? What do you mean by that, Charlie? Are you saying you can't find the clones?" He says that's not it, but that he's going to finish this test. He will, no matter what happens. After that, Charlie asks everyone there to point out someone they think is suspicious. Meanwhile, sword in hand, waiting for the first suspect to show up. "Go ahead. Talk to them. Then you release someone and we'll kill them until the test is over, and that way, it will be really quick to finish the test." And everyone is stunned by what they just heard. And someone says to Charlie, "Are you crazy? What kind of suggestion is that?" And the guy with black hair in the back, already sweating, says there's no way they can just kill people based on suspicion. There has to be proper evidence for that. Suddenly, your neighbor shows up and says, "Excuse me, I saw someone suspicious, okay? Earlier, I saw a really suspicious guy during the fight, acting super shady." And someone else chimes in, "Yeah, I saw a really suspicious guy too." So AL in the back says all of them are crazy. And he asks them, "Why are you doing this?" And so, the blame game begins. Some say they refuse to die in that place. If those guys who don't want to meet anyone want to die together, that's their problem. But I don't want to die here. And with each passing moment, the number of monsters multiplies and we won't last much longer. So, they all agree to round up the people they find suspicious into one place. And he basically singles out almost half the group. And those who are against this say they're going too far, because there's no way almost half of them could be clones. So, Char goes after them. Since the majority agree with the plan, it's time to identify the clones. And I was thinking that the majority pointed to the minority, but it was the other way around. The minority pointed to the majority. And Char, without even thinking, grabs his sword and goes after the one who's talking too much, but not really. Someone shows up and grabs Char's sword. And it was the other Charlie who held Charlie's sword. He looks back and sees there's a guy who looks exactly like him. And he's stunned to see that this guy stopped his sword blade with just his hands. And Char speaks to Char. "So, you finally crossed the line, huh?" And Char tells Char, Little Red Riding Hood, that he let him be until now because he wasn't hurting anyone. But now that he wants to kill people, that changes everything, because it ruins the test. And Char says, "What? What did you say?" And the people around them realize that they're not just similar. That's an idea to tag. He looks at the other Char's face and says, "So, is this the guy?" And Charlie starts wondering, could this be the real Charlie? It's Charlie, the tough one, who doesn't use the pyromancy guy anymore. He says he'll deal with this Charlie later, because everyone knows that Charlie, the tough one, has hockey eyes, and those eyes reveal the truth. It's really easy for him to tell who's a clone and who isn't. Then Charlie gives a light tap with sacred fire to another Charlie, and he feels that hit like it was a punch right to the chest. Suddenly, the clone starts to transform and red marks appear on his hand, and the fake Charlie curses because he got caught in his lie. And now Geraldo has a question mark over his head, because the killer clone also seems to be a clone, and the other says, but it's weird because another clone disintegrated into mud and that one is lying there on the ground. Could it be this guy isn't a clone after all? Is it a passerby's penalty? And Charlie, on the ground, barely scratched, says the tough guy standing is the fake one. And the one who's on his knees is the real one. And Charlie Bravo says, "Oh, okay, whatever then. Let's settle this with a fistfight. Whoever wins is the real one." Right at that moment, the holy little kick lands on his chin, and he goes flying for meters. After the holy little kick, the fake Charlie is left lying on the ground. The real one stays there, imposing as always. Man, then Tiago looks at one group. I don't know if it's the clone group or the one that didn't say they were clones, but one side got the short end, since he was facing the guys crossing the clones. And if you don't remember, it's these guys right here. Look, I'll even put an arrow for you. The ones on top are just crossing with the ones on the bottom, and Charlie is facing that way. At least that's what I think, the one in front. He's swearing up and down on his mother, on his grandmother, that he's not a clone, since he doesn't know what that is. The other says he swears on his dead pet gallery. If he's a clone, he'll die. But he's not a clone, no way. He's just a weak player. And Charlie went ahead and ignored the guy who said he wasn't a clone. He walks past him, and everyone there is saying they're not a clone. Even Miles said he can prove it because his name is Miles and that's his hometown. But Charlie doesn't even care about Miles. I don't know Miles. Do you guys know him? Charlie didn't know him either, just walked past him and went to Reina. Oh no, it's Reina. He smiles and says, "So you are the real Charlie, huh?" Reina starts to introduce herself, but the tough guy says, "No need for introductions. That's not important. Not for the test, anyway." And just like that, he puts the repulse blade to his neck, and he says, "Charlie, are you suspecting that I'm a clone?" And his buddy back there is already shaking. And Reina looks at her teammates and says, "Hey, my companions can vouch that I'm real." And she says she's been with her teammates since the start of the test and they haven't split up. And the sensei in the back says, "Yeah, he's our boss. He's been with us since the beginning. I can vouch for him." And Charlie says, "Oh, so Reina, you're saying you're not a clone just because you have a team?" The protagonist immediately grabs him by the neck and lifts him off the ground. And the queen asks, "What does all this mean?" And all his allies start shouting for their captain. And Charlie squeezes his hand a little tighter, and the queen realizes that if he keeps going, he's going to end up dying. With a quick movement of his arms, he manages to break free from Charlie's grip. And not only that, but he tries to land a punch on the tough guy, and Charlie just dodges a moment later. The queen is already dissolving into mud, since every clone dissolves into mud. And the captain Suckup, who was shouting his name, realizes that his captain is also a clone. And just as he was about to say he didn't know his captain was a clone, Charlie's sword was coming close to his head, and then, after the slash, a precise one, another clone is revealed. And by the way, guys, did the creatures take a break? Did they stop coming? Because there were hundreds and hundreds coming. So everything just stopped, right? They're all just watching, huh? Probably all clones, right? Afraid of Charlie, huh? But let's get back to the story. That clone was so convinced he wasn't a clone that he fooled himself, because not even he knew he was a clone. And so, the clones are being revealed, one by one. And a lot of them just want this to end soon and for all the fakes to get caught. I would have the easiest way to find out. Just ask who played for his mother-in-law Mortinia. Those guys are the real ones, not the clones, and then you summon the spirit of the celestial demon. And so, he calls the poor wretch, this chronic popo, and wipes them all out. And the system tells us that Charlie passed the test on the 21st floor. And with that, the protagonist levels up and can go to the next floor. The guy who was disguised as Charlie starts to wake up. And he's a pretty strange guy. He wakes up asking what happened with the test, and right in front of him, he sees the brave one standing there, staring at him. Charlie says, "Hey, get up already. You're already awake. Stand up. I want to talk to you." And he gets all scared. He stammers and starts backing away. "Are you Charlie?" And Charlie very patiently says, "Hey, what's your name?" At that moment, Charlie clenched his fist and his mana started to gather around it. Charlie says, "I asked you your name. And you still haven't told me? So you haven't fully woken up yet. I'm going to give you a little tap to get you to talk." And he says his name is Mamos. See, I just said his name, and you didn't get it, but I'll say it again. We suck. Subscriber, I've already used Mazovo in this story. Should I add Mamos too? No, I won't. Otherwise, I'll end up making a bad pun. His name will be Belazinho. You didn't get it, did you? I'll say it slowly. Beautiful. Charlie tells Belazinho that he doesn't seem to be a clone. That's because the test is already over and he didn't dissolve into mud. However, he can't say for sure that Belazinho isn't a clone. He leaves the question for him. "So, man, what are you?" Belazinho says he's a clone, but he's also a player. And Charlie asks him if he's a pure-blooded demon. And after that, before he can answer, Charlie asks what his blood art is, since he doesn't seem like an ordinary clone. Charlie knows that the demon guild can rival Olympus, both in strength and in size. That Belazinho holds a position similar to Argan's. He's one of the direct heirs of the demon clan. And Charlie already knew all of this, but he's pretending not to. And he asks Belazinho what someone like him is doing there. And Belazinho says that's kind of complicated to explain. And he tells Charlie that maybe it's not the best time or place to talk about it. He had already given away what he wanted to say. He says, "Char, I'm your fan. I'm your fan." Number 1. Charlie is left shell-shocked because he expected anything but that. Belazinho looks the protagonist right in the face. He turns completely red and says, "Man, I'm your fan. I'm your fan. Number 1. And Charlie gets all awkward, while his number 1 fan is beaming. Because the person he admires is standing right in front of him. He says he was really impressed by Charlie, watching him break all the records since the very first floor. And Belazinho says he only became a true diehard fan after seeing him fight in the big martial arts tournament. Belazinho, glowing, tells Charlie not to go easy on him just because he's his fan. And after that, Billy says he regrets what he did before. And he'll never do it again. He'll never pretend to be Proton again. And Charlie uses his gray eyes and gets that shell-shocked look on his face. The gray eyes reveal the truth once again. This guy is definitely telling the truth. And now Charlie knows why the guy is imitating him, because he's a diehard fan. So, Charlie figures it wouldn't hurt to get to know Belize's son, which is why his name is Belazinho. The protagonist tells him that this time he'll let him off the hook, but just this once. And he's really grateful, saying, "Really? Thank you so much, I'm your fan." Even after that, Charlie pulls out his Ebola 15 and says he needs a favor from Belazinho. He tells him, "Hey, since I spared your life, can you give me your phone number?" Belazinho says to him, "What? The name of your phone. Give me the name of your phone." The scene changes for a month later, and Belazinho, Hero Mamos, sends a message to the protagonist, saying that he also signed up for the next test. And then, he writes on TIM. For him, always faithful, or always loyal, reminds him of the American Marines. And Charlie reads that and says, "Wow, always faithful. To think that I became this in this tower." He realizes that his diehard fan is pretty obsessed with him. So, he keeps playing with his phone like a ball while he's thinking. Because he knows that going from the 22nd floor to the 24th, he'll do it easily in about 10 days. Since that's a test for someone who's at level 20, Charlie knows, as long as there's no interference from Olympus, doing these tests until you send 25 will be a piece of cake. And if Olympus doesn't interfere, climbing the tower won't be a problem either. Suddenly, a message pops up on his ball-shaped phone. He wonders why this guy suddenly sent him a message, and we see that it's Argan. Argan tells Charlie that he's currently on the 22nd floor and wants to meet up with him. So, at the scheduled time in the late afternoon, they meet at a really fancy place. Charlie goes there to see what Argan wants with him, and when he arrives, he calls out to Argan from a distance and sees that he's all laid back, totally relaxed, legs crossed, wearing slippers, and Charlie comes up to Argan and says, "Hey, looks like you got here pretty early, huh? Why? How do you know that? Just look at the table. Have you already finished your cup of tea?" And Argan says, "Man, there was nothing to do. I walked around a bit, so I got here early and had some tea just to cool off, and now I'm here, free and clear. It doesn't get better than this. Only if I were walking along the Bordeaux waterfront in Buzios, feeling the sea breeze." And Charlie, who has never been to Buzios, changes the subject and asks Argan, "Have you at least climbed the tower yet?" He says, "Right now I'm on the 34th floor." And Charlie is really impressed and says, "Wow, that was fast, huh? You're like a rocket." Reina and Argan say that the problems are starting to pile up because it's getting harder and harder. And so, Charlie takes another sip of his sadia and says to Argan that, to keep climbing, to be an idiot. Argan says he doesn't want to hear that from Charles. "Let's change the subject. It's getting boring. Me, I'm humble, really humble, and I'm proud of that." Charlie, who still has his cup full of EPA, keeps taking little sips. And Argan says, "Hey Charlie, I heard you got the sea stone. Is that true?" And Argan keeps going. He says that, thanks to Charlie, Olympus is a complete mess. Meanwhile, Charlie takes another sip of that EPA tea. And Argan continues his monologue, saying that his dad's relationship with his uncle is a total disaster. And everything there is really weird, out of their minds. All of this started after that rumor. And Argan tells Char that he needs to decide now. Either he bows down to the Olympian, or he gives up the stone. Brevo, who's already halfway through his cup of EPA tea, hears that and sets his cup down on the table. But Argan keeps going with his monologue and says, "Oh, Charlie, besides those two options, you could also just hide. You could hide in Asgard or ask for protection in the Celestial Kingdom. Either of those places, you'll be safe from Olympus." Brevo says, "Oh, Argan, are you done with your monologue now or what?" "Alright then, see ya, I'm out." "Ahud, it's us." Argan says, "What? Are you crazy? Sit down, that wasn't even the main thing I wanted to talk about. Dealing with you is something.